a boy lying on a pile of straw suddenly woke up. He looked around wondering where the pile of straw was, what had happened. "You're Joshua, remember the explosion just now?" You thought to yourself, "I should have exploded, how come, why are my hands so small? Impossible." He quickly ran to the well and picked up a bucket of water. Looking at his face reflected in the water, Joshua was surprised. "I am rejuvenated. Or not. This is where I used to live." He looked at each flower cluster. Then the stables. "Even more certain, I have returned to the past." At this point, Joshua couldn't help but laugh, it was so interesting. "I have received a rare opportunity, Kaiser Van Britten, this time, don't expect anything good to happen to you." He proudly clasped his hand. Suddenly, 3 guys came over and arrogantly ordered, "Hey, why don't you go pick up horse manure, why are you standing there?" Joshua glanced at them, this group of people, probably, the soldiers of Duke Anyus, the 3 captains Rawls, Whip and Gort. The Whip glared at him and shouted, "You should answer my question, boy." Rawls laughed and reminded, "Whip, have you forgotten, he's mute, of course he can't answer." Joshua thought to himself, "I'm just pantomiming, because if I say even half a word, I'll be beaten." ROI looked around again as if looking for something. "Oh, it seems Lucia isn't here," Rawls advised, keeping her mouth shut. "Do you want the Duke's family to hear? She's been under surveillance for 24 hours, out of 7, if you keep calling out loud, the name Lucia is like that." Joshua silently remembered his mother. "Lucia, except for Anyus's servants. I am the illegitimate child of a servant, a woman forced to sleep with Duke Anyus. So these soldiers knew I was a bastard, they bullied me because I had the blood of a servant." These soldiers, on the other hand, felt interested in that. Especially the 3 guys in front of me. "I swear that one day I will account for all this debt," but the 3 soldiers were still calmly joking with each other. "Today I suddenly miss Lucia so much, somehow, Rawls." He pushed his hand and said, "Anyway, keep your mouth shut, Whip, if someone hears, we'll be in trouble." The Whip calmly and confidently asserted, "You keep thinking deeply. Who would be in this smelly stable, except that boy?" Rawls said, "Even so." But before he finished speaking, the Whip was pleased to reassure. The Duchess and the Princess also said, "If we secretly eliminate Lucia and that boy, she will take responsibility for us. This is a good opportunity. Unfortunately we can't find Lucia." Rawls also nodded when he heard that. "What you said is right." ROI looked at Joshua with evil eyes and suggested, "What can we do now?" "Of course play with this kid without Lucia," agreed. Joshua bit his lip angrily, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. "You insulted my mother, I won't let you run wild, bastard." He clasped his hands tightly. "Start with your eyes closed and try to feel if it works. The mana training method that I practiced and after which I became different from normal people, it was the training method that I discovered with the Lu family in the ruins. The results after practicing the method are exceptional, and you can maximize them in a short time. The important thing is, the basis of this mana training method is that it is completely different from the other methods. It does not track or use mana, in the mana bar in the lower abdomen. Instead, it uses existing energy scraps around it. It is not limited by the mana bar, which contains mana. Your entire body can absorb mana. And you can concentrate mana where you want, and use it immediately. For mana users, mana generation is a process that everyone must go through. Because I don't need to go through a process that takes a year to complete, it was inevitable that I would have a start as a mana user." At this time, Gort suddenly pushed aside the Whip and said, "Give this guy a punch, guys." My blood started to boil when I saw that guy's face. Rawls smiled teasingly, looking at you like you were jealous and angry, when Gort could flirt with that woman easily. "Huh?" The guy who was said to have hit the nail on the head jumped up and shouted, "Shut up, know that thing." Then he rolled up his sleeves, held a wooden stick and walked towards Joshua, aggressively. "Hey, it looks like I'm about to lose control." But when I looked at him, I only saw that he was motionless with his eyes closed. Gort wondered, "What's wrong with it? Is it fainting?" Why, he also laughed and said, "Really, it looks like a dry statue." Joshua is still very focused at this time, just gathering mana in the palm of his hand. "I just need to gather mana in the palm of my hand, before returning." It took me nearly 10 years just to collect in the palm of my hand, but now I know what I should do. If that was the case, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked straight at Gort. He was startled by the look on his face and backed away. When he calmed down, he cursed loudly, "You, a mouse. Don't you dare glare at me." Gort raised his hammer and prepared to swing it down on him. Joshua immediately took a defensive stance, curling his fist to accumulate enough mana. He waved his hand and punched the guy hard. Gort held his stomach in pain and fell to the ground, groaning. The two Rawls and the whip saw that and were surprised. What was wrong with that guy? What happened? A small circle of light appeared in front of Joshua's stomach. He felt a bit uncomfortable, feeling like a disgusting, sticky lump. Under my belly, it should be empty. There's something I've never felt since I returned to the past. Roi immediately drew his sword and advanced to threaten. Are you tired of living, you dog? Joshua gritted his teeth. This small body basically doesn't have enough strength to resist, but if I can defeat the running whip, then it's possible that Rawls won't come close to me, because this guy is smarter than the other two. Thinking about it, he tried to accumulate mana in his hand again. Roi didn't know what was about to happen, so he immediately swung his sword and slashed. Today is your death day, I will give you a ticket to see your grandparents. He slashed, but Joshua quickly ducked and dodged. He gathered mana in his right hand, then punched him hard in the face. The whip was thrown far away, even flying over the place where Rawls was standing. Then hit the ground hard. Rawls began to panic, looking at Joshua with uneasy eyes. Unbelievable, this dumb guy, he hides his job. The first time may be a coincidence, but it can't be a coincidence twice. After Joshua finished the attack, his body began to tremble in pain. I didn't know it would hurt to this extent, harmful to using a large amount of mana. Rawls is a guy who climbed to the position of captain partly due to his cunning, the rest is due to his talent. Although he is not as strong as Gort or a whip, it is still very dangerous to fight hand-to-hand with him in his current state. But I can't show my weakness. Thinking so, he shouted with a serious face and asked, do you have any last words? Rawls saw you talking and stuttered, You know what to say. Joshua slowly stepped forward to question, starting from this moment, captains like you and those bastards dare to insult my mother. I swear on my name, I will not leave a single person alive. His eyes were sharp as knives. It seemed like it went straight through Rawls's body, causing him to be scared and suddenly step back. He turned around in panic and ran away, screaming and shouting as he ran. Joshua saw that he was gone, and now he began to feel so tired that he had trouble breathing. His vision darkened, gone. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore and fell to the ground. He tried to open his eyes, but in the end he still lost consciousness and the space went dark. At the Duke's mansion, a group of servants heard the news and began to gather together to discuss. Have you heard the news? Joshua, the mute boy who lived in that stable, knocked out 3 captains, No, the boy holding the broom replied, I heard it. There are also rumors that he pretended to be mute. The oldest man rubbed his chin and wondered, Master Joshua, his younger half-brother who is 3 to 5 years younger than the master, did he do that? How strange. The other person shrugged and said, do you believe it? It's just an untrue rumor, he's just an orphan. Besides, how did he turn from a mute child who woke up one night and became a dumb child? The kid can talk, think about it, how could he take down 3 captains with his bare hands? The other man expressed that he knew that. But, if that really happened, then the plans for Ducanius's successor might change. The black-haired man shook his head and affirmed, even if Joshua's skills were acknowledged, he still couldn't win against Master Ba-Ben. You all know that, right? The boy holding the broom agreed. I also agreed with that, because Master Babel is now also the Mon owner. Oh, that's right on point Brown. Ducanius, who achieved the title of Master only when he was 16, he only used mana. But about Master Babel, only 14 years old, but can already use mana, it proves that he is also a genius, but unfortunately the shadow of Ducanius is too big. For him, it's a challenge to become the successor. How silly. As he turned around, Joshua suddenly appeared at the door. He awkwardly exclaimed, Master Joshua, when have you been here? Joshua coldly ordered, went to tell the Duke. Following the Duke's summons, I, Joshua Van Onius, am here. In the Duke's office, Rawls was kneeling on the ground trembling, next to a shirt that looked similar to Gort's. Ducanius coldly looked at him and asked, So are you Rawls? He immediately replied, Yes, my name is Rawls. Which battalion are you from? It's the 29th Battalion. The Duke turned to ask the person standing next to him, Is the 29th Battalion, near Griezmann, right, Chiffon? He replied, Yes sir. Receiving the answer, he immediately raised 2 fingers and ordered, Understood, bring that shirt here. Rawls quickly followed suit, placing the shirt with a large torn ruffle on the chest. Dukanius looked at it questioningly. So you mean Joshua, the one who made the shirt like this? Hiffen reminded, think carefully before answering, you know the consequences for lying, right? Rawls nodded repeatedly and replied, yes, yes. He swallowed his saliva and affirmed that this is not a lie, sir. Dukanius probed, what do you think, Chiffon? He replied, of course, it is difficult to believe this, sir. He also nodded and rubbed his chin, yes, it's hard to believe. How old is Joshua this year? 9 years old, sir. At that age, with just his bare hands, the armor could be damaged so much. Then, if Joshua could use mana, it would be a small matter. Chiffon countered, sir, that is impossible. Being only 9 years old, being able to use mana is something that has never been heard of in history, and is also something that has never existed in history, even if it is a high-level skill that appears. He also had to be a high-class Calf's Knight to be able to do that with his bare hands. Luckily something like that would happen. Master Joshua is only 9 years old, I don't believe he can do this. I think they were afraid of being caught red-handed bullying Master Joshua, so they foolishly thought of this. If you allow me, I will immediately pull him out immediately, and will reorganize the army. Rawls turned pale in fear, his whole body sweating as he explained, no, it's not, it's true. Chiffon held the hilt of his sword and threatened, how dare you raise your voice in front of him, confess quickly. Rawls tried to explain, it's the truth, please believe what I say, Leader Chiffon. He pulled out the blade, until just now, he was still spouting lies. Dukanius spoke up to stop him, that's enough, Chiffon, he expressed incomprehensibly, but sir, forgive those who spread false rumors. He stood up and said, the problem will be solved if we go see the owner. I haven't seen that child for a long time, I will go see that child myself. Chiffon couldn't help but be surprised. The Duke personally went to meet the concubine's child. He never responded anything to Master Babel, who was said to have great potential. Dukanius asked, so where is Joshua? He replied, I heard that he has arrived at the main house, and is waiting in the waiting room. I understand, lead the way, Chiffon. Meanwhile, in the hallway of the main house Anus. Babel was walking here, when suddenly he stopped in surprise. What? Joshua, why did he come here? To ease his curiosity, he asked loudly, hey, what are you doing here? Joshua didn't seem to hear him, his eyes looked darkly at the wall. On it is the portrait of Marcus van Britten, the currently reigning king. Every time I look at this portrait, I feel very angry. He said to himself, Kaiser van Britten, no matter what, I must take revenge. Babel angrily clenched his fists and shouted, hey, you bastard, dare to let me eat butter. He curled his fist and hit Joshua's back. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and promptly raised his hand to block his fist. He even tightened his grip, causing Babel's bones to crack, making cracking sounds. He trembled and gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, is this strength, is the rumor of defeating the 3 captains really true? But of course Babel was not so resigned, his other hand began to condense a stream of mana and prepare to strike. Do you think I will stand still? At this moment, Duke Agnes appeared, what are you doing? Babel was startled and retracted his hand, stuttering, Father. He then knelt down to bow and respectfully greet the Duke. He asked, I asked what are you doing here? Babel replied, we are showing greetings. Dukanius was full of doubts, how about greetings? He turned to look at Joshua, he stood still and nodded as a response. Chiffon gloomily looked at him in surprise, this guy was crazy, he didn't kneel down to greet the Duke. He then shouted, you are being disrespectful to the Duke, greet him quickly. Babel also reminded, what are you doing, why don't you say hello? Dukanius raised his hand to stop him, his eyes filled with disgust. Joshua. He was startled, his whole body held back and trembled, thinking back, because that portrait reminded me of a person, because of anger, it began to explode, so I couldn't control it. This cannot continue anymore, Anus will not leave alone if that person dares to oppose him, even if it is the king. Dukanius waved his hand and said, if you are calm, then come here. I will personally confirm whether you really have mana or not. Babel turned to look in surprise, what's going on, mana? That vile guy, who spends all day collecting horse manure, means he has mana. Chiffon said worriedly, Duke, let you do this. He directly interrupted, Joshua, come here. Joshua hesitantly gritted his teeth, Dukanius, one of the 5 mana masters of this vast empire, a person very sensitive to mana. As long as he noticed something unusual, his plan would be ruined. Not letting him go on his own, Ducanius walked over and grabbed his wrist. Joshua couldn't help but be surprised, since when did he? He squeezed his wrist tightly, using a stream of mana to probe inside. He suddenly exclaimed, "What? This is..." Joshua secretly felt guilty. If the Duke, who was sensitive to mana, knew something that he didn't know, I will have to come up with a new plan. The Duke looked thoughtfully at Joshua and said, "This thing, it's nothing." Chiffon heard this. He shouted in surprise, "What, there is no mana?" Babel was secretly happy. "I knew it." Chiffon said, "Then it has been confirmed that Master Joshua has mana." Ducanius said, "I'm not talking about the mana bar. All life in this world always has mana inside them. That also applies to normal people, including magical beasts. However, I cannot sense the mana inside Joshua's body." Before these words, Chiffon wondered incredulously, could she really not feel mana, which meant she was no different from an empty corpse? If that's the case, what if he was born with a body that couldn't contain mana? I've never heard of that. Ducanius replied, "If it wasn't innate, I could feel something in the mana bar, an unpleasant sticky feeling that made me disgusted." He turned to look at Joshua and declared, "So from now on, I will keep an eye on Joshua." Chiffon said in surprise, "My lord, that means, if Joshua was born unable to contain mana, then don't you think those rumors are false? We can't let those guys spread that rumor." Ducanius calmly explained, "The soldiers are also the Duke's property. It wouldn't be wise for me to punish them just for those false rumors and reduce our resources. I was too hasty. Joshua, you will stay here for a while. Do you have any empty rooms here?" As soon as he finished speaking, Babel quickly retorted, "But, my lord, Joshua couldn't." Before he could finish his sentence, Ducanius interrupted, "Babel, is there a problem?" Faced with his father's stern attitude, Babel hesitantly replied, "Yes, no." Then, Ducanius turned to look at Chiffon and advised, "From now on, train Joshua to become a knight. If you see Joshua has talent, teach him the method of cultivating mana of red blood." Chiffon was surprised, "What, mana training method, but not master's mana? We need time, we will confirm it soon." Joshua was born with a body that cannot contain mana. I hope that hope is not true. I'm counting on you, Joshua. Having finished speaking, he turned and left, leaving Joshua alone to ponder. Chiffon leads Joshua to an empty room in the palace. He said, "Master Joshua, from now on this room is your new home." Looking around, Joshua seemed unfamiliar with everything here. As for Chiffon, she kept thinking to herself, are those rumors true? She didn't seem happy at all after knowing that she was given benefits. "If you need anything, please call me." Looking at Joshua who didn't respond, it made him think, maybe his attitude had changed because the Duke wasn't here. After thinking for a while, Joshua replied, "I probably don't need anything." He lay on the bed and exclaimed, if only he could sleep straight. Thinking back to Ducanius's words, "I'm counting on you," made Joshua restless. He was waiting for a good result. Ducanius spends most of his time in Akarti, the capital of the Avalon Empire. He stays on his own territory just to rest after finishing his work. Ducanius, he found something that I don't know about. The truth is that Ducanius knew about something he didn't know, and it was very dangerous. Joshua sat up and said, "But I'm still not sure. Before anything happens, I need to get my strength back first." And to do that, it seems Joshua has his own plan. That night, in a high-rise building. From outside the window, Joshua jumped directly down. He quickly jumped down one floor at a time, gently landing safely. Suddenly, the complications caused by using too much mana were somewhat reduced. Regaining my strength took more time than I thought. The tumor inside the mana bar was reacting. Am I experiencing divine magic or demonic magic? Besides, that magic power is suppressing everything. Why did Lugia come here and suppress those two powers? At this time, two guards came and said, "Hey, did you hear anything? Did you hear anything?" I didn't hear anything. There's nothing here. It's strange. I remember seeing something. Forget it. Come back quickly and we'll change with another group. Taking advantage of their inattention, Joshua quickly ran away. He thought to himself, maybe Lugia is the solution to this problem. But what if I am controlled by three sources of inner power? In a certain house, a cry for help rang out. "Let me go. Why are you doing this to me? You really don't know why." Gort said angrily, "Because of your son, we were all disciplined." Lucia tried to struggle out of their bondage. She bit his hand hard, causing him pain, and forcefully pushed her to the ground. "What, are you crazy?" Lucia hit her head on the ground, losing consciousness. Whip angrily grabbed her hair and scolded her. "We just wanted to deal with you, but you were wasting our time." Gort quickly came to stop her. "Hold her back and Whip, I'll take care of the rest." Roi impatiently asked, "Wait Gort, do we have to do that? If that kid knows." "So what? Have you forgotten the reason we came here?" "We came here to beat the crap out of that brat, but I think we should stop everything here." "Roi, the lady said she would protect us. If you are afraid, you have the right to withdraw from the game." These words made the Whip ponder for a moment. After that, he cunningly replied, "Why are you so long-winded? Go away if you're afraid. Don't make me laugh. You said you were afraid." Suddenly, there was a loud scream and it stopped, making the two of them startled and looked up. Seeing Joshua appear, they looked interested and said, "So it's you here. We've been waiting for a long time. Why are you so late? We came to show you something interesting." "Gort, Whip, stop it now, that brat. Haven't we already dealt with it last time?" Joshua's burning eyes threatened. "Don't even think about getting out of here alive." Lucia looked weakly, whispering Joshua's name. The other Rawls said in fear and trembling, "Get out of here now, we will be killed by that boy." Gort replied in bewilderment, "What are you talking about? You're just scared." Joshua calmly observed the situation. Then, he shouted in a loud voice to get out, causing the other people to scream. Gort scoffed, "Joshua, I will definitely make you like this for the rest of your life. Whip, remember to leave the part to me too." Joshua said coldly, "I tell you to go away now." Roi looked interested and replied, "Brat, who do you think you are?" Suddenly, from above, someone appeared. "How did you know?" "How can you feel me?" When they saw Cain appear, they were all startled and surprised. Joshua thought to himself, "That red badge, the person with that badge is one of the 3 knights chosen by Duke Anyus himself. Even with the red blood, then, the red blood has started to follow me. Shifang has star request." All 3 of them bowed solemnly to greet him, pleased to meet him. Cain walked straight in front of Joshua and silently wondered, this was the child in the rumor. Joshua confidently replied, "Let me ask. These soldiers are harming the Duke's subordinates." Suddenly, Cain felt a force oppressing him. Joshua continued, "Based on the Duke's martial law, how should they handle this situation?" These words make Cain feel like, what kind of pressure is this? I can't escape. Cain quickly grasped the sword tightly, then he turned to the other 3 soldiers and replied, "Of course, kill him on the spot." Cain vigorously eliminated those evil people. One by one they were beaten mercilessly. Gort realized the situation was not good. The guy quickly swung his sword and tried to defend himself. The sound of 2 swords touching each other was deafening. Gort shouted, "Sir Cain, wait." But Cain did not listen to anyone. Just like that, Gort had his life taken by the sword. Roll stood aside and trembled and said, "I'm the one at fault, please." When he was about to be murdered by Cain, Joshua quickly stopped. Rawls cried and begged, "Please, forgive me this time." Cain replied, "You should say less words if you want to live longer." Joshua stepped closer and ordered, "I told you to stop." Cain replied coldly, "This guy dares to threaten someone in the Duke's family. Therefore, he needed to be punished, even though they were one of the 3 knights serving the Duke's family. The red blood was the lowest level. If he serves me, then this is a good opportunity for a red blood like him. He is probably the strongest person in the rank. He has enough skills to subdue soldiers with just a few sword strokes. Simple." Joshua wondered, "You just said your name is Cain. Before you do, let me ask you something. Who are you serving?" Cain pondered for a moment and then replied, "I serve Duke Anyus." "So another question, who are we?" Looking at Joshua's attitude, Cain thought, as I expected, that scary eye, very similar to him. Joshua ordered, "Put the sword back." Cain quickly complied, "I will obey your orders." Narrowly escaping death, Rolls quickly bowed his head, "Waiting for your gratitude." "Thank you master, I will be loyal to you all my life, thank you for forgiving me." Joshua replied fiercely, "I don't need your loyalty, I will never forgive those who insult me and my family. However, because you are quick-witted, I know you understand what I mean." Told the remaining soldiers to leave here and not say a word about today. "If you dare to do the same thing again, I will personally end your lives. If you already understand, then get lost." Rolls ran away on all fours, I understand, sir. Lucia is now lying flat on the ground. Hearing the noise, Joshua quickly looked after it. Cain wondered, "Are you really the boss I know?" Joshua replied, "What a strange question. Isn't it too different, the owner I know? The child of the concubine, the one who never shows up, the one who collects manure from the stables." These words made Cain quiet for a while. He lowered his voice and said, "Master, all knights under the Anyus family must always comply with Duke Anyus's orders. I believe in my hunch, next year, I will leave there, and serve Master Joshua." He made the decision while still thinking about the future. It would be great if he could choose the right bright gems in the Duke family such as Babel. Joshua exclaimed, "You are really weird." Suddenly Lucia walked over and lovingly called, "Joshua." She used her eyes filled with love to ask, "You're okay, Joshua?" Seeing his beloved mother, Joshua was moved to run to hug her. He cried and said, "From now on, no matter what happens, I will always protect my mother. I'm truly grateful to God for giving me a chance to return to the past and redo the things I regret. This time will be different. I will not cower and suffer anymore. I am not the child of a concubine who collects horse manure every day, Joshua Van Anyus, but the peerless spear knight, Joshua." Right now, at the Anyus mansion. Duke Anyus said, "Chiffon, you said Count Rebrika was coming to visit." "Yes, I will escort him to the reception room." However, the Count Rebrika did not come alone. Lady Iselin came with him. "He's planning to come here and see how it all ends." The prickly guest who suddenly came to visit the Duke was Count Ponseljan Rebrika. Even if his position was lower than the Duke, his influence on this empire could not be forgotten. And the Earl's daughter, Iselin, is also one of the geniuses known to everyone. Just like Master Babel, she is a genius in magic, and at the age of 9, she started studying in the second-year program. If energy is defective, it is called an energy curse. Then those who are blessed with innate mana resources are called the blessing of heaven. Iselin is one of the children who received God's blessing. The blessing allows the user to sense and use mana without being taught. It is said to be a great gift from the demon god, Art. "That's why it's an honor for me to visit us," Duke Anyus said. "I guess I'll be hanging around Poncel all day today." Chiffon replied, "On his next birthday Master Babel will be 15 years old." They started to worry because in less than 3 years he will reach the age of adulthood. Hearing these words, Duke Anyus pondered for a moment and then replied, "However, Babel." On the other side, Chiffon reports, there is Lady Cheryl. Hearing that, Duke Anyus said, "Yes, Babel already has her, so how can I?" The 5 Grand Dukes of the Avalon Empire have great influence over their territory. Lady Cheryl is the daughter of the Pontier family. This family rose to the dukedom thanks to the wealth they have. Chiffon said, "Like I said, this was the right choice to choose Lady Cheryl. After considering the Pontier family, it doesn't matter how much, but it's quite humiliating." Talent, which Duke Anyus was always greedy for, could be compared to his greed for martial arts. He is someone who relies on his talent to treat others. That was the head of Duke Anyus' family. Suddenly, Duke Anyus stopped. Chiffon was curious. "What's the matter, Duke?" He replied, "What about Joshua?" Chiffon startled and exclaimed, "What, you mean?" "I was thinking, give Iselin to Joshua." "Duke, how could you do that? You gave Lady Iselin, who received blessings from heaven, to someone with an energy curse." There was a muffled call, "Master Joshua." Joshua stands alone in the middle of an ancient tower. In the northern garden of the ducal palace, there is an ancient stone. "In my previous life, I often went there to feel close to my late mother." Joshua tried to climb up high and exclaimed, "Has it always been this high? And there is also a secret path that I accidentally found. I remember it was around here." Joshua used his hand to hit the ground hard. He silently said, "This is where I found Lugia." Joshua raised his finger and bit it hard. Drops of blood slowly dripped to the ground. Immediately, a strange phenomenon appeared. Joshua confidently stepped inside that strange vortex. "If you go through there, you will reach a secret place. In the foreground is an ancient castle." Joshua walked inside, carefully observing everything around. He asked himself, "That's all? Is it really the temple he saw in his previous life? The first time I saw this place, it wasn't destroyed at all." And inside the temple, in the middle of the pedestal, the Lugia was stuck there and chained. But there is only one iron bar. "Where's Lugia?" Joshua walked in front of a huge table. He proudly held up the iron stick. Right away. There was a mysterious force that pushed him away. Joshua was scared and quickly closed his eyes to feel. When that energy dissipated, he slowly opened his eyes, his expression confused. What? Suddenly Joshua's face looked panicked. He looked around in disbelief. This is where it is, it's an empty space. Suddenly a voice spoke up, over here. Joshua shouted in panic and asked, who are you? Looking at the iron bar in front of him, Joshua asked bewilderedly, the iron bar, just now. As soon as he finished speaking, the iron bar answered, I am not the iron bar. I am the soul of the demon god, Lugia. Joshua exclaimed startled, of the demon god, you mean the demon god's treasure? You mean the Lugia of the past life is the soul of the demon god, moreover, it changed its shape. Damn, what is this? It can't be, it also changed after returning to the past with Mia? Lugia said quickly, we don't have time, you mean. As time passes, the two energies within him will corrode his body. There is only one method to stabilize the two energies within him and restore the power hidden within him. You should restore the power within you using a short-term method. With the current situation, you should meet the minimum requirement of level 4 magic spear. Magic teaches the ancient magic I once learned. With this method, I have found a way to cultivate mana, demonstrating a huge source of power. Integrant, the sword is said to be the strongest weapon. And the spear is often said to be a fragile weapon. However, the number of people who were able to fight and resist me in my previous life can be counted on the fingers of one hand. At that time, my magic teaching was at level 4. If we compare, a knight can show off his sword with the power of mana when he reaches level A, like a master who is an absolute individual. At level 8, my magic spear reached level 5, and I became the strongest knight in the empire. Level 4, also just one level lower, at an untested level 8 level. There are a few things I need to complete before that. It's not too difficult, but I don't have time. The problem is just that, with the current situation, mana farming can be very difficult. Lugia consoled, don't worry, I will be with you soon. You will be able to use as much mana as you want and there will be no consequences. Joshua wondered, was that really possible? Reconcile yourself, once you reach supreme power, and begin searching for a power different from mine. My goal will be, now there will be a fixed number next time. What, Lugia, what are you talking about? Hey, Lugia. As soon as he finished speaking, Lugia immediately disappeared. Returning to the castle building, he was still holding that iron bar tightly in his hand. Nothing is out of the ordinary. Looking at the iron bar made Joshua deep in thought. He thought that every time he was near Lugia, he could use some mana. The method of cultivating mana you will find somewhere on this continent, the only thing I have. Whether you may or may not summon it is at least enough to be able to withstand it. That's level 1 magic teaching. Joshua's eyes were full of enthusiasm. He enjoyed trying a few punches with the iron bar. Joshua exclaimed, I did it. Great, I can do it. To use level 11 spear magic, step 1, concentrates mana at a specific point. And stabbed forward with explosive power. This is just the beginning, Kaiser Van Britten. I will become stronger and take everything from you. Elsewhere, at Duke Anius's mansion, in the reception room of Duke Anius. Anius's housekeeper called out. Duke Anius has arrived. From outside, Anius and Chiffon strutted in. Duke Anius said, we have some strange guests. Cheryl replied, it's an honor to meet the Duke. Anius said, say Rin, why are you so late? As soon as he finished speaking, Earl Cox, standing next to him, replied, it's my fault, Your Highness. Miss Cheryl is a bit impatient, so it took us quite a while to explain. Cheryl arrogantly replied, well, sorry about something. It's very nice to meet you even though you live in the capital, so meeting now is appropriate, right? Count Cox is a different character, the head of the Pontier family. All the money in this family must pass through his hands. He replied, it was an honor to hear that. Since you've apologized, then why don't you dedicate yourself to my family? Duke, it's been a long time since I've seen you. You're still as mean as ever. Why did you steal an important member of someone's family so nonchalantly? Duke Anius laughed, so it's the Cheryl, the one who performed the ceremony. I wonder if it's the Cheryl I know. Cheryl expressed, I heard that Babel will become a knight of the highest rank. Is that right? I was thinking when should I start recruiting a husband? Earl Cox reminded me that day, young lady, those words are too true, Worth. Then he bowed his head and apologized to the Duke. The young lady was still very immature. The Duke waved his hand, it's okay, she's behaving according to her age, right? Then he turned to the two Duke Rebrika's family and said, "Please forgive me. Pincel, I forgot you were here." Iseline, Count Pozel's daughter, greeted the Duke with dignity. "I am honored to meet the Duke." Cheryl was irritated when she saw Iseline's figure. "What? Why is she here?" Count Cox quickly reminded. "Princess, why are you behaving like that?" Cheryl suddenly laughed and told Joshua's story. "Oh yeah, I heard that the concubine's son defeated 3 soldiers. I don't know if that's true or not." Earl Cox panicked. "Princess, you have to be careful when talking." Cheryl blushed. "Is there something wrong with what I said? I'm just curious, so I asked." Cox tries his best to educate, if people ask about unconfirmed things. Chiffon interrupted Count Cox's words. "He was right, Princess Cheryl, it's just unconfirmed rumors. Not only that, Master Joshua was born with a weak body, he also had a mana curse." Cheryl was curious, "So why did he defeat those 3 soldiers?" Count Paz was surprised. "Really, Master Joshua has a mana curse?" Iseline just remained silent when hearing these news about her future husband. Ducanius asked the Count, "Pozel, you came at the right time, could you take care of that child for me?" Pozel was bewildered. "What?" Ducanius continued, "Aren't you training the 5th-rate magician class in the Empire? You are definitely more sensitive to mana than a knight like me. I hope you will take care of the child." Pozel pondered. "This is the time I need to score points with Ducanius." Pozel immediately agreed. "Yes, I will take care of him." Chiffon wondered and asked Ducanius, "Duke, I ventured to ask, I want to go and see if Master Joshua's condition is okay, before you leave the capital." The Duke frowned. "What do you mean?" Chiffon persuaded the Duke, "Shouldn't we confirm if Master Joshua is really suffering from the mana curse? We can confirm if the rumors are true." The Duke hesitated. "Chiffon, why do you have that intention?" Chiffon replied, "As long as it is determined, I will let the appropriate knight supervise him." The Duke was surprised. "Why did you even call a knight, just because of the 9-year-old boy?" Chiffon affirmed, "If he has the power as rumored, then it's best, we should prepare as soon as possible. I will assign someone suitable for this job." Chiffon is quite confident. "I'm sure you will be very satisfied with my choice." In Chiffon's office, he stomped his hand on the table, looking nervous. "Is Kane being summoned?" Chiffon said to Kane. "I received your report, Kane. You said there was a conflict." Righteous Kane replied, "Yes, sir." Chiffon with a stern face, "According to the law, you should have been brought to trial, right? Isn't that too hasty?" Kane confided, "Those people intentionally harmed the Duke's wife." Chiffon jumped up in surprise. "What did you say? Is what you said true?" Chiffon gritted her teeth in indignation. "How dare they do that to Vanessa?" Kane honestly corrected, "It wasn't Vanessa, it was Lucia Chiffon." Chiffon sighed and sat down. "So you're saying that those 2 soldiers were crippled by a maid?" Kane didn't seem happy to hear Chiffon's maid being called a maid. He said again, "Lady Lucia is also officially considered the Duke's wife. She's not someone that the common soldiers can touch." Kane said with determination, "The way they acted as if they were challenging and insulting the Duke, if I were them, I would gladly admit my guilt and accept the punishment." Chiffon sat quietly listening to Kane's words. "He seems to want to get this over with." "Okay, we'll get over this time, I have something for you to do." Kane is willing. "I'm ready to take orders." Chiffon sternly said to Kane, "Hey Kane, from today, you will serve Master Joshua." Kane was surprised. "What, fighting with Master Joshua?" Chiffon reaffirmed, "Yes, due to recent incidents we need to confirm whether Master Joshua is under the mana curse or not. He could be the one cursed by mana." Chiffon continued, "But the Duke did not accept that. If we continue like this, he will be the rock that stands in Master Babel's way." Kane doubts, "Do you think Master Babel will lose?" "He doesn't." Chiffon shouted, "Kane, don't talk nonsense, Master Babel is a unique genius." Chiffon sternly reminded Kane, "Do you think a person like Master Babel would dodge that rock that was in his way?" Kane remained silent and did not respond anymore. Kane has different thoughts about Joshua, the rock. That child in his eyes is like a meteorite piercing through the sky and crashing into the ground. Chiffon advised Kane, "Your fight with Master Joshua will be kept secret. Inject a small amount of mana into Joshua. If he is cursed by mana, then his body will not accept mana. And mana is like a poison to a man cursed with mana. If mana flows into his body, it is guaranteed that he cannot live more than 10 days. Kane felt incredible about Chiffon. "I knew he was on Master Babel's side, but I couldn't believe he would do something like that." Chiffon told Kane, "If you understand what I'm saying, Then wait at the training ground, the Duke and Earl will be there." "Yes sir," Kane replied. Kane quickly moved to the training ground. He reached out and pulled out a sword. Kane's heart was heavy with thoughts. Even if it was a direct order from above, I didn't want to harm Master Joshua, because I had decided to protect him. While he was lost in thought, Joshua came over. Joshua greeted him. "You are Kane, right?" "Hello Master," Kane greeted back. Joshua was very curious and asked Kane again, "I heard you will be my opponent." Kane respectfully replied, "Yes, it seems the Duke wants me to have a battle with you, to test your abilities." Joshua wasn't worried at all. He was quite excited. "Was that all? Did the Duke let you do that?" Joshua was calculating in his heart. It seemed like he realized he wouldn't use his full strength. "Okay, I accept it all." Kane expressed his assurance to Joshua, "You don't need to worry, because I have no intention of fighting with you." Joshua was bewildered. "He has no intention of fighting with me." Joshua doesn't believe it. "That's ridiculous. Are you looking down on me?" Kane stammered, "Master, that's because..." Joshua confidently said to Kane, "Although you choose the right master you want to serve, but so do I. I also have standards to choose who serves me. And I have no reason to choose someone with such weak and trivial thoughts." Kane was awakened by Joshua's words. Joshua has hope in Kane. "If you want to see who I really am, then do your best, draw your sword and fight hard." While Joshua was doing ideological work for Kane, just as Duke Anyus and 2 earls and 2 princesses arrived, the Duke asked the 2 of you, "It seems you are both here, you both introduced ourselves together yet?" Kane bowed respectfully, honored to meet the Duke. Looking at Joshua's attitude of not greeting the Duke, Chiffon silently assessed, he was still as rude to Duke Anyus as usual. Then, Joshua bowed. Joshua von Anyus was honored to meet the Duke. Duke Anyus was a little surprised. "I don't remember teaching you etiquette, but you did very well." Chiffon was surprised. Joshua responded to the Duke's compliment, "I just learned from someone else." The Duke asked Joshua, "So have you heard?" Joshua replied, "Yes, you will test my strength." Chiffon walked closer to Joshua and said to him, "Master Joshua, there seems to be a bit of a misunderstanding. This is not a test. The Duke is just taking care of you. We are only doing this to find out your poor skills to have a suitable practice plan." Joshua knew it in his heart. He just wanted to find out his weakness. This bastard is on Babel's side. That's why he wanted to take advantage of the test to kill me. Duke Anyus asked Kane, "Are you ready?" Kane said loudly, "Ready. Please take orders from him." "But there is a turning point here," Duke Anyus announced in a low voice. "Kane, it seems you have a bit of a misunderstanding. The one fighting Joshua is not you, but Babel." Babel strutted to the training ground. "I, Joshua's brother, will help him as much as possible." Babel gave Joshua a venomous look with a hidden greeting, "My beloved brother." When Joshua saw this name, his anger rose and he cursed him in his heart. 6 Duke Anyus made it clear for everyone to understand, because this is a test match, we will not use real swords, instead we will use wooden swords in practice. Babel excitedly drew his sword. "Yes." He gave the sword to Joshua and teased Joshua, "I don't think the match needs to be so tense." Joshua silently made up his mind. "Babel, Chiffon, you all wanted me to die so you created such a scene, but it's not that easy. Joshua is confident, so I will show you my performance." Joshua held the wooden stick and stepped forward. His attitude made both the Duke and Chiffon a bit surprised. Joshua held the Lugia stick forward and announced, "I only need this." Cheryl sneered, "He really has a sense of humor." Earl Cox next to him quickly reminded Cheryl of her slip of the tongue. "Princess Cheryl, why did she say that?" "Chiffon is serious, this is not something to joke about. What are you going to do with that wooden stick?" Duke Anyus stopped Chiffon from talking. He asked Joshua again, "Are you really serious?" Joshua affirmed, "Yes." Duke Anyus also realized there was a difference in Joshua. He remained silent and did not say more. After thinking for a while, he also agreed to let Joshua use the wooden stick. He ordered Chiffon, "Okay, take the guests to their seats." Chiffon had to obey. "Yes, I understand." Before the match, the Duke reminded Babel, "There's nothing more to say, Babel, you can't use mana." Babel is already fighting hard. He quickly replied, "You don't need to worry." He thought to himself, "Fighting this brat and having to use mana, what a waste." Kane stood to the side, looking suspiciously at Joshua. "Master Joshua, what are you thinking?" When everyone had moved to a sitting position far away from the training ground, Babel scorned Joshua, Do you think you can block my sword with just that wooden stick? Well, I think you are suitable for the role of a dung collector. Better horse, you trash. When both sides were ready, Dukanius shouted, "Let's begin." Babel began to dance in front of Joshua, but Babel was almost hit directly in the face by Joshua's wooden stick. Babel now looks like he's no longer disdainful. It starts with thousands of questions about why it is like that. Babel is determined not to lose. His tone mocks Joshua. "It seems like you learned a trick to play tricks on me. Do you think you can outsmart me?" Joshua did not flinch when confronting Babel. He understood him well. Even though he was a sea-level knight, he was only speedy and his mind was immature. With a wooden stick, Joshua easily stopped and even fought back against Babel. Babel was angry when he was hit on the arm. "You bastard, how dare you!" He was angry and rushed forward. "A child of a concubine dares to challenge me, how dare you!" Before Babel could hit anyone, Joshua thrust the tip of the wooden stick into the center of his chest. Joshua's hands were steady, his expression on the contrary was a disparagement for Babel. Babel was beaten to a pulp and was still cursing Joshua. "How dare you, scum like you!" Seeing that Babel had not yet fallen down, Joshua exclaimed, "You endured well, Babel." Joshua thought about the plan, now continuing to keep his distance. Suddenly Joshua's eyes were surprised. Babel didn't listen to the Duke anymore. He used up all his mana. He shouted, "You should go back to where you belong." Everyone was panicking. "What about mana? At that distance, it's dangerous." Dukanius was startled and shouted loudly to stop Babel. Babel quickly stopped. Babel refused to listen to any objections, and the training ground erupted in an explosion. Dukanius turned his eyes to the training ground to watch the results. The broken wooden sword flew out, but Babel still stood there. And there was Joshua. He was unharmed. He firmly grasped the wooden stick and stabbed it straight at Babel's position. Count Isin was surprised. "What is going on? That flow of mana?" Babel was furious. "What a lie, this bastard, does he really have mana?" Babel thought about his father's wishes and now felt pressured. The Duke told him, "I will wait for your results." Right now, Babel felt like he was cheated. He couldn't believe it. He went crazy, rushed forward and wanted to kill Joshua. "I will not accept someone like you, the heir must be me." Joshua gained his past life memories and realized that, 10 years later, the dukedom would disappear after the empire's civil war. Joshua also moved forward to receive Babel's move. He was still calculating in his head, "If from now on I had support from behind, this would help my plan go a few steps further." Joshua has decided, "I have to get this Duke position." Seeing that the situation was too dangerous, Dukanius stood up and ordered him to stop. Cheryl's ears were deafened by the battle. She held her ears and cried out in discomfort. "Cold Dukanius, I won't forgive you if you keep fighting like that." Babel looked at Joshua with anger rising. Shaphan witnessed everything. He was not happy to see Joshua's power. It was impossible. He was only 9 years old and had such a terrible amount of mana. This would make the world go crazy. The Duke looked up at Shaphan and asked, "Come on Shaphan, is that enough?" Shaphan was startled. "Yes, yes." Shaphan still stubbornly finds a reason to lower Joshua. "However, I have never seen this type of mana." Count Isin also added information. "My lord, according to my observations, this is definitely mana." Isin thoughtfully added, "Looking at the amount of mana that Master Joshua possesses, it must be much more than Master Babel. That is a type of mana that I have never seen, the highlight of this type of mana." Nosy Cheryl interrupted Count Isin's words. "Wow, so he's a magician." Cain was quite surprised at Joshua's power. "This horror is so scary." Dukanius's attention to Joshua, who is only 9 years old, is so interesting. Shaphan is intentionally making things difficult, "But my lord, that flow of mana." Dukanius interrupted him. "Shaphan, do you have anything else to say?" Shaphan trembles. No, sir." The Duke approached Joshua and ordered him, "Joshua, I have something to ask you. Come to my room tonight." Shaphan was surprised. Babel is no less. He was extremely bitter. His father never called anyone into his room. Babel was so angry that he trembled and looked at Joshua. But that bastard, just a guy who scooped up horse manure, was given special permission to do that. Joshua agreed with the Duke's order. "I understand, I will come to see you tonight, Dukanius." So the match between Joshua and Babel is over. Back to the princess's living room. Princess Cheryl is jumping up and down with joy. "Isn't it great, really great? Earl Cox is so tired of this girl. Please calm down, princess, please keep your integrity." Cheryl is full of praise for Joshua. I can't believe he's only 9 years old and he's already a magician. Isn't that unbelievable? Cheryl quickly made a decision. Okay, I've decided. Count Cox doesn't understand. What is the decision? Cheerful Cheryl, the son of a concubine. Cheryl's ambition. Joshua, is his name right? He will be mine. 6. The dramatic events have passed and of course Chiffon must quickly find Vanessa's room. With Vanessa's personality, she slapped Chiffon in the face when she heard the news that her son lost to Joshua. She snorted, Chiffon, you say it again. What's wrong with Babel? Chiffon replied with a trembling voice, Master Babel lost to Joshua. Vanessa gritted her teeth angrily. She could hardly believe it. How could she do it? To release her anger, Vanessa repeatedly slapped Chiffon's face. She was extremely confused. That kid knows how to use mana, and is even stronger than Babel. How is that possible? Vanessa tried to calm down to ask Chiffon, and what did he say? Chiffon respectfully replied, it seems he will bring Joshua to the capital. Vanessa was surprised. To a party? Chiffon honestly judged, because he witnessed what Joshua could do, he observed him. Chiffon quickly advised Vanessa, no matter what, things will get worse if we don't act quickly. Vanessa still blamed Chiffon. If you complete the task well, then everything will go away. Come to this country. Even though Chiffon is a bit nervous, it also shows determination. Please don't worry, Lady Vanessa, I will definitely take care of everything well. Vanessa is skeptical, so what's going on? Chiffon expressed, although this is my thought, it seems that Ducanius is trying to inform the king that Joshua is a C-ranked mana user. Vanessa doubts, do you still think he will do it? Chiffon affirmed, not only the Duke witnessed it with his own eyes, but also the 2 earls witnessed it. Even if he couldn't use mana, they still put him through this test. Vanessa was surprised. What is the test? Chiffon recounted the battle at that time. It was true, to be recognized as a Knight C. Was forced to fight one of the royal knights and showed that he could use mana on the battlefield. Vanessa's face brightened a bit when she heard this. Is that so? That kid has to fight with the royal knight. Oh my god, I need to call your uncle. Keeping his promise, Joshua went to Duke Agnes and knocked on his door. He spoke up to announce his arrival. It's me, it's Joshua, the Duke replied, come in. Joshua pushed the door open and saw the Duke waiting for him. Joshua respectfully bowed, please call me. The Duke frowned again and looked at Joshua, confused, and asked him, who are you? Joshua stood still, a little stunned, then slowly replied, I am. He boldly looked straight at the Duke, Joshua Pananius. Serious Duke, okay. It seems you've changed a lot since the last time I saw you. Joshua added, it's been a long time since then. The Duke asked him kindly, do you have prejudice against me? Joshua confidently replied, no, Duke, because you have to worry about the royal family, so it's obvious that you can't care about me, course. Speaking of this, Joshua stood up and made a request. However, I have a request. Ducanius was bewildered, asking, an apology. Joshua dismissed it. It's not that useless thing. Joshua realized in his heart that in this cruel world, all apologies have no effect. Joshua boldly said, that's what you brought me to the capital. The Duke did not immediately agree. He instead wanted to see Joshua's bravery. Are you sure I will take you to the capital? Joshua is strong. Sure, the Duke asked again. So why do you think so? Joshua now calmly explained, there are 2 reasons. One is because Babel is your next successor, but I appeared to influence this matter. I think the best way to prevent family conflicts is sending me to another place. After hearing this, the Duke felt a bit regretful. I see, the boy not only possesses martial arts talent, if only I could have trained him sooner. Joshua is still continuing to explain, and the other reason is that you want to possess me, who can be of great benefit, if I can grow beyond you. The Anyus family will rise again. The more Joshua spoke, the more directly he hit the Duke's heart. The key point was that even the royal family couldn't get involved in this matter. After hearing this, Ducanius somewhat acknowledged Joshua, I understand, being able to say those words, you probably know that you possess some ability. Joshua is steadfast, I just know I won't let you down. Ducanius fell into contemplation, very impressed, very confident even though he was standing in front of me. He asked a little more, do you mean you have found a way to solve the problem? Joshua definitely, yes, it was to take me to a party, and send me to the academy. During this era, the royal children of the Avalon Empire, from the ages of 10 to 15, had to attend the academy in the capital for 6 years. Some like Babel would graduate early. Why royal families use academies as a method of instilling royal ideology in their children, and at the same time finding hidden talents. Dukanius probes Joshua, so as you said, I will take you to the capital with me, at the same time, I will visit often because the place I work is nearby, huh? Joshua paused for a few seconds to think, being taught swordsmanship by Dukanius, one of the 5 masters, this was his chance but then Joshua confidently replied, everything will be fine. The Duke doubted, is it okay? Joshua added, I know you are a master of the long sword but I. Joshua boldly pointed towards the spear sword and said, I will use the spear sword as my main weapon. Dukanius was startled, huh, dear, the Duke is confused, I was worried when he chose the stick in the fight. The Duke wondered why it was a spear. As he spoke, the Duke poured mana towards Joshua. Joshua was surprised while trying to defend himself and struggling to find a response plan. A large amount of mana was being emitted, he couldn't stand. Joshua quickly regained his composure, but just like Dukanius was confident in his swordsmanship, I was also proud that my spearmanship was unmatched. Joshua shouted, I will let you taste my spear, even if it means I will have to face the 9 stars. The Duke was surprised, you said you would defeat the 9 stars, then prove that your spear is valid. Joshua is confused, what does it mean? Stern Duke, I will examine you myself. Before this great challenge, Joshua did not hesitate at all, he felt excited, Dukanius was one of the 9 stars, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Dukanius asked again, are you satisfied? Joshua hasn't stopped yet, yes but there is still a condition, another condition. The Duke was curious, Joshua started giving conditions. If I pass your test, I hope you accept the request I mentioned before. Dukanius quite comfortably agreed, okay, if you pass the test, not only can you use the spear, I promise to fulfill all your requests. The Duke also made the opposite request, however, if you fail the test then you must listen to my request. Joshua didn't have much in mind, his request was definitely to go to the academy and learn swordsmanship. Joshua excitedly agreed, I agreed, that's what he said but Joshua's heart didn't want that, there was no such thing, because I will show everything I have. On Vanessa's side, she was preparing some mysterious and dangerous magic ball. Chiffon received orders from Vanessa and just completed her mission. Lady Vanessa, I have prepared everything. Vanessa is quite satisfied, okay. She hinted, long time no see, is everything okay? She was secretly meeting with a character, she said hello. It's been a long time, is everything okay? The man appearing through the sphere happily replied, of course, I'm enjoying myself very much here, luxurious palace, how is the Duke's side? Vanessa started asking for help, actually something happened here, and I wanted to ask for your help. The negotiation ended, Joshua opened the door and left the place where the Duke had arranged to meet him. He calmed down and evaluated himself. As I expected, the person who reached the ultimate realm is amazing. My body is still shaking a bit. While thinking about it, Babel came over with a frown, hey Joshua, come out and see me. Joshua doesn't want to talk to this guy, do I have something to tell you? Joshua leaves but Babel stops him, wait. Babel wants revenge, fight me again. Babel's mouth is big but he already noticed something different about Joshua, his eyes are different from usual. His soul, his enthusiasm was reflected in his eyes, he didn't want to let himself lose again. Joshua is confident, are you sure? Scene changes to the king's palace, Kaltika Palace. After hearing the news about Joshua, the king exclaimed. Really? He praised Joshua, a shining talent in the Star Onus family. Jacqueline reaffirmed, yes that's right, the king couldn't help but exclaim, does Vanessa have a child like that? King Marcus was surprised, what, could it be the child of a concubine? Jacqueline had to tell the truth, it could be said that he was the child of a family servant. When the king heard this, he was very interested, it was very interesting. The king must respect Dukanius, Babel alone is like a diamond in a pile of gravel, but it seems that Dukanius owns 2 diamonds at the same time, so enviable. Jacqueline pleases the king, the princess also has a talent that resonates throughout the country, sir, the king sighed, that is not true. King Marcus is a bit sad, recently there have been some people who inherited the king's talents, but considering the skills they possess, they couldn't be weaker. The king is ruining them, the current princes are quite talented, but the king places too high demands on them, conditions that are difficult to achieve. Because of that, the king's demands on talent were quite excessive. Marcus frowned and assessed, yes, if Dukanius did not hide his second son, then his skills could be on par with Babel. Jackie added more news. Actually, there was a rumor that Babel was defeated by that kid. The king was shocked. What, was defeated? That kid was bigger than Babel. Jackie replied, he is only 9 years old. The king stood still in disbelief. A child only 9 years old had a talent that made the entire empire admire him. The king couldn't hide his laughter. It was so interesting, so we have to confirm it quickly. Jackie agreed, yes, that's true. Maybe this is the plan of Duke Anyus's family, requested to send soldiers to the royal family. Jackie carefully evaluates Joshua. I think that kid is at the level of a knight. The king became more and more curious. Had he been granted a rank since he was 9 years old? That was truly a good thing. I was curious, how strong was he? Jackie thought to himself, the emperor wouldn't personally test the energy of a 9-year-old boy, soon he would have unimaginable power in his hands. Jackie stopped the king, you don't need to waste your energy to take care of such things. The king reluctantly did it. I also wanted to come, but that would be too humiliating, I couldn't do it. As if a dog was waiting with its eyes wide open for food to appear, the king also wants to wait until the end. Anyway, send one of the princes there. Having an eye for choosing people is one of the talents a king should have. On the other side, Joshua is fighting with Babel according to Babel's challenge, and the king here is full of contemplation. It depends on how to choose what he wants to eat from the dishes we have prepared. The more Joshua fought, the more determined he became. He did not want to lose to the bad guy Babel. Babel is struggling to defend against Joshua's attacks. Babel cannot decipher the power in Joshua. The mana gathered in that punch, is this guy that strong? Joshua kindly reminded Babel, I can guess what you're thinking, control your emotions. Confident Joshua, I will show you what is the technical fear you are mocking. Babel fear, what? Babel tries to save his face, don't underestimate me. Babel swung his sword and passed over Joshua's head. Joshua gently responded, flashing light. This response sent Babel flying and falling backwards. Babel is panicking. Is he focusing his mana on just one part of his body? Babel was scared and frantically trying to find a solution. I didn't want to admit defeat, but this kid was really stronger than me. Joshua approached the place where Babel was lying flat. Not satisfied, Joshua encouraged General Babel, then become stronger. Never forget today, after receiving a punch from someone you've always despised. Right now I just want to end your life. Babel was weak and bitter but could only stay silent and listen to Joshua blame, insult and trample on me and my mother. Joshua was helpless and had to let it go, but I only let it go this time because, in my eyes, you also have that ability, if you don't change that damn attitude. Joshua pinned his words to Babel, I will make you unable to hold a sword for the rest of your life. Babel was trembling in fear. Joshua left but didn't forget to give a warning, and don't forget today's match. Babel cried all the time, he was so angry, he could only swear in anger. The next day at the Anyus palace. Joshua woke up after a tiring day, so tired, it seemed like he used too much mana yesterday. Joshua looked at his fist, even though I was able to control mana after absorbing Lugia, I still had to suffer the side effects, couldn't my body handle it? Just then there was a knock on the door. Joshua thought, did Cain come so early? Joshua quickly opened the door, you came earlier than I thought. But it was Cheryl, not Cain. Who came? Cheryl was surprisingly polite when she asked Joshua, hello, you are Joshua Poon Anyus, right? Joshua was confused, who are you? Cheryl happily introduced herself, I'm Cheryl de Pontier, I'm from the Duke Pontier family. I heard you're 3 years younger than me, so how should I address you? Cheryl cheerfully added, you can call me sister if you want, it's not convenient for us to stand here and talk, or should we go inside and talk? I have a lot of curious things about you. Cheryl was about to rush into Joshua's room, but Joshua blocked her door. Hey! Joshua leaned into Cheryl's ear and coldly chased her away. Quick as lightning, Joshua slammed the door shut, leaving Cheryl standing outside stunned. Joshua nervously walked into the room with an uncomfortable attitude. What's going on? It's only early in the morning. Before he could get on the bed, there was a knock on the door. Joshua guessed it was Cheryl. Hasn't she left yet, or am I ignoring her? But the knocking on the door still rang out. Joshua was upset. She didn't understand human language. Joshua put on an annoyed attitude and opened the door. He shouted loudly, I told you to go away. But this time the person who came was Cain. Cain was also startled and didn't understand what was going on. Cain asked confusedly, Master, are you busy? I'll come back later. Joshua replied softly, "Sorry, I mistook you for someone else." Joshua asked the situation, "Anyway, how is it going?" Kane seemed very thoughtful. "I'm all prepared." Kane wondered and wanted to ask more, but I still didn't understand why he did that. Joshua doesn't give a clear answer. "You just need to listen to what I say. When the time is ripe, you will know." Kane. Right now in the training hall of Anyu's palace, students are flocking here following the summons. The two talkative guys, as soon as they saw Rolls, asked him curiously, "Hey, Rolls, where did you sell Gordon Whip? I heard that those two guys were knocked out, is that true?" Rolls ignored him and didn't answer. The guy with curly blonde hair was upset. "Look at you, who stole your rice book?" The other guy started to question. "Those guys bullied Joshua, are they infected from Isn't the Kid?" The long-haired guy didn't stop. "But anyway, who is the one who gathered the knights here?" The curly blonde replied, "I heard he is a knight from red blood, so today's training must be difficult. This is very difficult." As soon as he finished speaking, Kane loudly announced, "Pay attention." Kane and Joshua bravely arrived. The knights below were in a stir. Knight Kane from the red blood had arrived. What, that boy was Joshua? When Rawls saw Joshua coming, he trembled. Why did Master Joshua come here? Kane sternly told the knights, "Today's training session will be led by Master Joshua, he will help everyone." Joshua now speaks up strongly, "I am Joshua Van Anyus, and I have been given the task of training all of you." The knights were stunned, not understanding what was going on. Joshua added, "The knights standing here may later become commanders leading the defense team. To achieve that, skill is the most important thing." Joshua said solemnly, "That's why, today I will personally test and evaluate your strength. All of you go up at once." The knights looked down on Joshua. They laughed. "What, are you sure, Master? You're joking, right?" Kane leaned closer to Joshua and whispered to express his concern. "Do you really have to do that, Master? Even if you are their master, fighting with a knight is a bit much." The long-haired knight agreed with Kane. "He was right, Master. If this continues you might get hurt." The blonde hair next to him responded, "Yes, even though you are a master, but do that is an insult to the knights here." Without many words, Joshua pulled out his spear. He heroically walked down the steps, preparing to lecture the knights. Joshua pointed his spear straight at Rawls standing behind those two talkative guys. "Do you really think like that?" Rawls is scared. What? Rawls turned pale in fear and stammered in response, "No. Of course I never had that thought." Joshua shouted at him, "Shut up. After seeing the reaction of the knights here, it seems you still haven't said the words I told them, right?" Rawls quickly bowed his head and asked for forgiveness. "I am truly sorry, please forgive me, Master." Joshua stabbed the spear hard into the ground right in front of Rawls. He didn't want to forgive this guy anymore. "Last time we let it go, but this time don't try." Joshua strongly accused Rawls and the other two Gort Whips. "The crime of threatening my mother was enough for you to escape, but I let it go and gave you another chance. But you let the golden opportunity slip away. There, you want your life to end like Gordon Whip, right?" The two guys suddenly seemed to understand everything. Maybe that was the reason why Gordon Whip weren't here. Did they really die at the hands of Master Joshua? Rawls sincerely begged, "Please give me another chance, Master Joshua, I beg you." Joshua replied solemnly, "There is no way to give a second chance, but for the pride of a knight Duke Anyus's house, I will give you one more chance." Joshua ordered him, "Draw your sword. If you win against me, I will pretend I don't know everything today." Rawls pondered, "Yes, if I die that way, I will fight with all my might." Thinking about it, Rawls grabbed the hilt of his sword. He had a low opinion of Joshua. "The enemy is still a child, I still have a chance to win." Rawls quickly rushed forward with his sword. Joshua was quite satisfied with Rawls's fighting attitude. But it was clear that Rawls was no match for Joshua. The master raised his sword and gently fought back. A few basic spears are enough to surprise everyone present at the training ground. No wonder, Rawls failed miserably at Joshua's spear. The knight who initially despised Joshua, is now a bit shy. Can he use mana? After solving the problem, Joshua shouted loudly, "Listen, judging their abilities based on their appearance, that is your serious mistake on the battlefield." Joshua bravely asked the knights, "Those who still doubt my strength, go ahead, I am ready to fight." Faced with Joshua's majestic attitude and ability, the second and third knights advanced. He knelt down in front of Joshua. He was respectful. The second and third knight was happy to see Master Joshua. Seeing that, the remaining knights also quickly surrendered. The 35th knight was happy to meet Master Joshua, the 13th knight was happy to meet Master, and that was the third knight. Even if it's 6, I'll ask for an audience." Kane stood behind, looking full of pride and appreciation at Joshua. Kane couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. He really did it. "My master, from now on I will do my best to support you." The scene changes to the guest room, specifically Cheryl's room, where she is sitting sullenly. Cheryl remembered Joshua's strong and loving attitude and felt nostalgic for him. While feeling melancholy, the old earl excitedly rushed in to announce, "Princess Cheryl, I have urgent news. I heard that the royal knights will be here soon." Cheryl is now sad because of love, so she doesn't care about the other knights anymore. "You chase Count Cox away. I told you to leave me alone." The count didn't know what was going on, so he kindly asked her, "Princess, is there something bothering you? From this morning until now you look like you're worried about something. Is there something wrong?" Cheryl angrily shouted, "Go away, leave me alone. Have you forgotten my instructions?" Earl Cox was stunned. "Yes, I forgot my boss's instructions." Cheryl reminded the count, "Don't forget the purpose of coming here." After listening, Cox quickly left. "It's my fault, I'll go to work right away." As soon as Cox closed the door to leave, Cheryl quickly became somber. It was so heartbreaking. The news of Joshua's punishment of Rawls reached the Duke's ears. Duke Anyus was unhappy and asked Joshua's crime. "Did you punish a knight?" Joshua frankly admitted, "Yes, that's true. You know it well, Duke." Joshua added the reason, "Those knights slandered and insulted my mother. I followed the law and punished them for daring to insult a noble family." Duke Anyus thought to himself, "I also understand this. If I were in that position, I would have directly cut off that guy's head with my sword." But outside his words he blamed Joshua. What a shame. Joshua quite lost his temper. "Are you thinking that this is a temporary action of a teenager who doesn't know how to control his emotions, right?" Duke Anyus was a bit startled by what he said, so he was a bit startled. "What do you mean, huh?" Joshua began to speak. "Just a few days ago, I was still a boy living in the stables collecting manure every day. Even if you say I have gained skills beyond imagination, I have your trust, also very difficult." Duke Anyus asked again, "So what?" Joshua forcefully told them the solution, overwhelming the power by instilling fear in their hearts. He affirmed that his way was correct, then they would never dare to threaten me or my mother again, and I was sure that all the knights would see that I also had the blood of a duke. Duke Anyus nodded. "I understand what you mean." He stood up and prepared to take Joshua with him to leave. "Now put that aside and get ready to go. We will evaluate your mana. The royal knight should be arriving soon. You must have heard the news already." "Joshua is ready." "Yes, I will go prepare." Knight Armstrong's sleeve badge is here. The knight couldn't help but exclaim, "This is so interesting. Our duke is truly lucky to have two sons who are both young knights of the first rank." Chiffon cheekily replied to the golden-maned commander, "After all, what's so good about one of them being a concubine's child?" Commander Armstrong's yellow mane caught Chiffon's heart. "You are afraid that your position will be shaken when you see Master Bob and being defeated by Master Joshua, right? Where did you hear that stuff?" While the two of them were arguing, Duke Anyus and Joshua came. The Duke scolded the two, "The royal knight is coming. Can you still stand there arguing?" The two knights quickly bowed to the Duke and greeted him respectfully. Armstrong stared at Joshua and took a look at him. "Is this Master Joshua? He looks a bit weak." Very quickly Joshua realized the royal knights had arrived. They were here. Armstrong looked over with surprise. "What? A large number of royal people are coming." Chiffon couldn't help but be surprised. Who else was coming here? Why did the royal knight bring a whole battalion here? Some prominent royal figure was stepping down from the palanquin. The fourth Prince Kaiser stepped down to say hello. "So this is Duke Anyus, one of the 9 stars." Duke Anyus was surprised. "He is the fourth prince." This name rang out. Joshua immediately pinned the name of this enemy from his previous life, the fourth Prince Kaiser Van Britain, not expecting this day to come so soon. On the other side, a knight is being attacked. He begged tremblingly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Joker, please stop." Joker didn't listen to what this guy said. He coldly swung his sword and slashed again. Joker looked extremely disdainful. "A weak person like you wants to challenge me." Just after finishing dealing with the challenging knight, someone came up and said to Joker, "I knew you would be here." This person said to Joker, "If you keep bullying newcomers like that, who would dare to join the Royal Knights anymore?" Joker reasoned, "I can't stand by and watch them act like knights, just because they could use a bit of mana." Joker warmly asked back, "But why are you here?" The other replied, "There is some task from Sir Vanessa, you must undertake it." The awkward atmosphere of the meeting between Dukanius and the four princes of the Kaiser was overwhelming. The Joker who previously received the quest is now pinned to Joshua, so I just need to make sure that that guy, Joshua, will never be able to hold a sword again. The fourth Prince Kaiser looked at Joshua happily. I guess he was the rumored Master Joshua. Joshua looked at Kaiser. Kaiser, that bastard. Evergrande saw Joshua not answering and reminded him, Master Joshua, please review your attitude, you are in the presence of a prince. Joshua smiled contemptuously and replied, there cannot be two suns in the Empire's sky, unlike what you said, the only person the knight shows respect to without needing to be reminded is the Emperor. Stop. Is there any reason for me to pay attention to the prince, whose identity is unclear? Baldong led the knights, he drew his sword and advanced, the knights moved forward, he did not forget to taunt Joshua, it seems like this boy can't control himself anymore. Baldong raised his voice, openly provoked and slandered Joshua, you are just an illegitimate son collecting horse manure, did you fall into the manure bin and become crazy? Seeing that Balmong was about to advance to attack Joshua, the Golden Mane Commander Armstrong also went up to stop him. Baldong reminded Joshua, I would understand if he was Dukanius, but why do you have to defend a lowly person like him? Armstrong explains, Master Joshua is part of the Anyus family. Dukanius could not bear it any longer, he approached and scolded the two knights, you are in the presence of the prince, do you want to die? Balmong immediately became speechless, he felt a little scared, it was one of the 9 stars, Anyus, this terrible pressure. Dukanius seriously reminded Joshua, you are the one who misbehaved, apologize immediately to the fourth prince. The fourth Prince Kaiser spoke up, it's okay, he said it right, that reaction surprised the Evergrande next to him. Evergrande worriedly told the Kaiser, this is an event where everyone will pay attention to you, if things go bad because of this, the royal family might lose its authority. The Kaiser also made a pretty good argument, I was only ridiculed because of my own pride and just because I was the fourth prince, an incompetent person. Kaiser approached Joshua with a warm attitude, and just as he said, the only person worthy of being respected by the knights was, he walked closer to Joshua and spoke loudly. It's just the Emperor, I'm fine, so please don't pay attention to the knights just now. The Kaiser with a fake face smiled and added, in addition, knights should prove that they can protect others within their ability, I'm sure he only knows nonsense, he only talks, cannot do anything. Joshua now understands Kaiser too well, as always, he uses words to turn the situation around, but that's what he can do, in this life everything will change. Joshua silently made up his mind, I will cut off your head, that is the best thing for you. Joshua also approached with a more peaceful attitude, I am always ready. Joker didn't want to calm down, he loudly scolded Joshua, you arrogant person, did you still treat the prince rudely until the end? Joker wants a chance to kill Joshua, he proposes to the Kaiser, Prince, I may be overstepping my authority to request this, but I want to evaluate the mana energy with a duel, I want to eyewitness the skill that made him able to act like that. The Kaiser also happily agreed, for your safety as well as to be fair to me, Mr. Joker, who is at B level is probably more suitable for him. Joker is very excited to achieve the concept, thank you, in this case I will do a good job of assessing Master Joshua's mana. So both sides agreed to this test match, all eyes focused on watching the match. Joshua and Joker are ready on the training ground of the Anyus family. Joker scolded Joshua, now you're still trying to trick everyone around you, Steel Bar, you think this is a game. Moral Joker Joshua, you look down on others just because everyone around you says you have a little talent, you still dare to insult the prince and the royal orders. Joshua is no slouch, I said back to him, you really talk a lot, I guess the royal knight was chosen for his speaking talent. Joker smiled meaningfully, I will make you regret what you said, you know how the contest will go, you will fight with me and I will decide if you can use mana or not. Without saying much, Joshua quickly pushed the tip of the spear towards the Joker's face. Startled him a bit, he tried his best to fend off Joshua's attack. He couldn't believe it and was also surprised, this mana energy was extremely large. But then the Joker brushed aside the danger, he counterattacked, even so it's no different than a toy, I just need to shorten the distance and I can finish you off. Joshua was secretly happy, most people when fighting with me thought they could attack when closing the distance, but I overcame that weakness through long training. The Joker was really wrong, and now the tip of the spear is being thrown above the Joker's head, making him struggle to defend. Joshua fought harder and harder. He continuously flexibly controlled his spear. making the opponent unable to react in time. But Joker is more or less B rank, so he's not dangerous at all. He can still block and escape danger. Kaiser, who was outside watching the match, had to praise Joshua. Impressive. Think he fights on par with a calf level knight at this age. Baldong thinks differently. Prince, it seems that way, but Joker is limiting his abilities to level C. But clearly Baldong saw talent in Joshua. His mana cannot be underestimated. Joshua has the advantage in technique. What is that technique? I have never seen it before. Under the training ground, Joker was still spinning around and blocking attacks from Joshua. He noticed instability. If this continued, the match would be over. He is worried. If that happens, Sir Vanessa will behead me. I have no choice. I can only bet here. Joshua also doesn't underestimate the opponent's ability. As expected at level B, he is completely on a different level than Babel. His mana is getting more and more difficult to control. His strength and mana are about to reach the limit. Joker suddenly roared and swung a powerful attack at Joshua. He was sure that he would win. He remembered his achievements. The only person who could beat him up until now was only Anyus, but I was faster at this range. The sword was swung and it was unclear what Joshua's condition was. Will he be able to survive? Joshua indeed vomited blood. The move was after all quite powerful, coming from a higher level position. Armstrong is worried. Sir, Joker's mana has exceeded level B. Master Joshua is in danger. Anyus remained calm, waiting and watching. The Joker was victorious and charged again. It seemed like you only focused your mana and didn't fight it, but this time it won't be effective. Joshua in his spear in defense. Joker already knew that mana was put into the spear. He was proud. It was useless, accumulating your mana into that spear. Balamong outside saw the dangerous situation and shouted to stop him. Joker, what are you doing? Stop immediately. Joker ignored Baldong's screams to stop him. Joshua's side was in danger and Joker's attack was very strong. Anyus held his breath waiting for the results. Balamong covered the four princes with one hand to avoid being affected, while the other looked surprised. How could this happen? Joker was pushed back and drifted away. He was very confused. I was pushed back. Joker gritted his teeth in anger. What the hell just happened? Joshua remained steady and his spear evolved. Joshua held the Lugia spear tightly in his hand, looking forward nervously. That skill, it seems like it's level B. If this continues, I'll lose. Joker continued to rush forward contemptuously, saying, it was useless, trying to accumulate mana into that bar. The collision between the level mana and the low-level sword skill, he will receive huge damage after the shock just now, and with that, his mission will be completed. Joshua gritted his teeth with determination. With my current condition, this will be very difficult, but I have no choice. Listen to my orders. Lugia. The iron bar immediately emitted bright light. Not knowing what happened, the whole room suddenly became quiet. After the beam of light, Tauntaun transformed back into the shape of the Lugia spear from before. Chiffon gasped, that was an artifact. The Kaiser also smiled with excitement. He spoke up and said, Mr. Balamong, did such a fight satisfy you? Although he still has a long way to go, I can say that his skills are very impressive. Balamong put his hand on his chest and bowed his head and replied, yes, I understand. Joshua on the other side spoke tiredly, how is it? Joker is confused, what? He trembled and said, I just blocked your attack. Joker was so angry that his eyes were showing blue veins and declared, I don't know what you did, but this will be the end of you. Just as he was about to rush forward, Baldong appeared, surprising him, thank you, Mr. Joker, the match will end here. Baldong holding the golden hilt sword glanced at Joshua silently assessing, for someone who can pass the C-level test, even blocking the attack of Joker, who has a higher rank than B. Even though I had seen Babel Voltanius, the most talented person in the Empire, I was not so surprised. What did this child hide? He raised his sword towards him and loudly declared, in the name of God, from now on, the son of Anyus, Joshua Voltanius. Officially a C-class knight, accept the Emperor's sword. Joshua thought to himself, at first, I really don't care about things like becoming a C-class knight, but if I do something stupid, it could lead to my end. The others began to applaud, including the fourth Prince Kaiser. Joshua looked towards him silently with determination. I don't want to show them my weak side, I will definitely make everyone here pay the price. Like what I had to endure in my previous life. Seeing him standing still and motionless, Anyus anxiously approached and asked, Joshua, "Are you okay?" He smirked. I had never seen that face before, thinking of him looking at me like that. Joshua replied, "I'm fine," then moved forward. He took the sword to prove his status as a knight, then raised it high, clearly, under the Empire's witness, unprecedented on the mainland. The birth of the youngest mana user. That night, Anyus's family gathered for a meeting. In the meeting room of Duke Anyus, people sat on both sides of the chair. Count Onel Vasil spoke up and ordered, "Report anything that needs attention." Knight Armstrong immediately stood up and spoke, "Recently, we just received a report that the knights who went on an expedition have suddenly returned." The Earl was surprised. "The Knights of the Golden Mane returned so early?" Armstrong recounted, "Yes, for some reason, in the Northern Territory, they reported that the number of monsters approaching the villages had doubled. And the biggest reason why they had to return, was because the Black Goblin had appeared along with other monsters. Even in the Dark Forest, the Black Elf is considered the strongest species, with the power to even crush dwarves famous for their tough skin, including 4th-level mages, and knights with sword skills higher than calf level, also have difficulty fighting them." After hearing that, the others began to stir in confusion. "What do you say? Black Goblin, is it that bad? If something like that appears near the town, is there anything that can be done to deal with them?" Duke Anyus then spoke up and said, "I will take care of this matter myself." "Let's move on to the next problem," Armstrong said. "Yes." Then continued, "The second issue, related to the family of the 5 dukes." Something flashed through Duke Anyus's mind. He frowned and asked, "Is the 5th Duke family, is it the Pontier family? Is that why Cheryl and Cox came here?" Giving me a report on this matter after the meeting, Knight Armstrong bowed his head to receive the order. Earl Onel urged, "If there are any more matters to report, please say so." Chiffon raised her hand to express her opinion. "I have something about Master Joshua." Hearing this, everyone started talking again. "I heard that he surpassed Babel, and became the youngest C-rank knight. This is good news for the Anyus family," Earl Onel reminded. "Not now, please shut up and listen to Commander Chiffon." He expressed that Master Joshua was a forgotten person in the family. The main problem here was, before he had no mana to do anything. But why a person, who suddenly becomes skilled, and becomes a first-class knight, cannot say that it is due to innate talent? The Count asked, "So, what are you trying to suggest, Commander Chiffon?" He frankly replied, "Personally I think, Master Joshua borrowed the power of a certain source, and this could jeopardize our future. If not, then I don't know how else should I explain." Armstrong wondered, "What is another source? Are you sure this is not your baseless speculation?" Chiffon said, "You also saw it with your own eyes. The weapon that Master Joshua used, is that weapon that can change shape, and has magic in it. Is it an artifact?" Chiffon added, "Above all, Master Joshua's weapon is just a steel bar. There's no way a steel bar could contain such power. When Mr. Joker attacked in the final blow, I felt a something like dark energy." The Earl started to fear. Dark energy? I guess he couldn't use dark energy to become stronger, but what does that have to do with demons and dark magic? Even though that is taboo, I think Royal Acceleration also doesn't like this. So many words flooded into Duke Anyus's brain. "Duke, if this is true, then we will all be in trouble, don't you think? We should find out that truth." "Onel is right, we need to find out the truth before it's too late." Chiffon impatiently said, "I suggest that the Master should be sent somewhere far away from here." At this moment, Joshua opened the door wide and walked in, causing the atmosphere to suddenly fall silent. He slowly walked forward. As he glanced at the Chiffon, he glanced at him and smiled coldly, saying, "Dark energy, if you're so curious, why don't you check it out yourself?" Chiffon frowned and asked, "What did you just say?" Joshua sarcastically asked, "Why don't you test for yourself whether I really borrow dark energy or not, by challenging me to a duel, or if you don't dare?" He gritted his teeth to suppress his anger. "This kid dares, he challenges me to a duel since he has the Duke's support. If I make a mistake, I have to pay the price for my words. If that power really belongs to him, then I will lose." Joshua continued to provoke, "Why did you think for so long? If you are one of the most talented knights in the family, don't you think that you should at least be confident after saying those words?" Chiffon finally couldn't bear it, emitting a cold mana and growled, "Your words are hard to hear, Master Joshua." Count Onel was shaken by his aura. He reminded, "Calm down, Commander Chiffon, you are in front of Duke Anyus." Only then did he speak. Both of them stopped. "Chiffon, there's something you probably forgot. Don't you remember who evaluated Joshua's mana?" Armstrong repeated, "That's the Royal Knight's magician. If he borrowed power from the devil, everyone there would have noticed." Dukanius said, and with that, Joshua's problem was solved. "Anyone else disagree with this?" Chiffon pursed her lips and struggled to refute. He continued, "However, Joshua, that doesn't mean everything is resolved. There are a few things we need to verify. The fact that you suddenly became stronger didn't just surprise everyone here. Me too. So, to understand your abilities, we will go to the Forest of Darkness." The Earls were surprised. "Are you planning to go into the Dark Forest yourself? Such things should be left to the knights." "That's right, there's no need to put yourself in such danger. Why don't you keep yourself safe, because you are about to go to the capital city of Akardi?" Knight Armstrong expressed, "I agree with the Earl, if anything happens to you." Dukanius calmly said, "Who do you think I am?" Everyone was quiet for a moment. He said seriously, "When the Dark Forest is cleared, I intend to take Joshua to the Royal Academy in the capital. No matter what your doubts are, Joshua's talent is an undeniable fact. According to the rules of the Anyus family, he is also given a fair chance." Chiffon secretly worried, "Damn, if that kid's talent comes back after honing his skills at the Royal Academy, then no one can touch him. Mr. Babel might be pushed out of the competition for inheritance. I need to think of a reason to keep him here. No, I need to destroy him." Joshua suddenly spoke up, "Duke, I have a request." "What is it?" "I want to go to the capital with my mother," he replied. Chiffon immediately protested, "That's not possible. Duchess Vanessa won't leave it alone if you take Lucia to the capital." Joshua wondered, "What will happen if she doesn't leave it alone? Are you saying the Duke needs her permission, for something this petty?" Everyone started staring at him. Chiffon was put in a difficult situation. "Well, if I agree, it would sound like I don't respect the Duke. I can't leave this alone. I'm being swayed by that boy." He immediately explained, "Duke, I'm just worried that if this gets out, you and Lucia will be affected." Dukanius directly interrupted him, "Forget about it. I allow you to take Lucia with you." Joshua bowed his head, "Thank you." He looked at him with satisfaction and smiled, "As I thought, he is not a normal child. How long has it been since I had this feeling? Even Babel did not make me feel this way." He asked again, "Does anyone else have an opinion on this issue?" Everyone unanimously bowed their heads slightly, following his wishes. Chiffon had no choice but to reluctantly bow to his will. Dukanius stood up and announced, "So, that matter is settled. And Armstrong, come to my chambers and take with you the knights whom you have sent away." When you have finished arranging the report about the Pontier family, the knights immediately bowed and obeyed. The Duke left. When he passed Joshua, he said, "Joshua, you will also come?" He replied, "Yes, I understand." At this moment, Babel appeared outside the door and spoke, "Please wait a moment." Chiffon was surprised, "Master Babel." He knelt down to bow. Babel von Anyus greeted the Duke. He looked at him and said, "Finally you have come, after all this time of not showing your face." He expressed, "I'm sorry, I need time to think about myself." Looking at his steadfast eyes, the Duke smiled and thought with satisfaction, "Babel has also changed, its energy has changed, this feeling is not bad." The smile only lasted for a moment, then the next second, he sternly asked, "Okay, you must have a reason to be here, what is it?" Babel stood up. He suddenly called, "Joshua." He smiled and asked, "Do you have something to tell me?" Chiffon loudly reminded dissatisfiedly, "Master Joshua, Master Babel is at a higher level than you, so show some respect." Joshua smiled coldly and sarcastically, "Are you a spokesperson for Babel or something?" He couldn't help but be surprised. "What?" He continued, "I've been paying attention for a while now, but you keep acting like you're a servant of Babel. The only master you should serve is Dukanius." Certainly, there always existed a line between knight and master. No matter how talented a knight was, if they crossed the line, they would be banished. Chiffon was nervous and broke out in a cold sweat. "What are you talking about? I'm just helping you correct your etiquette." Joshua calmly said, "Anyone can stand at the top if they have skills. If you want to express your point of view, you should improve your skills more. Isn't that the law of the Duke's family?" These words made him bite his lip, unable to refute. Chiffon was about to say more, however, normally, but Babel spoke up to relieve him. "I'm fine, Mr. Chiffon." He was right. Dukanius smiled again. This arrogance and boasting was different from before. Finally the eyes of a knight appeared. Babel faced Joshua and said, "Improve yourself. I will accept that idea myself. I will reach higher, Don't think that I will despair and give up. Joshua nodded. I know, you also noticed. His eyes changed completely after a while. Babel turned to the Duke again and expressed, Duke, from now on, I will officially give up the inheritance rights of the Anyus family. Earl Onel exclaimed in surprise, giving up his inheritance? You gave it up yourself, Master Babel. Duke Anyus also asked, have you lost all confidence because of your younger brother's talent? Babel shook his head and explained, no. I just want to follow the rules of House Anyus, and compete honestly and fairly. Duke Anyus nodded and said, I will think about it. He bowed his head and placed his hand on his chest, thanking him very much. There was nothing left, he officially left, the meeting ended here. At this moment, his face still showed a serious look. But after walking a bit, the Duke couldn't help but smile, although slowly, there will definitely be changes. I don't know how things will change. But I think it's not bad. In Duchess Vanessa's room. She smiled faintly and asked again. Babel gave up his inheritance, and that brat led Lucia to the capital. Chiffon replied, yes, it's all true. At this moment, Lady Vanessa angrily knocked over the bottle of wine on the table and screamed. He quickly reassured her, hoping that he would calm down. She gritted her teeth. I lost my temper when I heard about it. My uncle's job failed. And coming to this, do you know Babel is everything to me? Chiffon nodded. Yes, of course, I was there. I should have stopped him by all means. I'm sorry. Vanessa said sadly, no, Chiffon, I know better than anyone, that Babel is as stubborn as his father. You have done nothing wrong. However, in the case of that brat, doing anything affects Babel's power. Then I will tell all these secrets to my husband. Chiffon was frightened by her eyes, quickly bowed her head and assured, please don't worry about it, something like that won't happen again. She asked again, okay, about that child, does he have any plans? He replied that the Duke planned to take it to the Lock Palace. Vanessa frowned. The Lock Palace, it's located at the top, and it takes 2 days to get there. Chiffon narrated, the monsters from the Dark Forest were rampaging, so the Duke intended to destroy them himself, she judged, then the boy and Lucia would depart for the capital after they come back. He replied, very likely. She smiled wickedly and advised, before departing, ask them if they want to have a meal with me, because it could be their first and last meeting. The knights, equipped with full helmets and armor, lined up in rows preparing to march into the Dark Forest. The person who was packing things into the car looked over curiously and muttered, the knights here to evaluate mana, also left today. A person working with him loudly reminded him, hey, focus, we're also leaving today. He was startled when he was reminded, ah, yes, I understand. The preparation seemed chaotic, scolding continuously rang out, line up the horses, hey, help is needed here, I'll be there soon. Why did you leave your luggage there? Here, pick it up, get your ass to work, we can't afford to fall behind. Joshua now walked and stared at his hands. On his middle finger he was wearing a ring, he muttered, a magic ring. A few hours before, he went to Duke Anyus's room, he said, we will go to brother immediately after defeating the monsters in the Dark Forest. Before that, you need to give up the surname Anyus. Joshua was still surprised and exclaimed, what? Then he immediately placed a small wooden box on the table and continued, instead, I will give you a gift. While supporting the magic tower, I received a magic ring as a thank you. The ring of the master of the magic tower is one of the magically passed down weapons that he created. It allows the user to use armor as soon as mana is loaded into the ring. You will know how to use it when you fill it with mana. Joshua wondered, isn't this only given to heirs? Charge mana into it. Joshua wondered, isn't this only given to heirs? Duke Anyus said, don't get me wrong, I just lent it to you, because it was dumped in the warehouse, that's not all. He asked again, is there any other reason? He explained, the moment you use the ring, your whole body will be covered by a mana-containing spear. That armor has a clan symbol on it. It will protect you from flies and mosquitoes, and help you hide your identity. I hate it most when others take what belongs to me. On the other hand, you will be the heir of an unknown family, choose a name that suits you. Hearing that, Joshua also understood, hiding his identity and giving me the ring must have had a reason. This was to tell me not to cause trouble for Anyus's family. It's easy to use on high-ranking people, like imperial princes. I hate both of them. While he was stunned, the Duke suddenly asked, Joshua, yes. Do you hate me? He suddenly thought, do you hate him? Actually, I'm not sure. I never expected anything from the Duke, It was so sudden when I saw his departure, in the Empire's civil war that was about to take place in 10 years. If you really think about it, he abandoned us, and because of that, my mother passed away, because the number of times I met him in my previous life was so few that I didn't need to count it. I forgot all the resentment I had towards him. Returning to the present, Joshua caressed the ring and laughed and wondered. People often say, time is a tonic, maybe between us, there is no such hatred. Suddenly the fourth Prince Kaiser appeared and asked, "What's so funny, Master Joshua?" "Ah, should I call him Mr. Joshua now?" He frowned and asked, "What does that mean?" Kaiser says, "You'll go to Akardi after completing the quest in Dark Forest, right? Come meet me when you come to Akardi, I will definitely help, Joshua." Joshua expressed disbelief and asked again, "Will you help me?" He replied, "Yes, of course the royal family can recommend knights, that will protect you from other knights, they can become official knights, without having to take the fighting exam, the price takes place every year, and they will receive benefits, especially when accepting that it is not mandatory to serve for 10 years. Additionally, if Joshua wants, there's no problem with using the royal knights as much as you want before leaving. Please understand, this offer is my kindness to you." He smiled brightly, but in Joshua's eyes it was all lies. That laugh was a mixture of lies and hypocrisy. It was disgusting. If it weren't for those people behind him, I would have stabbed a hole through his head and mouth with the Lugia. However, I have to join the Royal Knight Order. To meet my best friend from my previous life, I need to join the Royal Knights and become a battalion commander to infiltrate the Royal Secret Vault where my friend is sleeping. But now, I need to solve this problem. Thinking about it, Joshua turned around and said, "I'll think about it, I'm busy, so I'll go." Baldong looked dissatisfied. If he was as polite as his skills, he could be promoted quickly. The Kaiser didn't pay attention and said, "Don't be like that, we should also go back, Baldong. In the end, Joshua will fall into my hands." Two people, two different directions. Joshua smiled coldly, "Kaiser, this time I won't become your puppet anymore. This time, it will be your turn." Thanks to the leadership of Duke Anyus, the Dark Forest exploration team was quickly organized and departed. The members of the expedition team were quite simple and were led by the Duke of the Empire. Includes only one blood chain. 4th level magician, Kian, Ahriman. And 100 others besides Babel and Joshua, but at this moment, Joshua couldn't help but be confused. This Babel, why does he keep staring at me like that? Arriving in front of a certain city gate, a voice command rang out and everyone stopped. "Say hello to the Duke." Seriously, the knight placed his hand on his chest to create a correct posture. Duke Anyus and his group stopped in front of the Lock Castle, located adjacent to the Dark Forest. He pulled the horse's reins to a stop, calmly. "It's been a while, Robin." Robin, the Duke's former senior knight, bowed, respectfully greeting the Duke. Duke Anyus got off his horse and expressed, "I always felt sorry for you. I left you in this barren land after you retired." Robin smiled and replied, "Don't, I am honored to serve you, sir, even after retirement," and I told him, "I want to spend time with my family." After listening, he nodded, thanking him for saying so. From the castle, Viscount Beeg and his daughter Anna came out to greet warmly. "Oh, my Duke, you have finally come." I was extremely touched to see the Duke personally come here to support us. Anna lifted her skirt and bowed her head, respectfully greeting the Duke. Duke Anyus looked at this scene and was bored. It was a headache. I should have gone to the forest immediately. Viscount Beeg turned to Robin and angrily scolded, "Robin, you are too old to forget. You must notify me immediately when the Duke arrives." Robin bowed his head and stammered, "I'm sorry, Lord." He still didn't stop and continued to scold me. "I thought your skills would be better than your age. How would you be responsible for the safety of this place?" Duke Anyus interrupted, "Beeg, it seems like you've adapted to this place. You seem to get fatter every time I see you." He's acting flattery again. "Oh Duke. It's so embarrassing." "It's not like that. This is because you took care of me so well." Joshua was also at a loss for words, thinking, what the hell, is he stupid, or is it because his face is too thick? Viscount Beeg changed his target again. "Oh my, Master Babel is also here. You are even more handsome than before. Even I, who know nothing about swordsmanship, can feel your spirit." Babel politely replied, "It's been quite a while, uncle." As he spoke, he often glanced at Joshua, as if there would soon be a master born in the Duke's family. "And, who is this?" Chiffon stepped up to introduce himself. "He is Master Joshua, Viscount Beeg. He is the Duke's second son." He shyly scratched his head and turned around to ask, "Please forgive me for my rudeness, I probably have to ask again about what I heard, since when did Vanessa get pregnant with another child?" Chiffon whispered again. "Viscount Big, he is not Lord Vanessa's son." He smiled in surprise. "What? That's surprising, I didn't expect such a thing, so what noble blood does our master possess?" Ducanius coldly glanced at Chiffon. He seemed to mean to say, "She is not from a noble family." Viscount Big raised his voice, "Is that so?" He withdrew his flattering smile and walked towards Joshua with a cold face. His face was filled with contempt. He was a dirty pig. His words made Ducanius frown. He said sternly, "Enough greetings. Is there anything urgent that needs attention?" Big quickly replied, "It's not serious, we're preparing a party, why don't we rest a bit and—" "My knights are not that weak, if needed, they would have rested enough on the way here. Does anyone need a break, does anyone not?" Hearing that, the knights replied in unison, "No sir." Ducanius received this answer and immediately ordered, "Then, let's go." Suddenly Viscount Big said, "Ducanius, I also want to go with you. Even though I can't help much in the battle, I'm a viscount, so I just stand by and do nothing. I believe all my knights and men think the same way." As soon as he finished speaking, Big's group also replied eloquently, "Yes, we want to go with you, because it is an honor to work for the Duke." Faced with this sincerity, Anya pondered for a moment. Then he turned to look at Big and asked, "What are you going to do with Anna? Are you going to leave her alone?" Big smiled and replied, "You don't need to worry about that. My daughter might be of use, just a little." "Do you want your child to go on this dangerous trip?" Anna expressed, "I want to come along, sir, please see this." Then, Anna took a step forward. She closed her eyes and concentrated on casting magic. Immediately, a spirit appeared right on her shoulder. This made Ahriman exclaim, "That is a star spirit." Big said proudly, "Recently we discovered my daughter can summon spirits. Spirits are similar to magic, it is an ability that only the chosen one can use. No, if we consider the number of spirit magicians, it is even less than magicians. Empires only possess about 100 low-level elemental wizards." Joshua silently exclaimed in surprise, he didn't expect to see an elemental wizard here. Suddenly Anna looked towards where Babel and him were standing. Joshua thought to himself, "I don't know any spirit mage named Anna, but that child looks very familiar, I've seen it somewhere before." Ducanius spoke, "Okay, then prepare to go, however, the Red Blood Knight will be in the lead, the Luck soldiers will be at the end, and the remaining people will be in the middle position." As soon as he finished speaking, Big couldn't help but excitedly reply, "I understand, thank you very much, Duke." "Well then, let's go, everything is ready." Ducanius thought, "It wouldn't be a loss if I had an elemental wizard." Joshua glanced at Anna who was happily on the side. He said to himself, "Because we will go with her, I should think about it slowly, if she affects my plans, I'll keep an eye on her." Suddenly, Viscount Big angrily turned to look at Joshua threateningly, "Hey, you! I will keep an eye on you." At this time, in the luxurious and magnificent royal palace, King Marcus sat upright on his throne. He smiled with amusement and asked, "Is that what happened? That's interesting. So his talent is real, he even blocked Joker's attack, even commanded a fight. Evergrande, what do you think about this? I want to hear your opinion, in the name of the Empire's great magician." He bowed his head respectfully and replied, "As you said, it was difficult to guess the boy's abilities, because the way knights and magic used mana were different at the mana core. The king ordered, I want a general opinion, how talented that boy is. Without evidence it's hard for me to explain," Evergrande explained, "for example, comparing him and the royal knight, okay. A few days ago, Mr. Belmong and I, even though we didn't fight, would have fought one-on-one. I won't lose. That's pretty reasonable, even if Baldong gets the title at this age, and he has unparalleled skills compared to the rest, which is nothing if you are his opponent. However, what I feel from Baldong and Joshua is different. Are you afraid that you can't defeat the Joshua brat?" "Not really, but there is definitely a difference here. In the next 10 years, even sooner, there may be changes, but for now, I can't afford to lose." Hearing these words, King Marcus smiled cunningly, "I will ask you one more thing, please just say it. If you and I fought one-on-one, what do you think would happen?" Before this question, Evergrande pondered for a while. He stood there dumbfounded without any response. Seeing that self-deprecating attitude, Britain sighed and said, "How interesting." "It's really interesting. I shouldn't have let others witness it. I should have tested it myself. Since it's come to this, I'll observe that kid myself." Then, he snapped his fingers. Immediately, Jacqueline appeared and asked, "You call me, my king?" King Marcus asked, "Jacqueline, can he keep that boy here for a while?" He recounted that the fourth prince had prepared the plan as discussed. Hearing this news, King Marcus exclaimed in surprise, "What Kaiser?" Jacqueline narrated, "Just now, the royal knights accepted the invitation from the fourth prince. Of course the target would be Joshua Voltanius." "An invitation, that's also a good way, although I understand the reason for using that. In reality, the 11th and 12th battalions are composed of people who don't cause me any trouble. Report back if any problems occur." "Yes, my king." I asked permission to leave, and after saying that, Jacqueline immediately disappeared. Britain laughed loudly and called out the name, Joshua Voltanius. With that talent, he would be perfect for it. On the other side, in the dark forest, even the moon is blood red. Countless fierce goblins appeared. Joshua stood in the middle of the siege, holding the Lugia iron bar in his hand, keeping absolute concentration. He said with a tense expression, "We are surrounded." Before that, at sunset, the group stopped at an empty lot. They quickly started setting up a camp to rest after the trip. On the other side, Ducanius and everyone were discussing the battle plan. Viscount Big rushed to call, "Ducanius, why did we set up camp here and not go further? We are in front of the dark forest. If we stay in such a large space, we might be ambushed by monsters." Hearing these words, Robin thought to himself, only the Viscount did not know what was going on. He was not interested in anything other than satisfying his greed. Ducanius frowned and reminded, "Didn't you research this place before opening your mouth and saying those nonsense? Can you tell what's special about this forest just by looking at it?" Big was confused. "What's so special about it?" The Duke said, "I'm talking about the time when monsters became ferocious. When night falls, monsters will come to the towns as if haunted by something, especially during the bloody moon. The monsters will become more ferocious than usual. An important matter, more importantly, even without the blood moon, the time it took for the monsters to reach the town became shorter and they even attacked civilians. Night will come soon. In a situation where our abilities are reduced and the monsters become ferocious, there is no way for us to reach them first." Viscount Big heard that and flattered him. "The Duke is as talented as expected. I didn't even think like that. I am very impressed with his insight. If you understand, then go set up camp, of course." Then he turned back and said to his two sons, "You two should also find a place to sleep." "Yes, it's clear." At this time, Joshua gave himself a plan of his own. Afterward, everyone split up to look for dry firewood. Deep in the forest, everyone is focusing on doing their work. Feeling that the quantity was enough, Cain called out, "Master Joshua, I think that's enough." Joshua replied, "I haven't taken enough yet, you go ahead first." "I understand, please don't come back too late." Realizing the opportunity had come, Joshua immediately dropped the pile of firewood. He boldly used magic. "Take out the iron bar in your hand and start taking action." Joshua silently told himself, "This is my only chance." Just like that, he went deeper inside. But there is someone's silhouette looming in the background. It's Old Big who is silently monitoring Joshua's actions. There is an elemental stone. It is something born from primeval power. It also includes a magical element. The ancient magicians called it the elemental stone. It comes in elements such as water, fire, wind, thunder, stone and more. The stone exists because of those things, but there are only 5 elemental stones that have appeared in the world. However, it is a distant future until those 5 stones appear. Elemental stones increase in power from level 1 magician to level 3 magician. It was an item that not only magic, but also knights coveted. It was already dark, Joshua thought. If his memory was correct, one of the elemental stones was in the deepest part of the dark forest. "It's too dark here. Just one elemental stone can help me control my power from losing control. I've been walking for almost an hour. How long will it take to reach the center of the forest? I feel like I'll get there after passing through this area." Suddenly from below the ground something shook loudly, causing Joshua to panic. What was that? Immediately, a monster appeared. Realize the situation is dangerous. He quickly climbed up a tree branch to avoid it. Joshua said silently, "Damn, that's the Black Goblin, it's blocking the way to the forest." The Black Goblin, It defeats most low-level magicians. They say you have to be at least a B-level knight to be able to fight against it. But black elves often work alone. If I can use those energies like last time, I can defeat it in no time. It will notice me when I get 10 meters within this range, so I will quickly close the distance and attack its neck. Suddenly, the sky suddenly turned red, making the black goblin angrily scream loudly. Its growl frightened Joshua. He thought to himself, it's just a roar but has such great pressure, I need to finish it off in just one go. Since when? I will definitely die if I don't get out of the way. The ferocious black goblin used his hand to hit the ground hard. Joshua realized something was wrong. He quickly dodged away. It has not stopped here. The black goblin stomped towards him with his huge foot. Joshua quickly made 36 plans. Running was the best policy. Looking at the red moonlight, Joshua thought, Blood Moon, I will definitely die if I fight it in this state. I need to hide first. Just like that, he quickly ran away, the black goblin behind him always growling loudly. Sitting behind a tree, Joshua gasped and said, he needed to erase all his traces as quickly as possible, and wait for that stupid black goblin to pass by. I'll be using the technique from my past life friend, the Assassination King, for quite a while now, so I don't know if it will work. Instead of putting mana into a certain part of the body, I have to control the mana and put it into my entire body, slowly, as if I were immersing myself in the surrounding nature, controlling my breathing and forgetting everything around me. At this time, the black goblin appeared behind him. Luckily, it didn't detect Joshua hiding nearby. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, it worked. Joshua quickly rushed to approach the black goblin. He thought, it affects my body quite a lot, but if I maintain my mana, I will reach the center of the forest where the elemental stones are. Step down on a nearby tree branch. It seems to have some problem. Immediately the branch broke in half. Joshua fell painfully on the ground. He sat struggling and lamented, I slipped, my back. Damned. With a loud noise, many other goblins were attracted. They ferociously rushed to attack Joshua, but on the contrary, Joshua smiled and said, I'm done. Or this is actually a good thing. I also want to try it, alone, an iron bar, confronting the giant goblins. He used his hand to rotate the iron bar a few times. Creates a hurricane, Joshua shouts, Magic Spear Phase 2, second move, Hurricane. The goblins now went crazy and rushed regardless of everything. With a small iron rod, Joshua defeated many goblins. They were lying in pain on the trembling ground. He continuously attacked, defeating the goblins. Soon, he exhausted all his strength, his whole body trembled and he quickly used an iron bar to support himself on the ground. Joshua thought, I thought I had completed the second move of the magic spear well, I guess I'm still not very skilled, it's not even a quarter of its real power, I guess my body the child has his limits. But I can't stop here. Depending on the direction the monsters move, it will encounter the knights setting up camp. Time is the deciding factor, I need to find the elemental stone as quickly as possible and gather with the knights. On the other side, when everyone was entering their tents. Suddenly, the man heard rustling nearby. Suddenly, from inside the forest, a goblin ran out. The man shouted in panic, this was an ambush. Just like that, the man was defeated by the goblins. Seeing that, the soldiers quickly shouted loudly, urgently, urgently, everyone got into position. Monsters ambushed us. Not far away, there was an elf silently observing the situation. Over there, people are panicking, some are injured, doctors, forming a line, blocking the monsters. The number of goblins coming is increasing day by day. The battle became more intense. Babel used all his fighting ability to destroy them. Suddenly, from behind, a goblin attacked Babel. Sensing the danger, he quickly turned his back and swung a slash to cut its body. Besides, Cain also contributed his strength to fight them. Cain's fighting ability is not inferior to that of Babel. Two talented people fight together. Looking at the current situation, Babel thought, who is that? There is such a talented person among the Red Blood Knights. Based on his skills, he is of a high level. Damn, there are more than 100 of them. Suddenly, Cain and Babel's faces became tense. From the darkness, the goblins came one after another. This made the knights terrified. They trembled and said, damn, there must be at least 1,000 of them. There are too many of them, we need to retreat. Chiffon angrily walked over and shouted, shut up, I will punish anyone who dares to step out of this camp. Red Blood Knights, form a row. Prepare for war." Hearing the command, the knights immediately responded. At the same time, the goblins rushed in crazily. People and goblins began to fight fiercely. Babel calmly handled them one by one. Cain defiantly used his sword to skillfully defeat him. Chiffon was no exception, he began to participate in the war. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently, causing Chiffon to look confused and follow. He realized that they had no end, it was beyond his imagination. It was predicted that the menstrual blood would happen tomorrow night, but it happened today. The goblins raised their eyes to see the red-tinged moonlight. Chiffon seems to have realized something. One blow caused the goblin to die. He exclaimed, "Damn, at a time like this I'm the only one here with level B or higher. Whether you can defeat it or not is up to you, I will split you in half." Suddenly, a goblin attacked from behind. The Chiffon, unprepared, was blown away. Babel saw that. With a worried face he called out, commanding the Chiffon. The rapist shouted in fear, "The black goblin is coming, run away. We'll be torn to pieces if we get caught." Damn, the number of goblins did not decrease. Retreat, return. Chiffon wondered, why did this happen? Did it become faster due to the menstrual blood? This is bad. Ducanius stepped forward and replied, "A knight should never lose his temper in any situation, I'll take care of it from now on." Chiffon called out in surprise, "Ducanius." At this moment, Ducanius boldly stepped forward. He calmly faced those goblins. Ducanius looked at them silently for a moment, then he took out the large sword. His eyes stared firmly at them. Swinging one blow created a huge hurricane. A great source of energy appeared to be extremely large, knocking out everything in front of it. The light shined on the sharp sword. Everything in sight was burned to the ground. Seeing that scared the goblins. Chiffon silently exclaimed, "With just one blow, hundreds of monsters disappeared. This is the power of a master, Ducanius, one of the 9 stars of the Empire." The feet step by step forward. Joshua held his stick in his hand and walked straight. On the ground were the corpses of goblins lying around. Joshua walked in front of a large hole, looking straight at the ground. He muttered, "Pronto." I could only see a series of rays shooting up from below. On this side, Ducanius stood before the land ravaged by the black goblin. The Duke's face now showed tension and worry. Babel on the other side was also scared, his whole body trembled. Viscount Beeg looked towards Babel and said, "That man is your father, Aiden van Onus. I'm sure you can do the same, because you inherited his blood." Viscount Beeg then smiled meaningfully. In his mind he thought, "I guess he's still a child, no matter how talented he is. This is probably the first time he's experienced something like this, so, this is understandable. Now we should think about it." Thinking about it, Viscount Beeg carried his fat-looking body and ran towards Chiffon shouting, "Commander Chiffon, where is that boy?" Chiffon turned around and asked in doubt, "That boy?" Viscount Beeg immediately replied, "The son of a concubine named Joshua or something." Chiffon stood up and looked around searching, then answered, "Maybe he ran away to survive." Viscount Beeg also complied and said, "Ah, I just noticed what you said, I didn't see you." "Well, it's nothing short of trash." The soldiers behind heard Viscount Beeg's words and started to gather together to discuss. "You reminded me that I noticed, I haven't seen him for a while." "What, did he really run away?" "Not that he's too different from Master Babel." "What a shame, for someone who inherits the Duke's wonderful bloodline." Hearing the noise from the crowd behind him, Ducanius shouted angrily, "What are you doing? The war is not over yet." Ducanius's resounding, powerful scream made the soldiers turn pale in fear. Under the encouragement of Viscount Beeg, Babel held his sword firmly in hand, running forward to attack the goblins. For the honor of Onus, the other soldiers heard this, took up their swords and followed Babel forward. "The Duke is with us, give chase." The goblins were extremely scared and quickly ran away. The goblins screamed miserably, running faster and faster, as if something very scary was coming. The crowd looked at the goblins running and laughed proudly, looking at them running away with their tails curled up. "We will never be able to leave the forest again." But before he could be satisfied for long, the group of goblins in front of him were suddenly sent flying backwards. The soldiers were extremely panicked and quickly dodged, shouting, "What's going on?" Right after that, in front of everyone appeared a group of giant black goblins, with fierce expressions, holding sticks in their hands to beat away the running goblins. The black goblin roared loudly, revealing its fierce teeth. The soldiers were scared, quickly turned around and ran away, shouting, "Black Goblin, run away!" The goblins took this opportunity and immediately turned around to attack the soldiers. The soldier quickly pulled out his sword and slashed at the attacking goblins. But right after that, the black goblin punched the ground hard, sending both soldiers and goblins flying. The person behind quickly shouted to his comrades, "Don't retreat, confront them." Chiffon's face was angry. In his heart he cursed, "Damn it, I thought we could wipe them out easily, but this is a stupid black goblin." Suddenly, Chiffon's eyes widened, as if she was discovering something. This atmosphere was. In the dark sky, countless rays of light suddenly appeared. In that ray of light, Joshua held a stick in his hand and hit the black goblin. Thunder and lightning. As soon as the stick hit the black goblin's head, a series of lightning bolts also hit the black goblin hard. There was a thunderous sound, and the black goblin was knocked down, his head lying flat on the ground. On this side, Chiffon and Viscount Big were so surprised that their mouths opened wide. Ducanius stared at Joshua, who had just appeared. Feet firmly landed on the ground. Looking at Joshua standing firmly on the black goblin's head, everyone at the scene was surprised at the same time. "Master Joshua." Chiffon looked at Joshua from the beginning, his face showing surprise. He defeated a black goblin twice as strong under the blood moon, with just that smash. Level C Joshua. Viscount Big could not accept this truth, angrily pointed at Joshua and shouted, "Impossible, what was that just now? What trick did you use? You pest appeared just in time after running away." "Yes, that's impossible, it's definitely impossible, the Duke was just the one who killed it with one blow." He immediately turned his head to the two soldiers behind him and ordered, "What are you doing? Lock knights, assist the Duke immediately." The knights behind were startled, but then followed suit and said, as expected, "It was just a coincidence. No matter how talented Master Joshua is, he is still just a C-level knight. He couldn't defeat a black goblin, which even a B-rank knight would have difficulty doing." The two knights immediately took up their swords and attacked. "Come on, we should use this as motivation to destroy the monsters. Everyone, support the Duke." Looking at the scene in front of him, Joshua laughed mockingly, "Ha, I'm tired of always being ignored." Joshua waved his stick and said to the crowd, "Then I will give you a little surprise, maybe I won't be steady after using it. Either way, that monster will save me." In front of Ducanius, the black goblins rushed forward in droves. With ferocious power they blew away the attacking knights. The people behind shouted in panic. Just one black goblin was difficult to deal with, but now it was a whole army. "Forum, what should we do?" Joshua stepped back, ordered his subordinates, everyone, to run away if he didn't want to be caught by it. His subordinates looked at him worriedly. "Master Joshua." On Joshua's staff, a series of lightning bolts shot out. Joshua's eyes looked straight ahead. "I was able to use part of Brontos' power, but was injured immediately after, but I don't know if my body can handle it after using this power." Joshua rushed forward, holding his stick and stabbing straight at the black goblins. Thunder and lightning, the stick sent a line, a round of lightning swept straight to dare the black goblin. With a loud crackle, the electric sparks startled the black goblin. The two goblins were blown away, their whole bodies were burned black, and they piled up on the ground. Lying on the ground, the black goblin's entire body was smoking, completely defeated. Having just finished performing the move, Joshua stood still holding the stick in his hand. His body was tired, his legs were no longer stable. There was no more discussion. Viscount B collapsed and knelt on the ground muttering, "No, that's impossible." Witnessing everything, the soldiers behind had to accept the truth. Master Joshua really defeated the black goblins. The black goblin's crab skin was not even scratched. When suffering from the cuts of the knight, B-rank knight, this is really the skill of a rank-level knight. The soldier next to him objected, "No, before that, it seems I have never heard or seen mana with elemental properties before. Maybe Uncle Joshua is a peerless knight." Hearing this, everyone shouted in surprise, "Peerless knight." Ducanius looked at Joshua, mentally assessing, he could endure after doing so, he probably didn't want to show any weakness. Ahriman came forward and said, "Impressive, no wonder you have high expectations for him." Ducanius looked at the person who appeared and asked, "What do you think about it, Ahriman?" Ahriman shook his head and replied, "I don't know about you rank between knights." Ahriman looked at Joshua appraisingly, but as a magician, I could see that he was a third-level magician, and possibly a peerless one. He was a monster with enough talent, the ability to change the country, no, the entire world history is correct. He can fulfill your long-standing dream. I understand your thoughts. Ducanius left a sentence, then immediately turned into an illusion and rushed forward. Joshua was now completely exhausted, stammering, "This is my limit. I don't know when." Joshua couldn't stand it anymore, his eyes closed. In front of him, the black goblin seemed crazy, aggressively swinging his fist at the collapsing pig. Just as the fist was about to fall straight down on Joshua, Ducanius rushed forward and hugged Onius, drawing his sword and slashing at the black goblin. At this time, Joshua was in the lap of Ducanius, the corners of the mouth gently raised. Ducanius drew his sword and slashed, releasing a stream of hot flames. But in Ducanius's chest remained Joshua, well protected. Joshua shouted, looking at the person hugging him. In his heart he judged, "It's not bad." But then, the image of Ducanius became more and more blurred. In the end, Joshua was plunged into endless darkness, immersed in a fantasy. The chaotic sound kept ringing in Joshua's ears, "Ah, it's a fire, help me, I can't breathe." Joshua's eyes opened. In front of him was the scene of the castle engulfed in flames. The domain of Ducanius was. But before he could finish his sentence, Joshua was startled and exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" In front of Joshua, the castle burst into flames, accompanied by screams. "Ah, the building is about to collapse, run away from here quickly, save me, please, please help me." Joshua also realized at this time, this was a dream. Suddenly, the building in front exploded with a loud explosion, emitting a large fire. Joshua also felt the heat of the explosion and quickly covered his face with his hands. This was truly a dream. From within the castle, a figure stepped out from within the flames, looking at the person in front of him wielding a familiar sword. Joshua Sudara, surprised, Ducanius. But when he saw the people in front of him, Joshua shouted, "Wait, that's not Babel." Joshua speculated, is this when Ducanius's domain is wiped out? Is this what will happen in 10 years? How can I? This is a special dream. Joshua's eyes lit up. I'm having a dream of predestination because of Bronto's power. If it was elemental, then it was very possible that even the great magicians of the magic tower would not be able to discover the full potential of the stones. Suddenly a beam of light shot out. Joshua was surprised. What kind of wind is this? The wind flew past Joshua, straight towards Babel, straight into him. After that, Babel collapsed, his hands on the ground. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Babel, and the two talked to each other. Looking more closely, the person who just arrived was Anna. At her feet there was also a high-class spirit. Joshua shouted in surprise, "Annabelle Grace," and the high spirit, "Cillian." Looking at the girl in front of me compared to the girl in my mind, even though I don't remember anything about Anna, but I'm sure of one thing after seeing Cillian, something happened between the Ducanius and Anna. Pause for a moment. Joshua realized, wait, and if she is here, if Anna is truly the master, then that person must be here too. Below, Babel screamed. Joshua silently scolded, "Damn, I can't hear what they're talking about. I guess they used silence or something, which is really annoying." A wind blew again. A figure slowly appeared in front of Babel. This person seemed to be saying something to Babel kneeling on the ground. Looking at the person who appeared, Joshua quickly rushed forward. Even though I couldn't see the person's face or hear his voice, I was sure it was him. Suddenly, Babel stood up trembling, his mouth roaring, "Shut up." Babel shouted angrily, "You think you can bring Ducanius to his knees, just because there are a few hunting dogs?" The person in the wind laughed mockingly and said something to Babel. The high-ranking spirit Cillian rushed forward, attacking towards Babel. 2 sword slashes shot out, cutting through Babel's body. Babel had no resistance and was completely defeated. The person in the wind laughed and said something, then that person turned around and left. The smoke dissipated, and the person's face was completely revealed. Joshua saw completely clearly. Joshua scolded angrily, "You bastard Dracia Belgrace." A blinding light radiated out, the light completely covering Babel's body. Joshua was startled and his eyes widened, his whole body was sweating, his mouth was shouting, "Ha, Dracia Belgrace." Joshua just woke up, breathing heavily. Joshua sighed and thought, that was definitely more of a prophetic dream than a normal dream. Joshua propped himself up and looked around. More importantly, how much time had passed. But as soon as he sat up, a pain shot from his spine, making him unable to help but groan. Joshua looked at his shaking arms, wondering if his body still couldn't accept it. Even though I have passed the first stage of magic teaching, and have entered the second stage. It's only at the highest level of C-class knight. To unleash the power of the magic spear, and fight monsters, I need to start around a B-level knight. It could be thanks to Bronto's thunder attribute, and on top of that, if prophetic dream is another power that Bronto has, then I think we need to learn about elemental stones. While Joshua was deep in thought, the sound of Dukanius rang out. Wasn't it attractive? Looking at the Duke sitting next to him, Joshua was startled and shouted, "Duke!" Dukanius spoke without looking at him, even though just a few hours ago, that crimson moon seemed about to swallow the entire world, emitting a strange energy. His eyes looked out at the moon outside the window and continued, but now, it showed a cold and beautiful light. Joshua laughed in response. Dukanius continued, "As soon as we arrive at the duchy, we will go to Akkardi immediately. As what I explained before, you will not go as Joshua von Onius. Now you are just the only child of Viscount Frederick's family. The family has fallen. You are a noble who is struggling to revive your fallen family. That is your new identity." Joshua happily nodded, "I understand." Joshua thought to himself, if that's what it takes, I'm happy to comply, because nothing good will come from being scrutinized. What's important to me now is to regain my former strength, me. Dukanius suddenly spoke again, and Joshua turned around suspiciously. "I just saw General Onius say, I didn't know that you talked in your sleep, but you mentioned a rather interesting name." Dukanius's face was full of seriousness, questioning Joshua. "Dracia Belgrace, how do you know that cursed name?" Hearing this question, Joshua was thoughtful and did not respond. Dukanius coldly glanced at Joshua and said nothing more. Seeing that, he didn't wait for him to speak and stood up and said, "No. You should go to bed early. Tomorrow we will return to the main capital of the territory." Joshua sat on the hospital bed, still pensive and not saying anything. Evening. Outside the magnificent castle. In the secret room of Locke's palace, Viscount Beeg asked, "Commander Chiffon, does his sister Vanessa know about this?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chiffon replied, "The lady already knew." He wondered, did she turn a blind eye to such a big threat to Babel's position as heir? "That's not it," Chiffon explained, "but because the lady didn't have the opportunity to act. Joshua was once a child working at the stables. Who would have thought that he had such an extraordinary talent, position?" Viscount Beeg frowned. "You mean the son of a maid awakened his own abilities? That's impossible. Not even the little Duke of Babel, who was considered the kingdom's most outstanding talent, reached that position after receiving massive support from the family at a young age, and being personally taught by the Duke. But that filthy brat didn't even receive any help or guidance from anyone, and was able to defeat the Black Goblin with skills higher than a C-rank knight. He definitely couldn't be a rank C knight." "Okay, even among the C-rank people present here, has anyone shown such ability?" Chiffon also agreed. It was completely impossible for C-rank knights, because they all knew it and they talked about things like magic knights. He said, "I don't believe he is a demon knight. Looking at his case, maybe there are other more reliable reasons." Other reasons. Viscount Beeg speculated that such sudden power appeared, it was likely that it had contracted with a high-level demon. Chiffon denied, "It is impossible that little Duke Joshua has been recognized by the Duke and everyone in the royal cavalry. I was also present there without any magic power at all. It's really annoying. It doesn't matter whether it's associated with a high-class devil or not. Chiffon is suspicious." "You are." Suddenly he smiled happily, realizing that was what you meant. He continued, "Luckily, he's only a child compared to his skills, so he's just showing off his strength. We'll show him. These actions will only make him tie himself even tighter, just a noose around my neck." He asked curiously, "What do you plan to do?" "I will continue to keep an eye on that concubine's son. My daughter, Anna, also happened to be invited to study at the Royal Academy." Chiffon affirmed, "Surely we can easily get information from the lady." Viscount Beeg reminded, "You should also pay more attention to this matter. If he starts eyeing the heir position, everything will be even more painful. We should treat the poison before it spreads. I believe in your abilities." He glanced outside the window. His eyes looked suspicious and wondered, what kind of ghost? Early the next morning at the Onius mansion, Count Cox rushed in. Miss, urgent news." Cheryl calmly asked, "Why are you in such a mess?" Cox replied, "Little Duke Joshua will return here after completing the purification. For the Dark Forest, subordinates heard that they will prepare a banquet." Cheryl looked bored when she heard that. "Really?" Cox was confused. "Miss, aren't you happy? I thought you would happily welcome him. Cheryl expressed, "Why do you think like that? You don't have any sympathy for little Duke Joshua?" Cox smiled and said, "Yes, he was once the son of a concubine, but now he has become the first magician in history at only 10 years old. Our Pontier family has plenty of money and reputation, but there are things we cannot buy." "What is it? Do you know why Duke Pontier sent his subordinates and people here?" Cheryl said, "Isn't it because of that mercenary king? He will do everything possible to create a relationship between me and Babel." Who would have thought that that mercenary king would be on the same side as the Cromwell family? The mercenary king Barbarian was a swordmaster with a commoner background who had risen to rank A. No, someone who had risen to the realm of axe fighting. As one of the 12 superhumans who could fight on equal terms with the 9 stars, he became the hero of the mercenary class and enacted a law that mercenaries do not belong to any individual. He is revered by the world as a mercenary king. The problem is, a spy informs us that the mercenary king has secretly allied with Cromwell. Cromwell is the second richest man, only after Duke Fawn in the Avalon dynasty. Along with merchants, they always oppose each other, to the point that a war for territory can break out between the two clans at any time. Cheryl said sadly, "It doesn't matter if the rumor is fake, but if it's true, we won't be able to solve it ourselves. We can't even tell this story to anyone." Cox reassured, "The lady is clear. The two families always pretend that they are big businessmen. Rumors are a very sensitive matter. What will happen if rumors spread that the two families are about to engage in a battle for territory here? Surely the families out there will take action to gain the lucrative business areas of the two families. The families are now secretly warring, because the kingdom absolutely prohibits territorial wars, but the world will know early when a real war breaks out, so the key issue here is, how quickly will one side suppress the other?" Cheryl asked suspiciously, "What do you mean? We can't use money to buy superhumans like mercenary kings. That's why the Duke tried to get me and Babel engaged. This way, we will receiving help from Duke Onius." Cox nodded in confirmation, "That's exactly it, ma'am." She continued, "Although it is true that we admire people with real power, but after knowing the truth, we only feel so bitter." Hearing these sad words, Count Cox scratched his head in confusion. "What's going on?" Usually the lady would say something like that, but it turns out I will be the key to this whole plan. Cheryl wondered, "We don't need to ask him for help, right?" Cox replied, "Duke Onius is different from the mercenary king. Young lady may not understand clearly, but to nobles, nothing is more important than honor, especially to those from the 5 great families. The family thinks that we have nothing to bow to, if not to the extent necessary." She suddenly asked, "Do you think otherwise?" He replied, "At least, the subordinates will not do anything stupid, like putting pride above the safety of the family. I understand. Miss, this subordinate has already seen it, although you appear to be interested in the little Duke of Babel, but I know that in reality you do not like him at all. I hope that you will not be disappointed, born for the sake of the family. However, the Phone family has no other way to avoid this danger, even if it is only for a moment, but the way you treat little Duke Joshua is completely honest in the eyes of your subordinates. I hope you can have a dialogue with little Duke Joshua, at least once." These words made Cheryl emotional. Seeing such an attitude, Cox shyly replied, "Perhaps my subordinates misunderstood. My greed for him has influenced my words. Please don't mind, Missy." Cheryl said, "No, when I get home, I'll see him, so please give us a chance to have a meal together." "Really, please leave it to your subordinates. I'm leaving and will come back with good news. I'm counting on you, Cox." Cheryl quietly looked at Cox as leaving back inside loudly. She asked herself, "Is this okay?" That night, on the festival day when the Knights of the Rim Sun flag returned from the Lockade district, a grand banquet was prepared in the Onius mansion, after a long time. Everyone cheered happily, some boasted about it, and then, "I defeated a group of kobolds, how can you believe it?" Reaching the level of little Duke Joshua and always saying that nonsense. Yes, he can kill an orc with just one slash. Yes, he's amazing. Kane heard these words. He was a little confused. "Why did the main character leave so early today, Master?" Joshua coldly replied, "You said the word master really naturally. I'm sure it will become a topic of discussion if anyone hears you say that. I'm not making it up. I'm sure after the purification trip, I will consider you my master. Do I have no other choice? I have the right to refuse the knight's oath. I believe you won't be stupid enough to refuse. A subordinate will become a master in the future. You're more arrogant than I thought. Thank you for the compliment." Joshua said, "You can go back home. I'm tired, so I want to rest in my room." "So rest well. and also, I'm really serious about what I just said. I believe I still have a lot to learn from you, whether it's skills or anything else. It would be my honor if you would give me the opportunity to serve you as your master. We will think. So I'm leaving, call me if you need me. The two words subordinate made Joshua ponder. There were several people who wanted to be my subordinate in my previous life. Of course, I politely refused them all. Because I decided to become his personal sword. If everyone starts following my footsteps, I fear he will become wary of me. So, I refuse everything, but, Kaiser, why? Painful memories from that time. How did I know that when I was betrayed, he, the person I once considered a good friend, was also there? Suddenly, there was a call. Little Duke Joshua. Do you feel any pain anywhere? I will call the doctor. As soon as he finished speaking, Joshua quickly replied, thank you, I'm fine, don't worry about me and go where you need to go. The bald man replied, I came to inform you, there is a meal prepared for you, everyone is waiting for you. I thought I said I would not attend any party, I feel unwell. This was not a party, this meal was personally prepared for him by Lady Vanessa, and his mother, Lucia, also attended. Hearing this news, Joshua was surprised and asked what he said. After that, Joshua hurriedly ran to the room where the party was prepared. Inside, everyone had prepared everything. Lucia happily called out, Joshua. Hearing a familiar voice, he smiled and replied, Mom. Vanessa said with a cunning look, come in, so you are Joshua, this is the first time we meet, right? Chiffon shouted loudly, Little Duke Joshua, pay attention to your behavior, this is the Grand Duke's wife. Joshua didn't care, he used his sharp eyes to stare at her. Seeing Joshua's chaotic attitude, Chiffon was secretly afraid. Why, how dare he look at her like that? Lucia calmly said, Joshua, quickly bow to the lady. Hearing his mother's words, Joshua bowed and replied, I am Joshua Onius. Hearing the words Onius, Vanessa looked dissatisfied. She tried to laugh silently to herself. Control it, after today I won't see him again. Vanessa said, I heard you will come to the capital soon. Unfortunately we haven't had the chance to meet him yet, meet and introduce each other properly. As soon as he finished speaking, Lucia was surprised. What capital city? Do you mean about the academy, my lady, haven't you heard? Chiffon explained, Little Duke Joshua has been recognized as a Class C knight, so, the Duke will take him to the academy. Lucia excitedly asked, is that true, Joshua, you have become a knight? Vanessa arrogantly replied, yes, I prepared this meal to congratulate you on becoming a knight. I'm very sorry for not paying enough attention to you and your mother. If you feel tired or not, blame, hope that after this dinner, let go. As soon as the words ended, Lucia blankly expressed, why complain, no sir. Thank you, then let's have a meal, bring the food up here, follow the bell ringing. The servants brought in the dishes one by one. Looking at the delicious dishes made Joshua surprised. Suddenly, he smiled strangely, as if he was planning something. Vanessa said, it looks like they've already served everything, Joshua, sit down. Lucia said kindly, Joshua, respect ma'am. Vanessa said, the dinner I prepared for Lucia and Joshua tonight won't inconvenience you too, right? Of course not, fortunately, I was worried that you would have a grudge against me. I hope that this dinner will close the distance between us and express my thoughts. I am very grateful for your thoughts. Hope you will enjoy it. After that, they started to eat their dinner. Lucia carefully cut the meat into small pieces. At the same time, Vanessa enjoyed the delicious food. Suddenly, Joshua raised his voice to stop. Wait, before we start eating, I want to apologize. Madam, for me and my mother, you have worked hard, I'm sorry I couldn't meet you before. Vanessa pretended to smile gently and replied, it's okay, don't worry, just enjoy your meal. Madam is a good person to us, but I'm afraid we can't accept this sincere love. Lucia was surprised. Joshua, what are you talking about? He explained, Mom, I see that you already mean so much to us. There is not much food in front of you, but there are so many delicious dishes in front of us. Hearing that, Lucia looked around in confusion. Joshua continued, my lady, this is my last meal when I leave, so I hope we can have a meal together. In his mind he thought, I have faced these dangers 100 times, both thousands of times. I've seen this despicable trick countless times in my life. But as usual, poison is indispensable in this trick. As expected, they only put poison in my and my mother's food. The type of poison used is difficult to detect, and does not leave many traces. Joshua continued calmly. Ma'am, this is the first time we have a meal together, why don't we eat together? Vanessa replied, I didn't put all my effort into making you comfortable, because I was losing weight, so I ate more carefully. Lady, there is no need to maintain your figure, you are already very beautiful, that is not necessary. She forced a smile and said, you praise me too much, Joshua. In her heart, she secretly thought, this brat, he knew there was poison in there, he didn't expect he could hide his talent for so many years, magic bastard. If I continue to refuse to eat and use the excuse of only if you maintain your body shape, it will definitely give rise to doubts. Joshua kept urging, why are you so thoughtful, it's not like you poisoned the food, right? Chiffon stood next to her and shouted angrily, how dare you behave so rudely with the lady, do you think this can be a joke, why is there poison in the food? Joshua coldly questioned, am I being rude, what you are doing is rude, who do you think you are raising your voice at? Chiffon thought bitterly, he has been projecting hostility towards me since the beginning, how can a boy like him who is only a C-rank knight be able to control his hatred to this extent? Joshua continued, ma'am, what do you think, I just said it casually, but looking at Mr. Chiffon's reaction, it's probably no longer a matter of fact, did you really put poison in the food? Vanessa was angry and speechless. Chiffon quickly pulled out his sword, insulting the royal family will immediately result in punishment, even if you have the blood of a duke, I won't let you act on your own. Joshua boldly responded, how dare you point your sword at me? First it was that poison incident, now you're pointing your sword at me, I won't leave you alone. Seeing Joshua's ability, Chiffon was surprised, is this a C-class energy? In my opinion, it is at least a CAF-class energy, this growth speed is truly chilling, moreover, it also has saints, high-level object possessing spatial magic. Now that we've both pointed our swords at each other, I can't pretend that I'm innocent anymore, if we just let it go free, who knows how much stronger it will grow, we need to deal with it right here. When the war started happening, suddenly there was a loud shout, what are you two doing? On the other side, Kaiser is sitting quietly reading a book. He smiled attentively with the book in his hand, suddenly, Evergrande appeared and said solemnly, Evergrande would like to see you, Your Highness. The Kaiser asked, what's the matter? He replied, he had a letter from Lord Onyus. It seems he has already made a decision, or if you look at the letter, I felt it would be disrespectful to look at the content of the letter, so I brought it here, as soon as it was sent to the royal palace, I bring it to you immediately. Kaiser wondered if he would accept my proposal. I'm sure he will accept, the guild capital is where all the knights of the dynasty always wish to set foot, only a fool would refuse. Let's see, he excitedly opened the letter. While reading and smiling, then he burst into laughter in the middle of the park, and Evergrande called out in confusion, Prince. Not listening, the Kaiser forcefully tore the letter in half. With expectant eyes, he mumbled, that's interesting, Joshua. On this side, Chiffon feels that, if left like this, who knows how much stronger it will grow, we should finish it off here right away. Suddenly Duke Onyus appeared and frowned and asked, what the hell are you doing? Duke, I ask what you are doing, Chiffon. Chiffon hesitantly replied, looking at this, he couldn't answer. Vanessa came to protect me, I called Lucia and that child here, I heard you were going to bring them to the capital with you. So we feel we need to have a meal to send them off. Duke Onyus glanced coldly at Vanessa. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. The plates of food on the table have also cooled down. Duke Onyus said, how long are you going to stand like that? Hearing that, Chiffon quickly put the sword back. Accordingly, Joshua also took back the iron bar in his hand. Duke Onyus said, Joshua, tomorrow we will leave early, go rest early today. Joshua ran to Lucia and said gently, let's go mom. Lucia cuddled, okay. Then Lucia took Joshua and left the party. Vanessa frowned and asked, why are you suddenly like that, why do you love it, it's not fun. Duke Onyus replied, do you hate me? She screamed loudly at him and replied, yes, I hate you. You know why she hates me, because I suddenly paid attention to Joshua. Don't pay too much attention to that vile woman in front of me, you married me just for that, from the beginning you didn't pay attention to me, all you care about is the family. I have no right to complain, because I did not marry you for love, but this was an arranged marriage, because I was born of royal blood. But, if Babel becomes a victim because of the appearance of that child, I will not leave it alone, as much as the family means to you, then Babel is also important to me. As one of the noblest nobles of this dynasty, if you still think about basic rules, I hope you will make the right choice. Basic rules? The Duke coldly asked, would that be the case for someone who knows basic decency? She was surprised. What did he say? What else could it be? The Duke's sharp eyes stared at Vanessa and said, do you think I don't know? These words made Chiffon and Vanessa speechless. They thought to themselves, indeed, he already knew everything. On the other side, Joshua returned to his room. He sighed nervously and said, she must be very sad. He remembered just now, Lucia asked in confusion, what happened? Mom was so confused. Why didn't you tell Mom this? Currently, Joshua can't help but feel sad, whether before or after reincarnation. I still make my mother worry. Suddenly, a voice came from outside, Little Duke Joshua, I'm Kane. Joshua opened the door to let Kane in. He was curious, how was your dinner? Joshua replied, do you know? You weren't in the room, so I asked the butler. He said you were at the banquet. Joshua heard these words. He pondered, was the housekeeper also involved? Wow, she wanted to poison me, so she must have prepared very carefully. Really, there is no place in this territory that Vanessa couldn't reach. Kane said, I heard that tomorrow you will go to the capital. I personally think that is a wise decision. The academy will be a safe place for you to grow up. Moreover, if you stay with the Duke, you will have the opportunity to learn much from him. What, you came here just to say that? Actually, I have something I want you to help me with. What is it? Kane knelt down and sincerely expressed, I was really serious about what I said before. Will you do me the favor of serving you as my master? Seeing Kane's sincere attitude, Joshua thought to himself, having good people serving under him will definitely be helpful, but before that, I need to do something, he said. Do you know the path I plan to follow? Chase no. If you want to fully fulfill your duty as a knight, then I'm afraid you've come to the wrong place. My path will be saturated with blood and death. Do you still want to follow me? He replied, I will only trust and obey my master, even if the path is littered with fresh blood. Having a choice that can only come once in a lifetime, I will bet my life as a knight under your command, Little Duke Joshua. Kane asked solemnly, will you grant me this honor? Joshua smiled. After that, he reached out to take the sword and replied, of course. The next morning, everything was ready to prepare. Ducanius led the way, speaking loudly. Everyone stood up and raised their swords. Then, he turned to ask, are you okay? As soon as he finished speaking, Joshua replied, yes. Even though it's just the house of a fallen noble, do you need more servants? Having just one knight would be difficult. Have you forgotten how I lived? One person is too many. I understand. Then, follow me. Suddenly, from afar, a voice called out to see the Duke. Cox hurriedly followed behind. Please wait, Cheryl. Cheryl trotted over and said, please forgive me for daring to appear in this place. I think it would be impolite to see you off before leaving. Ducanius calmly replied, yes, when Poncel and Iseline departed, I didn't see you anywhere, but now you seem to be fine. Cheryl replied, you're much better, thanks to you. I'm just worried just for you. Please don't blame me. Is it just me who thinks so, or has the young lady's strong personality changed? I don't have a son, so I like the old one more. I'm a bit disappointed. So you should behave like before, right? Cox laughed and called out, Miss. Ducanius laughed loudly and replied, yes, that's the Cheryl I know. Are you planning to come to the capital with us? Is your father also in the party? I appreciate your invitation, but it will be difficult, because of you promised to visit Cox's family. As soon as he finished speaking, Cox responded loudly, lady, you don't have to keep your word. Cheryl replied, I didn't promise you, I promised your dead wife, Miss Anna, this. Then Cheryl moved closer towards Joshua. She gently called out, Little Duke Joshua, I have something to tell you. Joshua was bewildered and wondered what this cheeky girl was planning to do. Cheryl looked shy and said, please don't worry, I have something to give you. She took out a bronze symbol and gave it to Joshua, making him startled and exclaimed, what? Cheryl says, this is my family symbol. When you come to a party, please visit my family. Witnessing this scene, Cox was shocked. What, miss, you can't give that to someone else so easily. Joshua asked curiously, what did it mean? Cheryl explained, the little duke can take it as an invitation. If you ever come to a party, please visit us. The soldiers standing guard saw this and turned to each other and asked, why did Lady Cheryl give such a precious thing to little Duke Joshua, or did she like the little duke? Someone immediately objected, "Nonsense, doesn't Miss Cheryl like little Duke Babel? What's so important about that? They're not engaged, so these things are completely normal now." "Oh, is that a love letter that Lady Cheryl gave to little Duke Joshua? No knight can refuse it." Joshua heard the people talking and began to think wrongly, "If I reject her right in front of the knights who respect her like this, once the rumor spreads, all attention will turn to me. By the time I return stronger than before, it will take at least 5 years. If this happens, hiding my identity will be useless." Seeing that he kept not speaking, Cheryl started to shed tears of anger and asked, "Are you planning on mocking me? I just hope this will be an atonement for my previous rudeness." Joshua couldn't help but be startled. Why is she crying? Looks like she really made up her mind today. He didn't think anymore, directly took the badge from her hand. "Okay, I know. It seems like there's still a long road ahead, let's depart soon." "Oh," Duke Anyus looked back and asked, "Cheryl, can I come visit you too?" Cheryl happily replied, "Of course, no, I mean Duke Anyus, my family always welcomes you." He laughed, "I probably have to bring the Bellu produced in the Heart Kingdom. Your father is a wine lover." "Okay, Cheryl and Cox, see you later." Cox also replied, "Duke Anyus, see you later." Knight Armstrong raised his sword and chanted, sending the Duke off, "Raise your sword." Joshua walked in front with a calm expression as if what just happened didn't affect him. Only Duke Anyus smiled softly and thought, "I still don't know the meaning of the daughter of a noble family giving me that symbol." On the other hand, at the royal palace of the Avalon dynasty, the Caltica Palace, Jackie knelt before King Marcus's throne and reported that if they went quickly, Duke Hayden von Anyus and his second son Joshua von Anyus would reach the capital within 3 days. And before that, when Prince Kaiser extended an invitation to join the royal cavalry to Joshua von Anyus, his invitation was rejected. King Marcus frowned. How dare he refuse to join the royal order, the strongest organization in this dynasty, even the strongest in this world. He silently rubbed his chin in interest, thinking, moreover, that boy was not even the eldest son of the family, he was only the second son, and was also the child of his concubine, so he threw away the opportunity to develop his position. Why, thinking about it, he asked again, that boy doesn't have the guts to think he can rule the entire Anyus family, or anything like that, right? Jackie replied, "I don't think so." King Marcus was surprised. "Don't you think so?" "Yes, based on what was in the letter Joshua volume sent to Prince Kaiser." That boy said, "I don't need a suggestion from a prince, I will follow the dynasty's laws and do what the dynasty wishes." Emperor Marcus laughed out loud. "Will he listen to me? Isn't that what he thinks? That boy wants to enter the royal taboo with his own strength. Will it defeat our royal knights, which is the pride of this kingdom? It's worth looking forward to." 4 days later, at the Anyus family's residence in the capital Akarti, it was late afternoon when Joshua's group arrived. The knight came out to welcome the introduction. "This is the place our subordinates have prepared for you, little Duke Anyus. From now on you can rest here." Lucia looked at this place and asked a little shyly, "Oh, are we allowed to be here?" Joshua replied, "Yes, of course." Cain exclaimed, "It's been so many years, this place hasn't changed a bit. Do you know this place?" "Yes, I spent my childhood in this Akarti. I visited here once when I followed Duke Anyus." Hearing that, Joshua thought to himself, "He is so close to my father, did you only bring him here?" I admit that Cain is capable, but it turns out everything has something to do with him. In my previous life, I never heard of the knight Cain. He could not surpass his own limits, or he disappeared with the fall of the Anyus family. Anyway, now I have keep an eye on him, and I will lead him to glory, which is my reward for your loyalty. At this point, Cain scratched his head shyly and explained, "I've only been there once. He brought me here to see how capable I am. You've also seen, in this place where the Duke rests, there are many people guarding around, so this place will be more suitable for us if we want to hone our skills in peace." Joshua also agreed. Just as Cain said, "We can practice here with peace of mind, without having to worry about outsiders watching." Lucia said with tears in her eyes, "Joshua, go inside and take a look at this place, come on." He immediately replied, "Yes, mother." As he walked, he looked at the situation. On the other hand, because there weren't too many people around, security would be very bad, except for Cain, who was a knight. The rest were just servants his mother brought with him. If something goes wrong, it will be very difficult for Cain to protect my mother, and I won't be able to visit this place often. Lucia, I'm sorry. Wow, this place is too big. Joshua suddenly spoke up and said, "Cain, We need to go to this place." Kane was surprised. "Are you leaving now? This isn't your first time coming to the capital, you might get lost if you're not careful," he reassured. "It's okay. More importantly, keep an eye on my mother." Kane didn't think much but agreed. Maybe he was going to visit outside. That night, in the town of Akardi in the capital, Joshua went to a store. He looked at the sign and smiled. This place was still exactly the same as it was decades ago. "I wonder what attitude the people in the restaurant will look at me with." Just as he was about to open the door, a guy suddenly appeared behind him and asked, "It seems you are lost. Boy, where are you? I will take you home." Joshua smiled and said, "I came to find a red coin buried deep in the riverbed." When the boy heard this name, he was startled. Then he immediately went forward to say, "Please follow me, I will show the way." Joshua thought happily, "It seems I've come to the right place. Now what I need is information. I need a messenger who will tell me about my past. That messenger needs to deceive everyone, and secretly collect quality news. To do that, the person in front of us meets those requirements. Most people will not pay attention. A popular face." That person led Joshua to a pub. Inside, a red-haired man was sitting drinking a large beer. The guy walked in with his hands in his pockets and said, "Ryan, I'll leave the counter to you." Joshua walked past Ryan, and he also looked at him with curious eyes. They would definitely wonder why a child would come to this place, but they also strictly followed the messenger's rules. This is definitely a must to keep their work in the most discreet state. Coming to a door, there was a small square opening. The guy said, "It's me." Immediately, the door opened. As soon as he entered, someone immediately closed the door. Then, in the middle of the room, a secret cellar was opened. Joshua looked surprised. They guaranteed this level of secrecy. Maybe I was worried for nothing. Indeed, this is the lifeline of this profession. We will not need to worry about information being leaked, even if we tell them that we will give them a huge amount of information. He followed the man down. He did not forget to remind him, "It is quite dark down here, please be careful." The two of them continued walking up the stairs. Down below, there was a person sitting outside a room, reading a book and observing. Seeing them, he immediately stood up and bowed, "You're here, you have guests." Hearing that, he immediately opened the door. Joshua looked at the man who led him down and silently assessed, "He was in a higher position than I thought." Secret jobs often had management, but even in this secret corridor, they were very polite to him. It's true you can't judge a person just by appearance. Once again inside the room, the man said, "We are here, you are bored, another door. This is the last door, please follow me to the third room." "Please sit down." Joshua immediately pulled out a chair and sat down. The wall next to where he sat had a small round hole. He speculated that they must have transmitted messages through this hole. The man closed the door and asked, "So what information do you need?" Joshua smiled and said, "You also sell information, right? A branch manager has to be here when I only ask for level 3 information. That's really ridiculous. Don't you have enough manpower lately?" He couldn't hide his surprise and exclaimed, "You must know a lot about our organization. However, how are you so sure I am the branch head?" He raised his eyebrows and explained that the basic thing about an information exchange organization is maintaining confidentiality. To meet that, the members of the organization must keep their relationship between them hidden. Even among members from the same branch, they did not know each other's true identities, which was the essence of a completely secret organization. The characteristic of these organizations is that the headquarters will completely coordinate and maintain other branches. Ordinary members will not be able to know the identity or appearance of the branch head. From the moment I stepped in here, I noticed how people treated you, and how you answered my questions. After piecing everything together, I came to my conclusion. After hearing this, the head manager had to conclude a sentence. I always thought that the rumors were just exaggerations, but now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it seems that those rumors are still too low. While he was not understanding anything, he smirked. "The second son of the Anyus family, Little Duke Joshua?" Joshua asked calmly, "It seems you know me well." He replied, "You are the most talked about person in this entire continent. If we don't know you well, how can we know our skills?" He was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that he could immediately discover my identity, even if Duke Anyus hid it very carefully. This information gathering skill is indeed reliable, but on the other hand, this means information about us can be exchanged at any time. The man then placed his hand on his chest and bowed. "From your expression, I know what you are thinking, but only I and a few subordinates know who you really are, so please don't worry, sir. Sorry for not introducing myself, I am Zero, the person in charge of managing the Akari branch of the Moon Gate. May I know why you came to our headquarters? Joshua did not hesitate to ask, first of all, let me ask you something, you lead me to the third-class room, because now only the third-class information is suitable for me, Zero replied. Normally, it would be like so, however, I will provide you with first-rate information, which is also the highest I can provide within my rank. He wondered why you would give such valuable information to someone you just met for the first time. He explained, if I can build a connection with little Duke Joshua here, then what is this? Yes. Joshua silently thought, this is probably to invest in the future, but nothing in this world is free. He will definitely give out first-class information and ask for something in return. Then he said, you used the nickname Zero. I thought you could provide me with special information, but it turns out I was wrong. I thought Naguyatmon didn't snoop on customer information, right? That's not true. Zero was so surprised that he was sweating. How did you know that? He immediately bowed his head and expressed, please forgive me, tell me what you need. Joshua immediately said, I'm looking for something. I want to know the heirloom of Viscount Orvis's family, what was disappeared a few decades ago. Where are you now? Zero rubbed his chin and thought, then replied, the Orvis family. Most of their products have been sold on the black market. If we look from there, how long will it take? 1 week is enough. Do you need anything else? Joshua silently calculated, it would take quite some time before anyone got information about me. But there were no guarantees here. This matter was sensitive. If anyone knew I was hunting information about their past, it would be very troublesome. Then take this opportunity. Why don't we trap them? I will use 1 arrow to kill 2 swallows. Okay, so let's proceed. Okay, he said, the person who finds the red coin buried somewhere in the bed of the Raouf River will be blessed by the moon. The person who carries that symbol will receive blessings from the Moon Gate. Zero turned pale and stammered, why are you? That's a legend that's only passed down to certain people in the organization. Who are you anyway? Joshua raised 3 fingers to negotiate. If you agree to my conditions, within 3 years, I will find that symbol for you. How about it? Do you really dare to invest in me? Zero's expression was still filled with surprise and contemplation. That symbol was no longer needed, because the victorious battle of the Moon Gate ended a year ago, but it was still the symbolic treasure of our organization, has been trying to find it for decades. Moreover, that person is still eager to find it again. He then suggested, please let me hear the conditions first, then I will decide. Joshua nodded, good, the conditions are simple, do not reveal my information to anyone. And tell me everything about Dracia Belgrace. Zero frowned and asked again, do you mean God of War Dracia Belgrace? He raised his eyebrows, what, am I worth your investment? Time passed, it had been 2 months since I spoke to the Zero of the Moon Gate, while Joshua trained to hone his strength. He also tried to move Lucia to another county owned by Duke Agnes. Compared to that remote place, it would be easier to protect her from invaders. Of course, Lucia didn't want to be separated from Joshua. But after a while of persistent persuasion by Joshua, no parent in the world could resist their children. Lucia was finally taken to another realm. Before leaving, mother and daughter looked at each other affectionately as if saying goodbye. And then, a week before the Academy's entrance ceremony, Cain and Joshua went to eat at the Royal Palace Chef's restaurant. Sitting at the dining table, Joshua was distracted and kept poking at the steak with his fork. Cain saw that and asked, little Duke Joshua, are you worried about something? You've been very stressed lately, you're a bit startled, is that so? After that, he continued to be quiet. They said just a week would be enough, but it's been 2 months without any news. I have to enter the academy soon. This will have a big impact on my plans. Suddenly, someone appeared and pulled out a chair from the dining table to greet him. It's been a while, little Duke. How are you? That person is Zero. Seeing you, Joshua is happy. You finally showed up. Zero glanced at Cain and said vaguely, who was sitting here a little. But when he looked straight into his eyes, he was startled and stammered, Are you Cain? Your eyes seem to want to pierce me. Joshua spoke up to relieve the situation, I know this person, it's okay Cain. When he heard that, his head retracted his gaze and replied, yes, little Duke. Joshua turned to Zero and asked, so how's it going? He immediately searched in his shirt pocket and replied, of course I completed it perfectly. Putting the small plastic tube in his hand, he said, it passed through many people's hands, so it took a long time to track it. This is its location. What about the service fee? It's free, nothing compares to being entrusted by you. It's a family heirloom, but in our eyes, it's just a normal thing. It would have a different story inside it, if it had a little more special power from." Joshua interrupted. "Don't try to get anything out of me," Zero said, embarrassed. "Isn't this so obvious?" "Wow, anyway, as for your requests, there's nothing to report yet. I'll still visit from time to time when there's important news." "Oh yes, next time I will pay for all the work you asked for, which are all services, because our organization requires payment in advance for all transactions." Joshua frowned slightly. What's the service? Once he gets a better deal next time, he will definitely have to ask for something else. "There's nothing else to do." Zero put his hands in his pockets and turned around. "So I'm leaving." Waiting for him to leave completely, Joshua opened the plastic tube and took out the paper inside. The information on there is almost very detailed. The Viscount Orvis family, just a few decades ago, they were a famous magic family close to the Rebrika family in the Avalon dynasty. Many years ago, members of the Orvis family were people who received respect, even though they were only magicians of the dynasty. The head of the Orvis family easily defeated knights who reached the realm of master, and also the first person to declare the mage formation in the continent after that. But it made an extremely strong impression on the country of magic, Silk, so much so that the King of Terra personally invited the leader of Orvis to his country. And then, a few decades ago, that glorious Orvis family suddenly faded away, at the hands of the Motherland's royal family. After reading these things, Joshua thought to himself, looking at the statistics, the Avalon clan probably purged its own nobles. The goal was to purge the nobles. Suddenly he noticed a name, Baron Accent. Kane immediately asked, "Are you talking about the great dark blacksmith, Baron Accent Provalum? Do you know this person?" "Just a little. He is very famous in the underground world. He has so much influence that all the items that appear in the black market have passed through his hands. He is also the brother of Viscount Beeg." Joshua rubbed his chin and muttered, "Viscount Beeg's brother." Suddenly another person came, Little Duke Joshua. The two immediately turned away. Count Poncel greeted, "Long time no see, Little Duke Joshua." Following him, Iseline also silently raised her skirt and bowed. Joshua saw the two and was a bit surprised. Fourth Duke Rebrika. At night, in some luxurious mansion, the lights are still on throughout the room. The higher one's noble status, the closer one's domain is to the royal palace. Therefore, the location of a person's domain shows that person's aristocratic status. However, this remote domain is extremely large and luxurious, even though it is located in the wilderness. The fact that a person could have such a large land in Akardi, the capital of the dynasty, proving not only his status, but also his wealth. He is one of three influential figures in the underworld deep within the Akardi. Baron Provalum. But right now, he was smiling and rubbing his hands in flattery. What wind had brought him to this poor area, without a word of warning? Fresh cottage Baron Shenvillis. He sat cross-legged on the chair, his eyes cold, and said, "The deadline for our transaction has passed, Provalum." Baron Provalum couldn't help but stammer out an explanation. "Ah, this. Little Duke, as you know, goblins are so rare, hunting them is not easy. If you give us a little more time." Baron Shenvillis frowned. "I leave this to you, because I don't want to hear excuses." The more he spoke, the more he bowed his head to the ground in embarrassment. "I have no intention of making excuses, Little Duke." Baron Shenvillis stood up and asked, "1 week is more than enough, right?" He quickly replied, "Of course, Little Duke, I will definitely get them this time." He doesn't care what he promises, just walks by and coldly threatens, "You have to have it, but if you still can't catch the goblins, you will no longer be able to freely enjoy yourself in this capital." Baron Provalum forced a smile and replied, "I remember clearly." After he left, he immediately regained his fearful expression and looked at him maliciously. He gritted his teeth and sighed, "Every time I see him, my life seems to shorten." His butler brought water to reassure me. "Take a deep breath." "But a week is really starry enough, lately, goblin." Baron Provalum interrupted, "We have to do it, otherwise everything we have built will collapse," like he said. He is the only son of Marquis Villas, an influential figure in the military, and also someone who receives complete trust from the Emperor, Baron Shenvillis. He will definitely make it come true. Returning on the horse-drawn carriage, Guard Knight Baron Macer asked curiously, "Little Duke Baron, do you think Baron Provalum can really find elves in just a week?" He replied, "Who knows, it will definitely be very difficult." "Huh, so why?" Baron Shenvillis smirked and said, "I have another reason to give him a week. What do you think is the most important thing for a king to rule over the crowd? Macer replied, that is, bait and whip. Varenchienvillis said, of course, feeding the people is important, but, if the one who is full eats and feeds again, will he be willing to eat? That is why it is necessary to the whip. That's right, intimidation is the most important thing. The king needs to manipulate the crowd. It's like a spell that makes everyone obey, whether they're hungry and bitter, or their stomachs are about to burst like a full-fed pig. Macer understood this thought of his. He asked again, so if Baron Provalum could not find the elf during that time? Varenchienvillis said with cruel eyes, I will trample him, of course, when he reaches the peak of fear, and then, he will become obedient when I show mercy, content. Macer couldn't help but exclaim, Little Duke Varen, you've already seen all of Baron Provalum's personality. Varenchienvillis said humbly, anyway, I'm quite disappointed. I was looking forward to this day. Now, since it's been a while since I've been out, let's go eat something. The knight heard that and shouted excitedly, obeying the order, Little Duke, hey, let's drive to a good restaurant. The driver obeyed and immediately drove to the restaurant. Meanwhile, at the royal chef's restaurant, when he saw the two people of the Rebrica family, Cain immediately bowed. It's been a long time, Viscount Rebrica, Poncel expressed. He didn't expect to see you two here. Really, great to see you two again. Am I bothering you too? Cain smiled wryly and replied, of course not, it's nice to see you again. Joshua looked at him and remembered, Poncel den Rebrica I know was once a common noble, of course in a good sense. Viscount Rebrica was born with weak health and pale appearance. From his appearance it can be seen that he is also mentally unstable. He cannot bluntly tell others what they do not want to hear, even when it would harm him. He always spoke to people with formality, down to a commoner level. For someone with such a high title, such actions were always ridiculed and looked down upon by other nobles. However, Viscount Rebrica never showed weakness. He took good care of his family. Although he was not famous among the nobles, he was very famous among the common people, most notably Viscount Poncel den Rebrica. At this time, Iseline also raised her skirt and bowed her head. Long time no see, Little Duke, I thought I saw some strange hair, and I thought it was you. Joshua was surprised and wondered if this child was so talkative. She suddenly stammered, Little Duke Joshua. At this moment, Varenchienvillis and Macer walked in. He exclaimed, what? Are there still people here at this hour? The restaurant waiter quickly explained, I will take care to make sure you two have a delicious meal. Varenchienvillis glanced at Iseline then immediately stopped. Wait. His eyes showed interest. He stopped looking down at her feet. Then there are those lovely hands. The neck is small behind the collar. Finally, Iseline's beautiful face with sad sparkles said, why is there such a beautiful lady in Akardi? Is this your first time coming to Akardi? What family are you coming to? Seeing him approaching you, Iseline was scared and quickly moved away. Macer warned loudly, he was the son of the Villas Marquis Varenchienvillis family. He didn't even hurry to perform the ceremony. Cain worriedly thought to himself, Marquis Villas, why is the son of the most influential person in the 12th dynastic families present at a restaurant at this time? Viscount Poncel quickly stood up to shield Iseline and expressed, I apologize for this disrespect. It is truly an honor to meet the son of the prestigious Villas Marquis family. Varenchienvillis looked at him suspiciously and asked, you are? He bowed his head and introduced, I am the head of the Rebrica family, Poncel den Rebrica. Varenchienvillis called Macer. He immediately leaned close to him to confirm, yes, he is Viscount Rebrica. He immediately frowned and said, I don't expect you to apologize, Viscount Rebrica. I don't know how you educate your daughter, she lacks manners. I cannot accept this insult. I must receive an apology from her. Cain thought to himself, how can the lady perform the ceremony, when they have never known each other, and this is not a public place? How can he be so unreasonable? He is just abusing his power by borrowing the family's reputation. Viscount Rebrica is the one who should be blamed. Poncel was about to explain, Little Duke, my daughter, but Varenchienvillis arrogantly pushed his hand away and shouted, it seems you still don't know what you did wrong. Iseline was scared and speechless. This. Varenchienvillis was even louder and bowed immediately. At this time, Joshua spoke up, stop making trouble. He was interrupted and shouted angrily, what? He quipped, Marquis Villas must be very worried, to have such a foolish son. Varenchienvillis was so mad that he couldn't say anything. You, what did you just say, that brat? Macer immediately pulled out his sword and questioned, how dare you, You want to die, right? Quickly reveal your name. Joshua asked in return, how dare you raise your sword? If you have been trained with a sword, you should clearly understand the weight behind your every action. What the hell are you talking about? Joshua stared at him, his whole body exuding a cold breath, emphasizing that you will be responsible for your actions. Looking at these eyes and pressure, Macer suddenly trembled in fear. That deadly look. That look was from that child. Varenchenvilis saw him suddenly stop and wondered, Mucker, what are you doing? Teach him a lesson, he stammered. Little Duke, this. Joshua suddenly asked, are you asking who I am? I am Ash Van Frederick. Varenchenvilis frowned and mumbled your name again. Is it Ash Van Frederick? He smiled and said, no need to mention it again, because I will help the name stick in your mind right now. The sky was dark at the mansionette. Inside the mansion, Viscount Big sat absent-mindedly, his mouth still drooling. Sitting opposite Anna, the man in a black shirt said, long time no see, Miss Anna. It's been a while, Juan, you came earlier than I thought. Juan asked curiously, because there was an emergency signal so I took a moment. Yes, what's going on? Anna explains, recently there have been some abnormalities, a monster has appeared in Ducanius's territory. Juan is surprised, monster, you're talking about Babel, right? Anna remembered Joshua and nodded and said, as I expected, the rumor has not yet spread to your area. Ducanius has another son, moreover, he is a monster with abilities far surpassing Babel. Through the mask, Juan's eyes widened in surprise, really, a kid with the ability to surpass Babel, the genius of genius, why didn't you tell me something as important as this sooner? If only I could use a communication ball. Anna retorted, don't criticize me like that, Ducanius intended to spread this rumor, to raise his family's reputation, and sooner or later you will hear about this. Such rumors can be concentrated and turned into a special power in times of peace like this. Juan agreed, yes, he thought to himself, although the world thinks this is a time of peace, every empire today is like volcanoes about to erupt. Most empires, after continuously accumulating power for a very long period of time, will be overwhelmed with power. For civilians, this is definitely a good thing, because they believe their empire is a very strong country. But the reality is different. Excessive accumulation of power will also cause an explosion. What will powerful countries with strong armies do? That is making war. Anna seriously analyzed the importance of recruiting talented people, or in other words masters participating in battle cannot be overlooked. No country easy makes war without chance of winning. Therefore, every country must depend on sources of information, Juan continued, and in the end, information will be what prevents war from breaking out. I understand what Lady Anna is thinking, but, pausing for a moment, Juan made a guess, if he is the second son of Ducanius, it is not good for us, an error goes a mile. Anna stood up and said, don't worry, I have a plan, I plan to enroll in the capital Avalon Academy. Juan is still a bit confused, academy, so Ducanius. Anna smiled brightly, confidently affirming, it's okay now, trust me, I promise Anna's honor. I will bring Joshua to our side. The person the two of them mentioned, Joshua, was standing in the mansion. Joshua faintly said the name Frederick. Opposite, Varenchenvilis shook his head. I have never heard this name before. Is it a family in some remote countryside? Joshua asked the question, is it that important? Varenchenvilis slightly raised the corner of his mouth and replied, no, because it will disappear soon. His heart is extremely unhappy. If a guy like you dares to point his finger at my business, I will make you pay for your actions. His meaningless bravery. Thinking so, Varenchenvilis immediately waved his hand to show the authority of a duke and ordered, kneel down, if you sincerely beg, I will lighten your crime and only take away one of your wings. As if hearing a joke, Joshua leisurely said two words, nonsense. Being despised, Varenchenvilis shouted angrily, what, mucker, how much more humiliation do I have to endure, causing him to kneel in front of me immediately. Receiving orders from the little duke, Mucker immediately drew his sword and attacked, obeying the order. When I came to Joshua, Mucker had a thought in his head. I was a bit surprised by his overwhelming killing intent. But after all, you are only a 10-year-old boy, so unlucky, but from the moment you underestimated the villa's family, you were forced to die. I will deal with you quickly, with just one shot. Joshua looked at the sword slashing down. He directly used his bare hand to block it. Look at this, Mucker. And Varen were amazed. Blocking the sword, Joshua raised his foot and kicked Mucker in the stomach. Eating hurts, Mucker's face turns pale in pain, and he can't help but moan. Looking at Mucker kneeling on the floor, Varenchenvilis worriedly shouted, "Mucker!" Varenchenvilis gritted his teeth in anger. It defeated Mucker, a calf rank knight, with just its fist. It was capable of taking down a knight using mana with just one punch. Moreover, it just a milk-smelling kid. Joshua asked faintly, "How do I deal with you?" Varenchenvilis turned to look at him and shouted, "You dare, don't care." Joshua said, "I don't intend to forgive you, no matter how much I beg. A kid like you must be punished." Varenchenvilis questioned and asked, "What is your identity, who are you?" Joshua still said, "I told you, I am Ashven Frederick." Vilis retorted and shouted, "Don't lie, I've never heard of the Frederick family. Do you know how serious the crime of impersonating a noble is? I am the successor of the Marquis Vilis family. One of the 10 great families support this empire, Varenchenvilis." But before he could finish his sentence, he was immediately punched by Joshua's fist. Teeth and blood spewed out. The fist was so strong that Varenchenvilis flew straight away, his whole body violently hitting the floor. Lying on the ground, Varenchenvilis was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. Joshua slowly approached, looked at the people on the ground. He said, "Hey, it's not over yet, just getting started, stand up." Joshua saw Varenchenvilis still lying still, so he directly grabbed his shirt and lifted him up. Joshua raised his fist and said, "Where has your arrogant and superior attitude gone? You can't faint yet, wake up quickly." A sword stabbed straight into the ground. A pleading voice rang out, "Young master, please stop." Mucker knelt down and begged, "We have offended you, please grant us your grace, just this once." Mucker had an ugly face, analyzing in his mind. It was incomprehensible to common sense, as he had covered his entire fist with mana, then he must be at least a master. A child like that, surely is a child of a special family that is not yet famous on the continent. At this rate, young Master Varenchenvilis will be in danger. Joshua stopped his actions and turned around and said, "I warned you, if a knight draws his sword, he will be responsible for his actions." Joshua radiates murderous aura, as the god of death declares, "I am not generous enough to grant favors to my enemies." With this pressure, Mucker's whole body was numb and scared. Was he really trying to pursue this matter? Faced with this situation, Mucker banged his head down and begged, "Please spare us this time. So I won't object if I can't hold the sword anymore. Please, at least spare young Master Varenchenvilis. Please let it go, just this once, young master." Looking at Mucker's pleading appearance, Joshua somewhat sympathized. It was all to protect the master, a knight was willing to give up everything. "It reminds me of the guy in my previous life, an idiot who sacrificed everything for my benefit." Joshua didn't seem to care, continuing to hold out his hand. "I said before, I'm not generous enough to grant favors to enemies." Before Mucker's surprised eyes, Joshua's hand pulled hard, the necklace broke. Small bracelets flew everywhere. Joshua held the ring in his hand and said, "I will stay in the capital, I want to bring back my family's ring." Told him to come find me. "If not, I will sell it to the black market." Then, Joshua turned around and left. Cain walked to Joshua's side and said, "I keep wondering about this, but your temper is really erratic." Joshua reminded, "Don't take me as an example." Cain said without paying attention, "It's okay, don't I also need charisma?" Joshua smiled teasingly, "Ha, you want to be expelled, huh?" Count Poncel looked at Joshua appraisingly. No matter how many times he looked at him, he was still amazing. Iseline hummed. Count Poncel turned around. "What is it, Iseline?" Iseline shook his head without saying anything. Then she directly picked up her dress and left. Count Poncel was left standing in the same place. Eyes looked towards Varenchenvilis lying on the ground. Count Poncel smiled friendly, "Mr. Mucker, I will direct you to the nearest hospital." The two priests, as usual, clasped their hands before the statue of the goddess. At this moment, a priest raised his head, his face showing surprise. In another place, Varenchenvilis stood in front of the mirror looking at his swollen face. He was full of anger and shouted, "Look what that bastard did to my face." Varenchenvilis looked at Mucker and ordered, "Mucker, no matter what, bring that bastard here immediately." Mucker bowed his head, muttering hesitantly, "With my power." Looking at his weak subordinate, Varenchenvilis angrily kicked Mucker's leg. "What, you useless insect? You can't even win against a 10-year-old boy. As soon as we return to the estate, there will be a severe punishment for you." Mucker did not resist, obediently bowed his head to receive orders. "Following your orders." Varenchenvilis commanded with a vicious face. Go back to the estate and find out about the Frederick family. I will find his father, mother, brothers, sisters, and even servants, and I promise that I will kill him, then before him." Mucker said a little hesitantly, "That is impossible, we have no reason." Varenchian-Villas shouted angrily, "What, the reason?" He arrogantly declared, "I, the heir of the Marquis Villas family, have been humiliated to this extent, and he said it for no reason." Mucker spoke softly, trying to explain to his master, "No one would believe that we were defeated by a 10-year-old boy. Even if someone believed him, the family's reputation would fall into the abyss, may change society's perspective on our family." Refusing to give up, Varenchian-Villas shouted, "Shut up, you just do as I say, it doesn't matter." Mucker, no longer humbled, raised his voice to affirm, "It's important, boss." Mucker explained, "For nobles, reputation is something even more important than one's own life. Honor is no different from the entire family." Varenchian-Villas trembled backwards, "Now you are teaching my life." Not paying attention to Mucker's questioning, continued to explain, even though the master didn't care about it. But if the Marquis of Villas heard about this incident, it wouldn't end in some simple punishment. Varenchian-Villas was speechless, but still tried to argue, "We can erase the evidence before any rumor spread, like we always do. We will kill everyone present there." "You wouldn't say you were afraid of the Rebrika family, would you, even if you didn't want to?" the Muckers had to say. "Actually, there's proof, master. Ashven Frederick took our family ring." Hearing this, Varenchian-Villas was stunned to the point of being stunned. He searched for the ring and said, "What are you talking about? I left the ring right here. I searched and couldn't find it." Varenchian-Villas's eyes sparkled, his whole body panicked. "It's gone. Don't you keep the family ring?" Mucker said, "He said his private uncle came to find it, if he wanted to get it back." Mucker was thinking, in addition to it being evidence, the fact that the Armstrong family ring was in someone else's hands, was also quite important. Maybe he didn't think so far, but if so, "We can't make enemies with him," Mucker suggested with a serious look. "Currently, there is more harm than good in our situation. How about calming down, and continuing to observe the situation image?" Not giving up, Varenchian-Villas immediately replied, "You mean, I have to find him and apologize?" Mucker stood up and said placatingly, "He said he had to let you come, but I'll try sending a replacement." "The replacement," Varenchian-Villas muttered in a bit of surprise. In another place, Joshua was playing with the Villas family ring in his hand. Opposite, Kane asked curiously, "Are you sure Master Varenchian-Villas will come looking for you?" Joshua smiled and replied, "He won't do it himself, because I keep his precious item. He can't help but come see me. Maybe he will send a replacement, someone with a high enough status, but without any risk of information leaks." "And that is?" Kane immediately asked. Joshua didn't answer to the point but said, "There is a rumor in Akardi. The person who runs the black market in Akardi is Baron Provelum, but the one who sets the rules for the black market is the boss of the Villas family." Looking at Joshua, Kane couldn't help but admire, "Wow, I thought he was just making enemies with the Villas family, one of the 12 easily provoked families, but thought it was part of his plan, towards a bigger goal. He would become someone beyond his expectations." Excitement made Kane's hands tremble. At this moment, someone came forward. Iseline came over, bowed politely, thanking him very much for his help. Joshua and Kane looked at him in surprise and shouted, "Miss Iseline." Joshua quickly waved his hand, "No need to be so grateful, I didn't do it to help you." Iseline bowed his head, not thinking so said, "However, not only me, but my whole family could also fall into a difficult situation, but thanks to your help, we were able to avoid it. I want to thank you again." Looking at Iseline's appearance, Joshua pondered in his mind, thinking about her future. As a great witch in the continent, her personality was very different. How could such a gentle person become into a massacre without shedding tears or blood? The end of that time, she was like a flower exuding beauty even in the harsh cold, which Iseline. At that time, I thought that name suited her quite well, Iseline said a little worriedly. "If you get into trouble because of this incident, then we will be your support. If we testify as people present at the scene, then even the family royal." Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Joshua. "No need to worry." Iseline was still a bit hesitant. However, there was no other way. Joshua let out a sigh. If she really cared. Joshua smiled brightly and said, "I want you to help me with something in the future." Hearing help, Iseline's eyes glowed like stars, a smile on her lips full of happiness. Iseline carried her skirt and bowed her head to worship. "Anything for him." Joshua looked out the window. The corners of the lips curled up in a strange curve. But outside the dark sky, suddenly a ring of light appeared. It was raining heavily outside, and a man was constantly running on the roof. Zero appeared in his mind, the image of Joshua von Onius. He knew he was watching. I'm confident that my stealth magic won't be detected even by a master. From his skills, the information about him is not wrong. I have to change the plan. I think he was just taking advantage of me, by using the information about the moon door, which he luckily got from somewhere. If he really knew, I wonder what master's thoughts would be. I just need to follow his decision. On this side, a man stands in front of the royal chef's restaurant. This person is Baron Provalum. At this moment, Count Poncel and Iseline walked out of the store. Count Poncel lamented and said, "After all the work my back hurts, let's go home." Iseline, "Yes," Iseline replied gently. Baron Provalum looked at the two of them, surprised. Count Rebrika seems to have come to the right place. Inside the room, Joshua's face turned slightly and he laughed. Looking at the person coming, Joshua greeted and said, "You came faster than I thought, Baron Provalum." Baron Provalum also bowed in response. "It's nice to meet you, my name is Provalum. It's an honor to meet the son of the Frederick family." Looking at Baron Provalum in front of him, Kane thought, truly, to this child, even though Provalum is a low-ranking baron, he almost has the power of a high-ranking noble. Why is he so polite to the son of a family in the countryside? Baron Provalum bowed politely and said, "As the replacement for Master Varen, I have something to say to Master Ash. The thing you are keeping is a precious family item. You can return it to my master does not." Joshua took out the ring and said threateningly, "I believe I said, he came here himself. If he wants it back, go back and tell him the same. If he doesn't come, I will cook it." Seeing that the other party did not accept it, Baron Provalum cursed in his heart, "Damn boy." But on the outside he still spoke softly, "Is there anything else that can be done besides that? Right now the main character Varen Shenvilis needs to rest. He hasn't even woken up yet." Joshua sneered, "He loved more than I thought, right?" Broad Knight Mucker, who was next to Baron Provalum, asked inexplicably, "What does that mean?" Joshua said directly, "We will talk again, when the person who brought him arrived. Besides." Joshua's eyes looked at the rings on the Baron's hand, his eyes full of excitement, saying, "You reap what you sow, right? Because I accepted your request, you must also accept mine." Baron Provalum asked, "What was that request?" Joshua did not hide it, directly stated his request. The rings on his hand looked quite expensive. Joshua gave the commanding finger, "Give it to us." Darkness covered the entire city. On the road, Cain exclaimed, "Master, you are really cruel. How can you rape me without changing your face?" Joshua smiled and said, holding the ring in his hand, "I won't take it by force. This is a fair exchange. Isn't it too fair to give Provalum a chance in return?" Cain still didn't understand and asked, "But why did he take Provalum's ring?" Joshua turned the ring, revealing the sparkling stone. This was the Orvis family heirloom goblin teardrop. Goblins, with their beautiful appearance, were attractive to humans. For that reason, humans started hunting goblins, and many goblins lost their homes and died because of that. After that, humans become an enemy to the goblins. To protect themselves and their families, all the elves gathered in the forest located at the southern end of the continent, which eventually became known as the Goblin Forest. Then, to make it impossible for humans to find, the High Elves created a shield throughout the forest. By combining their powers, however, no matter how strong the High Elves had magic, it is also difficult to maintain a shield over the entire forest. It resulted in the deaths of all the High Elves except one. All the elves gathered around the last High Elf. The humans had him as king of the elves, and named him Olympus. After several centuries, the only person who knew the location of the elven forest, the good friend of the fifth generation Olympus, disappeared, along with the fall of his family decades ago, the head of the Orvis family, Zerathdik Orvis. Others think he's missing, but I'm sure someone killed him, to get information back to the Goblin Forest. If you wonder, the location of the forest has not been revealed until now. Zerathdik Orvis, until his last breath, did not reveal any information about the Goblin Forest. The fifth generation Olympus, having learned the news too late, went to the continent himself, to confirm it with his own eyes. She found Zerathdik Orvis's last student, a servant of another noble family. When she held her hand and apologized, those tears fell and seeped into the family ring. Later, it became known to the world as the Goblin Teardrop. However, Unfortunately, Orvis's last student passed away due to an illness. What a terrible and cruel fate for the family. The ring that was born through that fate is said to have special powers, although it won't last long." Seeing Joshua stunned, Cain turned around and asked, "Master, what are you thinking about?" Joshua was startled. What?" Cain pointed forward and said, "We have arrived at the mansion." Looking at Joshua still standing there, Cain turned around and asked, "Master, why don't you come in?" Joshua now stood still, as if thinking about something. Finally, he also spoke up, "Cain, can I ask you a favor?" Cain replied cheerfully, "Yes, anything for the master." Joshua said in a serious tone, "This is as much for me as it is for you. I need subordinates that I can trust. I don't use those who fall before me on the battlefield. I'll be entering the academy soon, so let's leave here, and go to the Duke." Cain's eyes widened. He exclaimed in surprise, "You're telling me, becoming Lucia's guardian knight, you'll be the son of a noble family, without a knight to escort you, moreover, a aristocracy in the Low Country, about which not much is known." Cain tried to persuade him, knowing clearly that he would be ignored, and looked at with contempt, and many more things would happen to him. Based on his personality, I'm sure he wouldn't stand for it. If something like that happens, you'll need me to prevent something like that. Plus, Varenchevillus also studies at the academy. I think he will come to you again. Joshua said affirmatively, "Don't worry, I'm thinking about letting my day pass peacefully. I don't know if you believe me, I'm an expert in suffering alone. Besides, I intend to ask you for something else." Joshua raised his hand to his chest, bowed his head low in supplication, "Show me how to use the Duke's sword. This is not an order, but a request. A request, which I would very much like you to accept." Looking at Joshua humbly in front of him, Cain thought in surprise, he didn't expect him to bow to such a request. He must have asked Duke Agnes for him. Cain quickly spoke up, "Please raise your head. I don't want to see the person I serve bow to anyone else, including me." "Okay, I'll accept your request, but in exchange, I also have something to request." Joshua raised his head, smiled cheerfully, "Okay, listen to your brain." Cain with eyes full of hope said, "Do well, so that I never have to bow to anyone other than you." Joshua patted his chest, confidently affirming, "Of course, I will do well so that you will never have to bow to anyone other than me. I act on my own behalf." Cain as a subordinate bows to Joshua, "Then, I will take care of you from now on, master." In the center of the Agrant vast continent, surrounded by three great powers, there is an ivory tower so tall that it can pierce the sky. It is the holy place, as well as the pride of magicians, the Magic Tower. In the Magic Tower, a man said, stroking his white beard, "The magician of fire, thunder, and space." This man was the owner of the Magic Tower, the first level 7 magician, and also the head of the 7 magicians. He questioned why these 3 seats were empty. Marcus, the earth magician, leisurely drank tea and said, "As you know, fire and space don't like to be in the same place. About thunder and lightning, I believe he left, because of the important matter in the case, that he is dealing with." The master of the Magic Tower smacked his lips, "Then we will begin the 27th regular meeting without them, but important matters aside, we cannot continue to delay the meeting." The main topic of the meeting was revived. Theta, the storm magician, said excitedly, "Oh, straight to the point, you seem to be old." Marcus reminded and said, "Mind your manners, Storm, we're in a meeting." Theta replied absent-mindedly, "Mustache, I understand, sir." The owner of the tower turned around and said to Theta, "I was surprised to see you there. Normally I didn't see any trace of you." Theta explained his appearance. "Well, it's just like you. It's just like the master of low magic said, this is an important matter. Moreover, is it true that someone took the magma?" Marcus added, "Not only the magma, but also the Bronto disappeared." Theta was so surprised that she slapped the table, and Bronto, the tower owner, coughed, "The first time I heard about it." Elisa, the ice magician, said that only those in magic know the location of the revived tablets. They may have taken it without knowing what it is. But if that is not the case, then this is a serious problem. The Magic Tower master nodded, "Just like you said, I think I know who took the magma, but I don't know where Bronto is." Theta spoke up, "Now I understand why. Thunder will drop everything and leave again." Marcus said, "It's not like there's absolutely no information about it. I'm not sure if it's related to Bronto or not, but there's an unusual information about being near that area." "Curious, Theta, unusual information." Marcus explained, near the area where Bronto appeared, I heard that a peerless knight appeared. Listening to this lazily, the people at the scene simultaneously looked over. What, a peerless knight? Elisa panicked. Could it be that he appeared? Marcus took another sip of tea and said, unfortunately, this time no peerless knight appeared. I heard he was a 9-year-old child. Everyone had the opportunity to be surprised again by this information. What, 9 years old? The master of the magic tower spoke solemnly. Everyone was silent. This is not right. You mean Bronto was found in the Avalon Empire? Marcus nodded affirmatively. Yes, the master of the tower asked again. So the thunder had arrived there. He ordered, Marcus, observe who took the magma. If this information is correct, we won't be able to do anything. Elisa speculated, could it be that person's successor, the peerless knight? I can't imagine it being anyone else but him. The tower master sighed and said, calm down, Elisa, I understand your feelings, her senses. Elisa stood up and protested. This was not something that could be ignored carelessly. Marcus said, considering the situation, maybe there is no relationship between them. Elisa countered, why not? Marcus explained, because I heard that the main character of the rumor is the son of Duke Arden Vaughn. Theta's face twisted in exclamation, oh God, you should have told us that information first. Tell us, what else do we need to know? Stop drinking tea, damn it. Stopped, a strong hand slammed on the table. The tower owner announced and said, as I said earlier, nothing is certain yet, don't act on your own, just continue to observe the situation. The meeting is here, everyone can go. There is no other way, everyone can only keep their mouths shut. Then, one by one, each person left the room. The tower owner smiled and said with admiration, the world is changing so quickly, I wonder if this change is good or bad. Golden light shines through the windows. Inside the room, Joshua stood before a vortex of energy. Joshua closed his eyes, sweat dropped and muttered some language. Looking at this scene, Cain thought in surprise, his language trembled. How could his master know the language, which only high-level magicians knew? Was his master truly a peerless knight? At this moment, Joshua's ring flew into the air, a spell circle also lit up around the ring. The ring slowly fell onto Joshua's palm. Cain hurriedly ran over to ask, Master, are you okay? Joshua stared at the ring and smiled and said, I'm fine. Cain asked curiously, is it true that the high elf blessed it, and there is even a rune language engraved on it? Joshua smiled and said, oh, this. Joshua explained, this is a 7th class advanced shield, automatically protecting the user in dangerous situations. I heard it also greatly increases each relationship with the spirits. I don't know exactly its other capabilities. Knowing the use of the ring, Cain said seriously, I want to ask you a favor, Master. Cain knelt down on one knee and begged, could you give me your goblin tears? To this wish, Joshua replied, this ring was made by the High Elf, for the only daughter of the Orvis family, Zerath de Corvus, so men cannot use this. Cain asked suspiciously, then. I was about to give it to my mother. At this point, Lucia's image appeared in his mind. Somewhere, the hand reached out in front of the magic ball. The hand gently rubbed, the ball emitted a vague light. The owner of the hand who touches the magic ball is Zero. Zero lowered his head, bowed respectfully, and greeted his master. Accordingly, a figure appeared, the whole person covered with a mask. Zero, I did not expect that you would contact me unexpectedly like this. Is it because of that child? Zero bowed his head and replied, yes, although there were a few small incidents. Besides that, I feel that Joshua hides more things than I thought. The mysterious person replied, I already knew that that child was very special. Zero was a little hesitant, it was called a bit special. The mysterious person replied, you know, the lower magic side has started looking for Joshua. Zero widened his eyes in surprise. He said, Magic Tower? Why? The mystic explained, apparently unknown to him, one of the 7 magicians had begun searching for Joshua, suspecting that he was a descendant of the magical swordsman Ainslet. That side had been looking for him for a while. It's time. But the Magic Tower used the Origin Stone as an excuse. Zero doubt. The Element Stone, the mystic continued, the important thing is not the Origin Stone or Ainslet. Part of the Avalon Imperial Night Force and the Magic Tower, above all, the secret existence of our organization, the Red Coin. Joshua is at the heart of all of this. Zero's face became extremely tense, unable to say anything. I heard the mysterious person continue, I really want to go to Akardi myself, but because the war with the organization has not ended yet, I can't. everything will change, if that child brings me a red coin. Zero stood up and bowed his head to receive orders. I will find him at any cost. The mysterious person nodded with satisfaction. Okay, I believe in you. Yes, Zero respectfully bowed in response. After these words, the magic ball also turned off its light, and the image of the mysterious person completely disappeared. Zero's eyes lit up, full of determination to say, at any cost. Outside a certain jungle. From the sky, a strong beam of light struck down, and a figure appeared, near. Viscount Big was thrown into a log, his mouth covered with a cloth. Jack's whole body radiated lightning. He shouted angrily, silently looking away. He looked at the black goblin rushing towards this direction, casting spells, beams of light across the vast sky. Gather into my hands, the lightning of judgment, to all who stand in my way, a rain of light will fall. Lightning rain. After these words, many lightning bolts fell from the sky, hitting straight at the black goblins. In agonizing screams, the black goblins were beaten into cinders. Looking at the whole process, Viscount Big did not dare to speak up, he was extremely scared. Jack looked around, the black goblins all fell down. After that was resolved, Jack walked towards Viscount Big. Now, tell me, compared to Joshua's ability, how is the magic just now? Jack grabbed the cloth from Viscount Big's mouth and tore it. Jack said with murderous intent and replied. Even though Viscount Big is tied up, he still threatens aggressively. I am a noble of the Avalon Empire. Do you think the Empire will leave it alone if you do this? Jack didn't answer, he leaned closer as if looking for something. Jack narrowed his eyes, full of disdain, said, Empire, I will not bother to come here. If you are so afraid of letters, you should answer me quickly. How am I compared to that boy Joshua, the person in the rumor, is a peerless knight? Not daring to resist, Viscount Big obediently replied, in terms of power, your magic far exceeds it. Even someone like me who is not proficient in magic can say that. Jack finally calmed down, he said, because Ainlet's trait is not the lightning attribute, as I thought. He hasn't gotten Bronto yet. I have to meet that kid myself, even though the Anyus estate not a place that can be easily trespassed. At this moment, Viscount Big shouted loudly, wait, if you plan to meet Joshua, then this plan is not good. Jack turned around and asked, why don't you calm down? Viscount Big said affirmatively, yes, Joshua has followed the Duke to the capital, he will soon enter the academy. Jack frowned thoughtfully, the academy, it was difficult, the Anyus estate was already difficult, but the capital in Avalon was on another level, there were many formidable names besides Duke Anyus. Viscount Big stood up eagerly, I will help you. Jack was surprised. What? Viscount Big explained, even though we didn't have a good first impression. If you intend to eliminate Joshua, I'm very willing to help. His arrogance and ignorance of his destiny is very troublesome. I can't stand it anymore. Jack's mouth slightly raised. Interesting, how can someone like you help me? Viscount Big zealously, he has the symbol of Starpies under his eyes, and is a 6th level magician, the lightning magician among the 7 magicians, Jack Starpies. Jack laughed, surprisingly, one word took away my identity. Viscount Big said, as you know, knowledge in Avalon is power, if you are in the same boat as me, I will definitely be of help, I have a lot of connections in Avalon. Jack said in a disdainful tone, even so, no matter how urgent this job is, I can't cooperate with the previously unknown guy. Viscount Big stammered in fear, what do you mean? Jack had a weird look on his face, even though I said I didn't care, it would be a bit annoying if my identity was revealed. Looking at the light above his head, Viscount Big was scared and screamed like a pissed-off pig, so what, are you planning to kill me? He said threateningly, if a noble like me disappears, the Empire, no, Duke Anyus will come looking for me, if that happens, sooner or later, your identity. Jack didn't take these words into his eyes, the light just enveloped Viscount Big. Jack revealed a disdainful smile and said, who would find someone like you? Time passed so quickly. Joshua entered the academy when he was 10 years old, there were thousands of other noble children who also entered Avalon Academy. Students here are divided into 6 levels and will be promoted to the next level through a promotion exam held every year. Students will graduate after they pass the final exam of the academy. Joshua believes that these 6 years will be plenty of time for him to reach the 5th stage of magic spear that he achieved in his previous life, if it goes according to plan. Joshua is poring over the words on the letter. Joshua is the only person at the academy who doesn't have a knight with him. He carries his own suitcase, and the other students are competing with each other to order the guards, "Bring it here, you can't even lift it," something like that. "I'm sorry master, where is my room? We're almost there, please be patient." Joshua looked at the noble children. He was upset about them. Indeed, noble children, they all had at least one servant. Joshua finally reached his room. "Here it is." Joshua slowly pushed the door open and entered the room. He looked around and couldn't help but exclaim, the room for 3 people was that large, as expected of an Avalon. Joshua was secretly hoping, "I hope I don't have to live with someone like Varen." He remembered the insults that Varen had uttered. "I can't live with an unknown noble in the countryside. This is an insult." Joshua is full of hope. "I want to spend my days peacefully." After Joshua, the next student who opened the door walked over. Realizing the door was open, this student exclaimed, "Oh, am I not the first?" Agaris walked in with a dozen things in hand, warmly greeted Joshua. "Nice to meet you, my new friend. I would appreciate it if you could help me with this luggage." Joshua was also kind enough to help Agaris carry his luggage down for him. "Agaris is happy, thank you. Carrying this alone is so heavy that I'm almost dead." Joshua also kindly replied, "It's nothing, don't be polite." Agaris started introducing himself. "I was so slow in introducing myself. I'm Agaris Kuhn Douglas, I'll take care of you." Joshua looked at Agaris' attitude with some sympathy. I guess these people are much better than the kids who like to show off their strength. Joshua also happily shook hands and greeted back, "I'm Ash Van Frederick, hope you can help." Agaris is surprised. "Frederick, this is my first time hearing this name. Let's get along in this 1 year, Ash." While the two of you were happily getting to know each other, the third member in the room walked over and said, "Wow, have you two gotten acquainted?" Icarus also warmly introduced himself, "I am Icarus, I hope everyone will help." When Agaris saw Icarus, he rushed up and scolded him, "You bastard." Joshua stood still and didn't understand what was going on. No, Joshua was surprised when he realized this was a genius. He was Icarus. The genius of the age, the brain of God, is Icarus. The future prince's first civil war will be recorded in history as a bloody war, while the Avalon Empire is weakened by inter-imperial wars and when Emperor Marcus is missing, the internal battle is bad. The worst in history broke out between the first and second princes. Under the pretext of stabilizing the country, this internal battle lasting nearly 10 years caused tens of thousands of casualties. And it ended with victory for the first prince, after which all the forces and authorities of the second prince were captured by the first prince. There were 2 people who made great contributions in the war, this internal war. The first prince, turned hero, who ended this long civil war, was Kaiser Van Britain. And the other was a genius of strategy and tactics with a brain said to be created by the gods, a vassal who led the prince to victory, the brain of the god Icarus. Seeing the attitude of Joshua and Agaris looking at him, Icarus was a bit embarrassed. "Is there something on my face? Why do you two look so serious?" I thought it was tense. It turned out that Agaris and Icarus were quite close to each other. Agaris hugged Icarus. "Hey this commoner, how could I not be surprised? I was looking forward to seeing you again." Icarus was also, "It's fun, but you're also too heavy." Icarus's eyes were filled with joy. "I never thought I would be in the same room as you, Agaris, please take care of me." Agaris patted the gentleman's shoulder. "Me too, I'm waiting for a happy year," Icarus complimented back. "You're always optimistic, Agaris, that's a compliment, of course." Joshua stood to the side, dumbfounded, looking at the 2 roommates. Did they know each other? First years weren't supposed to know anyone, they probably knew each other somewhere else. Seeing that Icarus is close to Agaris, Joshua also has a little more information. "Anyway, this is the first time I know that Icarus has friends." Talks about Icarus's origin, in the territory located in the southern countryside of Avalon, because the Baron couldn't have children for a long time. They adopted Icarus, who was their uncle at the time. After noticing his talent, his territory was attacked by ridicule from other nobles due to his unusual birth. Icarus couldn't escape the image of a commoner in the academy. No matter how talented he was constantly looked down upon and despised, so he spent his days alone, I heard. The first person to help him was the Empire's first prince, Prince Kisser. For the first time someone treated Icarus as a friend and gave him the chance to spread his wings like he wanted. Joshua was still silently thinking about his past life. After hearing that story, I thought he and I were very similar, towards youth full of contempt and contempt. Joshua was still silently thinking about his past life. After hearing that story, I thought he and I were very similar, full of contempt and contempt for youth. The more Joshua looked at Icarus, the more he hated Kisser. his unhappy life after being killed by Kisser, the person he trusted so much. Joshua also extended his hand to start getting acquainted with Icarus. "I'm Ash Van Frederick, nice to meet you." Icarus is also gentle, so he happily greeted back, "Nice to meet you, I am Icarus, let's get along well." This handshake made Joshua determined. "I must bring Icarus to my side at any cost, this is a fateful meeting for me." Scene changed to Duke Anyus's residence. Joshua's mother, Lucia, received the ring that Joshua sent. She expressed, "I understand, Joshua has enrolled in school. Mrs. Lucia is sad, I want to see her enroll in school, it's so sad." Cain also conveyed Joshua's thoughts to her. The master did not want to bother him, because his identity would be revealed if he went with him. Lucia smiled kindly, "I understand, Cain," by her side, "thank you for always following her." Cain humbly replied, "It's nothing, ma'am, on the contrary, I'm always grateful to serve him as my master. It might be a bit impolite to say this, but who really has a wonderful son, Mrs. Lucia was so happy." "What are you talking about, Cain?" The happy moment hadn't lasted long when Duke Agnes came over. "What are you two doing?" The Duke stepped forward majestically, everyone respectfully greeted him. "Duke Anyus, respectfully Duke." The Duke kindly asked Joshua's mother, "Are you comfortable here?" Mrs. Lucia politely replied, "Yes, I am receiving more than I deserve, thank you for your generosity." The Duke left immediately, but he did not forget to show his concern. "If there is anything uncomfortable, you can tell me at any time, it will be okay to come to me." Lucia is extremely grateful. "Ah yes, Sir Duke." Baron had also expressed his respect to Lucia. "See you later." The Duke and Baron shouted and left without staying any longer. The Duke's back gradually grew farther and farther away. After a while, he shouted hesitantly to show his doubts, "Mr. Duke, what's wrong?" The Duke asked again. The Baron continued, "Forgive the rudeness, but may I ask why you let Lady Lucia stay here? Lady Vanessa may intend to object if she hears about this." The Duke's face turned serious. "You know that, right?" The Baron shouted in agreement. "Yes, I know Master Joshua has extraordinary talent." The Baron is a bit worried, but the talent of young Master Bob-en, who has royal blood, cannot be ignored, so why don't you decide for sure on the heir first? The Duke calmly replied, "You seem worried about the royal blood," the Baron shouted without hesitation, adding, "Yes, after all, the authenticity of the legitimate son cannot be completely ignored." The Baron also brought up the possible outcomes. "If Master Joshua inherits the name Anyus, there will be countless rumors about our family. The Duke has other ideas. I wonder if authenticity is influenced by blood, then it's okay." The Duke continued slowly, "I will observe a little more," the Baron shouted with satisfaction, obeying his wishes. The Duke left while constantly thinking about the statement, the authenticity of the legitimate child. Returned to Avalon Academy. During his first class after entering the academy, Joshua learned about the relationship between Icarus and Icarus. That's because those two people are famous in this academy. Of course, that popularity doesn't come from good things. While leisurely walking, Amaru and his accomplices came. He greeted with not very nice words. "What kind of combination is this, the illegitimate son of Count Douglas and a lowly commoner?" It's true there is a folk saying that things come together according to their species. Amaru didn't stop and continued to mock. "That's right, losers should go together." Icarus ignored the animosity and happily went up to ask, "Did he also join the swordsmanship class?" Amaru. Joshua, when he heard this name, also thought, Amaru Bunten, Sten family, could it be? One of the 5 great masters of the Avalon Empire, Count Amaru Brunsten, is known as the Rapier Master. As for Amaru, he looks exactly like that person, with metallic hair color and narrow eyes. Amaru's teammate spoke up confidently, "If we were in the same class as these losers, we would definitely get high scores easily." Amaru agreed, "That bastard and that commoner were really how pitiful, I can't even go to middle school anymore." Looking at the color of the tie, Joshua commented, "The tie is yellow, it looks like they are in middle school. White is for first grade students, the tie will change color if the student is promoted, and more, Icarus is an illegitimate child like me." Amaru talks more and more outrageously about Icarus, running away from home only to fail like this. "I think that's all someone like you deserves. Is this the life of illegitimate children? I'm ashamed to have used to be friends with you." Icarus couldn't help but speak up, "Aren't you being too much, Amaru?" The blonde friend of Amaru's side quickly shouted back, "How dare you interfere, this lowly thing? This guy's name is Duncan." He shouted louder, "How dare you be disrespectful to the Sten family?" Icarus is also not humble. "What do you mean by rude? Duncan, what are you talking about, Grumpy Duncan? I warn you to mind your own business. Any insults to my friend Amaru, it is insulting me, Duncan Paul Dunats. Icarus also responded harshly, I didn't say anything to be seen as being disrespectful to you, the disrespect is exactly what you said. Duncan immediately slapped Icarus in the face with a contemptuous curse, you lowly commoner, you are dirtier than cattle. Duncan cursed Icarus fiercely, do you think you will become a noble just because you were adopted by an unknown baron in a remote countryside? The blood flowing in your body is just like cattle, how dare you talking to us, that alone is insulting us. Icarus quickly intervened, stop, you've gone too far. The green-haired guy next to him conveniently kicked Icarus' body, trying to cover for you. Joshua now stands up for you, and this makes Amaru keep an eye on him. Joshua stepped forward with dignity. Amaru's accomplice contemptuously asked his name, who the hell are you? Wanting to live peacefully is already difficult, I'm sure I can't live peacefully as planned, just thinking about these things of treating my juniors like trash, I will definitely change your thinking. Amaru suddenly stepped back in fear, wait, why did you come here? The fourth prince has arrived, the Kaiser happily asked about Joshua, it seems I was not mistaken. Kaiser is very excited, really, I've been waiting for you for a long time. All the students, when they saw the Kaiser, greeted Prince Kaiser, and the Kaiser only cared about Joshua, aren't you happy to see me? That short meeting reached Varen's ears, Varen is quite surprised to hear this, isn't he? I feel dumbfounded, what? Varen got angry, Mucker, are your ears deaf? I asked if the fourth prince acted as if he knew that bastard, Mucker slowly replied, yes, that's what I heard. Varen suspects Joshua, I see, then there must be something with this bastard, no matter how much I research, I can't find anything related to the Frederick family, he knows all four princes. Varen urgently, there's no other way, Mucker, let's go to Moongate Day and ask them if there is a guy named Ashven Frederick, no matter what, we have to grasp his weakness. Mucker is afraid, but, young master, that. Mucker remembers the conditions under which Joshua will agree to return the ring, I will return the ring to Varen, however, you must apologize to the Rebrika family on behalf of your ignorant young master, and promise me. Always put family and honor first, don't let that Varen continue to cause things like this again. Mucker promised Joshua at that time, I promise, young master Joshua. Mucker started to admonish Varen, young master Varen, maybe I've gone too far but if you break your promise, everyone in the world will start mocking you, no mocking the family. Varen lost his temper, he threw the glass of wine at Mucker and shouted, shut up, the promise was made by you, it has nothing to do with me. Varen got angry, don't argue, just do as I say, go find out now, this useless bastard. Mucker couldn't help but he was sad and obeyed. In swordsmanship class, the students are taking notes extremely diligently. Icarus is dozing off, Icarus is diligently writing his notes, and Joshua is contemplating something. He thought, I don't intend to attract attention, but if I want Icarus to be on my side, I have no choice but to change the plan, because of the Kaiser, people will definitely be curious about me. At that time the Kaiser said to Joshua, I have received an answer from you, but I still do not give up. Joshua paid attention to the secret warehouse, also, he told me to visit the palace before graduating, well even if he didn't say it, I was planning to do so, the Royal Knights and the palace secret warehouse, there's something I need to find there. The teacher saw Icarus falling asleep, he shouted loudly, Icarus Kuhn Douglas. Icarus didn't understand anything, vaguely talking nonsense, what, is it time to eat? Just waiting for that, the class burst into laughter and mockery, that's why you always stay in class, what a shame, how could such an idiot be born into the Douglas family, it's just an abandoned child, what do you expect from him? The teacher sternly reminded, please be quiet, Icarus, pay attention to the lesson, if you don't want to be sent home, optimistic Icarus, yes, you will pay attention. The teacher returned to the lecture, continuing to study, that's why the sword is considered the best weapon, there is a reason why knights are famous because they use the sword as their main weapon. Teachers are still passionate about providing knowledge, even the current king, the ruler of the Avalon Empire, has reached the level of mastery, as well as Ducanius, one of the 9 stars, the strongest in the empire, also uses swords, of course the same goes for the 5 great masters. The teacher asked an interactive question, so why is the sword considered the strongest weapon? Amaru quickly said, it's simple. He answered confidently, all weapons other than swords were trash, that was enough between people of the same skill level. He answered more and more harshly, "Someone who uses other weapons will never defeat someone who uses a sword." Joshua still just listened silently. The teacher suggested another idea, however. In battle, most soldiers don't use a sword, but instead a spear. From what I said, I don't think soldiers need to be trained to use it. Earning is better than loving. Amaru stubbornly gave the answer, "I'm just talking about people with similar skills, not talking about items like soldiers on the battlefield." Joshua is now responding, "It's ridiculous." Joshua boldly stood up to argue, "In my opinion, the sword is the worst weapon, especially the rapier, which cannot even be used to floss teeth." Everyone is talking. "Who is it? Seems to be a new student. What powerful family is he the son of? What are you talking about? I have never heard of any family more powerful than the Sten family." Among the new students, "Is he just a lunatic?" Amaru is angry. "What did you just say? Rapier is trash." To prevent the class from being chaotic, the teacher spoke up, stopped, and prohibited arguing, but Amaru refused. He argued back, "As a member of the Sten family who used rapier as his main weapon, I can't control myself. You say I have to endure this humiliation." Joshua is also not humble. "It's funny, downgrading the weapon you are using is considered insulting, so is it just a personal opinion that you downgrading all other weapons?" Amaru shouted, "I'm just telling the truth, otherwise prove it, just fight and you'll know." Joshua didn't bother to fight. He pulled out the rules and said it again. "Amaru, have you forgotten? According to the rules, students are not allowed to fight." Amaru laughed contemptuously. "What, after saying that much, why do you still follow the rules?" Next to Duncan, Duncan despised Joshua even more. "He behaved like that because of the fourth prince, right?" Amaru laughed further. "I thought you were terrible, but it turns out you're just a dog that knows how to bark but doesn't dare to bite." Joshua remained calm. "I just want to follow the rules. If you want to fight, then why don't you wait until the practice session, then it won't be considered breaking the rules." Amaru sounds good. "Okay, that's the way it is. The sword practice class will take place tomorrow." Amaru gave his opinion to the teacher again. "Professor, I beg you, if you allow this challenge, I will never argue about this issue again. Please give me a chance to prove myself to I am not labeled a liar to other students." The professor felt a bit worried about Joshua. He held his head awkwardly. "Is it the Sten family? That kid seems to have had a difficult school year." "You have no other choice. Things have come to this. I have no choice but to stand outside and watch." The teacher agrees with Amaru. "Okay, I agree, but because this is a challenge, I forbid it. We're allowed to use real swords, and the two children were only allowed to use wooden weapons to fight." Amaru was secretly happy. "Perfect, there is nothing better than a wooden sword to crush its body. I don't know what kind of relationship you have with the fourth prince." Amaru pins Joshua, "But I will destroy you." Joshua smiled meaningfully, not showing any fear at all. He was ready to teach Amaru a lesson. At the end of the class, as soon as he got to the room, Agaris scolded Joshua. He didn't expect him to call the longsword trash in front of the Sten family. "Are you crazy?" Joshua's attitude was indifferent. "What's the matter?" Agaris earnestly, "Are you asking seriously?" Amaru is not the type of person to leave alone when insulted. He will probably find a way to harm you. Icarus is also worried. "I think so too." Joshua retorted, "I thought you were living without thinking about anything, but I guess you can also give your opinion." Agaris. Agaris's attitude has softened a bit. "I don't know what your skills are, but Amaru is one of the most talented students of the academy. The blood of the Sten family flows through him. He is in the stage where mana can be felt on its own." Joshua still kept a relaxed attitude and asked Agaris again, "I guess you know Amaru Bruntan very well?" Agaris looked slightly sad and replied, "Yes, because Amaru and I have been friends for a long time." In the Deadlands located at the northern edge of Avalon, there are two clans that have stopped the demonic beasts from invading the land. Amaru's father, who was considered the commander of the north, as well as the head of the Sten clan, and Agaris' father, the head of the Douglas clan, who stood by to protect and support Amaru's father. Their friendship, forged by the countless life or death situations they experienced, was famous even among the nobility. Agaris recounted, "That's how me and Amaru knew each other, but as the son of a concubine, it was hard for me to be friends with him. However, because we had something in common that we were both very far away having inherited, we were able to become friends who could rely on each other as children." The more Agaris talks, the more he wants to stop Joshua. "That's why I understand Amaru better than anyone else, and also why I want him to stop being stubborn and beg him for forgiveness. I don't want to see my new friend. I can't bear the pain." Joshua was not afraid at all. He smiled faintly and replied, "It's funny, You just want me to apologize for thinking I'm weak. At least you will be safe living like that, because all you will do is laugh like an idiot and bows his head to everyone around him." Icarus consoled Ash. "He only said that because he was worried about you. Joshua doesn't care. Who cares for whom?" When it was Icarus's turn, Joshua began to lecture him about the truth, making excuses for doing nothing more than diminishing his own skills. If he wanted to change his fate, he needed to work himself to death. Change it. Icarus was speechless and couldn't speak back. Joshua continued speaking, "Besides that, keep your own beliefs." Joshua stood up and left the room. He finished the last words, "If you don't want to live under someone's shadow all your life, that's it." Joshua walked out. The door was gradually closing. The two boys, Agaris and Icarus, stood frozen in place after Joshua's recent teaching. In the Moon Mountain room, Zero was surprised to see Mucker coming. "What's wrong?" Mucker presented his wishes. Zero replied, "You want me to find information about a boy named Ashven Frederick, right sir?" Mucker replied with a frown on his face, "Yes, I need information about that boy. What we know is that he enrolled in Avalon Academy this year." Zero hesitated. "I also have some information but..." Just like that, Mucker is willing to pay. "Really? I will give you as much money as you want. Tell me everything about that boy." Zero bets, "Of course, as you also know the information I offer quite expensive." Mucker is in a hurry. "Money is not a problem," Zero added. "More specifically, Mucker is curious, what is so special?" Zero said with a smirk, "Especially more expensive if it's someone our organization has given special treatment to." Mucker is sweating. He's worried. Special treatment, it's unexpected, but if he's someone that even the Moon Door gives special treatment to, then he has an even bigger secret. Mucker still decide to the end. "Please tell me, I will give you as much as you want." Zero was delighted. "Very good, then please pay us about 1,000,000 gold coins." Mucker was surprised and couldn't believe it. "What, 1,000,000 gold coins?" Mucker was freaking out. "Oh my god, who the hell was that kid?" 1,000,000 gold coins was more than what most cities earned in taxes in a year. Zero didn't want to get involved anymore. He was about to leave and said to Mucker, "From your expression, it seems like you need more time for you to think. Please come next time when you finish thinking, Mr. Mucker." Mucker sat quietly alone and didn't know how to handle it. Zero think for Joshua, "Master Joshua, this is an investment. Although Varen will be able to find other sources to get the information, since the Moon Door asks for 1,000,000 gold coins as commission, they will think you more dangerous than they expected." Mucker just left, and Zero was still silently contemplating. "If so, I'm sure Varen will give up this little revenge, afraid of the possible consequences. The Master Varen that I know will be weak against this guy, strong against the weak." Zero secretly wishes Joshua peace. "Don't worry about this, but find the red coin for us, to end the long war. Until then, I won't reveal anything about you, Master." On Joshua's side, he is practicing on his own right now. Practice and think. Contrary to the Academy's strict rules, they don't restrict students from going anywhere after classes end, so I can focus on regaining the power I lost in the mansion Ducanius has prepared for himself. Mana energy is being controlled by Joshua. He tried to train himself to be able to better control the flow of mana energy. Joshua clearly realized that the holy and demon energy inside his body was like water and oil, constantly in chaos without being able to harmonize it. Joshua gritted his teeth, determined to stabilize. "I need to stabilize these powers with Bronto's power, just a little more, just a little more." Finally the energy burst out and it spread throughout the room. The power is extremely terrible. Joshua was blown away by that power. He fell into unconsciousness. After a while, Joshua showed signs of waking up. Joshua struggled to sit up and was not satisfied with himself. It seemed like he had passed out. It was an incomplete power, but nothing that he could not control. Joshua regained his composure. "If I control a little more of the holy and demon energy by using Bronto, I will be able to reach stage 3 of the magic spear soon. I will be able to use that soon." Joshua picked up the spear and cheered up. "Okay, let's do it again. But where is the Lugia?" Joshua searched everywhere for his Lugia. Where could it be? Why couldn't he find it? While Joshua was engrossed in searching, a voice rang out, "Are you stupid?" Huge flow of black magic energy is appearing in front of Joshua. Joshua was surprised. Space magic. The mysterious person mocked Joshua. "There is no limit to your stupidity. How can you sleep for 3 days in a place where the enemy can invade at any time?" Joshua was stunned. "You, who is that?" The mysterious person grinned and replied, "Who do you think I am? I am the greatest person in the whole world. This is Lugia, Greet and worship me, I am the one who protected and stayed by your side for 3 days there. Joshua, it's hard to believe. What, have I been unconscious for 3 days? There must have been a big ruckus in the academy. Even so, when I reached the 3rd stage of magic sect in my previous life, I also saw Lugia possessed intelligence for a period of time. I only found out I could change it into a metal bar after reviving. Joshua was still bewildered. I never thought that an ability like this would appear, even after I was revived, but it appeared in front of me in the state of a child. I'm not the only resurrected person. Lugia whined at Joshua, you're thinking that I look like a child, right? Joshua is surprised, you can still read my mind. Lugia smiled happily and replied, of course, you think I can't do something like read my mind in my awakened state. Besides that, isn't there something more important? Joshua asked in bewilderment. What's more important? Lugia explained, understand yourself before understanding the other person. You don't think your physical state is perfect, do you? Joshua hesitated. This is. Lugia excitedly proposed to Joshua, should we give you a little information? Joshua was curious, what information is that? Lugia said in a low voice to Joshua, the primordial stone you obtained. If you think elemental power is all it has, then that's ironic. I didn't know humans had researched how much about the primordial stone with their incredible level of intelligence, but its true power is different. Joshua was surprised again. Different, Lugia continued leisurely, although each primordial stone possessed unique powers such as extinction, rebirth and harmony, it didn't matter. Lugia excitedly asked, sang Joshua, this is a question for you. If so, what kind of unique power does the stone you obtained have? Try to solve it yourself. Joshua began to calculate, because it has the lightning attribute and has outstanding destructive ability, so there can't be something similar to it. Wait, then it will overlap with the red primordial stone, the magma stone. Lugia stood outside cheering for Joshua, think carefully for yourself, it's a question that can help you achieve your goals as quickly as possible. Joshua suddenly realized something. He asked Lugia again, what did you say about my goal? Lugia reminded Joshua, what do you think? You need revenge. A new day has come, the swordsmanship class continues, and the students eagerly come to class. Icarus happily chatted with Icarus, and, that's how it happened. Icarus complimented him, you must have a lot of funny stories, Icarus. Icarus teased Icarus back, I think it's because you live too boringly. While having fun, Icarus saw Amaru's figure. Amaru also gave Icarus an unfriendly look. The two said nothing to each other. Duncan approached and naturally hit Icarus in the face and scolded, hey, why the hell are you guys still here? Duncan started screaming, if I were you, I probably would have run away with some ash guy, don't you think so, Icarus? After all, that's what you're best at, but, run away when in trouble. Icarus responded strongly, stop bothering us, Amaru's accomplice is behind the bait, really. That guy blamed Icarus, how could he open his mouth to ask us to stop bothering you? Your roommate caused trouble and then disappeared, we can't ignore this, Icarus replied, why is it falling on our heads? Duncan grabbed Icarus's hair, he laughed excitedly when he bullied him, so what do you think? It's because this place is only clean after we clean up the trash like you. While there was chaos, the professor walked in, what are you guys doing? The professor sternly reminded the students, how many times have I told you, this academy absolutely prohibits fighting between students. Duncan, if you continue to do that I have no choice but to having to discipline you. Duncan was threatened by his teacher, so he let go of Icarus's hair. The professor in his heart realized his mistake, this was my fault, I knew the outcome would be like this, I intended to prevent it from happening again. But since Ash had disappeared, I saw at least everything stopped at discipline. When everyone thought Joshua ran away, now you have appeared, I'm sorry I'm late. Joshua expressed his sincere apologies. Due to personal reasons, he was forced to be absent for a few days. The professor was surprised to see Joshua return. Ash Van Frederick. Why did you stab yourself to death? The students were buzzing. Look, isn't he afraid of death? Why did he come back here? I think maybe he thought he would be forgiven if he disappeared for 3 days. I don't know what made him come back, but it looks like he won't be able to graduate easily. The professor shouted, everyone be quiet, class will start now, please concentrate. Mister, be gentle with Joshua. Ash, go back to your seat quickly, we need to continue studying. Joshua obediently listened, yes I understand. The professor looked at Joshua and then he began to think of a way. Things have come to this, I will have to do everything to prevent what is about to happen. I have to postpone the practical class, no one knows what Amaru will do at that time. Amaru also set his sights on Joshua's body. He was filled with fighting spirit. Joshua returned to his seat next to his two roommates. Agaris asked Joshua, "How the hell did you come back? Hasn't the Frederick family collapsed? You couldn't have run away if you wanted to." Joshua was a bit surprised. "Did you investigate my identity?" Agaris replied, "That rumor had spread throughout the academy. Perhaps Amaru did it." Agaris still wants Joshua to give up. "It's not too late. Apologize to Amaru. You said it would be safe to bow to others, right? That's why sometimes we have to bow to others." Joshua replied with a bright smile, saying that again, "Don't repeat the same thing twice. I will show you how to protect your ideals." But Joshua was surprised by something. Was the gaze of Icarus looking at him without blinking? Joshua speculated, looking at his expression. I could tell he was worried about something, but I didn't have time to worry about the kids' fight anymore. I had to do some more important things. Remembering the meeting with Lugia, Lugia grinned when he learned the information about Joshua. Joshua wondered and asked, "How do you know about my feud?" Joshua questioned, "Did you really go back to the past with me? What are Bronto's other abilities?" Lugia still replied Joshua with a joking attitude, "Surely you are wondering a lot of things, but I can't say no to you. Well, as long as you meet my conditions, I don't mind letting you know." Joshua was annoyed. "Stop joking around, tell me quickly." Lugia also got angry again. "Do you think I'm joking? Think for yourself. I have no duty to tell you. I just need to shut up and go to sleep. That's enough. That's it. Only you need to." When Joshua was told, he was speechless. He calmed down and asked Lugia, "What was that condition?" Lugia was overjoyed. "You should have behaved like this. It was the right decision." Lugia smiled and said, "It's simple. Just regain the relationships in your past life and take more care of yourself." Joshua was stunned. "What, take care of yourself?" Lugia yawned and replied, "Will you do it or not? Answer quickly. Don't you have time? I'm sleepy. Hurry up." Joshua is also in a hurry. "Are you already sleepy?" Joshua thought about the conditions that Lugia proposed. If it was that condition, then there was no need to think anymore. Joshua quickly replied, "Okay, I accept." Lugia finished a few words with Joshua, "I hope you will fulfill them. A promise to a relic like me that possesses great power. Then according to the promise, I will give you the hint. The power you are doubting Bronto is not a prophet. The prophetic dream you have is a different kind of power." Joshua was puzzled. Wasn't Bronto's power a prophecy? Clearly at that time I saw the downfall of the Anu-Stuk family, something that would happen in the future. It wasn't just a dream. Lugia laughed. "If you think too much about something, it will definitely appear in your dreams, in this case, because he is one of the revenge targets, for so what appeared in your dream? Or in short, the prophetic dream you had was one of the other powers hidden inside your body, that holy power." Joshua was surprised. "Holy power?" Lugia further explained, "The holy power of God. You know the name. High priests are said to receive divine enlightenment on the day when danger is near. Your prophetic dream is similar. God's power is more amazing than what you humans can imagine." Lugia continued, "Moreover, the second power was flowing wildly inside. If successful, it would completely absorb the power of both. No one will be able to oppose you." Lugia also told Joshua, "Most importantly is the Apocalypse Stone, the true power of Bronto, the energy that amplifies the optical attribute, the fastest power and possesses the most destructive ability." Is growth? Joshua looked at his hand, incredulous. Growing stars. Returning to the swordsmanship class, Amaru was vehemently protesting, "Professor, you can't let this go." Professor said seriously, "What do you mean?" Amaru snapped, "I have authorized the duel between you and Ashven Frederick. This is not a simple duel, this is an oath, a duel to regain your noble title." Amaru, on the other hand, even threatened the teacher, "If he changed his mind, then my entire clan would be insulted, so I had no choice but to resort to alternative measures." The professor feels awkward, although on the outside, between me and him is a teacher-student relationship, but I can't escape the principles that make a family strong. How can I prevent this happen here? Amaru pointed at Joshua and nodded, "I don't know why you came back, but if you think I'll let this go, then you're sorely mistaken. I'll take this opportunity to make you remember the weapon but how much you praise trash." Joshua smiled blandly and replied, "I don't think we all have the same thoughts. I don't intend to let it go. I will show you that rapier is just useless." Amaru is so bitter. You bastard." The students all ran very quickly. They also urged each other, "Hey, hurry up, at this rate we will miss the match." Why did he come back like that? Does he really want to die miserably at Amaru's hands? Who knows, I'm also curious. It's great, hurry up and see. At the academy's training room, when they saw Joshua holding a spear, his friends laughed at him. Holding a spear, it was so funny. So he was Frederick. He thought it was because of the long range of the spear that he was able to attack. What an advantage, what a short-sighted way of thinking. I want to see him get his ass kicked by Amaru with my own eyes. Icarus is still worried. Hey Ash, why don't you beg Amaru? Joshua is tired of hearing these words. Again, you're really stubborn. Icarus tried his best to dissuade Joshua, although I don't know what you're planning, but you can't defeat Amaru. Even if you win, the Sten family won't let you go, especially when their son is killed, lost after Rapier was humiliated like that. Joshua's mind is still strong, so I just need to deal with them. This answer made Icarus unable to say anything more, helpless. Joshua confidently made a bet with Ayatuk. From your expression, it seems like you don't trust my skills, so do you want to bet with me? Icarus was bewildered. What, bet on something? Joshua started a plan to get Icarus on his side. He told Icarus, if I defeat Amaru to protect my beliefs and survive the Sten family without any problem, then I win. The loser has to grant the winner's wish, okay? Icarus asserted, I don't know what you're talking about, but my goal is to prevent this match from happening. Moreover, you don't know what I will ask for if I win the bet. Why are you so reckless? Joshua Trey is a brave person, it's obvious, because I don't think that I will lose. Joshua, with his spear firmly in hand, he boldly walked forward to fight Amaru. Amaru gave his opponent a look like a spike in water, radiating an aura of burning hatred. Even the teacher was still helpless, so how could Icarus advise Joshua? The professor persuaded Icarus, hey Icarus, let it go, we can't delay this any longer. Icarus had to leave sadly, but he didn't forget to add a moral sentence to Joshua. Ash, you need to improve yourself more, you can't change this place on your own. Icarus' hidden words successfully made Joshua ponder, can't he change this place himself? I guess something happened to him. All obstacles have been resolved, now the professor is shouting loudly to announce the match is taking place, so now, the match between Amaru and Ash will officially begin. The crowd is on Amaru's side, loud cheers for Amaru, crush that bastard, you're the best Amaru, smash that brat with the wooden sword. Amaru gritted his teeth, his eyes cold, preparing to attack. Seeing Joshua standing still with the spear, the students came to watch and discussed, what's wrong with that bastard, what is he doing? Closing his eyes, just give up, what an attention grabber. Joshua is still preparing carefully with the amount of mana, even though I have reached level 3 spear magic, instead of using that power to overpower him, I will defeat him using the spear alone. Joshua still carefully calculated, until now I have reached the pinnacle of magic spear, but I can never see the end of the journey. I have forgotten that nothing is more important than concepts and basic rules. I have seen my past before, now I feel like I can reach a level that was unattainable in my previous life. Amaru rushes to attack, your arrogance should have a limit, you bastard, are you going to make excuses like this? Amaru screamed loudly and rushed forward, I will not leave something like this alone. Joshua calmly uttered 2 words, thank you. Joshua was highly concentrated, this was shown through his steadfast gaze, just like that. Joshua responded with overwhelming force. Amaru was hit, his face turned purple and he let out a painful sound. He was thrown by Joshua and fell backwards onto the ring. All the students who came to see were shocked by Joshua. The professor was the same, he gasped because he was so surprised. Icarus was so surprised that he couldn't say anything anymore. Anna was also in the stands, she sat right next to Icarus, she exclaimed, as I thought, he's not going in the direction I want. Joshua Vanonius. Icarus heard this name, did she just say Joshua Volumonius? Joshua was quite satisfied with his performance just now, it was so fast that the opponent could never see it coming, so fast, I finally got it. Joshua was quite satisfied with his performance just now, it was so fast that the opponent could never see it coming, it was extremely fast, I finally got it. Joshua remembered his previous life, the pinnacle in my dream that I could never achieve, even in my previous life. The enlightenment of the 6th stage of shamanic art, I had an accident. Scene changed to the Avalon Academy female intern dormitory. Anna is still having a hard time believing it, I thought he would live quietly, but he just caused a mess. So it turned out that Anna was talking to someone else, it was Anna's father, her father smiled, it's been a while, hasn't it? Anna was a bit worried, why did Dad answer so directly, is there something going on in the kingdom? Her father replied, although there were some suspicious movements in Thran, it was not a big deal. Anna was curious, then why? Her father replied kindly, the lightning magician is one of the 7 magicians. Jack killed Viscount Beeg. Viscount Beeg is quite useful for our disguise, isn't it? Sewing. Anna was surprised. The 7 magicians, did the magic tower kill Big itself? Why would an egotistical group like them do that? Could it be that the magic tower knew our plan? No. Anna's father replied, it seems that Joshua von Onius has obtained an item that the magic tower was looking for. Although the movement of the magic tower is not completely related to us, Anna added information that made her unbelievable. Joshua took it, then wouldn't it be better if we take it if that's what the magic tower wants? Anna's father doesn't agree with that. No way, it's something that can't even be used if it's not a magic tower. If we attract attention, then our long-term plan will end, uncle. The important thing here is that something is happening with Joshua. Isn't that why you called? Anna actually called her father to tell her about the academy. Yes, that's right. Joshua caused trouble as soon as he enrolled. He said the long sword was trash in front of the Sten family, and he even defeated my son Sten clan with just a stick. After hearing this, Anna's father found it quite interesting. Is that so? That's great. I don't know what Duke Onius's face will be when he hears this news, in case the Duke's official inheritance could be changed to that child. Anna was surprised. If she changed the heir, a bastard like Joshua would take his father's place, disregarding the legality like that. I don't understand. But her father had given a reason for this. Even though Joshua was an illegitimate child, the Duke would not favor his child over anyone else. Anna exclaimed, what? On Joshua's side, right now he was being called privately by the professor to ask questions. Ash van Frederick, it's been quite a while since the lord of the Frederick family went missing. The professor pressed and asked Joshua, and they are not a family famous for martial arts. Moreover, I have never seen such teachings before. Just who are you? Joshua hesitated. You are. But then Joshua still didn't tell the truth. I'm Ash van Frederick. The teacher is bored. That's okay. I started using psychological attacks. There were times when high-ranking nobles or royalty from other kingdoms enrolled in the academy and hid their identities. Honestly, I don't care what you think. The teacher continued, however, this change was not welcome, even if he was from the Sten family. It was merely a trade duel between 2 trainees. The teacher was strict with Joshua. What I said to him could have turned into a simple argument between 2 children. However, it was completely different when I defeated the Sten family's swordsmanship in front of the students, another noble child. Joshua stood up and admitted his mistake. I will accept all responsibility. The teacher was skeptical. Is it okay? Around this time last year, there was someone who had the same thoughts as you, a kid named Siamese Coon Douglas. Joshua was confused. The teacher said it was Douglas. The teacher continued, the important thing here is that this is not just solved by taking responsibility. Even in the academy, people who are supposed to be on the same level have an invisible hierarchy among them due to their power, family strength. The teacher explained in more detail, the hierarchical division has been around for a long time. Amaru, of course, is also among them. The teacher became serious. Do you understand what this means? From now on, those kids will not stop harassing kids weaker than them, including you. After listening, Joshua immediately asked a question. Can I ask a question? Divide students by level, cover up negative influences, stand still in front of all the violence and blackmail, secrets happening in the academy. Is that something someone who calls himself a teacher should do? The teacher was completely dumbfounded. He frowned and looked at Joshua. Joshua didn't stop. He continued to say, I believe I have nothing to learn or listen to from a teacher like that. If he stops everything just because he is too afraid of serious consequences, bad actions will continue to happen, forever. The teacher interrupted Joshua. There is one thing in this world that cannot be changed. Joshua does not find it reasonable. There is no impossible thing in the world. Only cowards never try to do anything for themselves. The teacher was speechless and could no longer reason. He sighed and found an excuse to stop the conversation. If your only purpose in coming to the academy is to graduate, I can introduce you to the Royal Academy. You will be able to study properly there. If the person is at your skill level, you will pass the test without any problems. This teacher's suggestion made Joshua confused. I refused the Kaiser's invitation to enroll at the Royal Academy. Furthermore, I had just realized the power of Bronto. I couldn't waste time in these 2 academies. Seeing that Joshua was still silent, the teacher asked him again, what do you think? Use his authority, apply for the test. Joshua refused with the answer, I don't want to waste my time here. The teacher was happy. So what? He would immediately, but Joshua interrupted his words, however. Joshua made his point clear, I don't intend to run away with my tail between my legs like that. Joshua affirmed his mind, I am not a coward. Joshua didn't say anything more, he bowed to the teacher and left, so I'm going. Joshua walked out of the teacher's room with a dignified posture. The teacher stayed alone in the room, looked up at the sky and thought about Joshua's words just now, how cowardly, do you think so? Joshua left alone on the rooftop to contemplate, Academy Round Table meeting. Even though I'm planning on leaving the Academy, in order to complete my goal, I should leave after completing this. From behind, Amaru reached Joshua, Ash Van Frederick. Amaru said seriously, I have something personal to say so please listen. Joshua refused, he and I had nothing to say to each other. Amaru suddenly bent down, I'm sorry. Amaru looked very sincere, I scoffed at the spear that while knowing nothing about it, I was thinking to myself, I'm truly sorry. Joshua was surprised by this attitude of Amaru, is this guy that kind of person? I didn't expect that someone from the Sten family would be so tolerant, I didn't expect it. Joshua softened his heart and forgave, okay, I was also at fault in defeating my opponent, I really don't deserve any thanks or forgiveness, Amaru appreciates it, will you forgive me? Thank you, thank you. Amaru smiled widely, so can you show me something? Amaru suddenly got serious, about his extremely fast move. Joshua was stunned for a moment at Amaru's proposal. Amaru seems to be very knowledgeable about this move of Joshua, although fast is considered to be finding the shortest path from one point to another, but it is not as easy as said, it is very difficult to achieve. In the match with him, your attack was unpredictable and I felt it before I lost consciousness. Amaru analyzed further, his attack didn't fly in a straight line, it was as if my whole body was being twisted. Joshua was a bit shy about Amaru, he sensed the principle of shooting in such a short time, he was keen to find the reason for his defeat. Joshua appreciated Amaru, he wasn't ashamed to ask to teach, why didn't I know someone like that in my previous life? Seeing Joshua not answering, Amaru was sad, can't you teach? Joshua is a good person so he happily agreed, it wasn't too difficult to explain, however there was one condition. Amaru was excited, really, what is it? Joshua replied, you just need to give me some information. Joshua said what he wanted, about the Academy's round table, plus, I also wanted some information about Siamese Coon Douglas. At the same time in the royal palace of Avalon, Jacqueline is reporting back to the king, Sir, an urgent letter has been sent by the swallow. The king guessed that the swallow was probably from Draxia. Jacqueline respectfully replied, yes, he said he wanted to speed up the plan he told us about before, he asked you to adjust to the schedule faster and provide support as promised to him. The king calculated, the opposition from Thran must be fiercer than he thought, unfortunately they might find out about Avalon's intervention, I will not provide any military support, however, I will appoint 2 masters of the empire, whose last name Draxia will not complain. Jacqueline understands, I understand, I will solve those problems, there is one important thing to tell you, sir, the king is curious, what is it? Jacqueline explains, as expected, Joshua von Onius hid his identity and enrolled in the academy, more than women, it's just a rumor but it seems he beat Amaru with a stick. The king burst out laughing, he hit the son of the Sten family with a stick, that's right, because even the pride of the empire, Babel von Onius was no match for him. The king came up with an idea, I have an interesting idea, Jacqueline, I have a mission for you, make that child join the Royal Knights at any cost, if you need, I can write a letter arrived. Jacqueline's face turned pale, you wrote him yourself, Jacqueline thought, even though the request to join the Royal Knights was quite special, the emperor even wrote a letter of recommendation himself. Jacqueline realized, he insisted on bringing Joshua to his side, and Joshua at the academy is still thinking about the Araxia round table. Lying on the bed, Joshua thought about the information that Amaru had provided, I just thought it was a group of children playing together, if what Amaru said was true, in that case the power of precious children the clan formed a force in the form of a round table as a means of gathering strength for the future. Joshua realized it was also a way to form relationships with other noble children, as well as control the power of lower-ranking noble children. They try to control any child who is not a member of the round table, even the professor can't do anything but turn a blind eye, I understand the professor's concern a bit. Joshua still pondered, however, once he succumbed to reality, no changes could be expected, a new cycle would begin. The biggest victim of the round table has appeared, if we can solve this, Joshua cheered, then it would be easier to bring Icarus to his side, I wonder how the Kaiser would feel not having Icarus on his side. Really worth looking forward to. As soon as I mentioned it, Icarus opened the door to the room and asked, "Are you here?" Icarus asked Joshua's plans. "What do you plan to do now? There are rumors that the Sten family will send people here soon." Joshua is confident, "You don't need to worry about it. After all, I will explain to you the related people." Icarus is still worried. Even if it is resolved smoothly with Amaru, there is no guarantee that the Sten family will not get involved. Because he mocked the Sten family's long sword, they will see it as an act of destruction family reputation. Moreover, the Euraxia Round Table will reach out before, Icarus added. Joshua helps Icarus Cam feel secure. "It's okay, I have a way to solve it." "Two problems you said in one go." Icarus is hard to believe. How is it possible? But Joshua affirms, it is possible. Joshua replied calmly, "I just need to show strength that can make anyone worry." Icarus is starting to trust Joshua. I want to tell him this is impossible, but with his strength, it's not impossible. Joshua recalled the bet with Icarus. "Hey Icarus, do you remember the last time we bet?" "I do remember," Icarus replied. Joshua hurriedly placed his hands firmly on Icarus's shoulders and said, "Let me tell you my wish." Joshua seriously, "I want you." But Icarus awkwardly misunderstood Joshua's meaning. "What?" Joshua said in a row, "I know your abilities. Can you use your skills just for me?" Icarus was a little stunned for a moment. Next, he pushed Joshua's hand away and firmly told Joshua, "If you really achieve what you said, I will think about it." After finishing speaking, Icarus ran out of the room. He slammed the door shut even though Joshua was still bewildered in the room. The optimistic minister Joshua was secretly happy right now. "I'm a little closer to Icarus, right?" On the other hand, Cain is training intensely or fighting someone, but he looks so devastated. Cain blamed himself, still unable to do it. Duke Agnes, who directly supervised Cain's training, seriously commented, "Cain, do you think you can protect your master with such techniques?" The Duke frowned and said to Cain, "Besides, I hope you won't get in his way." After listening, Cain was more determined to practice. "I had to become stronger so that wouldn't happen." Duke Agnes found it a bit strange. He asked Cain again, "What is the reason why you desire to be stronger to the point of even changing your weapon like that?" Cain replied sincerely, "Because he promised me. He promised that he would do it, so I won't have to kneel before anyone. I believe in my master's promise." As he said Cain, "I will become stronger to protect my master." Duke Agnes was also quite happy to praise Cain. "I praise your will." But the sword's blade was unintentional, and the Duke made Cain fall backwards. Cain was continuously instructed by the Duke to practice improving his skills at high intensity, to the point where Cain collapsed. Seeing that Cain could no longer stand up on his own, the Duke quickly ordered his subordinates, "Help him up." The subordinates quickly ran back to Cain. "Yes, Duke." The Duke thought about Cain's words earlier. "He will do it so I don't have to kneel before anyone." He has gained such a loyal person in such a short time. Looking at Cain, the Duke was even more impressed with Joshua. "How interesting, Joshua." At that moment, Baron had hurriedly walked over. "So it was you here, Duke Agnes?" The Duke also asked in surprise. "What's the matter, Baron?" The Baron presented the news to the Duke. "I have received intelligence that the Empire will begin to move forward with that matter." The Duke's face turned serious. "From whom?" Baron had continued, "From the Sten family. You can read this letter for more details." Duke Agnes turned the letter over and read it attentively. He looked serious but not surprised, and finally began. "The Swallow Empire, a large country with an area equal to the Avalon Empire, because its territory is covered by plains, is known as the country that possesses the most advanced horsemanship on the continent." The Swallow Empire, a large country with an area equal to the Avalon Empire, because its territory is covered by plains, is known as the country that possesses the most advanced horsemanship on the continent. Many people also agree, Duke Altsma is right. If we continue to be wary of the surrounding and neighboring kingdoms, there is a high possibility that the upper hand will fall into their hands. Thran will forever be a colonial country of us. We absolutely do not need to be wary of them. Altsma even confidently asserted, "You just need to reopen it, then I, Altsma, am confident that I will eliminate all the millions of soldiers blocking the way, even confronting the person who is considered the precious star of the 9 stars, Aiden von Agnes, or God Knight Chrysler Jean Sebastian." However, the Empire Sage and Supreme General Gonda reminded, "Duke Altsma, perhaps you forgot one thing, that person has not yet appeared, and his almighty God also is part of the 9 stars and the Kingdom of Avalon. Most importantly, This problem cannot be solved by completely eliminating neighboring countries. After all, their power is extremely strong. We cannot shoulder it. Altsma huffed in dissatisfaction. General, how can you compare us to those jackals? Gondar sighed. You still don't understand what I mean. At this moment, the king of the Swallow Empire, Verona Belgrace, spoke. Both of you stop. I know you are more outstanding than anyone else, Duke Altsma. But no matter how strong you are, why are you so confident that you can defeat them? If you are defeated, this problem is not yours alone anymore. The entire Swallow Empire will suffer a great loss, and will bring even greater dangers. General Altsma respectfully bowed his head in apology. I still haven't thought this through thoroughly, Your Majesty. He turned to Gondar again and said, I want to hear your opinion, General. Gondar bowed his head and obeyed, then immediately expressed his opinion. As long as the Avalon and Hubalt empires do not act, the other empires will not rush to take action. At most they will only be able to express their discontent. If that is the case, we can still ignore it. Especially the Hubalt Empire is currently in the process of electing the next pope, so they won't pay attention to other matters, so we can focus more on Thran. However, the problem is... The king of Verona sighed. As expected, it was Avalon again. Trouble after trouble. Either way, as long as Thran hasn't made any concrete progress yet. I forbid any hasty actions. However, prepare your soldiers to be able to enter battle at any time. We end the meeting here, everyone said in unison. Yes, my king. Almost everyone had left, only one person was still standing. The king of Verona immediately asked, Marco, the key figure of Thran is him, right? That person immediately replied, yes, king. Although he has not appeared yet, everyone knows that he is the spiritual pillar of Thran. The distinguished knight, Uravis. Verona slowly walked towards the doorway, wondering as she walked, whether it was wrong to desire the happiness and peace of the people. Makor expressed, happiness and peace can only be maintained through power. We must have power to protect happiness. After saying this, the king of the Swallow Empire stood still, looking into the distance. On the other hand, towards Joshua, Agaris was now staring at him. But he could only try to smile while thinking. First it was Icarus, now it's him. Suddenly, Agaris suddenly loudly reminded, stay away from Araxia. If you touch them, your life and even your clan will be in danger. I say this for your safety, so, please listen to me this time. Joshua laughed and asked, are you that scared? He couldn't help but be surprised. What? He repeated, I asked if he was afraid that what happened to his brother would continue to happen to me, right? Agaris speechless, why are you? Joshua slowly approached and said, if you are scared, you can run away, no one will criticize you. However, if you keep running like that, eventually you will surrender with self-confidence. Question yourself. Agaris, do you want to live like a turtle for the rest of your life? Hearing these words, he bit his lip thoughtfully. Just as Joshua had passed him for a while, Agaris suddenly turned around and shouted, what the hell do you know? The leader of Araxia is Varan Shanvillas, one of the 12 great families. They are a solid wall that weak families like us can never overcome. Joshua just calmly replied, so the leader is Varan. That's really convenient, thank you for the information. Agaris exclaimed in surprise, what? But Joshua left the room, the door slammed shut, leaving him alone inside. Agaris frowned and muttered, what a convenience. In the special room for Araxia people, there were many people there. Their faces looked tense. In the center of the room, 3 people sat in chairs that seemed to be very powerful. The only blue-haired girl among the 3 spoke up and said, it seems like everyone has gathered, so why don't we start? The person across from her said, Natasha, just calm down, why are you always so hasty? Natasha Moonbrori, daughter of the Marquis family of the 12 great families in Avalon, she smiled back, Jiwag, you are too carefree, because you are like that no matter what, so Marquis Crombella must be very worried. He didn't even have time to care for his son, because he was busy confronting the Pontier family. Jiwag Duncrombell is the son of the Marquis family of the 12 great families of Avalon, currently in a hostile relationship with the Duke Pontier family. He clicked his tongue and smiled coldly, saying, family matters are different from my personal matters, I just want to enjoy the present. If I overdo everything like that, I'll probably become a grumpy old man in the future. The 2 of you were talking back and forth, leading to an argument. What? You guys have to say that, you evil bastards. Varan now speaks up to stop, this is not the time for us to argue. I heard that Amaru was defeated by a guy named Ash without being able to swing any attacks. Natasha raised her voice and pretended to be surprised. She couldn't believe it. Really, if it's true, then I'm very curious about what kind of person that kid is, Jiwag said with a smile. There it is again, another name on your list of future husbands, she thought and said, I have to see what he looks like first. Varen seriously reminded, there is no time to joke, we cannot take that ace lightly. Jiwag asked a little surprised, what is the matter with you, why are you worried about a family that has defeated? Natasha agreed, yes, not like you at all, Varen. He recounted that I was personally defeated by him. What? The other two were surprised. Jiwag wondered, who the hell is he? I heard he also has a special relationship with the fourth prince, Natasha suggested. Could it be that he is a member of the royal family? So how about we try recruiting more Ash Frederick, can't we turn this situation to our advantage? Varen's face darkened and his voice was cold, what are you talking about? She was so scared by his attitude that she couldn't say the next word. Jiwag expressed, I agree with Natasha, I'm nice to Amaru only because he's part of the Sten family, but that's not it, the situation has changed, wouldn't that Ash guy be more helpful to us? I don't think we need to worry about that Amaru guy who has tainted the Sten family's reputation. Varen denied, no, even though he harmed the family, have you two forgotten how much his brother Amaru cares for him, and most of all? I can't stand the sight of seeing that Ash walking leisurely in front of me, I will make him realize that he has touched a fire ant nest, like that Siamese coon Douglas. Joshua was now sighing in frustration. He looked up at the door in front of him and thought, the summons from the academy principal, I think it must be because of the problem with Amaru, his plan to live peacefully at the academy has gone up in smoke. After standing silently for a while, Joshua finally opened the door and went inside to announce his name. Ash Van Frederick asks for an audience with you. In the room, the masked man looked at him with cold eyes and said, Joshua Van Onius, by order of the king, I am here to convey his message. Joshua opened the wooden box. Inside was the magic ring that Duke Agnes had given him as a gift the day before. He picked up the ring and muttered, I should make a plan gradually. In the principal's office. Joshua was surprised after hearing what the other man said. What is the king's order? Who are you? Juan replied, I am part of the Royal Intelligence Organization, the Black Wind. He immediately frowned. What he meant was, an organization that only works for the royal family and would not hesitate to sacrifice for him, that is, the organization that the man known as the Assassination King once joined. Juan narrated the words, listen here Joshua, this is from the king, you refused the fourth prince's invitation, right? Then I would be happy if you join my night squad as soon as possible, if you need it, I will personally write a letter to invite you, if you still refuse, I will make everything related to the matter complicated, your admission, to get you expelled, that's all. That was all King Marcus said to you, before leaving. Juan did not forget to advise, his request was true, it would be better if you came to the royal family as soon as possible, I will handle the job at the academy. After leaving the principal's office, Joshua walked and muttered, I heard that the emperor is a very heroic person, now I have to experience it to see, it's a little different than I thought, he has an eye for choosing people. Just like that, he walked the long hallway alone. Meanwhile, outside, a man waved his fist. Hit Icarus hard in the stomach, causing him to fall to the ground. Icarus held his stomach in pain and groaned. But he still didn't forgive him, he continued to grab his hair, yank him up and shout, stand up, it wasn't over yet. Icarus couldn't help but held his shoulder to stop him, stop, we said we wouldn't interfere in your problems, leave him alone. That guy turned around, smirked and said, Icarus, it seems you don't understand the situation. Both of them were dead, around them, the whole crowd surrounded them. Icarus was confused, why do you say that, what did we do wrong? Jiwag came over and said, I haven't said what you did wrong, right? What do you think it is, if the mistake last time was having the wrong brother, then this time it's having the wrong friend? Icarus frowned and objected, he just enrolled in the academy not long ago, so why do you think he really sees us as friends? Varen walked over leisurely with his hands in his pockets and said, I'm not sure, but I know very well, he likes to poke his nose into other people's business. What do you mean? Icarus asked. He curled his lips and said frankly, you don't need to know the details, what you need to do is very simple, I will take you as hostages, and call him here. Oh, you have done this before, haven't you? You just need to act exactly like what happened to Siamese, your brother. Agaris turned pale remembering his brother. I once told you, Agaris, even though we don't have the same mother, we are still brothers, you can tell me any problem you are having. Then, he witnessed his brother saving him and being knocked down right in front of him. But the one who took action was Varen. He arrogantly crossed his arms and walked over to warn you. You should know your fate. Be grateful that I only intend to chase you out of this place, instead of destroying your family, Siamese. Anyway, you'll never be able to walk again. Agaris, you should live quietly like your brother. In this moment, he remembered Joshua's words. Agaris, do you want to live like a turtle for the rest of your life? Returning to the present, Agaris clenched his fist. You strongly rushed forward and shouted, you will not be able to stand in my way anymore. But before he could get close to Varen, the guy who had just beaten Icarus punched him hard, full of contempt and said, who do you think you're yelling at? Varen curled his lips and smiled coldly. One more thing, if that bastard tries to pull any tricks, I don't need to say what will happen to your family. Icarus kneeled on the ground sarcastically, truly defeated. You nobles, you can only think of taking hostages after being unable to defeat others, your dignity is not worth a dime. The brown-haired guy angrily scolded, what, a commoner like you, how dare you? Varen interrupted, what a failure. He slowly walked towards him. His cold eyes looked down as if looking at a small ant. Suddenly, he smiled. Then suddenly he raised his leg and kicked Icarus hard, causing him to once again hit his face on the ground. Not stopping, Varen continued to step on him repeatedly, beating and insulting. This world operates based on the survival of the fittest. You just need to do everything possible to trample on others. Of course, the weak will have to become prey to the strong. If you only ate what was given to you by those above you, then things like this wouldn't have happened. It's all because you trash tried to change that rule. How come we nobles can't vent our anger? Agaris saw his friend being beaten like that and couldn't help but cry. He tried to run but was held tightly by Varen's henchmen. He screamed, stop, at this rate, he will really die. There, the other guy laughed. What do you think his friend will say when he sees this scene? Suddenly he saw something. But at this moment, a familiar voice rang out, Varen. Joshua slowly walked forward filled with murderous intent and declared, so you decided to break our agreement, and cause these damn things. I will make you regret it. Varen angrily retorted, Ash Van Frederick, don't you think this is because of you? You nag at me, you question me, you lay your hands on my friend, you deserve to die more than you think. Agaris was secretly surprised, what are you? Joshua is getting closer and closer, from now on, you will pay the price. Varen immediately stomped on Icarus threateningly, stop there, don't you care what happens to them, my power can not only destroy their family, but also make all the blame fall on them, on your head, and get you kicked out of this academy. Joshua stopped. Seeing him like that, he laughed even more proudly, finally understanding the situation. To be honest, a son of a collapsed family, what could he do? Natasha stood there observing then asked, is it him? Better than I thought. Ji-Wog smiled faintly and sarcastically, what's wrong with him, just showing off. But what did that idiot say just now? Laying a hand on his friend deserves death, and he still has to pay the price. Does he really think he can confront this many clans present here, or is he so deaf that he can't hear what he's saying, even if we believe that? Could it be that he really thought that a guy who was not from the royal family, nor from the family of the 5 Grand Dukes, could do such a thing? Natasha crossed her arms and smiled and said, we have 3 out of the 12 great Marquis families here, even the children of most of the 5 great dukes can't do anything, luckily if it's the Duke Anyus or Tremblin family then other. Varen said bossily, it doesn't matter who you are, anyway I'll end everything here, but before that, let me ask you something. He raised his ring hand and asked proudly, it seems you know this ring, so why did you give it back to me? You could have used it to threaten me. Joshua laughed and shrugged and replied, after all, I don't do despicable things like you. Varen picked up a bottle of magic potion and poured it on the ring, smiling as he did so, you should be like that, if your attitude changes, it will make me very disappointed, although lowly people like you may not understand this, well, then let me show you something cool. This ring is a much more wonderful thing than you think, if I inject a certain amount of mana. As he finished speaking, a strong stream of light erupted. In the blink of an eye, Varen's whole body was covered in a shiny silver armor, in his hand was a sharp sword, he confidently declared, I will be able to possess more power than Mucker, it will definitely defeat me, can defeat you. Varen pointed his sword straight at Joshua. He arrogantly challenged, In this place where family power decides everything, you will never change anything with your own power. Ash, I will show you. The actions what you're doing is so stupid. Ji-Wog laughed and mocked himself. Obnoxious. We all have the same B-grade dawn ring, but Varen's always sparkles more. Or should I try to ask Dad to give me a better one? Natasha immediately gave him a bucket of cold water. Don't dream. Do you really think your father will give you a new dawn ring, costing millions of gold while your current ring is still good? He smiled brightly and jokingly. How much is there? She said, no matter what, it would be a waste, but that Ash guy is exactly my type. It would be great if Varen didn't pan him. Just mentioning it, Varen laughed sarcastically. Natasha, with your personality, I bet in one day, you will get bored of names like him. Moreover, every time I see this bastard. He suddenly stabbed the sword hard into the ground right next to Icarus's face. Then, before I deliberately continued speaking, I remembered the stupid face of that Siamese guy who opposed us to change this place. After all, he can't justify walking on his own feet for the rest of his life. I will make you suffer the same consequences. Having finished speaking, Varen laughed loudly. Agaris couldn't help but bite his lips, so angry that he blushed. Joshua continued walking towards Varen. Seeing that, he immediately moved the tip of his sword. He shouted threateningly, I told you not to move arbitrarily. Do you really want to see your entire family and these bastards destroyed? Joshua raised his hand holding something and asked, you said that right? That this is where the family's power decides everything. He opened his hand. On it was the dawn ring emitting light. Varen stammered, that is the dawn ring. Why the hell does someone like you? At this moment, golden light shines everywhere, blocking everyone's vision. Only Joshua's voice can be heard. I will also make you realize that the power you have always been proud of is inferior. To what extent? No way. Could it really be dawn ring? What's going on? This light, how big is his mana bridge? The Ji-Wog still exclaimed in disbelief. No way. Joshua poured magic into the ring. Immediately the armor that Dukanius talked about before appeared. Quickly covered him. The hat with the family's sword symbol stood out. Varen was so surprised that he stuttered. Something was definitely wrong. How could someone like you have an iron armor with that pattern? The symbol of Dukanius's family, the Knight's Cross. Ji-Wog and Natasha turned pale in disbelief. That couldn't be. That was the symbol of Dukanius's family, but Babel von Anius had already graduated. Could it be that there is a rumored child who became a mana user at the age of 9 in Dukanius's family? Joshua leisurely walked over and said, didn't you say that family power decides everything at this academy? My real name is Joshua von Anius. Where is my family's position in this student? Varen trembled speechlessly. You, really? Natasha quickly spoke up to explain. She must have understood something. If we knew that the young master was a member of Dukanius's family. Joshua became angry, his face darkened and he shouted, shut up, I won't ask you. From him radiates a strong questioning pressure. You think, I will spare all of you, those who rely on family power to treat other people's lives like trash, and are ready to kick them. A person falls into a deep pit of destruction without feeling guilty at all. Ji-Wog said stiffly, wait, we are the successors of the 12 great families. You don't want to make enemies with the children here, young master. Joshua smirked and clicked his tongue and said, so let me ask the other way around, you guys want to become enemies with Dukanius family, right? He gritted his teeth, thinking, that, currently, my family is very busy fighting with the Pontier family. If I make enemies with the Anius family again, I will not only be kicked out of the position of successor, perhaps my whole family is also in danger. After all, the Dukanius family is on a completely different level than the Pontier, Joshua reminded. I only intend to deal with those who touched my friend. I will give all unrelated people a chance to leave here. These words made everyone stunned. Immediately, most people made excuses to leave. That's right, I suddenly remembered, isn't there still homework? The Ji-Wog was about to turn to question, what, you were going to betray? Not staying long, the group of people quickly ran away. That's right, I'm busy today, my parents plan to visit me today. Me too, wait for me. Varen shouted angrily, get back here, you damn bastards. Do you really think after betraying me, you will be safe? No matter what, I will. Before he could finish speaking, Joshua interrupted, take care of yourself first, Varen. Today, will be the day Araxia disappears from this academy. He trembled as he looked down at your blade and begged, you can't let it go just once. Joshua said as he used his magic, I certainly gave you a chance, Varen Shenvillas. He was stunned and couldn't move. With just one move, Joshua sent him flying backwards, even somersaulting a few times before falling completely to the ground. A fall causes a strong shock, which can cause serious injuries. Varen's armor slowly dissolved, and he was unconscious, his whole body bruised and bruised. Natasha and Jiwog turned pale with fear, not daring to cough. Joshua walked up to him and ordered, "You! Take him out of here." But he still spoke stubbornly. "I heard that the official successor of the Duke Anyus family is Babel. No matter how talented you are, the truth still does not change. Surely you will regret today." Joshua listened but just smiled faintly and said, "Let me wait and see." Natasha stood up and called Varen. "Jiwog, we need to take Varen to the infirmary right away, give me a hand." He had no choice but to swear and run to help. Joshua sighed looking at them. At this moment, Agaris helped Icarus and walked over to ask, "What is the Anyus family?" He replied, "Everyone has secrets, so do you, Agaris. But I'm sorry for making you to endure something like this. Are you okay?" Icarus shook his head and smiled. "It's okay," he asked. "I think you're not surprised to know I'm from the Anyus family, right, Icarus?" He expressed, "From the beginning, I found it strange. How could the child of a collapsed family enroll in the academy? The royal family would not pay attention to the residents, family like that, so, there's no reason to come here to attract their attention, right?" Joshua asked again, "So what if I came to build a personal relationship, like the Araxia group?" Icarus laughed and affirmed, "That would be even more absurd. Those kids wouldn't even glance at the people from the murdered family." Collapsing again, "Look at me and you still don't understand. And most importantly, the hint from family background is already quite obvious. Perhaps you don't know it, but among the thousands of students at this academy, you are the only one from a disgraced noble house, and according to what happened before, 9 out of 10 students hid their true identities." Joshua smiled softly and replied, "I didn't know that." He thought to himself, "As I expected, he only dared to speak his true thoughts. After knowing the identity of others, he can really call himself you are a top strategist. This is probably the reason that allowed you to confront an army of over 1 million warriors with only 10,000 soldiers." Just like that, Joshua kept smiling and looking at Icarus smiling. He was looked at so unnaturally that he asked, "Young master, why are you staring at me like that?" Joshua explained, "It's just because he has very beautiful eyes." Icarus was startled, then his face turned so red that he gasped loudly. In the Thran colony, a small country long ruled by the Swallow Empire, King Anthony, who devoted his life to Thran independence, passed away at the age of 72 due to fate, God's cruelty. At that time, the Thran princess cried in pain and collapsed on the ground. Suddenly, Uravis gently placed it on her shoulder. He kindly comforted him, "It's time to let him rest in peace, princess." Hearing these words, the princess tried to suppress her sadness and quietly looked at her father's body one last time. After that, the flower boat burying the king was gradually pushed away. She turned her head and nodded slightly to Uravis. Understanding what she meant, Uravis immediately drew his bow forward. He remembered that before his death, the Thran king had said, "I am sorry, while there are still so many things to do, I am the only one who can rest." At that time, Uravis replied emotionally, "King, please don't say that." He weakly warned, "I hand over my daughter and Thran to you. Thran's fate will now depend on you." Those words were deeply imprinted in Uravis's mind. He told himself, "No matter what happens, I will help Thran become independent, so please rest in peace." Having finished thinking, Uravis shot a fire arrow forward. The fire arrow rushed directly towards the flower boat in the middle of the lake. Just like that, the fire flared up, burning the Thran king who was sleeping forever. Uravis and his daughter looked on in pain. Suddenly she spoke up and said, "Sir Uravis, I will hand over Thran to you as your father wishes." As soon as he finished speaking, Uravis solemnly bowed his head and replied, "I will devote my whole life to Thran." He thought, since King Anthony has passed away, I can't delay any longer, not just Swallow or Avalon, even have to face the magic court. I will also do everything I can to fully possess the Magma Apocalypse Stone. On the other side, in the dark night at Avalon Academy, Jack silently sneaked inside. He said with a smirk, "So this is Avalon Academy." At this time, Joshua was lying on the ground deep in thought. He silently thought to himself, "I think I should start making arrangements to leave the academy now. When I first came here, I never thought I would leave this early. I have to get to the royal palace as soon as possible, there's something I need to find in the royal treasury. Kane will probably be very surprised to hear this, perhaps he is also training very well under the tutelage of Duke Onyus. Suddenly, someone appeared, causing Joshua to sit up in surprise. Jack walked up and said loudly, "Joshua, we finally meet, I came to find you." Joshua stood up, looking puzzled. "Who are you?" Jack replied, "Sorry for the late introduction. I am the lost member of the Magic Tower, holder of the Lightning Chair, Jack Sterapes. I have come to take back the Bronto that you took in the Dark Forest. If you obediently hand it over, at least I can spare my life, for you." Faced with that arrogant attitude, Joshua remained silent and did not say anything. Then he calmly replied, "This doesn't seem like the right place to talk about this matter, Mr. Magician, we should change locations. You know more than I thought, well, lead the way." "In the deep forest not far from the academy." Joshua went first, Jack followed, just like that, going deeper into the forest. After walking a long way, Jack angrily asked, "How long are you planning to go? It's far enough here." Joshua smiled complacently and replied, "Do you think so? That's too tactful. I think after we've gone this far, there won't be anyone left here. You're too naive to think that I'll really obediently hand over Bronto. So you tried everything to lure me here, in a one-on-one fight. I'm confident I won't lose to a magician." Joshua quickly rushed forward to attack Jack. An attack with terrible power, causing Joshua to gasp for air as he made his move. But unexpectedly, Jack just gently used one hand to block the blow. He smiled arrogantly and said, "Praise for your skills, perhaps you are the strongest at this age." However, before finishing his sentence, Jack used his foot to trip Joshua. One blow caused him to fall to the ground. He used his hand to squeeze his neck and said, "I'm not the same age as you, but if you won't obediently hand it over, then I'll start breaking your arms first." Joshua just laughed in response, "Talking nonsense, if you let your guard down like that, you will lose, Lugia, hurry up." Immediately, Lugia appeared, with a kick that sent Jack flying away. Jack cursed bitterly, "You bastard." A long spear appeared and rushed towards him. The spear crossed Joshua's body, attacking Jack directly. Jack was lucky to escape an accident. He was startled and silently exclaimed, "It was so dangerous." It turned out to be the ancient spear he had heard about. He wondered, "The power of lightning that you used to kill the ogre monster in the Dark Forest, came from that spear." Joshua held the spear in his hand and replied eloquently. What do we still need to say? At this moment, he was secretly happy. He was stronger than he thought, but he still didn't know he had absorbed the Bronto. Jack smiled and said, "If you don't want to talk, then I have no other choice. I will do it the traditional way." Joshua confidently replied, "You must have misunderstood something. Do you really think I would open my mouth? It would be better to die." "You're the one who misunderstood. I'm talking about magic, brain control." Jack used a magic move to attack Joshua from behind. Realizing that the situation was not good, he quickly used his sword to defend. Joshua silently wondered, how could he activate level 4 magic, just with words? Jack said proudly, "Don't worry too much, I won't kill you, because magic is most effective after being seriously injured, so I just need to leave you half dead." Light spear, a Jack strike towards Joshua. He witnessed this scene, his sharp eyes stared at him and silently thought to himself, "I won't kill you with a fart. Is that an attack that requires beating someone to death?" With just one blow, the ground shattered. The shining light of the same sky. Jack now smugly thought to himself, maybe now that kid has kept his mouth shut. Suddenly, Jack felt someone behind him. He immediately looked at it and exclaimed, "Not bad." Joshua appeared and replied, "Thank you for the compliment. Stop these obvious hoaxes, stop making fun of me. Or is this all one can create with current skills?" Joshua held the spear firmly in his hand and spun it around a few times. He rushed straight towards Jack. He told himself, maintain a certain level of tension, but keep a cool head, continue to keep the moves as simple as possible. Just like that, he silently carried out that plan. Before the fatal attacks, Jack was surprised. This guy's ability to control mana was really sharp, its manhwa concentration is also quite high. Joshua used all the energy in his body, determined to strike a decisive blow, causing the ground to shake and crack into large chunks. Jack mocked arrogantly, "A brat like you is only good at pulling tricks." Joshua replied eloquently, "I don't want to hear those words from the mouth of a magician." Joshua tried his best to attack and fight decisively. Jack tried to block each attack. The battle became more and more thrilling and exciting. He suddenly laughed loudly and said, "Damn it, let's see how long you can dodge." Faced with that counterattack, Joshua tried his best to avoid each attack. He ran in front, Jack followed above. Joshua thought, "Damn, I can't keep dodging like this, I have to close the distance." Jack stopped in front of him and said smugly, "I heard there's nothing more humiliating than losing to a mage in close combat, right? I will let you taste that humiliation." Faced with that situation, Joshua told himself, "We must not avoid him, we must confront him directly." Spear magic, first form, thunderbolt, light sword, he put all his strength into one final blow. The attack caused the ground to crack. But that doesn't make it difficult for Jack, he was so powerful that he knocked Joshua back, causing him to quickly grab his sword to defend himself. Jack confidently walked closer and said, "Surprisingly, even a B-level knight wouldn't be able to survive after receiving a level 4 magic attack, but I didn't expect you to dare to confront me head-on like that. You've gone far enough, Joshua. This is your last chance, hand over your Bronto, having to harm a talented kid like this makes me feel so guilty." Joshua was confused and wondered, the lightning ball, did he prepare them while attacking with the light sword? Jack shouted loudly and threatened, "You better not move carelessly, the moment I hold my hand, those lovely little balls will immediately fly to you." Joshua boldly responded, "Do you think I will give up? Then there is no other way, what a pity." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately clenched his fist. Joshua begins a tough battle with the thunderballs. He screamed, "Magical spear magic, second form, hurricane." Immediately, a hurricane arose. Jack laughed and said, "You really surprised me until the last moment, this time I will definitely kill you. Can you withstand this attack?" At this time, Joshua had exhausted his strength, his whole body was so seriously injured that he was shaking. He looked behind. "Thunderballs are flying towards me." A look of panic appeared clearly on his face. Jack said, "My lightning ball will not disappear until the enemy is destroyed." That expression is so funny. Have you reached your limit? If so, then we're quite disappointed, we just started for fun. Show me your natural talent again. Faced with his power, Joshua could only stare with his eyes and teeth clenched. A stream of light condensed in the sky, as if it was about to burst. Jack uses magic to control lightning balls. He laughed loudly and said, "What's the matter? You're not confident enough to face this, but you see, even if you are this time, even if I turn into ashes, I won't stop, it's because you brought it on yourself, fire ancient magic." Joshua stood stunned without any reaction. Lugia suddenly asked, "What are you doing, have you given up?" Having been awakened by Lugia, Joshua seems to have some plan. He stared at Jack. Joshua thinks, has time stopped? No, it is slowing down. Lugia advised, "Even though you use new power, are you really defeated to this extent?" Joshua replied, "But the opponent is too strong, I cannot continue to use that power." "Since when do you care about such small things, no matter what situation you face? No matter how strong the enemies standing in your way are, don't you have a way to destroy them all?" Joshua was confused and wondered if there was a way. "I always survive in any battle. I even destroyed the castle that was supposed to be the strongest. It doesn't matter who the enemy is, I am Joshua." Jack now proudly laughed loudly at his temporary weakness. A blazing fire exploded into the entire sky. Joshua stands strong alone in the face of all dangers. He shouted loudly, "Magical spear magic, third form." Joshua began to exert all his strength. Strong feet stand firmly on the ground. A source of cold ice energy appeared surrounding him. Sharp eyes shouted loudly, "The path of the Achila god." He threw his spear and rushed towards Jack. The spear rushed quickly, releasing arrows at high speed, causing Jack to be overwhelmed and unable to react. He quickly used teleportation magic to dodge the attack. When the spear was about to rush closer to him, an explosion rang out, shaking the whole world. The whole forest was filled with dazzling flames. Luckily for him, he successfully avoided it. But it didn't stop there. Joshua took advantage of his mistake. He used his sword to quickly attack a second time. The blow was too fast, causing Jack to fall into the basket in confusion. He wondered, how did that happen? Then there was another strong shock. After the ground stabilized, Jack was knocked down and fell to the ground. Joshua held the spear tightly in his bloodstained hand. He pointed at Jack, staring coldly at him. Jack couldn't believe it and stammered, "Demonic power and holy power." After speaking, he stopped breathing and died without closing his eyes. Suddenly, Joshua felt that he was not feeling well. He quickly turned around and put his hand over his mouth. The blood stains on his hands showed that Joshua was seriously injured. He thought, if he hadn't let his guard down, he would have been the one who would have died. He was really lucky. Suddenly a source of energy radiated from Jack's body, causing Joshua to turn around in surprise. What was that? The energy was so strong that it sent Joshua flying far away. His eyes gradually darkened. "This is the end. If I close my eyes, I will be able to rest." Joshua fell to the ground, his spear falling not far away. Lugia urged, "Joshua, hurry up, quickly reabsorb mana, do it before Bronto devours Sterapi's mana and becomes violent quickly." Joshua heard these words, he whispered, "Lugia," then, he clenched his fists and regained his determination. Joshua closed his eyes and screamed loudly. A stream of light soared high in the dark forest. Everything here is gradually coming to an end. Early morning the next day, at Avalon Academy. In the Academy's meeting room, all senior levels were present. Baron Segurdam, professor of etiquette at Avalon Academy, said that the matter of special admission has been secretly implemented for a long time, but the case of Joshua von Onius is different. Never before had any academy so blatantly revealed its family's origins and caused such a big disaster. The man next to him quickly replied, "But if he is the son of Duke Onius, then we can't make a big deal out of it," Segurdam said arrogantly. "It seems you don't understand the situation clearly, history professor. Even if it is dangerous, practitioners are now demanding to know the truth. Also, if we continue to ignore the issue of special admission, the Academy's reputation will fall to the bottom." "Director, you don't know that. Only families that can't do anything with their children let them enroll, through special privileges." These words made Count Steinine Albert ponder. What Professor Segurdam said makes sense, but there is a high possibility that this matter is just a complaint in the end. However, the main problem is that the children of the 12 great families have been dragged into this trouble. Segurdam strongly said, "We must set an example by expelling Joshua von Onius, to completely eliminate this special problem." As soon as he finished speaking, the professor immediately protested. "What are you talking about, Professor Segurdam? Expulsion, just using the school's rules can solve this problem." Segurdam said, "That's the problem, Professor Ken. It's because of those light punishments that now a big disaster has happened. We don't even know why he entered the school on a special basis. We don't have enough reasons to expel him like that. We already have more than enough reasons. Joshua von Onius seriously injured Baron Shanvillas. We cannot ignore this matter. Baron Segurdam, there are rumors that the Marquis of Villas intends to nominate you to the political center. Have you been so blinded by power that you are willing to sacrifice a child? Do you guys disagree with Professor Segurdam? Does anyone have anything to say?" Everyone looked away and pretended to be deaf. This made the professor unable to help but feel disappointed. Segurdam thought proudly, "My position has become stronger thanks to this. It seems that my nomination for promotion to the political center will soon be accelerated." Professor spoke loudly, "Don't you think so, Dean? Even if it is a special admission, there is no apprentice on this continent who would expel a student without listening to him or her. Present your situation." Not only that, Joshua von Onius should be praised for stopping Araxia's evil actions, and disbanding that association. Even us professors couldn't do anything about it but. Segurdam shouted loudly, "Professor, what is the meaning of bad actions? You should only say things for which you are responsible." Those words just now not only make professors like us look bad, they also it's embarrassing the academy too. You should be ashamed of yourself, Professor Segurdam. It's the same with all of you. Everyone is blinded by power. Everyone is afraid of that damn power, so they don't dare to stand up and speak up. Because of that all the bad things are blamed on you. Students that we teach, how long are you planning to stay silent? When we still have professorships, we cannot act like this. Stop it, Professor, I won't listen to any more of your insults. Suddenly, someone spoke up, I completely agree. Makes Segurdam surprised. What? Count Harry Brunstein and Duke Onius walked in and said, Professor Ken, is that right? I agree with what you just said. You are Count Harry Brunstein, Ducaden von Onius. All the professors were extremely surprised. Why was Duke Onius here, even Harry Brunstein? Harry Brunstein is the current head of the Sten family, and also Amaru's father, he replied to the headmaster. there is such a shocking event so we cannot ignore it. Dukanius also replied, if my son has committed a mistake, then shouldn't a father like me come here out of courtesy? Abbot Stein was still surprised. Duke, you don't need to be so formal. Humble Dukanius, I must do so, especially in this meeting. Isn't this a sanctuary that is educating the children who will lead our empire in the future? Dukanius continued to say, moreover, this is also the meeting to decide how my son will be punished. Baron Segerdam felt cold. He hastily affirmed, what punishment? There is no such thing as that's not it. Earl Sten frowned and looked at Segerdam. Special admission was truly a mistake, no matter what the reason was. The Earl fixed his gaze south in front of Segerdam and then reiterated what he had asserted before, isn't that so, Professor Segerdam? Professor Segerdam was speechless and didn't dare say anything else. Well, that. Dukanius doesn't want things to be tense. Stop it, Amara Brunsten. Ari Brunsten showed an indifferent attitude. I didn't do anything, I was just asking. The upright Professor Cecil now pressed and asked Dukanius, Duke, the reason you came here was to use your power to cover up the matter of special admission this time. This statement made the dean and the remaining professor stunned and trembling. The confused dean quickly reminded Professor Cecil, hey Professor Cecil, please be careful what you say, how can you say that? Dukanius is also a person of courage and referee, he humbly replied, it's okay, headmaster, the real reason I came here is because of the matter related to my son Joshua. Professor Cecil didn't stop, the Duke, you said it yourself just now, this place is the place to nurture the children who will lead the empire in the future. The Duke agreed, that's right. Cecil continued to express, so that means this place was created for the purpose of students and is also a place that will mold them. Magic Professor Cecil spoke directly to the Duke, however, since there are people of Dukanius' caliber here, our choice will be seriously affected by you. I won't have anything to say if you really come here as a parent and take responsibility for your child's mistakes. Cecil mentioned the issue of special status, but I think, regarding the issue of special status, the fault does not lie with the student. The dean quickly interrupted Cecil, Professor Cecil, I know what you're trying to say, but if you say it so directly, we'll all be put in a difficult position, so. Segerdam has the opportunity, he agrees with Professor Cecil. I also agree with what Professor Cecil just said, if an influential person like Dukanius comes here. Segerdam then continued, aren't we able to make a decision? Ari Brunsten gave Segerdam an unhappy look again. His attitude changed really quickly. All of you kept your mouths shut when that group of bullies or Axia or something was bothering my son, but now the situation has changed, so you can be bold now. Being told that he was guilty, Segerdam could only remain silent and could no longer defend himself. Dukanius was the last one to speak. I think everyone is at fault. I didn't come here to put pressure on the academy because of what happened this time. The dean asked again, if that's the case, then why did you come here? Dukanius replied calmly, I heard that my son has committed disrespectful actions towards the Sten family, that is why I came here to meet Ariel Brunsten and ask for forgiveness. The Duke turned his face towards the Earl and added, however I heard that he had come to the academy. I was worried that Joshua would get into trouble because he is quick to anger, so I quickly came here. Ari Brunsten also gave the reason why he left Joshua, Duke alone. Let me make it clear, I do not forgive that boy. If he does not possess the ability to defend those words, then things won't end well. Dukanius dispelled the hatred in the Earl's heart. I'm sure you will be surprised when you personally meet Joshua, Amara Brunsten. The Earl also has a need to meet Joshua, since you said so, I look forward to it even more. Want to meet it? The Duke again talked about the issue of special privileges with professors. Most importantly, I came here to say that, if this special exception is a big problem, it will affect the entire academy. The tough Duke proposed a solution, so it's okay to punish Joshua severely, or even expel him from school. Duke Agnes's words surprised both the dean and the professor. Back to the battle between Joshua and Jack. Joshua was lying on the ground. He slowly opened his eyes and showed signs of waking up. Joshua was quite in pain and had difficulty getting up on his own. He heavily covered the wound with his hand and looked towards Jack. Joshua called out, Jack. But no one responded. Joshua thought to himself, I never thought I would use this body to fight Jack. If I met him on the battlefield, he would definitely be a more formidable enemy than anyone at the master level. Just stood up for a moment when suddenly pain came to Joshua's body. He bent down in pain. Joshua gritted his teeth and endured it because it was so painful. Why did it hurt like this? Seeing that Joshua was weak, Lugia spoke up, "Stop whining, take action, Joshua." Lugia healed Joshua. "How are you? How do you feel? Do you feel like you've grown up?" Joshua looked at his limbs and exclaimed, "Looking back now it seems like my hands have gotten bigger. Hey, it looks like my shoulders are getting wider too." Joshua was curious and asked Lugia, "Is this the development ability of Bronto that you mentioned?" Lugia nodded, "Yes, although I still haven't expected this situation. It seems that the development of Apocalypse Stone, the power of devouring, has been increased." Lugia also gave results to Joshua, "But it doesn't mean you'll become a barren old man right away." Joshua sighed, "Fortunately." Lugia comforted, "Don't worry, the growth power that Bronto has only stimulates growth to the maximum based on the user's body." Joshua was even more skeptical. "Could it be done like that? How could it be done?" "Yes." Lugia explained, 5 years. What I'm talking about is what will help you develop perfectly in 5 years. From now on, you must pay more attention to be able to balance your body that has grown to the maximum level indicated in his short time. Lugia further reminds, "And there is one more thing you need to know." Joshua looked at his glowing spear. Lugia told him, "Perhaps you have guessed it, but I am still very worried, afraid that Bronto will devour the powers that its owner has lost." Lugia explained in more detail, "I'm sure your sudden growth also has something to do with this." Joshua asked again, "Do you mean the pearl is stuck right there?" Lugia affirmed, "Yes, you can consider this as Bronto's final form. First of all, you need to know that the Apocalypse Stones, objects owned by the gods, are almost impossible to completely store in whereas the body of a lowly human being." Lugia looked proud, "And thanks to that, the curse that forced that person to become a master to be able to exert its power was transferred to me. You should be grateful to me." Joshua thought about what Lugia had just said. What a curse! The magic and holy power in his body could put him in danger. Joshua blamed Lugia. "Were you the one who did that?" Joshua shouted at Lugia, "Who the hell are you really?" The mysterious person in the spear seriously asked Joshua again, "Hey Joshua, are you confident that you won't regret it?" Joshua was bewildered. "What regrets?" The mysterious person in the spear didn't answer, continuing to ask Joshua, "I'm asking, are you confident that you can bear the weight of me telling you who you really are?" Joshua is fierce. "It doesn't matter whether I can endure it or not. If you don't say it clearly, I won't use you anymore." The person in the spear joked, "You don't plan to use me anymore?" Joshua replied solemnly, "Possessing such terrible power always has a commensurate price." Ashu expressed his decision, "I have no reason to use such a magic of unknown origin and unknown purpose." The mysterious person laughed loudly, "This is exactly the look of a person who repays kindness with hatred. If you are that curious, I will tell you who I am." Lugia flared up, "The greatest existence among all omnipotent entities, Lugia." Joshua didn't say anything after Lugia's last answer. He turned around to leave. "I better throw you away." Lugia quickly stopped. "Wait." Lugia reminded Joshua, "Do you use me? This is not important, because our contract has been established." Joshua does not care. "What is the contract?" Lugia said with a firm voice, "I'm sure you know this, because if you don't agree with your own wishes, that contract cannot be made." Joshua is vague. "You said I agreed. Is that contract based on my own wishes?" Lugia affirmed, "Yes." Lugia reminded Joshua, "From the moment you return to the past, our contract has been established." On the side of Avalon Academy, Amaru is looking for Agaris. "Are you planning to run away again?" Agaris is like another person, he coldly replied, "Don't bother me, suddenly you came to me and said some nonsense." Amaru shouted grumpily, "At this rate, even if he was a member of the Anyus family, Joshua would still be expelled like his brother." Amaru tries to advise Agaris to awaken. "Are you planning on living in regret? Didn't Joshua reveal his identity to save you? Araxia is no longer a problem." Agaris is spiteful, "What the hell do you know to say that?" Agaris said angrily, "My brother was seriously hurt and expelled from the academy, how dare you judge my feelings?" Agaris bravely spoke his heart out, "Do you know how helpless I felt when facing such a great force?" Amaru silently listened to the frustrations that Agaris poured out. Agaris just burst into tears. Amaru now confided, "Hey Agaris, when I was young I felt jealous of you." Agaris was surprised, "Huh, what?" Amaru explained, "My brother is no different from those in other families. Just because I have talent." Amaru recalls being bullied by his older brother as a child, and he was always on guard because of his position as successor from a very young age. But his older brother Simes is different, Not many older brothers show love to their younger brothers just because they are half-brothers. The reason why he insisted on leaving after treating him so poorly is because he doesn't want to get involved with you, you know that. Amaru added, I envy you for having such a proud brother. Isn't it time you stood up to protect him so as not to tarnish his honor? Amaru will advise Agaris, stand up for your friend Joshua Van Onius, I'm happy to help. At that suggestion, at that word friend, Agaris was stunned and touched. Are you my friend? Agaris has awakened, he is bright and fiery, yes, he is my friend. Agaris touched Amaru's hand, thank you Amaru. After Agaris was awakened, he ran out, thanks to you, I just came up with a good idea. Amaru stood alone in the room, bewildered, not understanding what he was planning to do. Outside the campus of Avalon Academy, loud laughter rang out. Ari Brunstein smiled and said to Ducanius, I never thought you would directly tell them to expel that boy. Thanks to you, I had the opportunity to witness something extremely interesting. The tense look on his face, those people are really funny. Next, Ari Brunstein got more serious and asked Ducanius what he would do if those old foxes really chased that boy away. I heard he is not your legitimate son, so if return to the mansion. The Duke interrupted Ari Brunstein. He doesn't have only one choice about the mansion. I heard that the boy has received a royal order to join the Royal Knights. Ari Brunstein was quite amazed. Our king did that. It makes me much more excited, Ducanius added. It wasn't just his talent that the king did that. Ignoring this, Ducanius asked about the situation in Goa, but do you really have this much free time? I'm sure you received the Swallow Kingdom's departure order from the king himself. I still have work to do, so I will leave in a few days, but as for you, Amara Brunstein replied immediately, what can I do? I also have concerns, you know I am free right? Ari Brunstein gave the reason, I left behind all the family's busy schedule to find a way to come here just because someone's son disrespected the Sten family's swordsmanship. This is also important as the king's orders. Ducanius became embarrassed. Well about that. Ari Brunstein doesn't want to cause trouble. Well, looking at your face I have to agree to leave. You've also heard the recent news in Thran. The Duke replied, I heard Swallow gave a very quick action. Ari Brunstein agreed, yes, the moment they heard the news of King Thran's death, Swallow along with Duke Altsma they were so proud of. Quickly advanced on Thran with an army of 200,000 men. But, the Earl continued to speak, contrary to the belief that the Thran kingdom without a king would be easily dominated. Swallow suffered a huge loss, even Duke Altsma, the general of that army, was seriously injured. Ducanius shook his head after hearing this, it's incomprehensible, Thran's army only has 50,000 soldiers, they don't even have a single master-level knight that can compare to Duke Altsma, how can that be, is this possible? Ari Brunstein said, there is only one person, who has reached the level of master in the kingdom of Thran, maybe he is the only one, don't you think? Ducanius became tense, it couldn't be. But Ari Brunstein affirmed, that's right, the biggest reason that Thran was able to destroy Swallow's mighty army was the outstanding knight, Uravis. Joshua sighed. Right now he is practicing hard, consecutive moves to call someone out. Joshua just shouted loudly, come out here. Just like that, Joshua practiced alone in front of the big gate of the academy. So Joshua called Lugia out, kept calling without success. Joshua was a bit impatient. This guy Lugia, after talking to his mouth, went to sleep immediately. Joshua thought back, the demon god's weapon, Lugia, that name said it all. This was one of the demon god's weapons. The demon god is the leader of the demon kings and is revered by the demons as a god, who is stronger than all other species in terms of fighting ability. And is someone who can be equal to, or even surpass, the Dragon King. Joshua clenched his fist and realized with joy, yes, if not for the power of God, how could such a miracle be explained? While Joshua was engrossed in thought, loud shouts rang out, wow, there he is. The students eagerly came to Joshua, he was over there, the brave son was here. Joshua was shocked, what is that, what is going on? Agaris excitedly asked Joshua, where have you been these past few days? Icarus was also happy, we were all looking for you. Joshua was also happy to see his two roommates, Icarus, Agaris. Luckily I was still alive so I was happy to see them again. Agaris looked over at Joshua and asked, why are you like this, why do you look so tattered? After all, the whole academy is in a hurry to find you. What do you mean you're still alive? It seems like you're taller, right? Joshua replied lightly, something happened, but what is going on? Agaris said first, What else? I won't run away anymore, Icarus said more specifically. It's okay, we gathered with the same will. Joshua was bewildered. What are you talking about? Don't you run away, gather with the same will? I don't understand. Icarus explained, you still don't understand. We all gathered to protest the Academy's punishment for you. This time we will file a lawsuit strongly protesting your punishment. Icarus said with confidence, even if there were students who asked to punish you, there would only be about 100 people in the Araxia group at most. They wouldn't stand a chance against us. Joshua was touched. You guys gathered here just because of me. Icarus saw that and teased you. What is that? You were so moved that you cried. Joshua shyly filled in. No one was crying. Icarus was so cared for. Icarus reached out to wipe away the tears on Joshua's face. Crying is not a bad thing. I can wipe your tears for you, but I really think you have grown a little taller there. Joshua replied in a gentle tone, okay, think whatever you want. I don't understand what Joshua was thinking, but he closed his eyes, his face relaxed and ready to enjoy. Scene change. Segurdam angrily slammed his hand on the table and shouted, Dean, why do you keep trying to let Joshua stay at the academy? Segurdam tried his best to state his arguments. Life is about choices, even if he is a member of the Anyus family. Currently our academy has 3 children from the 12 great families. Good above all, let's be reasonable. We were promised that we would be given important positions if we handled this well. Segurdam still hasn't stopped, and as for you, he said he would recommend you for the next head position. Both the Villas and Crombell families are supporting us. Principal Steinine Albert replied to indifferent attitude, besides Count Villas, why is there Count Crombell? Professor Segurdam explains that in the battle for commercial interests between the Crombell and Pontier families, the mercenaries sided with the Crombell family and now the victory is in their favor. Segurdam added, that's why I heard that Count Pontier sent Lady Cheryl directly to the Anyus mansion. The abbot speculated, to ask for their help. Segurdam replied, yes, that is why we also have to watch out for the Anyus family. The dean seemed to be shaken. He pondered. Segurdam continues to attack. If you are still not sure, then just leave everything to me. I will take care of everything. About 100 students have already filed a complaint, as long as we use it to push forward. While being tense, Professor Cecil pushed open the door and rushed in. The dean, Dean Einstein. Einstein was also startled. What's wrong? Cecil informed the dean. The students had gathered to protest. I think you should come out and see. Segurdam was visibly happy and he didn't know he was misunderstanding. Didn't I tell you, who can go against the 12 families? Most of the students are children of low-ranking noble families, so they know I will obviously make this choice to continue to survive. Segurdam is very confident. I guarantee the justice of this academy will be corrected. If we expel that devil Joshua, then let's come and see the protest. Professor Cecil spoke up, intending to explain. Professor Segurdam. Cecil hesitantly corrected, it was the opposite. The children objected to giving punishment to Joshua Van Anyus. Segurdam was surprised. What? Cecil said more specifically, but to punish the Araxia Association. At this moment, the students, led by Icarus and Icarus, were holding loudspeakers to protest, and the atmosphere was filled with excitement outside. Icarus shouted loudly with his megaphone. The other students also shouted loudly. All the students of Avalon Academy, protesting the punishment for Joshua Van Anyus, protesting. They agreed together, disbanded the Araxia Association, disbanded. Natasha looked outside and saw the crowd acting like that. She was furious. If she knew how to use magic, I would have wiped them all out. Ji-Wog lost patience, turned around and demanded, Professors, what are you going to do to handle this mess? Professor Segurdam quickly consoled, don't worry, we can calm the protesters, that's just in the blink of an eye. Professor can't agree with Segurdam. Why don't you just ignore that crowd? Professor Segurdam, thanks to that crowd everything has been resolved. Sooner or later Araxia will be disbanded due to the war. That's just a demonstration. Professor Khan added, you cannot escape responsibility for this. Professor Segurdam struggled to stand up. What responsibility? I don't know what the hell you're talking about. What right do you have to demand the dissolution of Araxia? Professor Khan also raise his voice and lecture Segurdam. A student was almost completely destroyed by Araxia. This happened because we deliberately treated Araxia as if it never existed. From now on we must just change. Segurdam stubbornly argued, Professor, you don't even have any evidence for such a thing. Aren't you ashamed of yourself as a professor? The professor can only wait for that. He eloquently stated the evidence. I am the witness. I am the one who knows what happened to Siamese, a student who was deprived of a bright future. Pointing the finger at Jiwag and Natasha, the professor accused them, and also the leaders of this incident, because she once came to me to ask for help. Segurdam loudly argued bluntly, "Professor, please don't pretend to be saintly after witnessing everything but act like you don't know anything. It's the kind of hypocrite like you who deserves to be punished." Joshua can't listen anymore. "It's ridiculous. Do you think you have the right to say that, you guy who only knows how to flatter others?" Joshua kindly stepped forward. "As you wish, I will take full responsibility for the special admission. However, I will definitely clean up all the trash in this academy before leaving." The Jiwag arrogantly replied, "I heard you were just an illegitimate son. If you were kicked out of here, wouldn't you be treated like trash?" Jiwag turned around to show that he was reasonable with Professor Kan. He didn't even have the slightest doubt that Dukanyus would not forgive the actions of this irresponsible son. Jiwag taught Joshua, "If you really care about your family's honor, then stop smearing ashes on your family's face." Joshua smirked and replied, "Family honor, this has nothing to do with the name of the Anyus family." Jiwag is harsh. "What, you've come this far and you still think you won't cause any trouble for the family?" Joshua is confident, "Exactly what I want to say is that I don't care about that Anyus. I will drag out all those responsible for this." Joshua approached Jiwag and eloquently exposed the crimes of the three leaders of Araxia, Natasha of the Marquis Barori family, Jiwag of the Marquis Crombell family, and Varan of the Marquis Villas family. Joshua lowered his voice, "I will show all three of you the specific consequences of your actions." Jiwag was shaking all over at Joshua's attitude and accusations. "Am I shaking, Jiwag?" Jiwag tried to keep himself still and shouted back loudly, "Do you think our clan will let that happen?" Segurdam eagerly sought help from the director Steinine Albert. "Are you planning to do anything but just stand still and watch this happen, Mr. Director?" The director remained silent. After a moment, the dean said calmly, "Professor Ken was right." Segurdam was stunned. "Huh?" The dean calmly analyzed for the professor to understand, "Something that should never have happened in this sacred place of learning for children has happened, although slowly, we are forced to correct everything." Rank. Professor Segurdam disagreed. "What are you talking about? Maybe you will lose your position as principal just because of the children's quarrel. Are you planning to give up the position of principal that was intended for you?" The serious and upright director asked in return, "What is so important about that position?" "No matter what the position is, the most important thing is that we must do the assigned position well." Segurdam stood still, speechless, unable to reason anymore. The childish Jiwag retorted to the dean, "You are wrong, Dean, position is the most important thing." Jiwag presented arguments, even to Joshua, although people said he possessed more talent than Babel von Anyus, but an illegitimate child could not become the successor. Even Dukanyus avoided causing trouble, fighting against our family because of a guy like that. Why does he have to side with Joshua, someone who can't become his heir? When the argument was raging, as soon as he heard that the name of the successor of the Anyus family could not be Joshua, Dukanyus came over and interrupted the Jiwag. "I intended not to discuss the successor, but because it caused there are so many misunderstandings that we have to make it clear that the position can be changed at any time." Dukanyus and Ariel Brunstein walked in majestically. Everyone was surprised and exclaimed, "Is it Dukanyus and Ariel Brunstein?" Dukanyus seriously told everyone, "Anyone with strength can aim for the position of family head. That is the motto of the Anyus family. If anyone wants to confirm their position, you can only prove your ability." Dukanyus pointed straight at the Jiwag and retorted at him, "You said Joshua was more talented than Babel." Jiwag was speechless, extremely confused, and asked himself, "Why is Dukanyus here?" Dukanyus sternly reminded everyone here, "Students' problems should only be between students. After all, those are just the rules of this academy." The Duke questioned Jiwag directly, "Or are you thinking about becoming the enemy of the Anyus family through something like this?" The Jiwag's face turned black with fear. He was so angry, he heard it. It's Sir Ari Brunstein's turn to teach Jiwag. "I don't intend to cheer for Dukanyus's declaration, but I will give you some advice. Don't do actions that will cause trouble for your family further." Ari Brunstein frowned, overwhelming the Jiwag spirit. "Because you are so smart, I hope you will understand." Jiwag and Natasha were scared and didn't dare to say anything else. Jiwag's voice faltered, "Yes, I will remember." Ari Brunstein also added a reminder, "Oh yeah. Remember to stay away from Amaru too." "Everything is done," Dukanyus said to Joshua. "Since we have reached an agreement, we should now start dealing with our own affairs. Follow me, Joshua." Joshua also replied brightly, Yes, father. In the capital of the Swallow Empire. The king of the empire is asking about the general's condition. Is Duke Altsma's injury serious? Gonda replied, he was not in physical pain, but it seemed like he had a psychological shock, king. The king of Verona responded cordially, so I have to personally comfort him. But Duke Van Musk seemed annoyed and stopped him, king, he is nothing, just a defeated general. Not only did he cause us to lose to the Thran colony, but he also returned miserably with his life intact. Duke Van Musk was angry, such a person does not deserve comfort. Other people present in the palace also agreed with the new Duke. Duke Van Musk is right, king, in times like these, you should enforce strict discipline by punishing anyone who has caused us to fail, and above all, if it wasn't for Duke Altsma being so complacent with himself, he wouldn't have accepted such a humiliating defeat. Duke Van Musk, supported by the crowd, continued to demonstrate his authority. The general of an empire with an overwhelming advantage challenged him to a one-on-one battle with the enemy's general. Van Musk continued to point out Altsma's sins. We were in a situation where we had an advantage in everything like strength as well as number of soldiers, but he lost in such a meaningless match that made his own soldiers lost all morale. Van Musk begged to punish Altsma, he was responsible for the huge loss. Others also responded, he was right, king, please punish Duke Altsma. The king is disappointed in the attitude of the dukes. Oh God, please, after admitting defeat like that, they still try to take advantage of eliminating one of their opponents. What will Mr. Demero do in this situation like this? The king regained his spirit. No, now he is the one leading the country. The king replied to the gods below, it was not only Duke Altsma who was responsible for this defeat. No one could have predicted that the enemy would have a master more than Duke Altsma. The king spoke more eloquently. The biggest reason for this failure was that we did not collect enough information, so instead of finding whoever was responsible and punishing them. The dukes stood silently listening to the king's teachings. The king continued to say, we should prioritize finding a strategy of action. Duke Van Musk is the first to volunteer and come up with another plan. Your Majesty, if so, how about we send more soldiers and at least 2 more masters to completely wipe out Thran in one battle? If you allow me, I will immediately assemble the front line. Gondar does not agree. The new duke's strategy is not feasible. My king, after failing in the unexpected battle, all eyes are on us. We cannot be hasty any longer. Van Musk also refused. But Prime Minister Gondar, we can't sit still like that. The king agrees with the Prime Minister's opinion. Don't worry, I believe continuing to keep an eye on the situation and waiting for the next opportunity will be more effective. I agree with your proposal. How will Thran react? Prime Minister Gondar presented his idea. Currently Thran is taking advantage of this opportunity to make other countries hesitant to create diplomatic relations with us, by using our country as an example of breaking the peace treaty. After defeating Duke Altsma, that strategist not only became a legendary magic swordsman but also. While the king was listening to the plan, a soldier hurriedly ran into the telegraph to report, there is big trouble, king. The king was surprised. What's wrong? The soldier hurriedly reported, Thran had announced their next king to the entire continent. The dukes were panicked. Nothing, Thran is our colony, how dare they do that without asking our permission? Are they planning to take this opportunity to gain complete independence? The king of Verona quickly asked, who is their next king? The soldier also reported the details of the incident. The 17th king of Thran would have the title. A famous knight will soon marry the daughter of the former king. That is your Avis. And on the Avalon side, Duke Anyus and his son were having a friendly conversation. The Duke confirmed the information. I heard that you received a royal decree from the king himself, is that true? Joshua excitedly confirmed, yes, I plan to live a peaceful life at the academy, but I didn't dare to make any excuses. The Duke thought differently, but my expression didn't show it like that. Since I answered like that, I guess I will join the royal knights as the king wishes. Joshua calmly talked to his father. After all, he was just a powerless citizen of the empire. The Duke smiled faintly. He stood up to leave, so take care of yourself. Ari Brunstan was also a bit surprised. Are you planning to leave? Duke Anyus said seriously, I have already confirmed the boy's intentions. Ari Brunstan feels confused. Why father and son talk so distantly like that? Ari Brunstan hasn't forgotten about the insult of the long sword. Your problem is solved, so now we can continue to deal with mine. The count politely asked Joshua, nice to meet you Joshua, do you know who I am? Joshua confidently replied, I know you are a proud knight of Avalon, Ari Brunstan. The Count frowned slightly, even though he knew who I was. "Why are you still so careless?" Joshua did not hesitate to answer, "Sooner or later I have to meet you. I can't keep running away." Ari Brunstein's answer is quite interesting. "I like your straightforward way of speaking." The Count sternly demanded, "Joshua, then take responsibility for what you said. Tell me frankly, is rapier trash?" Joshua remained silent and did not answer, but his face was very determined and did not waver in fear. Joshua sighed. "You gave the answer to Ari Brunstein. I don't think rapier is trash at all." Joshua gives his personal opinion, "But I believe that there is no weapon that can surpass the spear." These words made both Duke Agnes and Ariel Brunstein stand still and surprised. I just saw Ariel Brunstein's lips curl up. He was burning with fighting spirit and anger was burning inside the Count's body. The Count scolded Joshua, "How dare you say such things in front of me?" Joshua also felt a bit overwhelmed by the murderous intent that Ariel Brunstein was causing. He clearly felt his inferiority, so this was the killing intent of a master, too much pressure. Joshua tried to cheer himself up, "But I can still endure this level of killing intent." Ari Brunstein's side still shows no signs of stopping. And Joshua still tried his best to fight. After a while, Joshua no longer felt weak, he was leisurely walking towards Ari Brunstein without any damage. Joshua said, "Grow up, even if no one recognizes it, it doesn't matter, I will prove myself that spears are better than any weapon." Ari Brunstein was a bit shaken and surprised. "No, it couldn't be, he just walked straight towards me and tore his aura apart, a child who just turned 10. Ari Brunstein is not okay right now, he is trying to hold his body." Suddenly he screamed loudly and his face changed extremely fiercely. Joshua shouted in panic, "Ari Brunstein!" The Count was still trying to stand firm with his thoughts about Joshua. No wonder he was called the best mana user. If one day he reached the top, he would reap the same rewards. Come on, what would that feel like? Suddenly Ari Brunstein's face became despicable and full of meaning. I want him to experience the pain as quickly as possible. I don't know what kind of face he will show. If he stands on the brink of death, will it please me? I have to endure it. I have to endure it for later. But Duke Agnes noticed and he didn't allow it. He just gently said, "Down, that's enough." Even though Ari Brunstein didn't want to and wasn't satisfied, she had to stop. The Duke smiled quite proudly. Joshua doesn't understand." "Yes, Duke." Duke Agnes sincerely said to Joshua, "If you want it that way, then I allow you to leave this academy, and if you are ready to join the Royal Knights, at least grow strong enough to enter 3rd Battalion." After hearing that, Joshua was even more confused. Why was it the 3rd Battalion? Thinking for a moment, Joshua understood and agreed with his father. Joshua respectfully raised his hand to his chest in greeting. "Joshua is very respectful. If you have said that, then I understand." Return to the Agnes mansion. The Duke's wife, Vanessa, is lying in a hospital bed with a fever. She was tired and whispered, "Babel." Chiffon stood next to Vanessa's hospital bed and was also worried. "Are you upset about the young master?" Vanessa was heartbroken. "Babel was summoned to the royal palace among many places. How could I not be upset? The words the Duke said to me, as well as the sudden summons to the palace, it's all so overwhelming." Vanessa clutched the blanket tightly and felt angry. "Because of worry, I couldn't sleep every night. It was all because of the poor boy who deserved to end up worse than being torn into 100 pieces." Chiffon just quietly listened to all of Lady Vanessa's worries. He proposed, "I will go to Akardi." Vanessa was stunned, sat up. "What, you intend to act independently without my husband's permission?" Chiffon analyzed, "At this point, not only will your long-term plans turn to ashes like you fear, but I could also be killed by Duke Agnes himself." Chiffon knelt down hoping to be accepted. "Instead of sitting and waiting to die, isn't it better to go there directly even if punished?" Lady Vanessa is a bit worried. "The royal palace is very dangerous, you can even die in the blink of an eye." Chiffon grabbed Vanessa's hand, her voice was gentle, "Have you forgotten?" Chiffon took out evidence to reassure Vanessa, "In the past, I was also a member of the Royal Knights, you don't need to worry." Chiffon warmly kissed Vanessa's hand and promised, "Even if I had to die, I would still be happy if it was to help her." Vanessa is touched. No more grumpy attitude. Vanessa also kindly advised, "Please come back safely, Chiffon." Chiffon is full of spirit and obeys orders. On Joshua's side, the landscape is full of fallen trees. Each piece of tree trunk was thrown away. It turned out that Joshua was practicing with his spear. I saw the tree had fallen to the ground. Joshua breathed a sigh of relief as if he had completed his mission. He smiled contentedly with his achievements. He remembered Count Ariel's face and was secretly happy. He didn't expect Count Stan to exude so much. It gave him goosebumps. Joshua raised his doubts again, but the reason why Duke Anyus said he had to be promoted to the 3rd platoon was probably because the members from the 1st to 3rd platoon of the Royal Knights were given titles from the kingdom himself. King, right? God, just now, I thought Joshua understood what his father meant. Now he came up with 7 or 9 inferences. Could it be that he was telling me to take a new title, leave the Anyus family and choose Babel as his successor and create a new family? Suddenly Joshua looked out into the distance, looking for someone. Joshua shouted loudly, "Who is it?" I only saw the door wide open. Outside the door was a dark, dim space with some great pressure. When Joshua got closer, that pressure suddenly disappeared. Joshua breathed a sigh of relief. I imagined it myself. I'm a bit sensitive today. But then from inside the door were the sounds of continuous clapping. Someone from inside came out with a compliment for Joshua. It was truly amazing. I was so confident that this time it wouldn't be discovered. Zero, you still tease Joshua. If that blow hits any part of your body, you will definitely be in big trouble, Master Joshua. Joshua was surprised. Zero, why are you here? Joshua caught the stick he gave him and asked, why did you come here without making any announcement? Zero scratched his face and replied, there is a problem to solve, and there is news about the thing you asked me to find out. What's going on? I will be away from Akardi for a while, so I think it will take quite a while to find the information you requested, especially since the only person who can find the information about the war god Dracia Bel graces me. Joshua asked frankly, you had to leave because of the Thran Empire, right? Zero was surprised. How did you know? Just listen to me a little, but you deduced it was true. He smiled and said, it's a good time. I also wanted to postpone the search for the red coin. I said I would do it for 3 years, but now I have received an order to join the Royal Knights from the king, so we're going to have to rearrange it a bit. Zero couldn't help but wonder, are you serious? Have you received orders from the king? I guess there will be a lot of things ahead of us. But, it'll be fine, there's not much we can do about the current situation. I'll give you more time to find that coin. The organization is using all its manpower on this, so for now because I think we won't have time to worry. So now is my report on the secret information you requested. Joshua rejoiced. You mean secret information? He said openly, even you are surprised, Viscount, you immediately urged, saying that makes me curious, what's going on? Zero raised his mouth and smiled slightly and said, God of War Dracia Belgrace. According to my research, he has some connections with the royal family of the Avalon Empire. The atmosphere was quiet for a moment, like an embarrassed crow making an awkward sound. Zero asked confused, why aren't you surprised? He replied, because I already knew that. He was surprised. What, really? He already knew about the relationship between the god of war Dracia and King Marcus. Joshua was surprised now. What, King Marcus? He quickly pondered. Not only did Dracia have a special relationship with the 4th Prince Kaiser van Britain, but also with the current King Marcus van Britain. Could it be that? Thinking about it, he immediately wondered. Zero, let me ask one thing. Does Nakmon believe all this? He expressed, to be honest, I think this information is quite accurate. Maybe it's because of the relationship between Draxia's father, Miro Belgrace and the Swallow Empire royal family. Hearing this, Joshua couldn't help but grit his teeth. As expected, King Marcus is trying to interfere with the Swallow Empire. He is trying to eliminate the current King Verona, and install Dracia as the new king. A swordsman close to master level, Dracia Belgrace. In an open field, Ariel Brunstein held a sword and said with a faint smile, he is the grandson of the current king of the Swallow Empire. I have to do all this just for one family, what do you think, huh? The angry group of soldiers rushed forward and shouted, shut up. How dare you touch the king of Verona, we cannot forgive you. He pretended to feel guilty and asked, oh no, what can we do, other? Besides making us bleed, but, just on one side. As he finished speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared. Before the soldiers could react, they were repeatedly slashed and knocked down by Ariel Brunstein, who had escaped from hiding. One guy tried to stay calm and gave orders, forming a defensive line. Immediately, the remaining people gathered together, stacking shields on top of each other. The mana shield formed, a large barrier appeared. Count Hamara Brunstein used his sword to swing in one direction. but it only caused cuts to appear on a few shields, while the defensive wall remained intact. After a while of fighting, he decided to stop a short distance away. His face was full of interest and he said, "You guys used an interesting skill. Then I will also show you something more interesting, get excited, it's called." Before he could finish casting, a voice rang out from above, "Amara Brunsten. You know it's good to enjoy it, but we don't have time." From above, a person flew down. Ari Brunsten muttered, "He has finally come." Duke Tremblin, he rushed down, with just one slash, breaking the mana defense wall of those soldiers. Next, he launched a move, attacking the crowd. There was a loud explosion, the ground shook, smoke rose. But the crowd was quickly destroyed. Count Amara Brunsten quickly covered his nose and complained, "Dust is not good for the lungs." Then they applauded again, but this smooth movement was truly amazing. "Duke Tremblin, you are quite old, and your body is still flexible." The Duke retracted his sword and sternly reminded, "Don't you think you need to be more serious? We're now at the Empire's border, but that doesn't change the fact that we're still in enemy territory. Aren't you too relaxed right now?" Earl Amaro Brunsten clicked his tongue and said, "Duke, there is nothing to worry about, even if the order requires us to go to the Swallow Empire and bring back the head of the King of Verona, this battle does not require the use of mana." Duke Tremblin shouted loudly, "A knight must always do his best." He was startled by his harsh attitude, secretly disgusted. This old man was so annoying. Aside from his skill level, he was boring to death. Duke Anyus's company was much more interesting. Especially when thinking about letting that Joshua experience the feeling of being defeated. Thinking about this, Amara Brunsten happily prayed, "Grow up fast, kid." Duke Tremblin calmed down and asked, "Most importantly, why did you mention Dracia Belgrace? Did you forget the king's order to be careful?" Ari Brunsten was surprised. "You heard that when? Come on, you old people have such good ears." Then he also explained, "I only mentioned it because I didn't like this situation. I didn't understand why Avalon had to be so scared, agreeing with that kid Draxia's childish game. And most importantly, I don't think they will fall for these tricks." Duke Tremblin carefully said, "It doesn't matter whether we fall into the trap or not, what matters is that we must obey our king, and do what Draxia wants, so." Before he could finish speaking, Ari Brunsten turned around, casually waved his hand and said, "You're right, what can we do? But that kid wants to become the king of Swallow, that's my order." "King, that's right, we shouldn't say anything, even if we get stabbed in the back, we have to keep quiet, let's go, like you said, we don't have much time left." Duke Tremblin watched him turn and leave and sighed softly, "I know what acting slowly means now. He wants us to be careful, because he is someone we cannot predict." At Avalon Empire Academy, Joshua thought to himself, "I just want to formally request to leave and say my final goodbye." He looked at the person in front of him and asked, "Are you serious, Icarus?" His eyes were full of determination and he said, "I will become your servant, so please take me with you." Joshua reminded, "Do you know what you are saying? Before, you were considered a commoner, but now no one denies your status as a noble, but you want to become my servant?" Icarus nodded affirmatively, "Yes, if Viscount Joshua plans to go to the royal palace, then I will go too." Hearing that, he rubbed his chin and muttered, it was great to witness his beautiful growth, but, Icarus blushed with embarrassment, why did he suddenly say such things? Joshua looked into his eyes and asked, "Icarus, tell the truth, you really don't want to be my servant, what is your real reason?" Icarus bowed his head and replied honestly, "That, I just want to be by your side, and prove my worth to you." Joshua was surprised, proving his worth. He repeated, "Before, you said you wanted me to be your person, right? That's right. Not to mention your family, but you yourself, I believe you will grow stronger than the name Anyus, and to be with someone like that, I will prove myself. Once my value has been proven, then you can decide to use me whenever you see fit." Joshua then revealed a smile. He wanted to prove himself. "Okay, for me, you are a very respectful person, nothing makes me feel more secure than having Icarus by my side." Finally, he spoke up and said, "Fine, Icarus," he happily replied, "Yes, Viscount Joshua." Joshua arched his eyes and smiled and decided, "I refuse your offer." Icarus couldn't believe his ears and asked again, "Why, or do you think I have no benefits as a servant?" "But even so, you haven't lost anything. I don't intend to become a servant to get a reward or anything, like I said before, I want to prove my worth." Joshua laughed and explained, "No, the opposite is true. Don't waste your time with me, you're outstanding, Icarus, if you really want to prove yourself to me. Then try it yourself, change the academy I left behind, if you want, you can also use your family name. Instead of becoming my servant, stay in this academy, although it has rotted, it still contains a huge treasure of knowledge that will be very useful to you. Icarus's eyes couldn't help but be shocked and a little surprised. Joshua put his hand on his shoulder and said, "And me? I don't want my people to become servants." In Icarus's head, 3 words continuously rang out, "My person." He finally let out a smile. His hand reached up and placed it on Joshua's hand on his shoulder. Icarus swears, "I understand, young master, I will definitely prove myself in this academy." In a garden of flowers of all kinds of colors and sunshine, the third princess of the Swallow Empire, Urona, held each flower in her hands and raised her head to speak. "Look, father, these petals in full bloom look so beautiful." The king of Verona came and agreed, "Yes, they look beautiful." But after speaking, his face returned to a sad and worried look. Kong Urona couldn't help but worry. She lifted her skirt, stood up, and walked over to him and asked, "Dad, are you thinking about Uncle Dimero again?" The king of Verona sighed. He wondered if I ceded the crown to Dimero, would the people of Swallow be happier? I have a feeling the relationship between Swallow and Thran will also improve. Urona expressed, "Although I cannot predict everything with supernatural understanding, but if Uncle Dimero is the heir to the throne, the people of Swallow Porcelain have to endure more than they do now." On the first day I walked out to the palace with my father. I will never forget the genuine smiles of the people, and the expressions of praise for you. She held his hand to comfort him. "Up to this moment, you have done very well, you are the sunshine of the empire, a father that I can't help but be proud of. And Dad, we will continue to do better, so don't blame yourself, I and the people of Swallow don't want to see you like this." The king of Verona smiled and thanked him. "But even so, I can't help but think about Dimero at times like this, she is more trustworthy than anyone." Urona advised, "It's been more than 10 days, but he still hasn't appeared, even if he lives or dies still hasn't been confirmed, so he probably isn't thinking about the empire." The king said nothing, he slightly raised his head to look at the blue sky. Coincidentally, at that time, 2 birds flew by together, he exclaimed. The 2 birds were playing with each other. "Reminds me of how close Swallow and the Thran colony once were, I hope no more blood will be shed." But as soon as he finished speaking, a soldier rushed to announce, "There's trouble, my king, we have received urgent news from the guards at the border." "What news? What's going on?" That person took out the bloody armor and told that the Thran colony had assassinated the baker and executed hundreds of nearly 1,000 soldiers at our border. At the residence of the first magician of the royal palace. Evergrant placed his hand on the magic ball, and a formation immediately glowed. He asked, "Why did you call me, master of the magic tower Ian Dunpere?" Immediately, a person sitting on a chair appeared and said, "It's been a while, Evergrant, is it okay?" The old man stroked his beard and said, "Other than the fact that you suddenly disappeared and left us lacking manpower, there was nothing else." Evergrant bowed his head and explained, "I can't make excuses for that, I'm truly sorry, Tower Master." "No, I didn't call you to scold you about that, it seems I'm becoming cranky now due to old age. Is the king still treating you well?" He smiled and replied, "Still good, more satisfied than expected." Owner of the exploration tower, great, even though you accepted the king's offer, because of your own ambition, but under the rule of a dictator like the king of Avalon, you cannot do anything, many. And I'm sure you're assisting the 4th prince, the one with the most potential you mentioned. Evergrant wondered, "Tower Master, did you call me to educate me?" He reminded with deep eyes, "I just think you made the wrong decision, I don't think the 4th prince will win the throne." Evergrant's face darkened and he didn't say anything. The old man continued to suggest, "If you had supported the 1st prince or the 2nd prince, I wouldn't have considered this unlucky, it's not too late, you should think again." He choked and was speechless. He slowly bowed his head, remembering. "I definitely felt it, the day when I first met the 4 princes." Look at his face with a confident smile. "I felt something that was difficult to explain." Seeing that the situation was a bit awkward, the tower owner decided to talk about something else. "It seems this conversation has taken an unrelated turn, the real reason I called you here is to make a suggestion." The keeper of the lightning chair of the 7, Jack Starapes was killed. Evergrant gasped in surprise, couldn't help but exclaim, "What, That can't be, he's at least a master level or higher than that, but was killed. Old Ian said, so, I suggest you become the next lightning chair holder. Accepting this offer will be much more useful than being with the fourth prince whose future is still uncertain. Evergrande flatly refused. I'm sure you expected this, but I couldn't agree. The owner of Matapian did not ask the reason, but just said, I understand, perhaps your investment in the four princes is only a part, and the other purpose is important. Evergrande frowned in confusion. The purpose? What is the other destination? He immediately said, don't act like you don't know. The treasure of the Avalon Empire is not the fake treasure that the commander of the Royal Knights can enter once a year, but the real treasure containing the stone, Jade Stone. He seemed surprised and asked, do you know? No matter what they encounter, most magicians want to confirm its existence. They are always eager to find out the truth. Well, forget it, my offer is always ready, so, I will hold my position until you speak. Evergrande can't help but feel grateful. The master of the magic tower reminded me further, but before that, I was very embarrassed to make such a request, but I hope you will at least listen to me. What is the request? He recounted Jack's final destination, the archway leading to the capital city of Avalon. Akardi, let's investigate who killed Jack. Return to Joshua. You are standing in front of a large door full of nostalgia. It's been a really long time. But just as he was about to enter, the guard guarding the door stopped him. Stopped. This was the royal palace of the Avalon Empire. Anyone without permission could not enter here. Please show us your travel ticket, or ID card that proves your identity. Joshua said coldly, I came to audition for the Bircher Blood Battle. After hearing this, the two guards gasped in surprise. They turned to look at each other. After that, one person suddenly held his stomach and burst out laughing. What's wrong? Do you know what you're saying, kid? We don't look like we're very busy. This time we'll forgive you. Please go home before you get scolded. Joshua just smirked, making him surprised. Are you smiling? You step forward and give orders. Go report. His hand wearing the ring was raised, the ring glowing. Right after that, his body was again covered in armor containing the family's pattern. By order of the king, I, Joshua Onyus, had arrived. The two soldiers could not help but stutter in surprise. The symbol of the Duke family, Onyus. Blood Battle of Bircher. One of the privileges that allows citizens or ordinary knights of Avalon to join the Royal Knights. I myself allow that person to join, by taking away the position of the Royal Knights, the clan they fight for. If they join the 1st to 3rd legions, which are considered the strongest legions, that person can receive a title of nobility. Thanks to that, the challenged Royal Knight could not let that person survive. They knew very well that if they let the challenger survive, they would continue to be challenged again. And not only that, the people responsible for the Bircher's bloody battle, are the famous cruel soldiers, while the 11th and 12th legions, only known as Royal Knights, they are more like mercenaries as a knight. After going inside, Joshua clicked his tongue and thought as he walked, I don't need the title of a noble Royal Knight or anything. I will grow to the 10th position of the 1st Army as soon as possible, gain the position of Army Commander, and request to receive that from the Royal Treasury. The title of nobility can only be an added bonus. While walking, he suddenly stopped. In front of him was a large dividing wall, on the opposite side was a large castle. This place was a flower-filled castle. I'm just following the path I used in my previous life, but finally, here. I don't know if she's still locked up here or not. Joshua's eyes suddenly looked down silently. He turned around and said to himself, now is not the time, I have something I need to do first. At this moment, a familiar voice rang out, making him stop. Was there anyone here? Is someone right? My name is Sir Ciaran Van Britten, let's talk for a moment. Joshua stopped walking, memories from the past came back. Sir Ciaran Van Britten. I went to the Royal Palace of Avalon for the first time as a mercenary. She treated me very gently without regard to my status, my feelings for her, not something like love, or a feeling of possessiveness. I'm really grateful to her. On the other side of the wall, Sir Ciaran continued to express, if possible, can I ask your name? Joshua slightly turned his head to look at the wall. Then, he said the name, I'm Joshua. At the Royal Palace Swallow. Duke Albert strongly objected, you must not do that, my king, if you do that, other countries will think we are cowards. I am very worried that this will become a precedent. The King of Verona explained, I am not saying to postpone the issue of this attack forever. I am simply suggesting that we postpone until we find out the true enemy's identity. Even though you said that, Duke Albert is still dissatisfied. King, haven't we already confirmed the traces of the Thran colony symbol? What more evidence do you need? While speaking, someone suddenly interrupted. That's why we never made progress. The guys here don't have quick minds at all, don't know anything but fighting. From outside the door, a person came in loudly and scolded, no matter whether you are a great aristocrat or whatever, you still have to look at the country's situation. The person who entered was Prince Lucifer, one of the 9 stars of the Swallow Empire and also the husband of Princess Throna Belgrace. The others couldn't help but jump when they said that. Prince Lucifer, you're exaggerating, I'm just telling the truth. Then he placed his hand on his chest, bowed his head and knelt to worship. Lucifer respectfully greeted King Swallow. The King of Verona said, "Hello, it's been a long time since I've seen you." "Lucifer, I'm honored." Then he stood up and expressed the reasons why I came to the palace so quickly. "It's because those stupid nobles messed up the situation," Duke Albert asked in confusion. "What do you mean?" Lucifer said, "Which country do you think will benefit the most from this situation?" He hesitantly replied, "It's obviously the Thran colony." He heard this answer and immediately became sarcastic. "That's exactly why I said you don't know how to think. Thran is busy with Uravis, the heir to the throne, and has stabilized the country. There's clearly no need to attack us in advance, causing a serious error like this." Duke Albert couldn't help but ask, "Then who attacked us besides Thran?" Lucifer said, "Use your brain a little, Duke Musk, otherwise all the wrinkles in your brain along with your hair will disappear." The King of Verona finally spoke after a moment of silence. The one who received the benefits of making the 2 nations go to war, was all the other nations except Thran. And unless the Hubble Empire is busy electing a pope, then there's a high chance it's Avalon. On the other hand, in the Great Palace of Avalon. Jackie knelt before King Marcus to report the situation. Duke Urshalt and Viscount Amaro Brunstein had successfully completed the mission and soon returned to Akardi. "He is satisfied, very good. How is Swallowing now?" He replied, "They haven't taken any specific action yet, it seems like they are reviewing the situation now." King Marcus rubbed his chin and said, "I didn't expect that tyrants like to fight like that, but they endure this. I think it's because of that bastard, Verona Belgrace. I think Dimero Belgrace should have inherited it. Next to the throne is correct, then he would have been close to me. How unlucky." Jackie suddenly expressed, "I have something to report, my king." "What is it?" "I heard, Baron Beeg has passed away. He is the one managing the locked territory, where they asked for your cooperation." The King of Avalon smirked in surprise. "Oh, that pig. Has Aiden von Onius discovered our plan?" He replied, "After investigating, it seemed that was not the case. Duke Onius was in Akardi at the time of Baron Beeg's death. When the soldiers learned about his death in the days that followed, they were confused, personally speaking." King Marcus frowned. "Have you confirmed the murderer's identity?" Jackie couldn't help but feel guilty. He quickly bowed his head in apology. "I'm sorry, it's all because of my shortcomings." He waved his hand. "Let it go, even if you are a black wind, you cannot know any information that the Onius family does not already know, especially since this incident happened within the control of the Onius family. That family too, I will have to meet that guy, because this is an incident that requires me to personally appear. So maybe they will know something that we don't know." Jackie suddenly remembered something. He slowly recounted it. Thinking back, it seemed like his daughter had enrolled in the academy. King Marcus frowned again and asked, "Academy of our empire?" He confirmed, "Yes, that's right, her name is Anna Beckstake. Real name is Anna Belgrace." Duke Onius commanded with a stern face, "Come here." Hearing that, Cain immediately rushed to attack him. Before that attack, Duke Onius was unusually calm. A violent shaking sound. Duke Agnes held his sword in one hand and reminded him, "You still have to practice a lot." Cain replied eloquently, "It's not over yet." After that, he immediately used his final move. Duke Onius looked at him and exclaimed, "That's an interesting move." Cain screamed loudly, using all his strength to attack him. But on the contrary, Duke Onius calmly replied, "They are only fast but have no gravity at all." At the same time, Baron Head walked over. He bowed his head in obeisance. Baron Head respectfully greeted Duke Onius. Duke Onius turned his head and looked coldly and asked, "What's wrong?" He hesitantly replied, "Young Master Joshua went to the royal palace." "What?" Taking advantage of Duke Onius's inattention, Cain immediately took action. With many years of combat experience, He could easily recognize a dangerous situation. One blow sent Cain flying away. The majestic and eloquent look exudes the temperament of a leader. Cain just fell to the ground. He whispered in admiration, "Just one move." Deucanius came and said, "He caused such big trouble and then just went to the palace without saying a word. What do you think of your master's actions, Cain?" He replied, Deucanius, isn't it just a simple fight?" He interrupted, "Don't misunderstand, this is just a request from your master." These words made Cain ponder, what the hell did his damn master ask of him? Deucanius said, "If you won't come, then leave it to me." Having finished speaking, he strongly attacked. The blow was so strong that Cain could not defend it. He fell to the ground painfully. Then he lay unconscious. Baron had smiled and said, "I don't think he is the one for you to vent your anger on, master." Deucanius immediately said, "I think we should find the right person who caused this trouble." "Right, that's right. How are the members of the 12 great families who received harsh lessons from it?" Baron had recounted that the two families did not react much, but the Marquis Villas family seemed to send a letter of protest at any time. After all, the only heir of their family became like that. "May I ask your thoughts on this?" "My thoughts. Although the possibility of the Marquis Villas family challenging the Deucanius family is very low, if they decide to send a letter of protest, then we must react accordingly. Otherwise, the possibility of the Marquis Villas family bringing this matter to the Great Noble Council will be very high." Having said that, he also thought that if they brought this matter to the Great Noble Council, the Duke would need to personally apologize to resolve this matter. For someone like this who was honored as a 9-star, truly humiliating. The Duke, after thinking for a moment, said, "I think it's okay." This surprised Baron Head. "What?" he said with a smile, "I am certainly not a considerate father, but I don't see the point in scolding my son for doing such a good deed. I won't talk about this with the Marquis Villas family. If he has a conscience, he will take care of the rest." Baron Head did not continue the matter but expressed further, "Then I understand, my lord. Also, there is another news from the main family." Deucanius frowned. "Mr. Two, that's right, the king wants to see how Babel, the empire's treasure, has developed, so Babel is departing to Akardi with the captain of the Chiffon Knights." "What, really?" Deucanius couldn't hide his surprise. "On the other side, the Chiffon Knights are going deep into the forest." Chiffon said, "Young Master Babel, from now on it is a safe area directly controlled by the royal family. We will soon reach the palace." Babel calmly replied, "This is the first time I've been to Akardi since the academy." Chiffon reassured, "No need to worry, the king just wants to see with his own eyes how strong you, the best genius on the continent, are." Babel muttered, "The continent's best genius?" Seeing the inferiority complex in Babel's eyes, Chiffon couldn't help but worry. He suddenly had an idea. "Young Master Babel, what? I want you to never forget one thing, the countless vassals of the family, including myself, will always be by your side." These words made Babel ponder for a moment. Then, he burst out laughing, seeming amused. Babel replied solemnly, "Thank you, Mr. Chiffon." At this moment, Chiffon's eyes suddenly flashed with sadness, as if she was contemplating something. Rough hands gently clenched. He stammered, "If, let's say, he didn't have time to finish his sentence." Babel quickly interrupted, "Please relax, Mr. Chiffon." He then boldly expressed what he would do if his father was not his real father. As soon as he finished speaking, Babel stared at him in shock. The two sat quietly without saying anything. A moment later, Babel couldn't help but avoid his eyes and asked, "What do you mean, Chiffon?" Chiffon laughed and replied, "It's just that a knight under my command fell into such a situation. He recently discovered the truth after dozens of years of concealment." "Is there someone like that in the Red Knight squad?" "If that's true, then it would definitely be a shock. I wonder if I can help." "Maybe you can't help." Chiffon thought to herself, "Damn, I can't believe I said such nonsense." Babel suddenly said, "But even if it was a surprise for him, I don't know how much life will change in the future." "Why? Even if the biological father is a different person, wouldn't just doing as well as before be the best way to help both fathers, one with merit, the other with nourishment, be happy? I'm sure it would be better for him." Chiffon smiled, thinking about those words. He replied, "Your answer is most likely correct. You are really grown up, young Master Babel." Soon, Babel's people arrived. On the other side of the wall, Sir Sirin was startled and asked, "Sir, Joshua Sanders. Joshua replied, "What's wrong? You think I'm a noble and are confused because I don't have a middle name." She said, "This name is really beautiful. I saw it in a book, a flower that only blooms in the town of Tria, located at the easternmost point of the continent, Sanders, although it possesses more beauty than a blooming rose. But when we learn its meaning, there is nothing more sad." "Stop it," Joshua interrupted. Sorcerin on the other side was surprised. "What?" "Instead," he said, "isn't she the one with a tragic fate? King Marcus, who was known as the Bloody King, caused countless pools of blood before ascending the throne. In addition to his opponents, he also killed his brothers, relatives, and even relatives. He killed and slain those who inherited even a small amount of royal blood. As a result, Marcus ascended the throne, but he no longer had a brother whose last name was Britain, and the only people who could be called members of the royal family were only his closest relatives, and they, so afraid of the pure-blood Britain bloodline being divided, came up with a particularly shocking arrangement. It was later considered the worst decision in Avalon history. The tragedy of the Britain family, and thus, the political goal of King Marcus, is to give birth to a princess who can fulfill his ambition. The pure-blooded princess, Sorcerin van Britain, maybe because of their cruel ambitions, Sorcerin was born blind. And the reason why the king kept a close eye on her was precisely that, since she possesses an ability that can see through even those who have reached master level. Mind eye? Joshua thought to himself, if I were the one facing that truth, could I do the same as her? Sorcerin gently held out his hand. Gently touch the wall and feel everything on the opposite side. She suddenly shed tears and asked, "Why am I crying like this? Why am I so sad, Lord Joshua? Please tell me, please, how much and to what extent you know." Suddenly Ellen came calling, "Princess, are you in trouble? Why are you crying?" Sorcerin replied, "No, what's the matter, Ellen? It's almost time to go to the palace, princess." Hearing that, Sorcerin looked disappointed and sighed. On the other side, Joshua was no different. He sadly leaned his back against the wall. Then I thought to myself, it's not the right time yet, we will meet again. Return to the palace, the residence of King Marcus. He wondered, "So you are the daughter of the god of war?" Anna solemnly replied, "Yes, my king, my name is Anna Belgrace." Marcus said, "Does he like the gift I sent to the Swallow border?" Anna replied, "He is very grateful for the king's generosity, I understand. But I heard things didn't go as he wanted." "What? I don't understand what you mean." "People on the continent say that. If we in Avalon have Aiden von Onius, then Swallow has Prince Lucifer. When he strikes, even the god of war will have difficulty handling it. Does he have a plan?" Anna shyly replied, "To be honest, he wasn't sure yet." "Not sure yet?" King Marcus' sharp, angry eyes stared at Anna. Then suddenly he burst out laughing in an incomprehensible way. A mysterious energy source appears, making Anna scared. She painfully hugged herself and resisted. Then Anna collapsed on the ground in pain. Marcus said, "How dare you say such impossible words after going to this extent? Before starting this plan, you guys made sure that it was completely possible. I have trusted you both and shown mercy, but you dare act like a spy in my empire of Avalon." Anna quickly asked, "I'm sorry, King, I guarantee nothing like that will happen again. Let's change the conditions. I promise to adopt the title of Duke to replace the previous title of Marquis." "King, that thing. I'm sure your father, the god of war, knows better than anyone else. Betting money on an unpredictable game is a shortcut to destruction." Anna wondered, if he was going to do that, then there was absolutely no need to sacrifice so many border guards. Was this situation simply to entertain him? Truly a murderer, his mind disturbed by machines and war. Anna said, "My king, your offer is our one-of-a-kind opportunity, but will he really accept such an offer to carry it out?" Marcus shouted loudly, "I will soon become Avalon himself. Who dares to stand in my way? Tell the god of war that he does not need to worry. Now the plan has been destroyed, then prepare the meteor plan. Please think of a solution quickly." Following orders, after accepting the mission, Anna immediately left. On the other side, in some forest, Marcus and Theta were walking together carefully observing everything. Theta said, "The dirt around this area is completely different from normal." Marcus replied, "It's not dirt, Theta." Marcus sat down and reached out to touch it. Theta stood aside in admiration. "It seemed like that, but looking at this condition, I don't think you can call it ash. We didn't come here to play, just focus." "Why are you so worried, This place is full of evidence. Close your eyes and feel the wind opposing each other. Don't you see anything?" Marcus was skeptical at those words. But then he closed his eyes and felt it. Tiny sounds gradually passed through his ears. Marcus silently exclaimed in surprise, "It couldn't be, it was a mana void." Theta explained, "There are only two situations that can cause a mana void. One is caused by a supernatural phenomenon created in the beginning, the other is a 6th level or higher magician injuring his heart to the point of death." Everything within a radius of 1 kilometer became a dead zone and a mana vacuum was established. If so, then consider the last location of Lightning Jack's therapy's chairholder to be in Akarti. Then there is a high possibility that he was killed by someone who owned the Bronto. Now we have the answer, we will find the culprit if we follow the trail of the Bronto. In a resting place, Sir Ciaran happily laughed and said, "Unbelievable, I'm sure he knows everything." "Do you know someone named Joshua Sanders?" Ellen replied, "I think I've heard it somewhere before." "Really, Ellen, where are you?" She said, "Recently a few knights talked about it. There is a new little star in our empire and I heard the name is Joshua." Sir Ciaran was surprised. "Don't they often call geniuses with outstanding talents little stars?" Ellen replied, "That's right, people like that young master Babel von Onius." But those knights said, "Most nobles don't take this issue too seriously." She was curious again, "What do you mean?" The maid explained, "Because the two little stars who would likely later become the highest 9 stars came from the same family, so the nobility felt it was very difficult for the two of them. So, could it be that person named Joshua?" "That's right, his full name is Joshua von Onius, second son of the Imperial Pride, Aidan von Onius." "Really?" At the practice arena of the 11th and 12th Night Squads, cheers rang out, "Let him fly into the sky, break the 11th Squad's bastard's nose, and kill him." Joshua walked in, looked delighted and exclaimed, "This place still hasn't changed at all. Damn it, Langer, I bet all my money this month on you. Don't lose, show him the power of a stronger army." Kotyus gets the spirit of strength from everyone's cheers. He continuously attacked Langer. He arrogantly said, "What the hell, Langer, that's all you get, no wonder you're treated like a mercenary." Langer cursed, "Sandy, you son of a bitch, a guy from a lowly 12th team like you is boasting like that. Anyway, the people above C teams 11 and 12 is the same, stop acting like you're from a stronger team, that's why barbarian mercenaries have no status at all. Our strict monarch has a very profound reason for classifying us separately into such groups. Are you planning to go against the king's will? Weak 12th team bastard." In just a blink of an eye, Langer defeated Kotyus. He smiled triumphantly and said, "Do you understand the difference in strength between the teams? It's true that I didn't betray my trust, Langer. If I lost today to a team worse than us, I would be embarrassed to death." Langer reached out and grabbed everyone's money bags. They said, "Here's your share, thanks to you we got money today, next time let's bet 10 times more, if we let him live then we'll probably come challenge him again next time, right?" Langer suddenly remembered, "That's right, I almost forgot." As soon as he finished speaking, Kotyus quickly knelt down and bowed his head and said, "Mr. Langer, I'm very sorry, if I dare to challenge you again, I will become your servant. Please forgive me just this once." Hearing this, Langer looked smug and smiled cunningly. The people of the 12th Squad angrily shouted, "You bastard Kotyus, how can you bring this shame to the 12th Squad? Can you call yourself a knight, holding the responsibility of a knight until the end? Go. This doesn't change anything, you're laughing, who the hell is laughing? Who is this kid?" "He's here," Joshua walked up and said proudly, "To be honest, this place is like a big arena, nothing has changed. It seems like I've missed this place so much, I'm so happy to be back." Kotyus bent down and looked at him mockingly, "Are you lost, kid? This is not the place for brats like you to play, whichever way you went, turn back that way." Joshua smiled and replied, "Okay, I'll keep it short." Having finished speaking, Joshua closed his eyes, a source of energy radiated out, causing them to scream in fear. "What is that, Don Ring?" Joshua replied, "I have come to submit to the Bircher blood war." They were surprised. That wasn't the iconic sword of the Onius family. Only people with pure blood had magic armor of that quality. It couldn't be. It was a boy of Duke Onius. "I am Joshua von Onius. Whoever wants to fight me, come forward." That's right, Avalon's new little star, Joshua von Onius, turns out to be the kid who can control sea-level mana, who is only 10 years old, an unprecedented genius in the history of the continent. I heard rumors like that appeared in the Onius family, but I never thought I would see them here. Do you know what I said, young master? Did you know that the truth about the Bircher blood war was actually hidden? Joshua replied that according to the intention of the current king, Marcus van Britten, the challengers of the Bircher blood battle who win will be made royal knights, regardless of rank. In addition, the knights who accept match will be stripped of his position as a royal knight. All accidents that may occur are primarily the responsibility of those involved. The results will be recognized and retaliation is strictly prohibited. Violation of these will be considered treason, right? Langer replied, even though you know everything, you still want to participate. Joshua sighed and thought for a moment. He replied, I will say it again, I have come to apply for the Bircher blood battle according to the king's orders. The 11th and 12th squads must obey. That statement made the fighting crowd quiet. Then, they replied, if we don't control our strength well, young Master Joshua will be injured. It's no longer a matter of winning or losing. Who wants to mess with the son of the great nine-star, Aiden von Anjus? We will be hated by the Anjus family. Langer was confused. Should I step up? But I also don't want to touch the Anjus family. Suddenly, Langer had an idea. He glanced towards Katjus. Understanding the meaning, Katjus began to scream loudly, in my stomach. I thought I was hit in a dangerous place while fighting with Mr. Langer. The people standing nearby quickly asked in panic, hey, what happened suddenly? If I hit a dangerous spot, I'll die. Joshua frowned and thought, why do you call yourself a knight? Okay, I'll give them a little motivation. He said, I don't think the teams down there will ever change. What an alarming sight. All you're doing is exposing yourself as just mercenaries, cowardly with no skills or strength at all. You all only know how to complain about the source of courage or confidence to defeat stronger knights. Because you are so scared that you don't get anything done, you can only look at each other when standing in front of someone who seems to be of high rank than me. You'll never get out of here, you cowardly bastards. Katjus shouted angrily, are you done talking yet, that brat? A damn person like you who has it all in his hands because he was born at the finish line, wouldn't know what to say those damn words. He immediately pulled out the sword, an angry look on his face, and pointed it straight at Joshua. Katjus said, if you want a bloody Bircher battle so much, then it will be your opponent. You won it, so if you get seriously injured, don't blame me. Joshua calmly replied, yes, it has to be like that. Even if you are hated by Duke Anjus, just teach that brat a lesson, make him unable to talk like that anymore. Katjus, if you don't do it properly I will kill you. Educate that bastard who's too confident in his own damn talent. You heard what those knights said, I won't be gentle with you, I will be harsh from the beginning, to let you know that this mountain is high and there are other mountains that are higher. Aura. Immediately, he rushed to attack. Langer stood aside and said, it's not too late to stop, young Master Joshua. Katjus is a B-level knight, C-level mana can't beat that aura. I don't remember who told me those words in the past. Again. But you see, Joshua activates the mana source in his body, making those people's eyes and mouths wide open in surprise. What's going on? What's going on? This can't be possible. God, it's the halo, Joshua replied eloquently, holding the spear in one hand. Who said I was C-level? Dawn Ring. Relic. And also the aura. Katjus shouted, I can clearly see that you are just a damn amateur, only knows how to borrow the power of his family and has nothing but to show off his status. You should be ashamed of yourself, you're tainting the reputation of the Duke Anjus clan. Joshua smiled, just said, if you are so doubtful, then why don't you try to test to see if I really possess aura or not? What did you say? Katjus was a bit surprised. Joshua continued, you heard it, you were just hesitating because you thought I was a knight but it turns out I have an aura. He growled with every word, coward. Being struck by what he said, Katjus rolled her eyes and gritted her teeth. The dog, Katjus, was angry and rushed forward with his sword. Langer quickly stopped Katjus. But it was too late, Joshua immediately threw Lugia back. An explosion with great impact erupted, everyone was pushed back. Langer hugged his injured arm and scolded him, you idiot, once you discover your opponent's strength, you'll be weak in the knees. At a glance, you can tell it's not normal mana. Before he finished speaking, his pupils shrank and his eyebrows raised. He carefully observed the shadowy figure inside the layer of sand and dust. It was a tall figure standing tall. Langer was surprised, is it okay? He carefully observed the shadowy figure inside the layer of sand and dust. It was a tall figure standing tall. Langer was surprised, is it okay? Just hearing Joshua's voice echo, you're so crazy, You're allowed to stop a bloody butcher battle even though you're the second in command, right? Viper Bison. Viper Bison replied, "You know a lot of things, young Master Joshua." "I've heard a lot about the name Bison of the Royal Knights," Viper Bison replied. "It is an honor when I am known by the little star." "If so, then perhaps you also know about the rules regarding the Bircher blood battle." Joshua raised his eyebrows. "What are the rules?" Viper Bison replied that for an official Bircher bloody battle to take place, at least the deputy commander needs to be present. Joshua continued, "So Mr. Din stopped this battle even though it had reached this stage." Viper Bison replied, "The bloody battle of Bircher was the will of King Marcus. We cannot deny that desire, so instead, I will become your opponent." Everyone around immediately came here and their eyes widened and their jaws dropped. Katniss hastily spoke up, "Deputy Commander, I object. This challenge is between me and young Master Joshua. Please let me fight until the end." Viper Bison replied, "Katniss, I'm sorry but please step back. You did the best you could," continuing to just do sentences. Katniss quickly interrupted, "I know what Day is going to say but I'm okay. Please let me retain some of my knight's pride, always telling us to do the same, even if it means turning a blind eye to this absurd reality." Viper Bison shouted, "That's enough, Katniss, this is more important than pride. If he lost the bloody battle, then he would have to give up his position as a knight. If that happens, who will take care of your daughter?" He thought he could fulfill his responsibility to her after returning to being a mercenary. Is pride more important than family? Hearing this, Katniss just knew silence. He gritted his teeth, his face darkened. The sound of applause broke the stuffy, wonderful atmosphere when giving birth to protect your teammates. Joshua gasped and continued, "Those who resign from the position of deputy commander and above only lose their positions when they lose, so I think this plan is not bad, even if you only have to be a normal knight for the rest of your life, remaining." Viper Bison smirked, "You talk as if you can defeat me." Joshua smiled and replied, "It's obvious, can't you feel it? There's a huge gap between my skills and yours." Langer stood to the side thinking, surely there was something very special about young Master Joshua's mana, surely he has more powerful attacks than before. The surrounding teenagers also shouted, "I will change that Day, Deputy Commander." Some people object, "No, I am his opponent, you don't need to sacrifice yourself for us." Viper was touched, "Thank you guys, but only I can do this. I have never considered you guys as my subordinates. In my eyes, you guys are my brothers and teammates. If I can't protect my comrades with my own hands, then my position as vice commander and my status as a knight have no meaning at all. Instead, I will be able to accompany you guys for a longer time." Joshua silently exclaimed, "That's really steadfast, Viper Bison. He used to always walk beside me in the vanguard team and destroy everything that stood in my way. He is more trustworthy than anyone else, as well as a soldier that his subordinates trust. One of the reasons why I chose to join the Royal Knights was because I wanted to accompany him on the battlefield again." Viper spoke up, "Please remember this, young master, even if you defeat me and become vice commander, your skills must be tested by higher knight squads, and the whole knight company is on a completely different level from us, who are only considered reserves." The corners of Joshua's lips curled up. "Whether they were military or not, weren't you guys discriminated against because of your great pride?" At those words, the Viper was surprised. Before he could calm down, Joshua swung his Lugia high, causing lightning to strike down from the sky. 5 years, I will achieve it in 5 years." Lightning gathered all of Joshua's body. The Viper standing nearby had to use his hand to shield himself from its strong aftershocks. He couldn't believe his eyes. It couldn't be the spirit sword. Joshua pointed his Lugia forward. "What will you do, Viper Bison? Will you join me?" Elsewhere, in the royal palace, a blonde-haired boy knelt down and bowed before the king, saluting the king, the sunshine of the empire. Marcus Van Britten sat on the chair, observed the boy in front of him and asked how old he was this year. He replied, "I am 15 years old this year, your majesty." The king continued, "Not only did your father, Aiden, the great knight in Avalon's history, reach C rank at that age, but you were also close to reaching B rank. I guess you're the first person in history to reach B level at this age. If it weren't for Joshua, it would be like that." Mentioning this name, Little New stiffened. The king smiled, then snapped his fingers. "No, Avalon's treasure will always be you." A shadow servant appeared next to the boy, in his hand holding a small bottle containing a blue solution. The king glanced at the vase and said, "I will give you a gift. This is a miracle medicine. It can increase mana, drink, Babel. Babel replied, I thank you very much for your gift, your majesty, but such a precious gift. The king immediately interrupted his words, as each word neared, I, the king of Avalon, ordered you to drink. Babel pursed his lips, he could only bow his head in agreement. Obey the king's orders. Seeing the boy so obedient, the corner of the king's lips curled up again. Babel took the jar, slowly opened the lid. Then, swallow the solution in the bottle. Very quickly, the medicine took effect, his figure widened. The eyebrows returned, Babel collapsed to the floor. By then, he was trembling and could no longer move. Gently go down each step. Gently stroking the boy's hair, the king said softly. Babel, you probably won't remember anything because your memories were erased, but we've met many times, I'm sure you won't forget our promise. The time to fulfill that promise has come. So whatever the reason, you must not lose your position as successor to Joshua. You understand what I'm talking about, right, my son, Babel Van Britten? Babel couldn't struggle, only his cold eyes were still facing him. His voice rang out tremblingly, yes father. An unknown episode that had long been buried in Avalon Palace has once again sunk into oblivion, and 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. 5 years later, in the quiet night covering the city of Avalon, the sound of small footsteps passed by. A young man with a tall, sturdy body walked straight towards the citadel gate. He said, I hope I'm not late. The 4 gatekeepers saw him and quickly stood solemnly, bowing respectfully to our commander. It was a young man with emerald green eyes, wearing a royal robe on his shoulders. He was Baron Joshua, commanding the 11th and 12th Knights. When Joshua returned, the Igrant continent seemed to be at peace. But hidden behind that are plots waiting to explode. The Igrant continent has 3 empires that are considered superpowers, one of which is Avalon, whose king is Marcus Van Britten. He secretly joined forces with Drachabel Grace, the Knight of the Swallow, also a superpower empire. Together they interfered and were hostile towards the Swallow's colony, the Thran Principality. Their goal is to continue to ignite war. The king of Verona discovered the plot. Not only did he prevent war with Thran, he also stopped Avalon from taking advantage of the opportunity to plot a large-scale continental war. And of course, opponents of the king of Verona's policy of maintaining peace began to appear in Swallow. At this time, among the 3 superpowers of the Igrant continent, the Holy Kingdom of Hubalt, there is a power conflict between the king and the Vatican to choose a new pope. And 5 years later, Joshua Sanders stood in front of the city gate, thinking about the past, and just exclaimed, hope it's not too late. He slowly entered the citadel gate. At the top of a castle high above the dark sill, where no one notices, a person wearing a black shirt with long white hair appeared. The moonlight clearly illuminated her eyes, the face was covered by a black cloth, long pointed ears. Under the darkness, her figure seemed to glow as she looked down at the city gate. There was only one chance, if she failed. Below the wall, a small foot stepped out of the carriage. The person urged the horse to sit and ran to support her hand. Miss Cheryl, on occasions like this, you must be very confident, you must show everyone that the power of the Duke family is still the same as before. Cheryl said softly, don't worry, Cox, I have no intention of losing to the Marquis Cromwell family, even more so here. She wore a silk dress, her graceful posture. She is the young lady of the Pontier family, just turned 18 this year. Her steps were graceful. Cox walking in front immediately summarized, that's exactly the spirit. Now let's go and attract the attention of the prince. Cheryl laughed and talked as she walked. You were so excited, Cox. A voice rang out, stopping the 2 of you in front. Go, I never thought I would meet you here. Are you guys really okay, still in the mood to play when your family is about to collapse? That voice was the son of the Marquis family of the 12 great families, Gewog Don Cromwell, who had a hostile relationship with the Duke Pontier family. Next to him, Natasha Moonbrory with mysterious blue hair, crossed her arms and continued, did you guys even receive an invitation? Cox thought to himself, always saying Psalm's I words, he didn't expect to have the bad luck to meet this group of trash right in front of his door. He turned back, she saw her lady trembling, her eyebrows turned gray. He said to himself, Miss Cheryl, I'm also very mad, but if people cannot control their emotions, we will continue to suffer. A gentle voice interrupted his thoughts, it's an honor to meet the young master, the young lady of the Marquis family. Is everyone well? Her trembling hands, still clutching her skirt, were now gently lifted up. She bowed low and gently bowed as if nothing had happened. The two people in front were also surprised. Ji-won curled his lips. He felt bored when he couldn't anger her. Cheryl walked past him. She spoke. It seems like everyone no longer wants to say anything to us, so now we will go to the palace first. Someone is waiting for us. Seeing someone coming to greet her, the Ji-won quickly spoke up. Mr. Royal Knight, if I remember correctly, my father ordered you to pay special attention to the palace's security today. The knight could only sigh. He turned to look at the lady in front of him, looking apologetic. Please forgive me, miss, can I see the person's identity card or invitation letter? Cheryl frowned, her face pale. Cox in the back couldn't bear it any longer and shouted, how rude, we are members of the 5 Great Dukes family of the Avalon Empire, since when do royal knights interfere in these trivial matters? Get out now. Ji-wog scoffed, it was a trivial matter. Cox gritted his teeth. Ji-wog continued, crossing his arms, who would wait for a duke family that was about to collapse? Why don't you guys just go home? Being here will only ruin the prince's birthday party that only comes once a year. He continued to exclaim, that's right, I think your house has also collapsed because of our Cromwell house, so there's probably no place to return to anymore. Or are you clinging to a thin thread of hope to come here to throw away your pride and kneel down to beg for your life? Cheryl had been holding back until now. Hearing this insult, she couldn't control herself anymore. She gritted her teeth and said, damn dogs. How dare you? She turned around and suddenly saw someone walking towards her. The voice said, the Pontier Duke family was a guest personally invited by the prince. Why are you blocking their way? Ji-wog saw someone coming. He frowned. Bastard, don't say that. Joshua, commander of the Royal Knights, Joshua continued, return to your position, let me handle it here. Seeing everyone still standing motionless, he continued, I won't say it twice. The surrounding knights turned pale and quickly bowed their heads. So we asked permission, then immediately left. Ji-wog shouted loudly, hey, you guys are leaving like this, come back quickly. Joshua came to Lady Cheryl's side, smiling and said, please follow me, Miss Cheryl, I will escort you to the palace. Looking at her protector, Cheryl was surprised. Ah, yes. Seeing the figure of Cheryl leaving, Ji-wog laughed like crazy again. He exclaimed, I understand, it seems you guys are planning to raise Duke Anyus's family in this matter. But you still won't be able to defeat our mercenary king. Not only that, Joshua von Anyus has been abandoned by the Duke's family, so he is now nothing. He entered his mouth, but the 3 people in front seemed not to hear his words. Still leisurely walking forward, Natasha let out a sigh of warning, still the same as before, ignoring everyone around her. Seeing that the group of people in front of him didn't care about him, the Ji-wog gritted his teeth full of hatred. Just wait, I will throw that bastard Joshua to hell. Inside the palace, Cheryl suddenly remembered and smiled and said, at first I didn't recognize you. Are you Joshua? How could you grow up to be so handsome? How tall are you? Joshua just smiled and replied, it's a long story, I've already escorted you here, so from now on, please go on your own. After speaking, he left. Cheryl whispered, are you still so cold? Watching his back gradually move away. Cheryl quickly called out, wait, Joshua von Anyus, can you dance with me at the party? His back suddenly stopped. Joshua still didn't turn around, just replied, I'm sorry, I have to go guard the mansions. Cheryl was surprised. What, just for one reason and you're like that? Joshua continued, what do you mean by me? This is my mission. Also, I'm afraid I'm no longer part of Duke Anyus's family, I am Joshua of Baron Sanders' family. After speaking, he quietly walked out the door. Joshua thought to himself, Cheryl must be very impatient. If the mercenary King Barbarian joins forces with Cromwell and is not defeated, then Duke Pontier will lose all his power to the Cromwell family. But now is not the time for me to interfere, I still have a lot of things to take care of, now let's deal with today's problems first. He pushed the door open, entered an empty room, then suddenly seemed to be talking to someone. Why don't you leave, you know I'm alone. The office was still quiet. Joshua frowned, not here. As soon as the words ended, a black shadow with white hair flew down from the roof. Joshua quickly dodged the knife slashing towards him. She landed on the ground, a few meters away from Joshua. Eyebrows furrowed, who are you? How can you detect the energy of true death? Joshua smiled and replied, I only tell you one thing, Isha, stop these stupid actions immediately, stop trying to assassinate the prince. When he told her name and mission, her personality suddenly shrank. She's so old, I've never told anyone her name, Who the hell are you?" As she spoke, she swung black air and rushed towards Joshua. The lightning around him dissipated. Joshua thought to himself, not expecting to be attacked, and asked who he was. "I can't believe she was so easily persuaded." His earring suddenly lit up, more and more electricity radiated from it. He was like a fierce beast roaring with authority. All images are captured in Aisha's irises. She frowned. This energy was the dragon sphere. She stood up, then placed the knife on his chest. Bowing to Joshua, Aisha Sisterfi salutes the great master of mana. "Actually, I don't think you are a dark master. I asked for forgiveness." Lord of the Black Dragon, Joshua turned around and said, "Since you used a knife to attack me twice, I really want to punish you, but well, since you don't know, I'll ignore it. But, like I said, stop these stupid actions immediately, don't assassinate the prince." Aisha just remained speechless. "Yes, obey." Joshua continued, "The Black Wind will start searching the moment your assassination fails, so leave the Akardi." Aisha immediately said, "No need to worry." Joshua angrily shouted, "What, you dare to disobey my orders? Get as far away from the Akardi as possible immediately, otherwise, you will bring punishment upon the entire Dark Elf race." Hearing this, Aisha bowed her head, "Yes, obeyed." After speaking, she immediately disappeared into the night. Joshua curled his lips, smiled smugly and said, "Whether it's now or in the past, she's still as sloppy as ever. Does she really think she's a black dragon?" Aisha Sistrafi, who will soon become the Assassin Queen, receives a mission to assassinate the prince on his birthday, but was defeated and injured to the point of leaving scars that could not heal. "I don't know who assigned that mission, but I don't want the Assassin Queen to receive such a defeat." He smiled, walked as far as possible. "I received a lot of help from you before my regression, so surely if our fates cross, we will meet again." Aisha ran through the night, escaping the palace. She thought to herself, "Oh my god, I can't believe it's a real black dragon. They had trusted me with this task, but it seemed they hadn't taken this variable into account. They would have never thought that the Mana Master was enjoying himself in the middle of the Avalon Empire. Well, I'll definitely be chased, but even so, then I'm free." As she spoke, she took off the layer that covered her face, freely crossed the tall buildings, and disappeared into the night sky. Inside the castle, light shined out accompanied by chirping conversations. "It's been a while, Baron. You're still as beautiful as before. Can I dance with you to this song?" The smile of a certain noble lady brightened. Another voice broke through the crowd in the palace. "Is it true that my Mana Stone was found in Viscount Xi's diet? I heard it's worth as much as Avalon's budget for several years." Or the royal misses were chatting amongst themselves, wondering who she thought would dance with the prince tonight. "It's definitely not you." In the crowd, Cheryl wandered alone to find her place. Seeing her, someone whispered, "Look, isn't that Lady Cheryl of the Pontier family? Isn't the Pontier family having financial difficulties? Why is she here?" The person next to him replied in a low voice, "It was rumored that it would take a huge amount of money to rebuild the Pontier family. After all, their enemy in the territorial battle was the Marquis Crumbell family. Surely no one dares to support Pontier now." Even though their voices were very quiet, Cheryl heard everything. She could only stay silent, bow her head and endure. Suddenly a voice rang out in the middle of the castle. The great empire's Prince Kisser van Britten and Princess Circerin van Britten were entering. All eyes turned to the door. Seeing the crowd coming in, everyone bowed their heads happily. "The one at the forefront is the great prince of the Avalon Empire, Kisser," he said. "Thank you everyone for coming. Please enjoy the party." The ladies around immediately blushed and whispered, "Oh my god, he's so handsome. I really want to be his dance partner, even if just once. I'm sure I'll be the prince's dancing partner this year." Flipping the list in her hand, the maid said to the blonde lady, "Princess, this year the name Joshua Sanders is not on the list either." The princess was gloomy, "So he wasn't here." "Joshua, it's been 5 years, why can't I forget that day? It's heartbreaking." The first prince turned around and frowned. "Huh, what did you say, Circerin?" The princess is confused. "It's nothing, sir." The eldest prince smiled and said, "Is that so? I thought you were worried because it's been a long time since you stepped out of the Flower Castle. You're probably worried about nothing." Looking through the crowd, straight with his red eyes, the first prince spoke up. "I was worried that I wouldn't be able to see her this year." He walked towards Cheryl and happily said, "I'm glad you came here, Miss Cherry." Cheryl gently lifted her skirt and bowed. Cheryl de Britten saluted the son of Avalon, Prince Kisser van Britten. When the first prince saw her being so formal, he felt a little embarrassed. Please relax, I'm not used to such a formal greeting. After all, it's been 3 years since my birthday came, right? I also heard that the Pontier family has been having a difficult time recently. She must have had a hard time. I'm always worried and restless. Cheryl was surprised. What, sir? The eldest prince held out his hand to her. Anu said, I have wanted to see you for a long time. Can we dance together? The people around immediately looked in surprise. Everyone looked at Cheryl with jealous eyes. Everyone around immediately whispered, what the heck? The prince himself wanted to dance with him, so why is there a rule that only the brightest person can dance with the prince? The person next to him replied, this is exactly what the prince wants. What can we do? Isn't the Pontier family on the verge of collapse? Tightening the hem of her dress in her hands, Cheryl wondered, why, did she really want to meet me that day? But if I hold hands that day, I will be jealous and wary of the ladies here. I can't make more enemies. The Cromwell family alone is enough. And at the end, the first person in front of the eldest prince, his face was full of guilt. I sincerely apologized. I don't think I can dance with you, prince. The eldest prince was surprised. There has never been a girl who dared to deny him like her. Why not? What have I done to make her lose sympathy? Can you tell me the reason? Cheryl hesitated. Why, A voice interrupted their conversation. Because she already had a dance partner, everyone immediately turned their eyes to where Joshua was coming. The great prince spoke up, are you a royal knight? Joshua officiating, nice to meet you, I am Baron Joshua Sanders. The princess quickly spoke up, did you say Joshua Sanders? Everyone around immediately shouted, I knew it, that day was the little star of the empire, Mr. Joshua Sanders, the person who completely changed the royal knights in just 5 years. That's right, the genius knight took all the title of being the youngest in the empire, but I heard that that day belonged to the Anus family. If I remember correctly, the relationship between the Anus and Pontier families is very harmonious. Someone wondered, so the reason why the Pontier family came here despite being in danger, was just to meet Baron Joshua. To ask him for help, the eldest prince spoke up, it's an honor to meet someone as famous as you. Joshua replied, I am also honored to meet you in person, great prince, but Miss Cheryl and I already have an appointment, please understand. The great prince did not speak. He looked at Joshua and smiled. He asked, Lady Cheryl, do you have an appointment with Baron Sanders? Cheryl embarrassed, the hairdresser raised her hand and replied, yes, Prince, that's true, Baron Joshua and I were. A voice interrupted the three people, the male before Joshua, who was really arrogant and conceited, your eldest prince, Jiwag, what do you mean? The Jiwag bowed his head and said, I am extremely sorry for interrupting so impolitely, your highness, but he is the most important person at this party, yet they refused when he wanted to dance with him. A hand was placed firmly on his shoulder, the Jiwag raised his head. That's Joshua, he said, if you know how impolite I am, then know my identity. Jiwag gritted his teeth, what, you dare? The young ladies around immediately whispered, hasn't her dance partner already been decided? But refusing the prince's invitation was a bit of a stretch. A singing voice interrupted, so that means the prince is stealing someone else's dance partner. Joshua leaned into his ear and whispered, don't you see anything? If you know how to think about the prince, then go, today I will forgive you. You probably don't want to experience humiliation like that day, right? Speaking of that day, the Jiwag's eyes widened, he gritted his teeth until he trembled, you. The great prince suddenly spoke up, okay, everyone. I'm holding this party for everyone to enjoy, so don't be so angry. Joshua bowed his head, if I knew you wanted to dance with Lady Cheryl, I wouldn't have barged in like this, your highness, please forgive this disrespect. The eldest prince smiled and replied, no, I am the one who is impolite to you too, if she already has a dance partner, let's fight. Having finished speaking, he bowed before Miss Cheryl, please give me a chance next time, Miss Cheryl. Cheryl also lifted her skirt and bowed in response, it's an honor for me. The eldest prince smiled and said, then I hope everyone will enjoy the party. After speaking, he left, holding out his hand. Joshua spoke up. Here, hold my hand, Cheryl feels a bit guilty, it seems like she's cleared more and more debt today. She placed her hand on his hand and continued, but it's very likely that he will get into trouble one day, why help me? Joshua replied, then you can just think of me as having gone crazy because I forgot our promise 5 years ago. Cheryl was surprised, what, do you still remember? I thought you had forgotten, she thought to herself, I don't even bother to visit me anymore. Didn't it mean something to me that day when I knew when a young lady gave me a family treasure?" Cheryl's face tightened. Then pursed his lips, softly blurting out, he can." Without waiting for her to finish, Joshua interrupted, "Let me tell you this, I can't help you now, after all, I am a royal knight." Cheryl was a bit embarrassed. "Ha ha, what did he say? I was just curious how he could grow up so fast." Joshua didn't answer, just smiled and said, "Be careful, don't step on my feet." At the party, he and Cheryl, like many other couples, danced happily together amidst melodious music. Outside the palace, an angry voice echoed, "That damn bastard! How dare you hit me just after meeting me?" Dragging the tip of the sword across the tiled floor, a man's voice filled with hatred spoke, "Over the years, I endured everything to survive that hell for him. Is he enjoying a banquet in the royal palace?" As he spoke, he walked to the front of the citadel gate. The gatekeeper looked at him and shouted, standing still, "This is not a place for a poor person like you to enter, come back now." Cain, the knight of the house of Duke Anus and Baron shouted, "What, poor, are you blind, can't you see this symbol?" As he spoke, he puffed out his chest. On the armor, a large sword was engraved on his chest. Joshua gently greeted his dance partner. Cheryl also gently prepared to bow in response. Everyone looked at Joshua and Cheryl and exclaimed and cheered, "They are such a beautiful couple, they are probably the most beautiful couple in Avalon." Bad Natasha felt uncomfortable, "The most beautiful couple in their pants." G-Wag also responded to her, "That joy only lasted for today, let's see how long they can be arrogant." Cheryl shyly thanked, "Thank you very much today." After saying that, Cheryl quickly left, "So see you next time." Joshua just looked at Cheryl's back and realized that she was always impatient like that. Knowing Joshua was present at this party, Princess Cercerin quietly walked behind him. She asked about Joshua, "Is it you, the Joshua Sanders guy that I met by chance at the wall 5 years ago?" Joshua used telepathy to talk to Cercerin. "I will soon visit your flower palace." Cercerin heard it and also knew that Joshua used telepathy. Joshua escaped from the crowd. While everyone was competing to greet the princess, Joshua was still communicating telepathically with her. The medicine that could cure her illness was about to be completed. Hearing this, Cercerin lost his temper and wanted to chase Joshua. "Please wait, what medicine do you mean, Baron Sanders?" Joshua replied, "This is my own way to repay the debt from my previous life." Princess Cercerin was confused by Joshua's answer. Joshua walked away and told the princess, "Stay healthy until then, Cercerin." Tomorrow. Avalon Academy is extremely bustling. The students are urging each other, "Hurry up, the boss is coming." The students stood in neat rows. They are serious and well-groomed to welcome their boots to their arrival. Yes, the boss that the students of Avalon Academy are talking about, is none other than Icarus, now a baron. The majestic baron walked between the rows of students, his spirit shining. If you pass a student, that student will be tense. I don't dare to say anything. And then, all the students respectfully bowed and said in unison, "Congratulations on your early graduation, Mr. Icarus." Icarus still humbly replied, "I told you not to do that, it won't be nice for others to see." A student stood up and answered, "Why can't we do that? You're the one who brought revolutionary change to the academy, you should at least let us do it like this, Icarus." This student continued asking Icarus, "By the way, where are you going now?" Icarus remained silent and did not respond. He thought about his previous decision. Icarus turned his eyes towards the distant capital. He only replied to the other student that, "I made a decision a long time ago." Icarus's face is full of hope. "I will go to meet another son." In the capital city of Avalon, Cain met Joshua. He was feeling resentful. "Sir, why did you do that?" Cain cried and blamed Joshua. "Master, how dare you alone enjoy the luxury of the royal palace after throwing your first and most precious subordinate into hell like that?" "I kept swinging my sword, I went back and forth until my arms were tired, but I still thought about you, I devoted all my youth to you." Joshua was a bit surprised, but he gently said, "I'm sorry." Cain wiped away his tears and said emotionally, "Forget it, at least you're still happy." Langer also felt a bit confused about Cain when he saw it. Is he always like that? Joshua is also curious about Cain's level. "Well, you coming to see me like this must have already reached that level." Cain's eyes lit up. "You started showing off. You don't have to say, I can now say that I'm strong enough to defeat everyone except you, Master." Joshua saw Cain's cheerful attitude. He wondered, What the hell had happened in the past 5 years that his personality had changed so much, or should I just manage it myself as planned? Suddenly Joshua's subordinate came and reported, "Sir Commander Joshua, I'm sorry for interrupting." Joshua was also curious, "What's going on?" "Your servant said, you have a guest waiting outside the palace." Joshua was bewildered. "Is there another person?" "Yes, Icarus is waiting to meet Joshua. Icarus looks pretty cool, looks feminine too." Joshua went out, and as soon as he saw Icarus, Joshua exclaimed, "Icarus." Joshua still wants to confirm again, "It's really you, Icarus." Icarus happily replied, "Have you forgotten my face? You make me sad." Cain looked at Icarus and was also stunned. "Oh my god, it's so beautiful." Cain boldly stepped forward to say hello. "I had heard a lot about that person, Master Icarus, who graduated from the academy with the highest scores in history, and was also a talented strategist who refused his invitation, famous families, even the royal palace. My heart is blooming like a flower. I never thought you were such a beautiful lady. Please give me a chance to escort you." Icarus was startled. "Please don't call me lady." Cain still didn't stop. He happily introduced himself. "I am the first knight of Baron Joshua Sanders, Cain. Feel free to call me by my nickname Cain." Icarus squealed, his whole face turning pale. Joshua promptly relieved Icarus. He pinched Cain's ear. Then Joshua sternly reminded Cain, "That's enough, Cain. Icarus is scared." Cain begged for mercy. "I'm sorry, master, please let me go." Icarus was happy. "You finally remembered me, you didn't forget our promise." Icarus added, "You told me to prove myself in the academy, I kept my promise. Now it's your turn, Baron Joshua, will you accept me?" Joshua was so happy. "How could I forget?" Joshua raised his fist with the desire to shake hands with Icarus. "If you don't come here, then I'm going to look for you too. I can't leave the strategist position vacant anymore. After all, you're the only one worthy of it, worthy of that position." Icarus was also pleased with Joshua's recent words. Icarus did not hesitate to raise his hand and join forces with Joshua. Icarus teased Joshua, "You still say embarrassing things like that without any shame." Cain also wants to contribute. "Come on, are you two going to ignore me?" Having said that, Cain also raised his hand to hug Joshua and Icarus, asking for help. "Great strategist." After listening to Icarus, I found it interesting. "Great strategist, not bad." Cain was very happy. "Thank you for the compliment." After the team formation stage, Joshua started warming up. "Okay, so let's go discuss the upcoming plans, okay?" Cain and Icarus were both surprised. "What a plan?" Joshua elaborated. "To put it simply, I was planning to go to the king and then go to Reinhardt, but I need you two to go to the Pontier clan." Cain exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Icarus was also stunned. Why was it the Pontier family? Right now, at the royal palace of Avalon, the Caltica palace. The king's stern face looked down at the earls with an unhappy attitude. None of the earls dared to speak up. Everyone looked very tense. Ducanius and Ariel Brunstein are also in the same situation. The king was angry, slammed his hand down and scolded me. I really had nothing more to say. The king asked everyone, "How come there is not a single person in Avalon who is willing to participate in the great battle? Knights are like that. What face do we have in front of other countries, here?" The king is stubborn. "No matter what happens, I will not leave it alone. The top country on the continent can only be us, Avalon." The king asked Ducanius, "What do you think, Anius?" The king gave a reason to convince everyone. "If we give up the opportunity to prove our supreme strength in the great battle held in Reinhardt, then what will be the position of Avalon?" The duke hesitated, could not answer the question. "When the situation is critical, someone loudly comes in and accepts the mission. I will make the king of the Avalon Empire known to the entire continent." Joshua entered with great spirit and nominated himself to the king. "I will participate in the great battle." The king saw him and his face became radiant. "Look who this is. Isn't he the pride of the knights, royal soldier? Is this Commander Joshua?" Joshua respectfully greets. Baron Joshua Sanders respectfully greets the king. Ducanius meeting his son again also filled his heart with emotions. To confirm, the king asked Joshua again, "I didn't hear wrong, right?" Joshua firmly affirmed, "You heard right, I said I would represent Avalon in the great battle." The king was a bit apprehensive. The great battle held in Reinhardt was not an ordinary battle. The king asked Joshua, "How old are you this year?" Joshua quickly said, "I am 15 years old." The king laughed incredulously. The great war at the age of 15. To ensure victory, the king asked Joshua, I know clearly that you are not an ordinary person, so in front of everyone here, prove yourself qualified to participate. Ari Brunstad is fired up. He still wants to defeat Joshua. I really want to see his power with my own eyes. Yes, this could be my chance. Ari Brunstad thought like that, but his face was too exposed. He was caught in the eye. Was Dukanius looking at him? Dukanius gave Ari Brunstad a warning look. And the Count was also a little timid at this implicit warning. Dukanius whispered and reminded Ari Brunstad, "You are standing in front of the king," and Ari Brunstad is feeling confused. He was the one who kicked Joshua out of the family and now he is protecting it. Why, what the hell is this? Tough Joshua, before proving my abilities, I have a condition. He loudly told the king, if he accepts, I will participate in the great battle. The king was stunned. What conditions? The earls are making a fuss, being insolent. How dare you set conditions with the king? I have heard that you ungovernable guy always wants to do what you want, but I didn't expect it to be so extreme. Know how to be humble and know your place. The king shouted loudly, everyone shut up. The Count was a little shaken after being shouted at, not daring to comment any further. The king gently asked Joshua, say, I will give you anything you like, as long as you don't have to leave the Royal Knights. Joshua saw the king mention this and was silent for a moment. Seeing Joshua not reacting, the king was stunned. Are you planning on asking to leave the Royal Knights? You are my property, you cannot leave my sight, Joshua argued, whenever they want, but knights who have passed the Bircher battle can. The king was angry and shouted, in Avalon, I am the law. Joshua was also calm and steadfast with his request. The king glared at Joshua with great pressure on Joshua. Seeing that it is difficult to change Joshua, the king changed the solution. Very good, in that case I will also give a condition. Joshua was bewildered. What are the conditions? The king started to speak. Before that, he was talking while attacking Joshua. Joshua was surprised and couldn't react in time to defend himself. A loud explosion rang out throughout the main hall. The aftermath of the explosion caused everything around to immediately become desolate and deadly. The earls were holding their heads to protect themselves, not understanding what was going on. What the hell was going on? Baron Accent raised his eyes and looked in front of him. Joshua and the king are fighting each other. The king still looked fiercely at Joshua. He even laughed loudly and scorned Joshua. It's ridiculous, someone had just parried the king's attack to protect Joshua and Joshua was stunned in surprise. Dukanius stood up to protect Joshua. The king said softly, Anius, I have never been jealous of you in my life, but today for the first time I think I am jealous of you. Dukanius did not answer. The king must recognize Joshua's ability. I simply wanted to test whether Joshua had a sword spirit or not, but I didn't expect to achieve sword wisdom, which means he has already reached the master level. The king complimented Joshua, very good, I think I can't continue to act like a child anymore, you just do whatever you want, if it brings good results, I swear on my honor that I will obey you, your request. Joshua also confidently promised, I will definitely exceed your expectations. Scene changed to the Pontier family. Cheryl is sitting in her room and writing a letter to someone. Your subordinates hurriedly ran to knock on the door. I'm sorry to bother you when you're so busy, but you have a visitor. Cheryl was surprised. What? Come in. Count Cox opens the door for Icarus and Kane. Please come this way. The two of you respectfully greeted Cheryl. It's an honor to meet the young lady of the prestigious Pontier family. It's an honor, ma'am, Cheryl also politely replied. Thank you both for coming here. Icarus introduction. I am Icarus, a member of the Havist family, a family in the South Lake Pontier. Cheryl was surprised. Really, what is the person said to be the smartest on the continent doing in a place like this? I'm the one who feels honored. I've always wanted to meet you. Cheryl turned a curious look at Kane. She caught sight of the Anius family crest on Kane's armor. Cheryl understands. I understand. Dukanius knew our pathetic situation, so he sent you two here, right? That uncle always does unexpected things, after being so cold to me like that again. Kane quickly explained, no, lady. Kane excitedly told Cheryl that we were here to help you in the name of Baron Joshua Sanders. This was completely the intention of my master, Baron Joshua. Cheryl was stunned. What? As for Joshua, now he has successfully fulfilled his wishes. Joshua left the royal palace. He silently looked back at the palace again. Joshua was extremely happy. So glad that he could leave the royal palace without much suspicion. Joshua was about to leave when he encountered someone. It's Dukanius. He reminded Joshua, in the past 5 years you haven't even visited the family once and now you're planning to leave quietly. He continued, are you angry with me for choosing Babel as my successor instead of you? Joshua, don't beat around the bush. Yes, I'm angry, Dad. But he dismissed the matter of succession. But it was certainly not a matter of succession. The decision was a wise one. Joshua said in a slightly sullen tone, how can someone like you who is willing to leave the Anyus family become the successor? Joshua asserted, then how can you be angry at me for that? Then why? The Duke wondered. Joshua did not hesitate to say, I'm angry at you because even though you have power, you still treat me as if I and Mother don't exist. The Duke explained, it's because of the family. Suddenly the Duke was stunned by Joshua's expression. Joshua smiled very brightly and contentedly, but now I can no longer be angry with my father. I haven't seen my mother so happy in a long time. Joshua respectfully bowed his head. I sincerely thank you for educating my knight and taking good care of Mother. Joshua added, I also thank you in advance for the future. Gentle Duke, I am the one who should say those words to you. While father and son were talking, the knights under Joshua's command said loudly, are you really going to leave, Commander Joshua? They rushed to ask Joshua clearly why he did that. The Duke has no choice but to leave. It seems your knight has arrived, so I'm leaving. Katniss saw Duke Anyus's back and exclaimed, is that Duke Anyus? Langer scolded him, is that important now? Viper was also very curious and asked Joshua, why did you leave without saying a word, Commander Joshua? Viper sadly questioned Joshua. He was planning to abandon his subordinates, the Knights of the 11 and 12 Stars. Joshua calmly replied, it seems you guys misunderstood, I never thought of you as my subordinates. These words made the knights freeze. Joshua continued speaking, but if asked if you are my people, I will answer immediately, yes, you are my precious comrades. Viper, Langer and Katniss breathed a sigh of relief. You're really good at scaring people, please don't joke like that. Joshua said, I left this place for my own reasons, go back, I will be back soon. Viper chased after Joshua and couldn't bear to leave, but if we followed to help him with that, he would stop him, right? Viper wants to show that he understands his commander very well, because I have witnessed him for the past 5 years, so I understand clearly, he must have had a reason for leaving, and that reason could cause us to meet danger. Joshua still didn't answer and Viper still wanted to confirm that he understood correctly. Isn't that why you left alone? Joshua gently turned his face to look at Viper. Hey Viper. Joshua smiled and warmly responded to Viper's words, thank you. Viper was stunned, not knowing what else to say. But the remaining knights didn't want to let Joshua leave alone. They chased after him and scolded Viper, you idiot, we discovered his intentions, it's time to repay him. The knights stood neatly in line and the representative Langer said loudly, Commander, we will always stand by your side, not as subordinates but as comrades. They are all united, we won't say goodbye, we will wait for you, no matter how long it takes, so please come back and make us shine again. They drew their swords in unison, for our forever commander, Baron Joshua Sanders. They all raised their swords high to show respect and loyalty. Respect, long live. Joshua looked at these feelings of everyone, he was extremely satisfied. Joshua proudly left, thinking as he walked, he had accomplished all of his goals at the royal palace, except for one thing. He remembered the secret warehouse, became the commander of the Royal Knights, and in the secret warehouse the commander could enter once a year. I got the volcanic glass earrings, my favorite weapon in my previous life, and even achieved noble status under the name Sanders instead of Anyus. Joshua remembered the achievements he had achieved. He also met the assassination queen and prevented the massacre of her previous life. And create a force of people that I can proudly say are my own in this royal palace. But the most important thing is, Joshua pinned on his main enemy from his previous life, Kaiser Van Britain. I planned to destroy all the stepping stones he achieved while he was here, but failed. Joshua was burning with hatred. However, I discovered that there was a third force protecting him that I did not know about in my previous life. With only his will, the 4 princes, who had no strength, rose up. Being crowned is so strange. Joshua remembers every detail of his past life. He didn't expect that in his previous life. He didn't know anything when he pushed me to death, because the moon gate was active in Reinhardt. So I have to find out all the changed information as soon as possible. Joshua seriously wants to find that third force, a threat that he is unaware of that may cover the darkness. Scene changed to the palace of the Hubalt Empire. The Pope is imploring, please grant me, supreme composure and the steadfast will to overcome solitude. The Pope seems very sincere. Please help me so that my faith will never be broken, to bring goodness to many others, and to distinguish between right and wrong. While in the process of petitioning, suddenly there was a loud shout, "The Pope!" Sebastian, master of the Hubble Empire, is asking about the Pope. "I heard you will be leaving soon." Pope Paladin replied, "Yes, master, I'm planning to leave." Master Sebastian told the Pope, "I came to tell you to take care of yourself." Sebastian added, "Well, it is certain that there will be no one who can harm you other than the 9 stars or the 12 supermen." The Pope humbly, "Of course, it is all thanks to the monk's teachings, that's extra." Sebastian still felt uneasy and reminded him further, "But when facing Uravis, be more careful." Pope Paladin was surprised. "Uravis, you mean the current king of Thran?" Sebastian was wary of Uravis. Yes, he possessed a special power as someone the magic tower had to keep an eye on, and moreover, a third party wouldn't get involved in a stranger's fight, right? The Pope confidently replied, "Please don't worry, I have no intention of interfering in the affairs between the Swallow and Thran empires." Sebastian is also more comfortable. "Good, then okay, the battle between masters will be held in Reinhardt, right? I will go prepare your luggage." Pope Paladin stopped Sebastian. "No, master, I was thinking of visiting the border before coming to Reinhardt." Sebastian was surprised. "Border? Do you mean Avalon territory?" The Pope affirmed, "Yes, I know it's dangerous but I have to go. There are rumors that monsters have appeared there. The battle between the masters is important but I believe it is the duty of a knight to go confirm the rumors for sure." Sebastian was surprised. "What? That's weird. When the bodies of high-level magicians become old and weak due to the flow of time and cannot let go of their desire for magic even when near death's door, those magicians will surrender their souls to black magic and become undead, and then monsters, undead and black magicians are considered common enemies of the entire continent, regardless of which kingdom it is." The Pope told Sebastian, "This information was announced by none other than the Herald head monk, so I believe this is extremely reliable information." Sebastian asked immediately, "Where is the location?" The Pope replied, "Easternmost of Avalon, Trifia village." At that time in the Pontier family, Cain was gallantly wanting to help Icarus. "Lady, I said give it to me." Icarus is upset. "What do you mean by lady? How many times have I said it, Cain? I'm a man." Cain never mind Icarus, he smiled and replied, "Who would believe such things?" Icarus is speechless. "Perhaps you have been possessed by the demon of desire." Cheryl quickly ran to report, there was something urgent. "Cain, it seemed like the Cromwell family had also arrived at the magic tower." Cain was suspicious. What do you mean, Miss Cheryl?" Cheryl worriedly said in more detail, "We can't use the teleportation gate anymore. The Duke Pontier family has no choice but to go directly through the mountains." Teleportation gate in the capital Icardi. Joshua is inside the magic tower. "The tower master is talking to you. As you know, Baron Sanders, there is this portal that directly connects Reinhardt and Icardi. I will teleport you there. Highbury Castle in Tremblin Duchy. This is the closest teleportation gate to Reinhardt." The tower owner looked intently at Joshua's face. Joshua was surprised, so he asked again, "Is there something on my face?" The tower owner said calmly, "I'm sorry, it's just that when I look at you, I remember an extremely talented young magician." Joshua wondered, "Young magician?" The tower owner is thinking about Jack. That's right, he is also a magician who possesses natural magic, but something unfortunate happened to him. That's why the magic tower is also involved. Battle of the Masters in Reinhardt. Joshua already had some doubts about who it was. The tower owner was still continuing to talk about Jack, to find clues that couldn't be found for the past 5 years. The tower owner has also stopped talking. He is preparing to help Joshua teleport. "I have said too much, so Baron Sanders, you may feel nauseous because the distance from here to Highbury Castle is quite far." Before teleporting, the tower owner told Joshua to remember this clearly. Journey safely. Flash. Joshua gradually disappeared and teleported to Highbury with the help of the master of the magic tower, and this is the teleportation gate of Highbury Castle in Duke Tremblin's territory. Joshua landed safely at this place. He still kept remembering the story that the owner of the magic tower had mentioned. The magic tower was still looking for Jack's therapies. It was understandable. Brondo also disappeared with him. People at Highbury Castle have been waiting for Joshua for a long time. Haven't seen Baron Sanders for a long time. Count Highbury asked about Joshua. It seemed like it was since the king's birthday party. Joshua also surprised and greeted back. It was Earl Highbury. Joshua is happy. I didn't expect the Count himself to welcome me. The Count is also welcoming. This is the King's order." The Count told Joshua that the King had issued an order requiring the clans to treat the Empire's pride, Baron Sanders, well. After listening, Joshua was upset with the King. This King, he was going to let the whole country know that he didn't trust him. His whereabouts could no longer be kept secret. Not good at all. Count Hybri offered, "How about we go inside?" Joshua expressed his gratitude. "I really appreciate Earl Hybri's good intentions, but right now I have things to do first." Count Hybri quickly stopped Joshua. "Wait, Baron Sanders, this is a royal decree. At least let me treat you to a formal meal." Joshua still decided to leave. "I'm sorry, I have something to take care of right away. Now is not the time to eat. I will try to get here before dark." Count Hybri was bewildered. Since when? But he kept asking Joshua, "Where are you going?" Joshua replied excitedly, "Mercenary Guild." At another place, someone dropped 2 coins into the water. Many other gold coins were also dropped. Under the water there are quite a few gold coins. This masked person looked like he was in a daze and was continuously mumbling prayers. Another masked man stepped forward, not expecting that the plan at Swallow would fail, but you could still return alive at the hands of King Marcus. You must have made a deal with the king, right? This mysterious person who just arrived exposed the plan of that idiot Draxia. "Without saying anything, I can already guess that you are planning to use Babel to destroy the Onius family, because if Duke Onius is no longer there, you can push hurry up and attack Swallow." This person came up with another idea. "If so, there is another opportunity coming. Whenever you need help in this royal palace, just tell me, I will help you my best." Dracia Belgrace glared. "Even if you say that, I still won't become your subordinate. I also abandoned my homeland, but at least I still have some self-esteem left in me." The mysterious guy smiled faintly and replied, "Who told you to become my subordinate? What about being an ally?" Dracia Belgrace smirked. "Ally? Dracia Belgrace is about to leave. It sounds peaceful. Your real father will probably leave this world soon." The mysterious man also responded, "I have never seen that brutal person who always craves war as my father." This guy still stubbornly tries to win over Dracia Belgrace. "Don't forget that my offer is always there, Dracia Belgrace." Dracia Belgrace still coldly left. But Dracia Belgrace did not forget to teach that guy, "For a brat with a smelly mouth like you, without being so surprising, you are also very thoughtful." Yes, this mysterious person is the Kaiser. The Kaiser smiled meaningfully as he watched the back of Dracia Belgrace leave, so the two people who pushed Joshua into the same path in his previous life began to meet. At the Mercenary Guild, Joshua angrily slapped the table. "Why can't you give me a card?" The guild branch manager made a rule. "You must complete 100 2-star quests and possess bronze cards first." Joshua lost his temper. "I know, but why is there another way to own cards in the guild? Blink and you keep telling me to get the bronze card first." Aiden replied, "You are a noble of Avalon. How can I give you a card issued in the name of the Mercenary Guild without knowing what you use it for?" Joshua grumpily, "Since when does the Mercenary Guild ask customers' intentions to issue cards? Who do you think I am?" Aiden hesitated. "Well, you are." Aiden replied with a reluctant attitude, "Baron Sanders, a shining star, a genius of a level that is hard to match. If this rumor is correct, then I'm sure the missions will be a piece of cake for the opponent." "To you," Joshua retorted, "so that's why you said I couldn't get the card." Aiden is still stubborn. "Like I said before, I don't trust you at all, Baron Sanders, so show your qualities that make me trust, even if it's just a little." Joshua shouted back, "Mercenaries simply offer their abilities to the requester and then receive a reward for that service. Don't despise the concept of the founding mercenary king, Deus Dimbaba, like that." Aiden was stunned. "Why did you suddenly mention it?" Joshua continued to explain, "Mercenaries are people who are willing to serve according to a mission or contract. Besides the bonus based on the contract, there is nothing that can stop mercenaries." Joshua persistently teaches Aiden, "I just want to provide my services to those who need it and receive a worthy reward. What else do you want?" Aiden was stunned for a moment. After all, he agreed to Joshua. "I understand, I will give you a mission that can get you a silver card." Joshua was happy. "Really, I will complete it perfectly, whatever the task is." Aiden didn't hesitate. He said, "Then the difficulty of the mission I will give you is." Aiden pulled out the mission card and gave it to Joshua and announced that it was a 5-star difficulty. Joshua was surprised. "What, a 5-star mission? Such a mission is as difficult as scouting a dragon's den." Aiden encouraged Joshua, "No need to worry like that, this is simply a supply transportation mission that needs some reconnaissance. Do you want to do it? Joshua is still a bit hesitant, a bit strange, but it's a mission-like yet 5-star rating. Joshua still decided to play until the end. He accepted the mission. I think I have no other choice. When can we depart? Aiden replied, right now. Your destination is the village of Trifia in the east that was once Count Rebrika's territory. The details are written on that parchment, so please read carefully. Aiden bows his head and wishes Joshua, please complete your duties, Baron Joshua Sanders. Joshua set off with determination. From now on, I am not Joshua Sanders, noble of Avalon, I am Mercenary Ash. Hearing this name, Aiden finds it interesting. Mercenary Ash, sounds good. Joshua suddenly remembered that he almost forgot something important. Joshua turned his head and said, don't you think it's embarrassing to give me such a 5-star mission without giving anything in return? Aiden didn't want it but had to comply. Do you want any specific reward? Joshua didn't say specifically. I hope to receive some reward worthy of the 5-star difficulty. Once completed, I will tell you. The scene changes to a swamp area. A man is lifting up some dirt. He raised it to his nose and smelled it. He has a teammate who is someone else who is watching behind him. The man in the black hood sat down and closed his eyes to feel the sound. While the guy sniffed the ground, he still strained his eyes to look for the target. He noticed a messenger bird flying over his head. The letter was delivered successfully. Miss Cheryl, read the contents of the letter. Cheryl's face was not happy. Count Cox next to her quickly asked about the situation. Is something wrong? She doesn't look very good, miss. Cheryl was silent. The letter said my father had collapsed. Cox was shocked. What, Duke Pontier? Icarus urges everyone, don't rest, we'll depart right away. We have to replenish the missing force at Duke Pontier's place. Kane stood up tiredly. As soon as he sat down he had to keep going. Luckily my body wasn't too tired yet. Cox stopped. Wait, even though the situation is dire, Miss Cheryl is too tired to continue. Just need to cross one more river and we can reach the Pontier family mansion. So let's refill energy. Cheryl stood up and put her hand on Earl Cox's shoulder. She gently told him, I don't feel tired at all. Thank you for worrying about me, Cox. The Count is still worried, but because we didn't use the teleportation gate, we kept going, from Accardi already. Cheryl got excited, cheered up and replied, that's why I don't want to become an additional burden to the 2 people who risked their lives to get me out of that Accardi. Kane walked over to encourage Cheryl, please don't worry too much, miss, I'm just following my master's orders, please don't feel burdened. Icarus suggested, we don't need the luggage anymore, just leave them here, there's no time, let's go. At that moment, the messenger bird was shot by someone with an arrow. Icarus quickly urged everyone to run away from here. But without a rope he grabbed Kane. Kane was dragged upside down to a tall tree. Cheryl panicked and called out his name. A mysterious guy has approached Cheryl. Do you still have time to worry about others? This guy is about to cover Cheryl, obediently follow us. But just in time a stone was flying straight towards the kidnapper's head. This guy was hit in the head by a stone and fell to the side. Icarus quickly grabbed Cheryl's hand. He pulled her away, just run straight and don't look back. Another guy rushed out to block the path of Cheryl and Icarus. He said loudly to his teammates, I will take care of Miss Cheryl, you kill the remaining guys for me. Several other guys surrounded Cheryl's people. They obey their master, yes sir. When there was danger, someone came to the rescue. Who do you think you're arresting? Kane had successfully escaped the ropes. He held the sword firmly and dived down. The kidnappers panicked. How could he escape? Kane smirked and despised the kidnappers. Kane's dive caused a corner of the forest to explode. The kidnappers were still not afraid. They threatened back. It seems there is an unexpectedly strong knight here, but if you only have that amount of mana, then you won't be able to defeat us. Kane heroically carried the sword on his body and asked them harshly, what, just a little mana? Kane told the kidnappers to open their eyes, that such a big explosion had already warned people far away. A leader of the kidnappers glared at Kane and silently assessed, this guy is really dangerous. He quickly ordered his accomplices to switch to a strong bombardment plan, killing this knight first. Another place, where Joshua is on a mission in Trifia village, Joshua is being shouted at by the manager, hey, I told you to carry that box over here. The atmosphere was quite noisy. The manager asked again, where was the poison barrel? One guy scolded Joshua, hey newbie, hurry up. Joshua couldn't help but reply, okay, I'm here, I'm sorry, but the guy scolding you still said such cruel, Stupid words can also handle the work of a mercenary. Joshua still didn't argue, he laughed it off. Yes, I will do my best. Joshua is secretly regretting, I shouldn't have accepted this mission as a newbie, I should have asked for some solo missions. Another guy next to him spoke for Joshua, Brown Bear, don't judge the new guy like that, if he's the one using spiritual energy then what are you planning to do? Brown Bear was grumpy and didn't want to listen. Don't say much, such a ridiculous thing. Do you think spiritual energy will be easy to use? How can that brat use spiritual energy? The brown bear turned and pointed at Joshua and reminded him, by the way, it seems like you don't have any teammates. Remember to follow me closely, even though this is only a 2-star mission, for a new ghost like you, maybe it will be difficult. Joshua was a bit confused, 2 stars, not 5 stars. Suddenly there was a loud scream, let's prepare for war. Aiden leads an army holding weapons ready to attack. He orders those who can use spiritual energy to come out here and deal with them as quickly as possible. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a group of zombies rushed forward to attack. Aiden's group tried to fight back with great confusion. Why are their corpses piled up in a place like this? Don't hesitate, just cut off their heads, advance. But it seems that the undead are overwhelming Aiden's group. He felt a bit scared, more dangerous than he thought. A headless cavalryman appeared, watching him sweep away this person and that person. Aiden was worried, he couldn't help but have a headless cavalry appear. Joshua stood calmly and looked satisfied, he knew right away. He approached the fighting area. Joshua was quite knowledgeable about that headless cavalry monster. Every now and then it would appear. Seeing that Joshua was not afraid to advance, the brown bear reminded him, hey newbie, I told you you're following me closely, do you want to die? Joshua suddenly stopped by the appearance of another person. This person advanced to attack the headless cavalry. He used an ice move to freeze that monster. The planet appeared, ice and snow wrapped around the headless cavalry. Even the undead herds were affected by the ice and snow and could not move. The brown bear shouted, that's the 4th spell, a 4th level mage is participating in a 2-star quest. Joshua calmly thought to himself, because in Avalon, the Empire of Knights tends to despise witches, so people with 2nd or more magical powers are so rare that it's hard to find anyone. If that's the case then there's only one witch who can use the 4th magic circle in this Trivia village. Joshua surmised that that person was the ice witch Iseline. Iseline stood looking at the frozen achievement. Crystal ice, Iseline shouted loudly. Following that, a cold wind blew, freezing both the headless cavalry and the monsters. A moment later, a large ice mountain formed in front of Iseline. But unfortunately, the headless cavalry inside the ice seemed to be unaffected, showing signs of escaping the ice. Realized the situation was not good. Aiden rushed forward strongly, stood back, and let me handle it. In Aiden's hand, is a very special weapon, releasing a powerful stream of power. The energy turned into a powerful stream, turning into an iron fist. His fist pierced through the air, shattering the ice in front of him. The headless cavalry was thus blown away, the white smoke dispersed, the headless cavalry lay on the ground, his sword was thus broken in half. But Aiden right now has no scratches at all. The mercenaries happily jumped up and down, excitedly shouting, it's true that Aiden's military strategy is different, we know you will be able to do it, we didn't expect that with just one move you can have such powerful power, so, indeed the man has made his mark in the mercenary world. Joshua looked straight at Aiden and thought, I've heard the rumors, but I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes like this, only to see its power. Artifact imbued with invisible magic, Abdom Bare Fist. Even in his previous life, it was the favorite weapon of Axler the Boulder, who was second in command of over 1 million mercenaries for decades, a valuable weapon, if so, but the other weapon he also loved, the Leifon, also existed around this time. Behind Joshua, Iseline stared at Joshua, seemingly thinking about something. Not letting everyone be happy for long, a person hurriedly ran up and shouted, Manager, it's a big deal, there's still a larger group of zombies coming, we have to leave this place now. What? Aiden turned pale and shouted in panic. A stream of murderous ore emitted. The headless knights were lined up and gradually approached this place. Faced with such a big battle, the mercenary team was scared, stuttering, looking at that group of Dullahans. There were 5 of them. No one could defeat them except Manager Aiden. Why mission 2? Why are there so many zombies like this? Damn it, it's like forcing us to rush to death, which I won't do. Immediately, the mercenaries turned and fled, retreating. Life was more important than money. Aiden looked at the group of people running away, angrily shouted, "Hey, come back here." "Ahead," Joshua said with a sneer, "do you think they will come back?" Joshua stepped forward, firmly said, "I will stay here, so you must pay me the corresponding reward." Aiden was surprised. "Baron, Joshua." Joshua held out his hand, blue energy gradually accumulating. On this side, the scarred face looked at Joshua who was still standing there. "Hey, bear," that new soldier continues. The brown bear's mouth opened in surprise. He couldn't help but curse, "Damn, I told that guy to follow us closely and then he really wanted to die?" Scarface also screamed, "He's too young, let's leave this place first." The energy source formed into a large spear, confidently watching the monsters attack. The monsters screamed excitedly and rushed towards Joshua. Joshua fearlessly stabbed with his spear. Stage 4 magical spear magic. The spear in Joshua's hand stabbed forward, releasing a powerful source of power, destroy. A stream of purple energy shot out, piercing straight towards the monsters. Monsters cannot withstand this energy, their bodies are quickly corroded. Even the headless cavalry monster was completely destroyed. The dust and smoke dispersed. The ground in front of Joshua was left with a large crater. There was no trace of any monster left. Aiden's whole body trembled, so frightened that he couldn't speak. The mercenaries were also surprised to the point of gasping. They looked at Joshua and exclaimed, "What the hell, the Dullahans are gone. I've never seen a technique this strong before. Is this what they call a unique ability? He's from a famous family lost or something." After a moment of surprise, Aiden looked at Joshua and exclaimed, "Among the esoteric techniques of the Dukanus family, I have never seen any technique that can unleash destruction on a large scale." Like spear magic, Aiden's eyes glowed as he looked at the spear in Joshua's hand. Joshua's mouth slightly raised. "In a situation like this, I can only say, don't try to understand too much, it will only hurt you." That evening, at Aiden's tent, Joshua's voice rang out, "Tell me, this isn't just a supply transport mission, right?" Inside the tent, Aiden nodded and replied, "Yes, I told you that because the person who set the challenge wanted me to do it." Joshua crossed his arms and continued asking, "So why did you lower the difficulty from 5 stars to 2? What if the number of casualties increased because of the Dullahan's appearance?" Aiden said a bit shyly, "To be honest, the appearance of the Dullahan Lagoon was unpredictable. I thought you and I would be able to easily defeat the mid-level monsters, and complete the challenge in no time, quickly, so I lowered the difficulty." Joshua couldn't help but think, surely, things like this often happen in the mercenary world, but on the outside Joshua still calmly asked, "So what is the last monster we have to conquer now?" Aiden replied, "In the small city where Count Rebrika's mansion is located, there is a lich, we must conquer it." Joshua's head suddenly lit up. "Lich, so maybe Iseline." Joshua placed his hand on his chin, looking like he was extremely confused. Joshua smiled softly and thought, "Okay, it seems I will get what I want after completing this task." Joshua excitedly urged, "So let's go quickly, why are we camping here?" Sighing, Aiden said, "The problem is that place is currently restricted. If you want to enter, you have to wait for permission for a long time." Joshua turned around and asked, "What, because of that lich?" Aiden shook his head and explained, "It wasn't because of strange circumstances. There was currently a war over territory at the Rebrika mansion, so the royal palace had regulations to check the identity of those entering and exiting." Joshua asked dumbfounded, "Is there a war at the Rebrika mansion?" At this moment, Iseline came in from the outside. "Not a territorial war, just because Marquis Cromwell is on a massacre. In this forest, a beam of light shines in a corner of the forest. The moon shines high above, its glimmering moonlight shines on the ground." Icarus grabbed Cheryl's wrist and said, "Don't let yourself get caught, Miss Cheryl, let's focus on escaping from this place first." Cheryl frowned and gritted her teeth, a bit reluctant. After that, she turned around and said directly, "If we go a little further there will be a canal, as long as we cross it, we will reach the Pontier mansion, let's hurry up." Cox's pale face, full of difficulty, said, "Oh no." Cheryl ran to the side and ordered, "Cox, prepare the boat." Cox stammered, Ma'am. The canal has been destroyed, I don't know when, the canal was sunk." At this moment, the black-shirted assassin has also come running. "There is only one way for you to escape this place. That is to accept death." After saying that he threw himself up, swung his sword and slashed at the 3 Cheryl people. Died. The man in black came closer. Cox was scared, quickly stood in front of Cheryl, "Miss," and ran away. Cheryl stepped back in panic, her face filled with horror. The guy in the black shirt suddenly widened his eyes. A sharp arrow pierced straight through his body. The assassin's whole body collapsed to the ground, instantly unconscious. Cox looked at the assassin and asked suspiciously, "Where did that bow and arrow come from?" At this moment, a voice rang out from far away, "Is everyone okay? The person coming is the warrior of the Pontier family, Count Troy. If I'm even a little late, I don't know what will happen, let me escort everyone." The scene changes to the city gate, a loud sound rings out, opens the door, Earl Troy has returned. Count Troy led Cheryl's father inside, looked at the subordinates next to him and asked, "Everyone is gone. I remember telling you to wait here," the subordinates reported. They were summoned by Baron Anna, "Sir." Hearing that, Count Troy nodded, "Is that so? Is there any new information? I think I should go there too." As soon as I entered the room, a man stood up to greet Cheryl. "It's been a while, Miss Cheryl. I'm so happy to see you again, Cox, and welcome everyone to a safe place." "Everyone," Cheryl muttered. Looking at Cheryl sadly, Icarus advised, "Please don't worry about Kane, Miss Cheryl," knowing that Cheryl still doesn't feel secure. "But Mr. Icarus." Icarus said, "He is the first knight of Baron Joshua, not someone who is easily killed." Cheryl lowered her head, her face showing concern. Count Troy turned around and said, "I'm going to the meeting room now, everyone please feel free." Before letting the Count leave, Cheryl said in a serious tone, "No, Count Troy, I will go there too." Count Troy hesitantly asked again, "Are you sure, miss? Don't force yourself too much." Cheryl clenched her fist and spoke, "I can't help but go there. My father has fallen, so now I have to replace Mr. Aiden as the head of the family. I have to prove to the vassals that I am a human, worthy." Earl Troy looked straight at Cheryl, somewhat thoughtfully. On the side of the meeting room, the sound of analysis rang out, "We can't leave this place, Baron Arna." On the other side, Baron Arna crossed his arms and said, "I know that, but we can't protect every point now, right?" The other person suggested, "Then at least protect the production base." "Hey!" At this moment, Count Troy walked in with 3 people. "Cheryl, is it true that Marquis Cromwell started to attack again?" Looking at the people coming, Baron Arna was surprised. "Count Troy, and Lady Cheryl, finally Miss Troy, the mail also arrived here." Cheryl stood up and said, "I will also participate in this conference, please report back to me in detail." In response to this proposal, Baron Arna refused, saying, "Oh, we are thinking about military matters, so I will report back to you later. It is still too early for you to participate." As if not realizing what the Baron meant, Cheryl insisted, "No need, tell me now." Baron Arna was stunned by these words and couldn't say anything. Noticing Cheryl's wish, the person in front of her began to analyze the current situation. "Not only Cromwell has started attacking the merchant group that we directly escorted, but also attacking our customers. The bigger problem is that the supply route to our mansion is also completely controlled by that side. If the reserve food supply runs out, everyone in the mansion will starve to death, including us." Cheryl heard the current situation, her eyebrows furrowed in thought. "It's more serious than I thought. Let's go. At this rate, we will be completely isolated. There is nothing we can do now. Even so, I can't confront them directly. I don't know what to do to improve this situation. Well, even if there is only one solution, I have to try to do it right away. Now I have to do it. What to do first, if anyone can give me some advice." Icarus held the report in his hand and said, temporarily ignoring the trade issue, "Can we produce food in this mansion?" Hearing this, everyone in the room turned to look at Icarus. Baron Arna frowned and looked at Icarus and asked, "I'm sorry, but can I ask your name?" Earl Troy introduced and said, "He helped Lady Cheryl escape from a Cardi and get here safely." Baron Arna said uncomfortably, "But isn't it rather odd to let outsiders participate in this matter?" Cheryl stood up and said, "He is Icarus, who graduated as valedictorian from the academy. He is my guest, so he has the right to help this Pontier family." Baron Arna questioned, "Why did the young lady listen to the advice of someone who just graduated from the academy? He is nothing more than an outsider, so I feel uncomfortable when he participates in politics. The importance of our family. We don't have time to worry about your problems. Now the clan has collapsed, so I think you should leave too, Miss Cheryl. This is not a game." Cheryl turned pale and stammered, asking, "Sir, what did you say?" Cox saw that his master was not respected, so he angrily stood up and asked, "What nonsense are you saying?" Don't you know that, while the clan head was solving internal problems, Miss Cheryl was running everywhere looking for allies without stopping? What you mean is, I didn't see her efforts. What is the letter Cheryl? Baron Arna didn't care, immediately retorted, those meaningless efforts were of no use, other than wasting time. In the end that effort only brought back a boy of unknown gender. I don't know anything about combat experience. Cox also replied, right now that's not important, what's important is that we must attract as many allies as possible. Baron Arna looked vicious, pointed at Icarus behind him and said, Cox, surely you don't think that a kid can overturn the current situation, right? How can you trust and discuss what's the problem with him when his family is about to collapse like this? Baron Arna looked at Cheryl again and questioned, also, Miss Cheryl, you have never participated in any political affairs before, so why do you throw us into this mess now, and use this as an excuse? The clan school has collapsed. I don't want to take orders from someone as incompetent as you. Icarus glanced at Baron Arna, not mocking Cox in his heart. Ha, what does gender matter? Just let those people talk, I will make them shut up with the results I have achieved. Just saying it with your mouth will prove your ability. Baron Arna, it's true, I know how you feel. Then, before everyone's eyes, Icarus stepped forward. Icarus stepped forward fearlessly. Baron Arna, that's right, I know well how you feel. Meaningless efforts only waste time. What you said is right, however, in times of war like this, saying that is not appropriate at all. After all, being defeated also means that we will lose everything. Baron Arna nodded with some satisfaction, at least he was thinking. Icarus analyzed again, that is why Miss Cheryl should be praised. She has successfully recruited an ally more trustworthy than anyone else. Icarus confidently affirmed that it was me. Like hearing a joke, Baron Arna said contemptuously, I didn't know what you were going to say, but it turned out to be just some kid's joke. Who do you think you are? Without any anger, Icarus calmly said, this city can produce enough food for 70% of the population. If that's the case, if we don't need to worry about the number of people and continue to maintain the defense while providing enough supplies for the army, we will be able to hold out longer. Cheryl asked in surprise, what do you mean by that, Mr. Icarus? Icarus nodded and replied, that's right, Cromwell doesn't want to prolong this battle longer than necessary, which also means that if it continues to drag on, their financial situation will be greatly strained, so surely they will come up with strategies that will make it impossible for us to hold out for long. Baron Arna questioned, so what you mean is to abandon the people, and stay in this castle for as long as possible, right? Icarus shook his head and replied, no, they have already finished their preparations, so no matter what we do, that side will attack first. Now that we're completely isolated, it seems like they're going to propose a single battle to end it all, and not waste any more time. Baron Arna laughed loudly, disagreeing, that was just your guess. Even if Cromwell had attacked first, wouldn't the outcome of the battle have been more unpredictable? Why are you willing to do something that will make you lose yourself? While both sides were tense, a soldier pushed open the door and rushed in. Something big was going on. Cromwell family forces are gathering in front of Aden Canyon, estimated to have about 30,000 soldiers. 30,000 soldiers, everyone in the room panicked when they heard this number. Earl Troy was surprised in his mind. Aiden's guess was right. He looked at Icarus and exclaimed, you're right, Icarus, are they really going to bet on this match? Icarus smiled devilishly and said, now it doesn't matter whether we accept this battle or not. If we accept, then the other side will benefit because, with such an overwhelming number of soldiers, we will definitely wipe out our forces. And if we don't accept, we still have to gather forces in that area. Due to the large number of the other side, the three dukes of Troy wondered, what would be the benefit of gathering forces there? Count Troy analyzed the terrain in that place. It was clear that Aden Canyon is a natural fortress, with advantages for defense. If we concentrate and entrench there like you said, then there will be nowhere left. Better to do that, didn't you say? That's not what they want. Icarus clasped his hands together, his eyes bright and said, of course, if they want to attack first, it's clear that they don't want us to stay there. However, they want something else. Icarus's hand holds up a chess piece. That is the real purpose. Here, the flag in Icarus's hand is placed next to the river. With a firm tone, he affirmed, the Dennis River was a diversionary tactic. Listen here. Baron Arna and Earl Troy were both amazed. There are no words to refute either. One person asked curiously, if it's like what Icarus said, then we might have a chance, but how did you come up with that strategy? Realizing the urgency of the situation, one person urged, "We don't have time anymore, quickly gather the troops." Earl Troy nodded, "I will return to the platoon, and begin preparations." Baron Arna's expression was extremely ugly, as if he couldn't accept this truth. Cox looked towards Baron Arna and said, "Baron Arna, if you don't say anything, then I will assume that you agree with Mr. Icarus's plan." Baron Arna frowned, biting his lip and not responding. Finally, Baron Arna raised his hand to his chest, bowed his head respectfully and said, "I understand, I will wait for Miss Cheryl's orders." Count Troy turned around and walked out. Before leaving, he didn't forget to tell Baron Arna, "After you're ready, come back here." The meeting room door was then closed. Inside the room right now there were only 3 people, Cheryl, Cox, and Icarus. Cheryl let out a breath and praised, "You're really impressive. I didn't expect that you would be able to block the mouths of those nobles from the other end, and lead the story and rumors to be accurate. I'm sure thanks to you, everything will come to an end, Mr. Icarus." Icarus humbly said, "I think it would be more appropriate for you to thank my master." Cheryl smiled and replied, "Of course." As if remembering something, Icarus stood up and said, "By the way, can I ask the lady something?" Cheryl said generously, "Of course, just ask." Icarus immediately asked the question, "In the early stages of the war, I heard that both sides needed equal talent, right?" When mentioning this, Cheryl hesitated a bit. "That's true, but it's different when the mercenary king gets involved. Although we know clearly that just one person cannot cause such a big impact, whenever he appears on the battlefield, we all lose. Another problem is, when he always appeared in positions of high strategic value, causing us to lose even more." Icarus is a bit thoughtful. He only targets high-priority targets. According to information from the research on the Pontier family, there is no aspect that is inferior to the Marquis Cromwell family, except for that mercenary king. In terms of economic power and administration, the young lady family truly possessing experienced talents can win this battle. If the Pontier family defended like that, it would have won, because if the siege was on the defense of the young lady's family, then the defending side would clearly have an advantage over the attacking side. I really don't understand, why would adding a mercenary king change the outcome like that? What worries me more is the family. The fact that the head of one of the 5 duke families was poisoned in the food, and is now in critical condition, makes me. Listening to Icarus's analysis, Cheryl panicked. "I mean, I knew it right away." Icarus continued analyzing, "All of this cannot happen without help from within, lady, remember this. Don't trust anyone around you." Cheryl clenched her fists, her face showing insecurity. Scene changes to Joshua's tent. Joshua looked at Iseline and asked, "What do you mean, massacre by Cromwell?" Iseline firmly affirmed that it was exactly like that. "Because of Cromwell's declaration of war, Reb was burned to the ground, and my father also disappeared." Aiden stood up and said, "How strange, I didn't expect someone from the royal palace of Avalon wouldn't know this. Marquis Cromwell's family completely killed the family that took Rebrica, and recently, they started a siege of Duke Pontier's family. This is not a small war, it is an all-out war. Through this war, it will be decided which family will fall. Marquis Cromwell has caused trouble, and could become a child knife to destroy our entire empire. In my opinion, the decisions are not made by Marquis Cromwell alone." Joshua said his guess, "It's possible that King Marcus is behind him." Aiden said, "He is nicknamed the king's loyal dog, so the rumor that he takes orders from the king makes sense. You are already a royal knight, so I think you already know about these things. This is it." Joshua looked at Aiden curiously and asked, "Why did you tell me such stories? Have you forgotten my title? If you were on the royal side, then the stories just now would be considered treason." Aiden explains, "It's because you come from the Anus family. If the Pontier family collapses, then the next target will be the Anus family. Even though I don't trust you completely, at least I don't see you as a traitor." Defense. Pausing for a moment, Aiden continued, "Also, I hope I can ask you a personal matter, Baron Joshua." "Personal problem." Joshua stepped forward, before leaving, not forgetting to leave a sentence, "Please take care of Miss Iseline." The moon floated in the sky, moonlight shining down on the ruined castle. The horse's hooves walked forward step by step. On horseback, the Pope Paladin of the Hubble Empire exclaimed, "I heard the rumors, but I didn't expect it to be destroyed to this extent." At this moment, in front of the Pope Paladin appeared a black hooded person. "Stop, you have entered the forbidden area, you are leading." The Pope Paladin replied, "I heard there are some strange remnants here, and the Hubalt Empire sent a scouting team here. The black-hooded man objected, "Don't say such nonsense, this land is currently under the special supervision of the Avalon Empire, so I ask you to stop bothering me and go back, go." The paladin was surprised, thoughtful and said nothing. After all, there is no other way. The Pope Paladin dismounted. And the Pope himself is now trying to crawl through a dog hole. The paladin cursed while crawling, "Damn Avalon. What were they thinking? They didn't expect to monitor a ruin like this." The Pope Paladin remembered the two of them from before. Moreover, the fact that the Royal Court magician and the Magic Tower's magician were working together was indeed very suspicious. What did the monster that appeared here do, that the Avalon Empire had to do this? Pope Paladin standing in front of Rebound's castle, "King Marcus, what the hell are you planning on doing?" The castle door opened. The Pope Paladin looked around the castle. On the ceiling, the castle is covered with cobwebs. The statues show signs of cracking. The scene is extremely desolate. Paladin Pope reviews. "It's quite old, I hope the floor doesn't collapse." The quiet space suddenly rang with sound. The Pope Paladin was alert, holding his sword and looking around. The Pope Paladin looked towards the dark door. Suddenly, a zombie rushed out and attacked the Pope. The Paladin Pope stepped back, a variation of a ghoul, it was so fast. The floor under the spear's feet suddenly cracked. The Paladin slipped, losing his balance and falling to the ground. Right after that, the floor suddenly crumbled, and the Pope Paladin and the zombie fell down. With a bang, the Pope Paladin's body hit the ground hard. The Pope sat up, his eyes looking towards the zombie that fell with him. Seeing the undead coming, the Paladin immediately drew his sword and slashed. The zombie was then enveloped in flames, and the Pope was exhausted and panting. The Paladin mentally scolded, "Damn it." In front of the Paladin was a dark patch, from which a lot of red light emitted. "It's crazy, there's not just one, but a group of zombies rushing at each other." The Pope Paladin's eyes narrowed, looking coldly at the zombies. The Paladin rushed quickly, slashing from one zombie to another. The sharp sword swung out, cutting the zombie in half. The Pope Paladin raised his sword and shouted loudly, his spear, a halo of light emitted. The light turned into many golden arrows, piercing straight into the zombies. The Paladin's eyes widened, not believing what was before him. The defeated zombie lying on the ground suddenly roared, its body emitting a strange red light. Before the Paladin could understand what was happening, a group of zombies suddenly jumped out from nowhere, rushing madly towards this side. The Pope Paladin held the hilt of his sword and stuck it straight into the ground. "Holy Sword, Durindana, answer my command." From the Holy Sword, a golden light spread intensely. The Paladin drew his sword, "In the name of the god Hermes, I will punish you." Holy Cross, the Pope Paladin forcefully thrust his sword into the ground, a cross-shaped spell appeared. The light spread, sending all the zombies far away. The Pope Paladin looked around warily. No matter how strong the lich was, the variation of the hungry ghost was not attracted by holy energy. "I hope they will come here so we can handle it easily, but it seems that won't work." The Paladin gently placed his hand on the sword, forming a seal. Right after that, a magic formation appeared under the Paladin's feet. "Even though it will cause some trouble, I have to use it to end this as quickly as possible." Paladin raised his hand, "O god Hermes, please awaken the holy body, and find me the source of evil." A ball flew out from the Pope's hand, illuminating the entire hallway. The ball of light flew to the end of the road and discovered two people wearing cloaks standing and talking to each other. Suddenly, the man in black seemed to notice something and immediately turned his head to take a look. The Pope Paladin's face changed color. "What the hell?" While the Paladin was not paying attention, a black vortex appeared from nowhere. From the vortex, dozens of tentacles flew out, immediately wrapping tightly around the Paladin's body. The Pope Paladin kept struggling, trying to escape, but he couldn't. "Damn it." Suddenly, from the black vortex, a person slowly appeared. Suddenly, the Pope Paladin questioned, "Do you intend to be tactical? You are even taboo, dead soldier." In front of the Paladin was a humanoid zombie, its whole body radiating deathly energy. A scroll was brought out. The caretaker received the paper and smiled slightly. After careful consideration, he looked at his teammate and nodded. The teammates received the signal, immediately raised their hands high and chanted the spell, and a magic circle appeared. In the magic formation, the image of Reb's castle appeared. Aiden sat on the horse and looked at the watchman and said, I will stop by Reb's castle for a bit and then return immediately. Moreover, I have also reported the news about the undead to the guild, so Avalon will definitely act soon. Dynamic. The guard confidently said, no matter what action, the followers of the Holy Kingdom of Hubalt have already snuck into Rebounds' castle, and have been missing for 3 days. I'm sure Hubalt will also act soon, so please quickly do the necessary things, and return before things get complicated. Aiden clicked his tongue and said, well, I think everyone will be able to handle this. I will try my best to prevent trouble from affecting us, but in my heart I said to myself, I have to quickly leave the place. This is fine, the mercenary guild is not easy to deal with. Watching Aiden's team go inside, the other two said goodbye, then, have a safe journey. Aiden immediately whipped his horse in. Okay, let's go. The wheels rolled gently, and the carriage entered the castle. On the carriage, Iseline looked at Joshua and asked, why don't you say anything? Joshua looked out the window. Coldly speaking, there was nothing to say. Iseline's face darkened. Is that so? But there are still many questions I want to ask you. Why did you ask for an ancient artifact that was only recently developed, in exchange for protecting me? Joshua heard that and immediately turned to look at Iseline. Listening to Iseline continue, Cromwell offered a very generous reward for whoever brings my head there, but there are many scary people who should be targeting me right now, but you don't ask anything. Joshua crossed his arms and explained, after being accompanied by Aiden, I found that owning it would be very convenient, that's the reason. Hearing this reason, Iseline was startled and asked in panic, it's convenient? Iseline's mouth gently raised. Finally, unable to control it, Iseline hugged her stomach and laughed loudly, it was so funny, if we waited a little longer, we could give it to you, surely after everything is over, I will give it to you. Looking at Iseline's happy mood, Joshua's mood also became better. Joshua asked curiously, can I ask something? How did Count Rebrika go missing? When I mentioned my father, Iseline immediately fell silent. What is my father? Realizing that he was a bit ungainly, Joshua immediately said, I'm sorry, if it's too hard to say. But before he could finish his sentence, Iseline spoke up, it happened so suddenly. At that time, my family's mansion was on fire, and all the servants and knights were in danger. Go back 6 years ago, the mansion was covered in flames, the sound of soldiers rang out, capture them all, kill them all without leaving a single one. Count Rebrika pushed Iseline away, I will block their way, run away. Iseline could only scream, Father, I can't leave you, let's go. Count Rebrika shouted enthusiastically, go away. Iseline's eyes were extremely confused at that time, she really wanted to stay with her father. The subordinates saw that there was no time left, so Iseline hurriedly said, Miss, we don't have time, if we get caught we will all die. Iseline's eyes were filled with tears, her mind was confused. There was no other way, Iseline closed her eyes tightly. She and her subordinates left, before leaving, not forgetting to say, I will come back to find Dad soon. Behind them are still soldiers chasing them, catching them, don't let them escape, no matter what happens, you must kill them. Then, with just a boom, the castle collapsed. Returning to reality, Iseline, immersed in a sad feeling, said, Dad sacrificed his life to prolong our escape, all that's left is a pile of rubble. Time gradually passed, and people began to forget about it, so I decided to come here to be like the survivors. When I heard that a monster appeared in Reb's castle, I wanted to see it with my own eyes. What does that monster look like? Joshua also sympathized with Iseline's situation. Joshua said, I didn't say I know everything like Iseline, that lich is not what you imagined, it's because of that lich. Suddenly, Joshua's body shook. Iseline called out in fear, Joshua. The carriage door was immediately opened. Joshua flew outside. He gritted his teeth and thought, I must have felt that guy's presence, that damn Kaiser. Damned. The door is closed tightly. Suddenly there was a loud bang and the door was smashed to pieces. The dust and smoke dispersed, Joshua appeared and rushed inside. Behind, Aiden hurriedly followed, what's going on, what are you doing? Joshua didn't explain, quickly ran forward, I need to go confirm something right away, see you later. Aiden didn't understand what was going on and quickly shouted, wait, Baron Joshua. Joshua rushed quickly down the hallway. Turn left and turn right. He was still constantly chasing something. Suddenly, Joshua stopped, looking at the glowing circle on the ground. Looking down, Joshua frowned and assessed, This magic seemed to have been created recently. I definitely felt the dark energy. It seems like I have traces of someone's fight here, with a magician of level A or higher. Why, besides this magic circle, everything else is normal, very suspicious. Joshua raised his hand and released a bolt of lightning, wondering in his heart, could it be? Joshua raised his hand and released lightning, countering magic. Lightning flashed out and hit the glass wall, shattering it. In front of Joshua was the Pope Paladin suspended in mid-air. The Paladin's whole body trembled, his mouth kept moaning. Joshua wondered, so the person being trapped in this illusion magic, you are the owner of this magic circle, right? Joshua asked curiously, what happened here? The Pope Paladin trembled, his mouth spoke with difficulty, carefully, behind. Joshua still didn't understand, bewilderedly asked, what? Little did he know, the deadly knight was right behind him. The deadly knight slashed a path. Joshua ate a sword and fell forward. Right after that, Joshua recovered and jumped back. Joshua was surprised, no way, I couldn't feel him, until he came that close. Looking at the Death Knight in front of him, Joshua commented, this is the first time I have witnessed such a Death Knight with my own eyes. At this moment, Joshua's spear suddenly spoke, that thing is mine. Joshua looked at it in surprise, Lugia. Joshua's whole body was shocked and his eyes widened. A painful feeling hit my head. The damned knight took this opportunity to grab his sword and attack. Suddenly, Joshua's eyes turned red and he quickly regained composure. Joshua took out his spear to block the Death Knight's attack. Above, the Pope Paladin was curious, who is that person? Why can I feel holy power and magic power at the same time from him? Is that possible? Joshua looked crazy, as if he had turned into another person. Joshua was full of complacency and rushed forward eagerly, you are mine. My prey, Joshua, fearlessly attacked furiously. Very quickly, the Death Knight was beaten back, one of his hands was also cut off. The Death Knight opened his mouth and screamed in agony. Joshua said in a disdainful tone, just one blow from me is enough to understand your outcome, right? You can't defeat me, stop resisting, just calm down and accept death. The Death Knight who does not accept the truth screams, stop rambling. Seeing that he refused to admit defeat, Joshua smirked with interest. The deadly cavalryman drew his sword. Blood-red sword with many fangs. Joshua's pupils dilated, that is. Fangs and swords, wolves howl. The scene changes to Swallow's royal palace, which is covered in black smoke. Inside the castle, soldiers were lying on the ground. A pair of feet slowly walked forward. One of the 9 great stars of Swallow, Grand Duke Lucifer, led an army to appear, and said in a disdainful tone, you are too weak. The king of Verona, the king of a country, dares to speak nonsense about peace for the people. Everyone wants to reach out to the vast continent out there. No one wants to stay in a small place like this. Sitting on the throne, the king of Swallow Verona Belgrace responded, so is war for the people. War is the massacre of the children and elders of this kingdom. Grand Duke, do you just want to see our country engulfed in flames? Lucifer laughed loudly and said in a disdainful tone, you are really nothing like me. If you were sitting on that throne as your brother, Dimero Belgrace, you would have agreed with me. Emperor Verona's face darkened. Then, he questioned, how long have you been planning? When did you send Duke Altsma to the border? You will not achieve your goal. Because of you, war is about to break out. Lucifer doesn't care about what the Emperor says. Don't worry, General Gondar has taken care of this. Duke Altsma hasn't heard the news here either, he's already dead. Emperor Verona Belgrace was shocked and couldn't say anything more. Grand Duke Lucifer approached the Emperor with his sword in hand, although you are wise and understand the situation even while you are away, the general of this kingdom will still be Gondar. It's time for you to leave, Verona. Verona Belgrace was so angry that she gritted her teeth and said in a dark voice, Lucifer, your plan will not go well. In response, Lucifer smiled wickedly and said, no. The sword slashed out, fresh blood flying out. A large pool of blood appeared on the floor. On the ground, the deadly knight held a spear pinned to his stomach, his mouth groaning in pain. He didn't believe it, constantly muttering, why, me, would end up like this. Looking at his expression, Joshua spoke up, I don't know how much resentment you have, and yet you turned into a Death Knight, but one thing is certain. Human souls, especially the souls of master magicians, cannot be easily possessed, their path is their own to choose. I don't know if you have any resentment towards this world, but on that path, can I accompany you? Death Knight, no, your real name is Uravis. The long sword in his hand slashed down in front of the man's surprised eyes, a broken sword slashed across his chest. I was defeated before him. As a result, I lost my title, and was forced to move back to the countryside to live. If I think about it now, this is definitely just an excuse to keep me as far away from the current king of Verona as possible. They also see themselves as just a pawn to be sacrificed first, because I am the brother of the king of Verona, the first king I have to serve. De Maribel Grace's cold eyes looked down at the man on the ground. Altsma was knocked down, unwillingly asked, "Do you want power that much? If so, then why didn't you take it that day? Surely as one of the 9 natures, you have more than enough power, the power to do that." De Mero said nonchalantly, "I don't want the throne that much, but because the world we're living in now is so boring, Lucifer is the one to replace Verona." Altsma's eyes widened in surprise. The Grand Duke of Verona. Damn it, I'm so stupid. I should have done everything I could to be by the king of Verona's side. It's so frustrating, if my life keeps ending like this. De Mero glanced at the person wearing a black cloak and said, "Mr. Evergreen, if you are going to create a demon beast, then this is the opportunity. A night soul filled with hatred and regret will be easier to control." Evergreen smirked and replied, "I will definitely let you know, once everything is completed. I assure you this will be very interesting." Returning to the present, Joshua looked at the dead knight with pity in his eyes. He said, "The Death Knight needs the body and soul of one of the continent's best knights. The same goes for the demon beast, a monster that cannot be created without his consent, so which also means, he himself made this decision. Isn't that right, Tyrant King, Duke Altsma?" He knelt on the ground trembling and begging, "Kill me, I made the wrong choice. If I am not freed now, I will certainly continue to follow their orders, so please kill me, so that I will no longer be treated with contempt." Joshua slowly stepped forward to negotiate. "I have a better offer. I will take control of you from the hands of the person who turned you into this state. In return, you must lend me your strength. If so, I will support you in your cause for choosing to become a Death Knight." Just now was my suggestion, as well as the respect I had for the Altsma king who once governed this land. The Altsma looked up at him in surprise. Suddenly, he smiled. Gradually, the smile burst out. He exclaimed, "I knew right away, you are indeed as interesting as rumored. At first glance I can see that the conditions you proposed are beneficial to me. Why not agree? Yes. Instead of being a slave to a black magician, being able to rub shoulders with the continent's geniuses would be much more prestigious, wouldn't it? Do as you wish, great merchant, Joshua Sanders." Joshua happily raised his hand to him and said, "So you accept my offer, right? So now let's take back control of you." Lugia finished speaking. A stream of light and blue-black aura radiated from his hand. The air currents enveloped the body of Grand Duke Altsma. His body seemed to be torn into pieces. The feeling of pain covering his whole body made him scream. From his body, a black aura flew out in all directions. Outside, Aiden kept urging, "Everyone, hurry up and prepare. It seems like another evil demon has appeared. Don't forget why we came here. Let's do our best, maybe, to rescue the mercenary Ash. Is it clear? Is it clear?" He couldn't help but grit his teeth and think to himself, "Damn, what the hell is going on?" Not long after Baron Joshua entered, I felt a terrifying source of demonic energy emanating. I hope that's okay. At this moment, a group of white-armored knights with the papal emblem appeared and ordered, "Stop, you are no longer welcome in the Rebounds Castle, disperse immediately." Aiden asked in surprise, "Who are you?" The blond boy, Mondrian, a holy knight from the Holy Kingdom of Hubalt, said, "We are knights and monks sent by the Hubalt Empire. From now on, we will control this Rebounds Castle, so please return quickly." Aiden countered, "Our teammates are in there, we can't leave him behind." He was also full of worry. What's going on? How could Hubalt's army get here so quickly? Mondrian suggested, "It seems you still don't know how scary Reb's castle is. The more victims there are, the more demons we will have to face. Our mission is to stop this. I hope we will end peacefully here." Aiden couldn't help but frown and question, "You guys dare to threaten Avalon's mercenary guild right in Avalon's territory? This is a provocation for war." Mondrian couldn't convince him. He immediately put his hand on the hilt of his sword and said, "It seems my words have no effect on you. Moreover, don't think about the war between the two countries. Don't you see that? The whole world is the world in danger." Having finished speaking, a black gas suddenly emitted. Both of them were immediately surprised. Aiden quickly turned his back. From the door leading inside, a black aura flowed out, making people shiver. He turned pale. Something just flew out from inside the castle. It's dangerous. Mondrian quickly drew his sword and ordered, "Prepare to fight, destroy any demon you see. The blessing of God Hermes will always be with us." Everyone raised their swords at the same time, ready to fight. Pale yellow light surrounded their bodies, black gas continued to emit, the atmosphere was extremely tense. From inside, the sound of slow footsteps sounded, getting closer and closer. Mondrian gritted his teeth worriedly and thought, "This energy source is not an ordinary monster, let alone, the Demon King has come here." Among the monks, there was a person with an unusually calm expression. At this time, from inside, the figure of that person also appeared clearly. "Aiden, are you waiting for me?" "It's Joshua, on your shoulders there's another person. Seeing you, Aiden is happy." "Is it really you, Baron Joshua? What the hell is going on in there?" Joshua clicked his tongue and said, "It seems everything is resolved, but are those Hubalt monks, why did they come to Avalon's territory?" Mondrian doesn't care about right or wrong, directly swings his sword and rushes forward. "Don't let that demon escape from here, stop him." Aiden immediately raised his sword to block him. He tried to explain, "That man is Baron Joshua Sanders, a noble of the Avalon Empire. He is not a devil. Put down your sword quickly." He questioned, "Can't you feel the demonic energy coming from him? There's no way he's human, or that you're on his side." Joshua couldn't help but be speechless. He smiled faintly and said to Lugia, "I already had a bad feeling about this, that's why I told you to restrain your demonic energy." "Lugia," he replied angrily, "you thought that was the case. Is it that easy? I just absorbed the power of the Death Knight. How about we show them what the Death Knight is capable of?" "You said, are you crazy? What are the consequences? How can I solve this?" At this moment, a voice rang out, "Calm down, Sir Mondrian, what's going on?" He asked dissatisfiedly, "Holy Lady, why should you stop?" Syrian reminded, "With such terrible demonic power, it is enough to slaughter us all. Moreover, if he is really Baron Joshua, then starting a war now will only cause more trouble for him, just 2 countries. Mondrian still stubbornly said, "If we let that demon leave this place, we don't know what will happen. We must do everything we can to stop him." Unable to convince him, the Syrian saint took out a glowing orb. "So why don't we let her decide? The relic, the tears of God from the Temple of Hermes, will tell us the truth, whether this person is a demon or really Baron Joshua Sanders. What do you think? Will you accept the rule of holy objects, tears of God?" Joshua frowned and looked at her without answering. Syrian used telepathy to tell him, "Don't worry, Baron Joshua, I can fool something as simple as that God's tear item. I will help you get out of this situation safely." Joshua couldn't help but wonder, "Why are you helping me? What do you want?" She slyly licked her lips, showing a hungry face and said, "I want to negotiate with you. You are indeed as handsome as rumored. You are my type, Baron Joshua." Seeing that, he sighed with disgust and said, "I have never seen a saint as mortal as you. I can't stand it anymore. If you don't do it then let me." Then he firmly said, "No, I don't need your help." Having said that, he dropped the person he was carrying on his shoulders to the ground. When they saw that person clearly, the Hubalt crowd cried out, "Pope!" Mondrian angrily rushed up with the others and shouted, "You bastard, what have you done to the Pope? Save the Pope now." When they got closer, Joshua emitted a bright yellow light to stop their steps. Everyone stopped. Syrian was full of surprise. How could this be done? How could demonic energy turn into holy energy like this? "Who the hell are you?" Suddenly, the god's tear stone in her hand glowed. It broke free from her hand and flew forward. "No, the holy object." Joshua grabbed it with one hand and said, "Those who do not fulfill their duty, are corrupting sacred objects, are not worthy of using this." She shouted, "Give it back to me immediately, you have no right to use it." Joshua calmly said, "If you don't believe it, then I will let you see it with your own eyes right here." As he finished speaking, the light emitted from his body became stronger and stronger. Everyone couldn't stand it and had to raise their hands to cover their eyes. The holy item of God's tears shattered. Mondrian couldn't help but shout angrily, "You disgusting devil, you have finally revealed yourself. How dare you disrespect the sacred object?" But when he opened his eyes and looked at Joshua, he was surprised by the scene before him. At this time, on Joshua's back, a pair of yellow wings appeared. Not only him, everyone present there stood stunned in bewilderment. Syrian couldn't help but exclaim, "But what, you're not the Pope of Hubalt, nor a disciple at all, why do you have the wings of an archangel?" The wings were raised high, each feather containing a large source of holy power radiated out, repelling the entire crowd. Joshua said, "I'm not a devil or a monster like you think, I'm just Joshua Sanders, don't argue." Mondrian refused to scream. Shut up, do you know what you just did? You destroyed that sacred object, we can't ignore this." Joshua immediately responded, "So let me ask you this, if you are not a follower of the Hubalt Empire, nor the Pope, you are not allowed to break something that you believe is a holy artifact, then first you must be sure it is a holy item." Mondrian was speechless by his words and could not refute. Syrian was also surprised, thinking carefully, God's tears were not used like that. Joshua used magic to control the Pope and bring him back to the crowd, but now is not the time to argue about this. The more we talk, the weaker your Pope's vitality will become. Mondrian now startled and cried out, "Pope!" From his body, countless streams of demonic energy radiated, demonic energy. He was stunned. The demonic energy he felt just now was emitted by the Pope, so could it be, the Pope? No, definitely the demonic energy from before could not be compared to now. Without waiting for him to do anything, Syrian quickly rushed up to remind us, "We don't have much time left. For someone who uses holy magic like the Pope, demonic energy is like a poisonous substance. If we don't treat him quickly, his life will be in danger. We have to get the Pope out of here. If the Pope doesn't return, how can we face Lord Chrysler and High Priest Harold?" The knights were still bewildered in disbelief. Only after seeing her lift the Pope up and say, "I need everyone's help," did they react and reply, "There is a temple nearby, just give us the Pope." The Pope was quickly supported by two knights and left. Syrian turned to Mondrian and said, "I think you should go with them, Sir Mondrian." He is still hesitant, but we need to investigate, in what happened here. At this moment, she finally couldn't help but say, "You still don't understand, you have seen the wings of Michael, the god who is revered as an archangel, right?" He bowed his head hesitantly and replied, "It's true that I saw it with my own eyes." Syrian tried to persuade, "Then you probably understand, if this is God's order, then if we insist on disobeying, it also means we have committed a mortal sin." Mondrian thought for a while, finally he compromised and put his sword back in its scabbard. "I understand, I will withdraw." Joshua looked at him and smiled. Syrian nodded slightly at him, using telepathy to transmit the message again. "I don't know how you can do things like this, Baron Joshua. But I'm sure our fates will intersect again. I hope you're safe until then." Before leaving, she winked and shot a heart at you. Joshua shivered and got goosebumps. The Lugia inside cried out in discomfort, "Damn master, I helped you have holy power, even helped you control that deadly knight, yet this is the reward for my Lugia? You should have just finished that deadly knight. You couldn't help but cover your ears when you were being talked too much. This world is not that simple. But thanks to Duke Altsma, I realized that I can control demonic energy, I can suppress it, and if necessary, I can only use holy energy. How lucky." Aiden then asked, "Baron Joshua, what exactly happened inside? Moreover, what are those wings just now? Is that really an order from God?" Joshua smiled and replied, "I will tell you the details when we return. After all, we need to receive the money." At the Magic Tower, Elisa angrily questioned, "Why did you send the wizards of the Magic Tower to the Avalon Empire? There is news that the undead have appeared there, so the Hubalt Empire is on the verge of collapse. Do you have any plans on what will happen, if something unfortunate happens to our Magic Tower, be implicated?" Marcus bothers to put on a teapot, pouring water while expressing, "I also agree. Moreover, I didn't expect that we would be forced to enter Theta. In the battle between the masters for the representative of the court this magical tower, there are so many things to worry about." The master of the magical tower Ian Dunpere sighed. He said, "It's okay, the representative of our magic tower is chosen based on skills, we can't be subjective. If we only compare potential, that kid is beyond my control." Elisa suggested that if you say so, you should put some trust in that boy. Old Ian Dunpere added, "As for sending people to Avalon, it was because of Evergrante's request." Elisa shouted in surprise, "You mean that Evergrant guy who stabbed us in the back? I don't understand why you accepted that request. You are probably wise enough to be able to think clearly, before let emotions take over, right?" The tower owner suddenly asked, "Do you remember what you said before Evergrant left?" She frowned, "I don't know, it's been a long time." He immediately reiterated that he had declared that he would track down the person who had drawn the line for war magicians. "Don't say that." Suddenly, Marcus slammed his hand on the table. He stood up and affirmed, "It's impossible, He's been missing for more than 20 years, and the kings of empires have tried to find him, but they can't find even a single hair. You're trying to say that traitor Evergrant found a clue about Zerath de Corvus. The talented war mage of Avalon, whom even the kingdom of Terra yearns for, Zerath de Corvus. He is the only one who knows the location of the elf forest. Because of that priceless information, he always coveted by other empires. Of course, with his achievements and abilities, he could ask for anything in the world. The Tower Master explained, Marcus, I don't know if you can trust Evergrant or not, but as someone who knows the relationship between Evergrant and Zerath Dick like me, I have no choice but to trust him. Allow me to ask you this. How many people are willing to refuse the opportunity to exploit information from Zerath de Corvus? Would it be better if we refused his offer? Marcus was silenced by this question. A few seconds later, he expressed, I'm just asking one more question, do you really think this is the right decision? He replied, I am Ian Dunpere, the owner of the Magic Tower and also a level 7 magician. Do you think I will accept a contract, when I myself am in a lower position? Both Elisa and Marcus couldn't help but look at him suspiciously. In a hidden dark room. The magic book had red drops of blood covering some of the characters. Evergrant wiped the blood from his mouth due to the backlash. With a surprised expression on his face he exclaimed, What's wrong? I just lost connection with Duke Altsma. Has anyone defeated Altsma? Can they win a deadly night? It's because of Pope Hubalt, who trespassed into Rebound's castle's territory. Right, I should have waited a little longer, so I could personally resolve the problem. I was too hasty. I can't believe I lost a master-level body like that. He hurriedly walked to a large wooden box and muttered, I'm the only one left now, I can't make that mistake again. I will do everything to receive the trust and love of King Marcus. And holds in his hand the Book of Dark Curses. I cannot allow myself to suffer such loss. Evergrant used his strength, trying to open the coffin lid. After a while of struggling, the lid fell hard to the floor. He looked at the person inside and said proudly, I will definitely help you rise again in this world, even if you have to be reborn as a monster. I guarantee that it will not be as bad as you think. Where? Zerath de Corvus. No, I will give you a new name, a perfect name for someone who believed in himself more than anyone else, someone who gave up his pure soul to the devil to fulfill that faith. Berber, magic circle on the ground starts up. The person lying in the coffin suddenly opened his eyes. Aiden handed a silver hexagonal object to Joshua and said, Thanks to him, we were able to learn the truth about the devil, and defeat that devil. As a thank you, please allow me to give this silver card to you. Joshua accepted it and replied, Thank you very much, but it looks a bit odd. On the other side, Iseline had finished tying things on the horse's back. He wondered why Iseline loaded things on my horse like that. She turned back to explain, Have you forgotten, you said that you want to own Leifon, right? There are no materials to make it here, so we need to go to Reinhardt to get materials for it. Not only that, no, don't you still have the responsibility of protecting me from Cromwell? When Joshua heard that, he smiled awkwardly, Is that so? It seems I forgot. Aiden urged, Hurry to Reinhardt. He wondered, Why are you with us, Commander Aiden? He laughed and explained, Just like Baron Joshua, I also have a few things to prove. Prove it. His body suddenly glowed. Aiden shouted loudly, Leifon. Joshua looked surprised. This was one of Leifon's abilities, shape-changing. Finally I was able to witness the true appearance of Commander Aiden that had been hidden for so long. The mighty mercenary, Aiden changed his appearance in the blink of an eye. His body became significantly muscular. He asked, Now look, you see I have enough authority to participate in the match, between the masters in Reinhardt or not. I have reached the master level. In the meeting room of the Cromwell family, the head of the family Gahor Don Cromwell stood up and asked again, Are you sure that Duke Pontier is half dead? If not, then how can a family that is lacking a leader, first, can take advantage from us? Tell me, how can they stand? The person stammered out, We are sure the head of the Pontier family is currently in critical condition, but what? For some reason, it seems like the genius strategist Icarus is helping the Pontier family. That's why, they're always one step ahead of us. Especially our diversionary tactics. They have discovered that our troops cannot cross the Dark River. Moreover, because the water level is high and flowing fast, we cannot cross the river. What else can be done? There is no way to enter Aiden Mountain. The only thing we can do now is to cut off the supply and... Before he finished speaking, the Gahor clan leader angrily slammed his hand on the table to interrupt him and shut up. Your mission is to plan ahead for all possible problems. If these guys lose to a kid, how is that possible? Quickly think of some feasible plans right away. Another person spoke up and suggested, why don't we call in a mercenary king? What, a mercenary king? He said, the more we wait, the more disadvantageous we will be. At this rate, we will lose, coolness will increase even more. Chief of the Cromwell clan sarcastically said, facing a headless snake and needing help, do you know how much people would laugh at us? Moreover, even if we called him by that name, then do you know how much he wants from us? Now he has demanded more than half of the Pontier family's territory. Not only that, if I understand King Marcus well enough, he will not easily ignore the achievements of that mercenary king, and accept him as a subordinate of that empire. If so, the mercenary king Ren will become our enemy, so we can't continue to depend on him anymore. We need to keep looking for a way to get into Aiden Canyon, until we find it, get the important information, and cut off the food supply. When the food runs out, they will crawl out on their own. At this moment, a soldier hurriedly ran in to announce, urgent news, what's going on? The soldiers who were cutting off the food supply were all destroyed. The clan leader Gahor exclaimed in shock, what do you mean, how could those soldiers lose to the farmers? At this time, on a canyon, someone was dressed completely in black, with only his yellow eyes exposed, staring down. At that time, below, Pontier's food transport troops were being surrounded and attacked by Cromwell soldiers. They tried to calmly tell each other to stay in position, protect the food with their lives. Don't if you're scared, remember your training. Ferocious Cromwell soldiers rode horses and rushed towards the group, swinging their swords wherever they went, charging forward and killing all of Pontier's trash. Don't hold back, chaos breaks out, bodies fall continuously. A person from the Pontier side couldn't help but wonder in surprise, how did the Cromwell side know about our food transportation route? That person immediately snapped, what does that matter, we're all about to ascend to heaven. Suddenly there was a beam of light. It turned out that Cromwell side used fireball magic, launching huge flames towards them. The Pontier army immediately raised their shields and told each other to stay away. If they continued to gather in groups like that, they would be massacred. The large fireball got closer and closer, devastating the whole ground. Right at the critical moment, a sword-wielding man wearing a black cloak suddenly appeared. With just one horizontal slash of his sword, he destroyed the fireball in the blink of an eye. The Pontier soldier exclaimed in surprise, that person can destroy fireballs, without using mana, where did this talent come from? After dissolving the fireball, that person turned around and said to the crowd, no need to worry, I came here to protect everyone. What, who are you to help us? That person took off his mask and smiled. A familiar face appeared, I am, the first knight of Baron Joshua Sanders, god of death of Aiden Canyon, Cain, I only obey my master's orders. In a certain city, Icarus emptied the water jar, only a drop came out. He looked up at the sky, which was turning yellow, it was late. A person came forward and said, it seems they are starting to rush to catch up with us. He heard the voice and immediately turned around and asked, what do you mean? Baron Arna frowned and said, the supply arrived so late, perhaps because the Cromwell family discovered our transportation route and stopped it. Why did it happen? Icarus interrupted, I'm sure you know, no one other than the two of us knows where that route goes. If Cromwell finds out, there's only one reason. Arna questioned, are you saying I'm a spy? A commoner like you will never understand, nobles are always willing to die rather than lose their honor. We have never put our trust in the Pontier family. You think we are disrespectful, do you value yourself like that? I will ask you the same question again. What do you intend to approach Miss Cheryl for, not to mention you intend to use Cheryl, to take over all of Pontier? Icarus frowned and stared at him, but he did not continue speaking. And he also looked directly into his eyes. The atmosphere between the two couldn't help but feel a little tense. At this moment, a call came, open the gate, the food source has arrived, please help everyone. Baron Arna did not continue to argue any further. Before leaving, he reminded him, you better be careful about what you do, there are countless eyes staring at you here. Hearing that, Icarus did not express anything further, just stood still and silent. Below, Cheryl struggled to command everyone to bring the injured inside and distribute medicine and warm blankets to those in need. The soldier helped the injured person inside. He said, Miss Cheryl, let me help, please go rest, thank you. Icarus immediately ran over and asked, what's going on, why are there so many people injured? She explained, Mr. Icarus, it seems they were attacked by Cromwell. You frowned, Did you attack suddenly? It seemed like they knew we were going that way. It was a miracle that the soldiers could still return alive after being attacked so fiercely. A voice suddenly interrupted and said that I was the one who created that miracle. Kane walked forward arrogantly, stroking his hair and boasting, "I stopped that attack, and protected everyone." Seeing him, both of them immediately ran over to him. "Knight Kane, luckily, you're still alive. We worry about you a lot." He laughed and said, "It seems like I've kept you waiting for a long time, because there was some trouble, that's why I'm so late." After he finished boasting, Kane started looking around. Cheryl tearfully expressed, "Because we couldn't contact you, we were so worried. Thank God you're still alive." Baron Arna then came up and asked, "Who is this guy and is he trustworthy?" Cheryl introduced, "This is the knight I mentioned before, Kane." He was surprised. "Oh, so that means he is a servant of Baron Joshua Sanders. Good to see you can be safe, come here." Kane couldn't help but be curious, so he leaned close to Icarus's ear and asked, "Mr. Icarus, why is that person so tense?" He immediately reminded, "He is the commander of the Knights of the Pontier family, Baron Arna, you should say hello." Before he could finish speaking, the alarm sounded. The city gate opened, a soldier hurriedly rode in. "Urgent news, the Dennis River had frozen. The enemy has begun to pass through there." At the same time, at the Dennis River, a man with a muscular body carried a giant axe on his shoulder. He stomped hard on the ice of the river. The loud voice rang out the command, "My hunting dog, rush forward, take everything that Pontier has for me." Having finished speaking, a group of soldiers immediately rushed forward. Their target is the citadel of the Pontier family towering ahead. At the temple of Hermes in Reinhardt. In the room, Mondrian looked worriedly at the person lying on the bed and asked, "How is the Pope's condition?" The doctor next to him replied, "We have removed all the demonic energy in his body. It seems that because of the conflict between demonic energy and holy energy, his brain was damaged. At this rate, I wonder if the Pope will have any problems." At the same time, High Priest Harold came in and said, "Then he probably won't be able to recover quickly." The doctor agreed, "We thought so too, High Priest Harold." He expressed concern that he hoped the Pope could recover safely. Mondrian sighed and said, "We might even lose our rights in the battle between the masters. I'm sorry for bringing this bad news." Archpriest Harold walked up to the Pope's bedside and said, "Although that battle was also very important, right now our top priority is the Pope's recovery. Also, I heard from Saint Cyrian speak. It seems you have seen the wings of Archangel Michael, right?" Mondrian then recounted, "Yes, although it was hard to believe, wings appeared on the back of Baron Joshua of the Avalon Empire. We also felt a huge amount of holy energy from him. But really I still can't believe it. How can an ordinary knight from another empire possess more holy power than a disciple of the Holy Kingdom Hubalt? Moreover, his body also radiates demonic powers like a real demon." Priest Harold affirmed, "It is impossible. Demonic energy and holy energy cannot exist in the same body. The Pope is an example of what happened. But if he can control both demonic and holy energy in his body, then he has surpassed the abilities of normal people." Mondrian exclaimed in surprise, "Do you mean Baron Joshua has reached the realm of the divine body?" He replied, "It could be that way, so I don't think Baron Joshua is the source of demonic energy, then the energy I felt then was. I'm not sure, but if you're sure those wings belong to Archangel Michael, then it won't be easy to deal with. If in hell there are 8 demon kings representing 8 types of evil thoughts, then in heaven there are 7 archangels possessing holy weapons, of which Michael is considered a god of war with stellar fighting ability, most knowledgeable. It's impossible to understand what the hell is going on. The world around us is gradually changing. The biggest concern now is not the battle between the masters anymore. Maybe this will make the whole continent afraid." In the sky of Reinhardt, countless fireworks were shot high to decorate the evening sky. Below, there was a bustling stream of people passing by. Aiden and Iseline were also walking in that crowd. He turned around and said, "Finally we have the feeling of being at Reinhardt. Isn't this festival so fun?" Iseline sadly replied, "Yes, it seems like that." Seeing that she was not in the mood, he teased, "What's wrong?" "The young lady is sad because Baron Joshua had to leave first to take care of an urgent matter." She shook her head to deny, "No, that's not it." "But is that okay? He already promised to escort me in exchange for Lifan, so why would he leave me in the market now? I thought the two of us had become closer than when we first met, but am I the only one who thinks like that?" Aiden thought speechlessly, "I knew right away, the lady was upset about that." While walking, someone suddenly shouted loudly, Look, it's the extraordinary Axular. Is he the second great mercenary? Iseline exclaimed, "You're really famous." Aiden smiled wryly and said, "Maybe we can't enjoy the festival peacefully." At this time, another shout rang out, "Look over there!" It was Mr. Uravis. The two turned around and saw Uravis's group coming. Right after that, there were many cheers. "Prince, my prince, Prince. Excellency Knight, please welcome Prince Uravis." Iseline looked at him and said, "That person is quite famous." He replied, "Of course, that's the prince. I heard that Uravis's sword is hotter than the eternal hellfire. He can be considered a worthy opponent for Lady Iseline." She shrugged, "Hey, I'm not a knight, I'm a magician. More besides, I'm not even participating in this match." Uravis suddenly walked up to the two and said, "You are more like a monster than I thought." Two great mercenaries. Aiden, or now Axular, just looked at him without responding. Uravis looked at him with sharp eyes for a while. Then continued going forward, "Sorry, I'm leaving." Axular was then startled. He and Iseline quickly bowed, "Please forgive us, Prince Uravis, it's an honor to meet you. You are truly beyond my thoughts." Uravis smiled. He said, "I really hope that one day I will be able to use the sword to compete with you." Fast forward to the draw for the Reinhardt Masters match. There were many people in the hall, everyone huddled together and talked. It was rumored that this match would be the most epic match in history. Really excited. In a certain corner of the party, Babel quietly looked out the window. The host of the lottery session cleared his throat, then began to announce, "In 30 minutes, we will start the lottery. If your representative is not present, please prepare a replacement as soon as possible." Magic Kingdom Princess Sonamoon Terafos excitedly exclaimed, "It's finally started, it's definitely going to be interesting." A young man approached her and said, "It seems the Princess of the Terra Kingdom is participating in this match for the first time." She heard the voice and turned to look. "Mr. Slakes, long time no see, is it your first time participating?" He bowed to her and replied, "No, perhaps I am the most experienced representative." Hearing that, Sona immediately asked, "Who do you predict will be the winner, based on recent achievements? Won't Uravis win?" Slakes replied, "I also think so, he will definitely win convincingly." Princess Sona expressed that although people say that this is the match between the greatest masters in history, it is clear that Lord Uravis is on a different level. Even the great Beast King kneels before him. While speaking, suddenly two people came and interrupted. "I couldn't hear any more. What do you mean?" The people who came were the twins of the Swallow Empire, Desro Logan and Estil Logan. They each had a sarcastic comment: "If the princess continues to be ignorant of the world around her, then Terra will collapse into ashes. I don't think you would trust that idiot like that, Princess Terra." Sona angrily questioned, "How impolite, you guys have been defeated by Mr. Uravis and dare to speak so boldly." They were sarcastic, "Just once and you think he's the best. Guys from small empires all have their own dreams, just keep dreaming, all losers are like that." "Shut up, you guys have to apologize." "Why should we? We didn't say anything wrong." "Are you sure?" Sona was about to rush forward, but luckily Slakes promptly jumped in the middle to block it. "Okay, stop here, other people are watching, it's not good for us to do that. There's no need to do that, feel ashamed of that kind of person." Sona pursed her lips and shot an angry look at the twins. They couldn't help but glanced back at her with annoyance. Slakes smiled wryly and scratched his face to find something else to say. "It's almost time. Come to think of it, it seems that Avalon's representative hasn't arrived yet. It seems like that infamous Joshua Sanders couldn't come, maybe they sent his brother, Babel von Onus." Babel in the corner immediately glanced at them. Slakes met his eyes and was a bit startled. Babel came with a murderous aura. He frowned and said, "Who said we were brothers?" He was scared and quickly stuttered, "Sorry for the mistake this time." All three people without an appointment were thinking the same thing, that look could kill us. At that moment, the door opened. Uravis and Axular entered with an announcement: "The representative of the Kingdom of Thran, the outstanding knight, Sir Uravis, the representative of thousands of mercenaries, the giant Axular." The whole hall was immediately excited. "Look, it's really an Axular, just looking at it is enough to feel strong." Can everyone feel the energy emanating from Prince Uravis? Both of them are very strong. Esro Logan and Isto stood aside and mocked. Why are they doing so much? They don't even represent any empire. The crown only feels sympathy for the representatives from small countries. Slakes reminded, remember, even so, you two shouldn't say such bad things about the giant Axular. Tesra Logan smirked contemptuously, I won't recognize them until I personally fight, whether it's that guy Uravis, or that guy Joshua. Is there anyone here who has confirmed the rumors about those two guys? No, I personally think these are just fabricated words for others to worship them. What do you think, Babel? Isn't this all a lie? That's why Avalon sent you here. Babel curled his lips. He darkened his face and gritted his teeth angrily and said, I also hope that's the case. Seeing him like that, the two twins couldn't help but be startled. What? At the same time, the announcement sounded, the #1 representative of the Avalon Empire, Mr. Joshua Sanders. From outside, Joshua's figure appeared. Uravis immediately turned back to look. Princess Sona, when she saw him, was also stunned for a few seconds, in the moment he entered. Everyone in the hall was surprised. Even the Logan twins had to exclaim incredulously, is that person Joshua Sanders? Princess Sona exclaimed, the rumors are not too exaggerated, he is young, but I can also feel his strength, no less than Uravis and Axular. Joshua suddenly discovered something. At this moment, he met Babel's gaze. He looked at him with eyes that were half resentful, half unwilling. Joshua looked at him for a few seconds then sighed. He didn't want to say anything, just walked directly past him. Babel immediately darkened his face and pursed his lips. Axular saw him and immediately said, you're late. Joshua smiled and replied, what do you mean, I'm right behind. When there were enough people, the host of the drawing ceremony appeared, a match diagram was pushed up, along with a girl holding a lottery box. The host announced, all delegates, representatives and members of the clans, if possible, please direct your attention here. Now that the time has come, before we divide into groups, please allow me to explain the rules of the event. In this box, there are 21 differently numbered glass balls, representing all the members participating in this year's Master Battle. Everyone's position in the competition will be decided by the number they draw from the box. The rules will be the same as in a tournament, with #1 facing #2, #3 facing person #4, and so on. However, because there were 21 participants, we were left out by one person. The remaining person would go straight to the next round without having to compete. The more important part is, the title of Master will not be awarded based on the result of each battle, even if the battle is still ongoing. If at least half of the 6 Masters agree that the participant that Master is worthy of it, then from that moment on, he or she will be recognized as a Master. In order to ensure the fairness of the event, 3 Masters from 3 empires and 3 Masters from outside sources will help us today. Does anyone have any questions related to the event? As soon as he finished speaking, someone raised their hand. That person was Axular. He wondered, if we won the competition, would the winning reward be the same as last time? The host replied, yes, it would be the same. The winner of the event will receive the right to challenge one of the 12 heroes and 9 stars. Babel was secretly surprised. What right did he have to challenge them? That person is furthermore, the winner of this year's Master Battle, will receive the Nagasan's hammer as a reward. Immediately, the whole hall was in an uproar. What, Nagasan's hammer, really? This really changes everything, even for the better. Uravis thought to himself, the fact that we can receive Nagasan's hammer means that, in essence, the Master of Battle will become Reinhardt's master. Neutral city Reinhardt, a city that doesn't belong to any country. It has enough resources to make most other countries look stupid, and to top it off, it has a prime geographical location. It's in full of elements that most militaristic-minded people desperately desire to have influence over this land. Becoming Reinhardt's master means that even the Swallow Empire can't do anything to us. Things are getting more and more interesting. The host announced, now, we will end the explanation there, and continue with the team drawing. Everyone, please take turns drawing from the box and show us the numbers on the box, each person's glass ball. The girl holding the number box stepped forward to remind, the final team arrangement will be announced once all the balls have been divided. Please line up and wait neatly, groomed. Everyone takes turns drawing lots. First is Sona, sorry. Next, the others also proceed, Axular, Uravis, Babel. Finally, Joshua. When he finished drawing, the host also signaled, to Lord Joshua Sanders, we will close the team drawing. And here is the final bracket for the event. Everyone turned their eyes to the board together. From the matches, each person's name appeared. Finally, the board appeared fully. The president immediately shouted with excitement, look, Team B looks like it's going to be exciting. As the giant Axular, and Prince Uravis of Thran, I needed to see that match. Sona rubbed her chin and said, although Team B is also quite strong, Team A is a competition between two magicians. The fourth magician from the Terra Kingdom, and the seventh magician from the Magic Tower. What the hell, what's wrong with this? Thadarpian Witsoaks, the seventh magician of the Magic Tower, came from behind and said, all I want is to be placed. If there is a competition between two magicians, there will be trouble. Everyone quickly turned their attention to another match. Wow, the opening match was between the number 1 representative, Joshua, and the Heartland's Babylon Steel Knight of the Red Heart. Asto and Testo stood to the side and kept talking with disdain. There are so many talented people in Avalon, why did they send these idiots here? I'm sure this whole event will be a scene, worth watching. Among the Steel Knights with non-imperial backgrounds, he has been admired countless times for his talent. No matter how much he struggles, there is no way he can win. If the representative of Avalon, one of the 3 empires, lost to a commoner without any lineage, it would be truly humiliating. Look at that. Princess Sona standing next to her couldn't hear anymore, so she spoke up to remind, hey, just now you two have been talking so much that it's annoying about the empires, and even the civilians. Aren't you bored? And now the battle is over, the fight hasn't even started yet, who knows what will happen, you won't know until it's over. They didn't pay attention to her words and continued to sarcasm. In some cases, that's not true, just like how you can tell if an apple is ripe or not just by looking at it. Sona smiled faintly and looked at them with disdain. Just as she was about to object, a voice intervened, really funny comparison, what? The speaker was Lilies, the Holy Knight of the Divine Kingdom of Hubalt. She said, nothing in this world is that simple, it's all just the social way of thinking and human perception that shapes people's views. We are just about the world. Tessro Logan smirked and said, you can't even make us laugh. Asto asked, is it wrong to call something based on its appearance? Lilies raised her eyebrows meaningfully and said, apples can be green or red, but at different times, they are considered ripe. That's what I mean. Of course, the moment one sets limits for personally, everything is over already, just like what you did to yourself. You cannot win against anyone in this place, not now, and not ever. When those 2 guys heard her say that, they turned angry and scolded, what, do you think we won't say anything just because you're from the Empire? The host suddenly interrupted, the grouping is now complete, the first match of each group will take place in the next 2 days, in the meantime, get ready. At the same time, please report each person's team drawing results to the respective characters. Contestants who arrive late on the day of the event will be deprived of the right to compete, so please pay attention. The 2 twins gritted their teeth. Finally angrily left, let's go, no need to listen to useless conversations, we will show you, who is right. Lilies replied, okay, I'm sure we will see who is right as the right person. Sona looked at her with glowing eyes and silently exclaimed, she's so cool, she's called the Silver-Eyed Demon Sword, there's a reason, her self-esteem is really high. On the other side, Axular suddenly tapped on Joshua's shoulder and asked, hey, have you seen anything? He asked in bewilderment, huh, what exactly are you talking about? He immediately said, you didn't even say anything, but you already have allies, and yet you were able to convince those beauties, really impressive. Joshua forced himself to be distracted and looked away, oh, sure. Just as he glanced over, he once again met eyes with Babel. But he then turned away. Joshua, no matter what I do now, I can't get past you, however, the outcome. You'll become a puppet lying there. Outcome. Soon, the first day of the Master Battle has arrived, fireworks displays filled the sky. Thank you for waiting, we will officially start the opening ceremony of the Master Battle. The stands below are filled with anticipation to watch the match. It's finally started, I've been waiting for this day, I wonder who will win this time, don't disappoint me. The host starts the match, now, please introduce the representative of the Heart Kingdom. Steel Knight, Lord Babylon. Immediately, the audience exploded into chants, long live the Kingdom of Heart. Let those imperialist bastards know our true strength. Confront him, representative of the Avalon Empire. Formidable new recruit, first representative, Lord Joshua Sanders. As soon as you appeared, the cheers were equally loud, Joshua Sanders, come on, show them that not everyone can be crowned Knight of the Kingdom. Young Baron, show them your age works aren't everything, he's so handsome. One of the 6 masters invited to be the jury of the battle, the master of the Palatine Kingdom, Jinmin rubbed his chin with excitement and exclaimed, is that boy Joshua, he's really famous. Babylon's age is almost twice that of Joshua. I wonder how that kid will overcome the difference in experience. What do you expect from this match? The master of the kingdom of PART1, Haseki shrugged and said, isn't it obvious that Babylon has the upper hand with the overwhelming difference in skills and experience? Sitting next to him, the master of the kingdom of Drea, Erden and his companions. Honestly, I agree, even if he's considered very good, he's still just a kid. However, considering that he uses a rarely seen spear, do you think it is reasonable to assume that he is hiding something? Could it be that you know something about Joshua's tactics? When he glanced next to him, Ares' whole body was shaking with excitement. His whole body emitted an aura that made everyone confused. He was now laughing irrationally and thinking, I can't stand it anymore, I want to jump out immediately and compete with Joshua. The announcer spoke again, signaling the start of the match. Please give both of our contestants a warm welcome. Having finished speaking, he immediately ran inside. There were only 2 opponents left on the ring, and on all sides were the cheers of spectators. Babylon drew his sword and spoke first. Unbelievable, yet an Empire Knight chose a spear. These actions were all tricks to attract everyone's attention. Oh, I understand, we ourselves have times when we want to rebel. Allow me to help you. I will let you make the first move, so do your best. After all, it is the last move, because I will be the winner here. Before he could finish speaking, Joshua held his spear straight forward and rushed in front of him, attacking suddenly. In the blink of an eye, the Babylon quickly raised his sword to block the attack. But Joshua's strength was so strong that it pushed him back, even plowing the ground on the field. He gritted his teeth and tried to block the spear with force. Even the hand holding the sword was shaking. His heart couldn't help but be shocked. What? He just stretched out his hand, and was able to unleash such terrifying power. Is this really the power and pressure of a 15-year-old child? Joshua smiled and asked, I only stretched out a little, but why are you already having a hard time? Things will happen like this, so why did you let me make the first move, old man? Babylon was angered by his words. He immediately launched a move, knocked the tip of his spear away, and at the same time jumped up and shouted loudly, Shut up, you stupid thing, don't think you have the upper hand just because of one thing, that single blow, arrogant guy. But before he could do anything else, once again, the tip of the red spear pointed straight at his face. Babylon quickly leaned forward to avoid it before it crashed into him. When he was able to avoid it, he was secretly pleased. Again, you stupid thing, who do you think I am? Receiving this, he quickly rose up, appearing in a position parallel to Joshua, preparing to swing his sword down. But Joshua didn't panic at all, he just smiled. Seeing that, Babylon once again widened her eyes in surprise. Just saw, Joshua swept around spear. Immediately knocked him away. He was knocked back almost out of the ring. Babylon quickly put his foot down, trying to keep his center of gravity on the ground to break his body and avoid being thrown out of the ring. By the time he stopped, 2 long lines were visible on the ground. Not only that, scratches appeared on his face near his eyes, and blood also slowly dripped down. At this point, Babylon realized his distance from Joshua. He was too far away, too far beyond his strength. Joshua suddenly said, 10 moves, what did you say? Babylon asked in shock. This ongoing master battle was the perfect place, he said, to show off the spear's greatness. Babylon gritted his teeth and cursed, this bastard. He once again held the sword tightly in his hand. At this moment, his whole body radiated a powerful blue mana source, declaring, I admit, you are stronger than anyone I have ever met. However, I have no intention of becoming your toy. From this moment on, from now on, we will go all out. The aura blade finished speaking, the mana flared out and rolled into a barrier that surrounded his body. The leader of the match began to comment, an incredible amount of mana had begun to gather at the tip of the sword. Lord Babylon was suddenly in trouble again. It seemed he had decided to end things with Joshua in this. But right now on the field, Joshua smiled slightly and thought, I don't know who said that, the top guys always consider experience as the only thing. He also immediately raised his spear high, infusing mana into the tip of the spear. In the past, I have received many titles. The Murderer of the Battlefield, the Bloodthirsty Murderer, the Warden's Loyal Dog, and the Invincible Spear-Wielding Knight. The spear did not receive a better reputation. Instead, the only thing that continued to grow is my bad reputation. Instead of being lonely, when my love doesn't receive the recognition it deserves, that's what makes me the saddest. However, things are different now. I will show everyone, to the whole world, the truth that there is no weapon more powerful than spears. Thinking, Joshua immediately threw the spear that had stopped its power straight towards Babylon in front. Babylon saw that and immediately turned around and prepared to speak. I'm very disappointed, but you made such a bad decision. I will show you what will happen when you let go of your weapon, mine. Having said that, he turned his sword. When Joshua's spear rushed forward, he raised his sword to block it. Babylon shouted loudly. After exerting all his strength, a sword arc knocked the spear out, causing it to spin in the air several times and then fly back. Lord Babylon managed to knock back Lord Joshua's spear. Not stopping there, he continued to stomp his feet on the ground, creating ruts to gain momentum. Then he rushed towards Joshua. The guide shouted, "Lord Joshua, he has no weapon, the situation is too dangerous. Will he be defeated by Lord Babylon, and will this be the end of his winning streak?" Babylon rose up and said firmly, "It was over," but in Joshua's hand at that time, the shadow of a tree gradually appeared. The moment he was about to slash the blade down, his spear was firmly held in his hand. He smirked and said, "It's not that easy." Babylon angrily shouted, "Do you think I will just give up? I will surpass you." He pointed his spear at Joshua. At the same time, he also aimed his spear at him. The arena flashed, a thunderous explosion erupted, rocks and dust flew in all directions. The stands were also affected, and people's protective shields immediately activated. On the judge's side, Re stood up trembling so excitedly, the other judges looked at him with strange eyes. The host standing in a corner was affected by the impact of the two attacks and fell to the ground, but he still enthusiastically commented, "An unbelievable explosion had covered the whole area, in smoke and ruins. Who would be here's the winner? Lord Babylon, who succeeded in his attack, or Lord Joshua, who never allowed any attack to touch him? Once the dust clears, we will see who is still standing." And when the dust cleared, on the field, Joshua still stood strong. Holding a spear in his hand and pointing it at Babylon lying on the ground, he asked if he wanted to continue. Babylon's eyes were still shocked and hesitant. He said unwillingly, "I admit defeat." The result was out. The announcer immediately announced, Lord Babylon had surrendered, victory belonged to Lord Joshua. The audience in the stands stood up and cheered happily. The calls for Joshua were continuously raised. The narrator still follows the rules and asks, "Even though the battle is over, we still need to confirm one thing. I wonder if the judges have anything to say about the representative of the Avalon Empire, whether the leader does Lord Joshua Sanders have the right to be a master?" Judge Gaiman was the first to speak. Everything was very clear. Babylon, the Steel Knight, could do nothing and lost the match. "I agree that Joshua Sanders will receive the title of master." After him, others also raised their hands. "I have no other choice but to agree." Judge Arie was still shaking non-stop, his hands hugged his body excitedly thinking, 5 years, I've been waiting for 5 years, bastard, the day Joshua reaches his peak, I can't wait more. That's right, let's go. Aren't Onius and Marcus here? Now he is mine, all mine. I will make sure no one else can take him. He is mine. The face when he slowly understood, he will suffer to death and lonely. His face when he tried to scream for help. Then, he immediately raised his hand and made a heart-throbbing pose and shouted, "I agree, Baron Joshua Sanders will receive the title of master."